Tampa Bay Buccaneers was Brett Maher's inability to make not one, holy crap,
Shushins.
not three, but 4 extra points. And when you leave it at 24-0 after missing your 4th one, making it a 3-score game in theory, that's when it's like, we've seen this movie before. Here comes Tony. But good God, 2 to the right, and then the overcorrection to the left, and I don't think a kicker's ever missed 4 extra points in a game ever that I can think of at the NFL level. Unbelievable. Dak Prescott beside himself. I mean, you got one job. It's the old "you got one job" meme. And I know it's not as short and easy as it used to be, but still, it's a 33-yard field goal, and you missed 4 of them last night.
That's a huge. That's the huge thing hovering over the game. As awesome as they played, and they can feel good about what they look like, and going into San Francisco. That would be something that's got to be talked about. We lost Mike here, so I'm going to talk to myself here for a second. But how could you not, as you're sitting there going into one of the biggest games you had, or the Dallas Cowboys had here in recent history, the rivalry of the 49ers in the playoffs? Can you really feel comfortable and go with Brett Maher? I mean, they got to bring somebody. I don't know. As a head coach, I don't think I could do it. Kickers are like, it's like a golfer or whatever. You get the yips. He might be awesome, but he might got the yips right now. That would scare me to death. And I think I would be bringing in guys to work out here the next day or two.
Well, the person whose one job it is to keep me on air failed while I was talking about Brett Maher not doing his one job, but I'm back. We'll see if I'm gone 3 more times tonight. I've never thought of this before. We have to ponder from time to time when a kicker gets injured during a game, who else on the team kick. For the first time in 50 years of following the NFL, I actually thought, is there someone for whom Brett Maher can be benched during the game? Is there someone else who has a better shot at making this extra point than the perfectly healthy starting kicker? That's the thing. You don't have a starting kicker. You have a kicker. You have one. You don't need a backup. You never go to the backup. And I agree with you. It's a thought that Jerry Jones, the owner and GM of the team, should have this week. Here's Mike McCarthy and Dak Prescott from after the game talking about their kicker who couldn't kick straight.
We need Brett. He understands that. So,
If Prescott threw 3 picks, were they going to bench him for the backup quarterback? No. Did they bench Trevor Lawrence when he threw 4 picks the other night? No. Why do the kickers get such a bad rap? How come they're not allowed to fuck up every once in a while?
We need him. We need him to focus in, and he's been super clutch for us all year. So, but that's the plan.
I'm Money Maher's biggest fan. Obviously, I've been shown the video of me. That's just emotion. That's part of it.
Hey, you're just a head case. You just have a terrible attitude all the time, Dak Prescott. Yeah, it's just how you are. Just a terrible team player, egotistical maniac. You guys are losing the next game, so it doesn't matter. You can just lose the next playoff game, Dak, and then you'll have your job next year, and you can just keep doing your mediocre thing for the rest of your career, which is probably just going to last another few years, and then you're gone.
There's too much riding on this. I'm sorry. This is a ruthless sport. It is, as I've said time and again, a giant football machine from which parts are removed and new parts are replaced all the time. And it's no more
Florio's such an idiot.
easy to do.
Yep, replace the kicker. He missed 4 kicks. Doesn't matter if he made 40 in a row. If he missed 4, then that's it. His job's gone now. Who cares what his overall percentage is? What's the sense in knowing that?
Of about the same distance as an extra point. What if he misses that one? You can't just say, well, we talked to him and he said he'll try really hard and he won't do it next time. I mean, what else is he going to say?
What happens when a receiver drops 3 balls in a row? You bench him. You benching DeAndre Hopkins when he drops 2 balls in a row?
When I line up to make a kick with more pressure on me. What if it comes down to a field goal try?
That's what I
down
mean.
A point.
Then you send him out there to kick a field goal.
And it's just one of those things where I'm sorry, we just can't do this.
Do what?
And this isn't.
What are you apologizing for?
Thing because there's not like a guy in the bullpen that you can bring in, the other field goal kicker.
Why are we benching the kicker because he missed a couple kicks? Who cares? Let him keep kicking. He's a pro.
There's always somebody out there. You could bring in 5 day and do a gong show tryout and put them under pressure.
And they could all kick 90% and then miss 4 extra points in a game. They could all do it. It's not going to change it.
And then what you can do is you can add a guy to the practice squad this week. You can elevate him this weekend if you want to. You can
This
put him
is
on the active roster.
ridiculous.
You can make your decision as the week goes on. And you can see what Brett Maher does in practice.
That's right.
You know, you spend all
Brett Maher, the
week
guy
out
who's
on
been
the
making
practice
kicks for
field.
them all
You
season.
make kicks. You better go make that kick because we're thinking about bringing someone else in. I mean, it sounds kind of harsh and kind of cruel, but damn it,
It sounds
the season
dumb.
they ride on.
That's right. It's a pressure packed position. It's the only one that's not a reactive position in all the football field. To where no, it's truly pressure packed. That's you are what you are. The other guys in the football field, we've talked about this before. You know, hey, there's pressure, yeah, but they're reacting in the moment. You don't have time to think, oh gosh, it's 3rd and 7. You're sitting there going, oh gosh, Vita Vea's in my face. I got to make a move and get the ball out of my hand, and it kind of takes the pressure away from that standpoint. Yeah, you got to have a guy that you know can stand in the face of pressure and the moment.
There wasn't any pressure. He was just kicking extra points while they were ahead a ton of points in the game. There was no pressure. They were winning by like 3 touchdowns. He kept missing them.
And that would be,
It wasn't a pressure kick.
you definitely bring somebody in this
Has nothing to do with pressure.
And like you said, I don't know if you put him on the
He just
roster
missed a
right
couple
away, but he's
kicks.
there.
It's not a big
You
deal.
want to put a little pressure on Brett Maher to go, wait, how are you going to react all week? This guy's here at practice too. You know, you might even have a few moments during practice where you bring up the guys and get around them and yell at them and see how he reacts in that moment. But like, man,
What?
he'd really have to pass with flying colors for me during the week because the
He's
thing-
passed his whole career.
I would. It'd be hard for me to go in the game and go. I would have a hard time sleeping with myself, I guess, if I let Brett Maher be the kicker and then he misses a big field goal late 3rd, 4th quarter, and I go, oh, all the signs were there. I don't know why I let this happen. I would certainly flirt with
So
the new
stupid.
kicker.
I got some free advice
Yeah.
for the Joneses. Free advice. I'm talking to you right now, Steven and or Jared. Here's what you need to do this week, and all I want in return is a little ride on the bus when we go to Indianapolis. That's it. Maybe if it works to a charm and you win the Super Bowl, you can invite me onto the super yacht. Here's what you got to do this week. And I'm serious about this. I was thinking about it while you were talking, all the different ways to get this guy ready. Teams pipe in crowd noise all the time for practice. We know that. All the different ways that they simulate the environment they're going to be in. What they need to do is have Brett Maher kick all week long. And they need to put this together today. They need to have
I'm pretty sure the kickers are practicing kicking.
sound effect with thousands of voices chanting Maher, Maher, because that's what he's going to hear. Every kick in San Francisco, they're smart enough to know they're going to be sing-songing his name. They're going to be getting in his head, and he's going to hear that when he walks out there for the first time to kick, the second time to kick, the third
Pretty
time
sure
to kick.
he's had
Every
that
time,
happen to him before.
because
He
they know
doesn't
it's a
care.
thing, and they can save their team a point or 3.
They're not beating the Niners anyway.
He needs to not just hear crowd noise.
There'll be no pressure for Maher against the Niners. They'll be getting whooped.
His name chanted in a derisive way every time he steps onto the practice field this week, because he's going to hear it that way every time he steps onto the field on Sunday. Guaranteed. Do it now. Get him ready for it. Get him kicking well in that environment, because that is the only way to simulate what he's going to see on Sunday night. And if it works, take me for a ride on the bus. Give me a hot dog. Give me some Johnny Walker Blue. If it really works, take me for a ride on the yacht. That's all I want.
Well, why did you make that voice recording?
All you're gonna get for that fucking rant about nothing is a dunce camp, Mike.
You make that and I'll pop it in. Right. There you go. Right. Just do that for an hour and record it. Send it to the Joneses and said I made something for you.
I better be careful. If I keep doing it, I think a full moose is going to show up at the door. Mar.
Thank you.
Chris, am I wrong? We've seen that before. And those 49ers fans are ruthless and relentless and brilliant. They know this is a thing. They're going to be ready to go when he goes out there to kick.
Yeah.
They're going to give it to him. So give it to him in advance.
Pressure, no doubt. He
See if he
definitely
can do
is.
it.
We're all going to be talking about it. I mean, it's going to be definitely something that's going to be brought about, you know, through talking heads like us on a lot of different stations. I got to think somebody's brought in at least for practice purposes and see how it goes. But, you know, that's like the only thing that was negative about Dallas last night. That's for sure. There was a lot of things to look at, and when Dallas Cowboys play like that,
That makes it more glaring.
I
Chris,
know.
That makes
I
it
know
more
it does.
glaring.
I know. That's why I think they got to bring somebody in like you're talking about. And
Oh no,
play
the
music
optics.
and the crowd noise
It's
and
glaring
have the kicker
optics.
there to
Someone
see how he
fire him.
reacts to the week of pressure. But could be a team that could, up
They're
and
not
down
going to
the
do
court,
anything.
Super Bowl.
They are awful.
Brock Purdy, one bad mistake,
Dak Prescott
right
threw his
parts
fucking
to
helmet
the end,
down
turns
in a
that
game where he was
ball.
winning by
Wow,
3
watch out.
touchdowns. He's a fucking idiot.
For entertainment
They're not going to win shit.
I am
It's
glad
not
they
even going to
won
be
last
close
night. We've
against the
seen
Niners.
Tampa versus the 49ers.
It's going to be
And I don't know if it would
48
go much different no
to
matter what.
12.
This
It's going to be
one,
something ridiculous
these
like
guys
that.
got the freaks to hang with the other freaks out in Santa Clara. And I don't think they're going to back down for the physicality of the moment, too, here. So that's where it's going to be really cool to see, and one of the better games on divisional weekend, Sunday night, Sunday evening.
Hi, it's Mike Florio. Thanks for watching.
Ah, shit. Jim Harbaugh's not going to the pros. He's going to keep coaching college, it says here.
Watch Super Bowl 57, Sunday, February 12th, live on Fox with YouTube TV. Cable-free live TV from over 100 plus channels.
I'm gonna go home and get a good night's sleep as good as I can tonight, and no, I'm not. This has been a lot of focus on this game, so yeah, it's just be one day at a time, truly. I just want to say thank you guys for everything this year. I really appreciate all your effort, and I know it's hard for you guys too. It's hard for us players to make it through, and you guys got a tough job, and I appreciate all that you guys do to cover us and everyone who watches and is a big fan of the sport. We're very grateful for everyone's support. Hopefully, I love this organization. It's a great place to be in. Thank you everybody for welcoming me, all you regulars.
Sounds like he's leaving.
And, just very grateful for the respect. And,
Sounds like a goodbye speech.
Gave the same thing back to you guys, so thank you very much. Appreciate it.
He's out of here.
I guess that's the press conference equivalent of the Irish goodbye. Well,
Yeah.
leave without saying anything. I mean,
Right.
he pivoted
He-
to that closing statement during the question and answers. He pivots to that statement and just leaves.
Yeah.
And people are like, what the hell was that?
He's out of here.
There wasn't even a question that he answered. He just had his comments, he made them, and he left. And I thank you all for welcoming me. Well, he was welcomed 2 years ago. He's got 3 seasons in Tampa. It felt final. And Chris, based upon what you said last segment, the fact that the cupboard around him is bare,
Right.
that the shelf life has expired on the stuff that is inside the cabinets.
Right.
Tampa is not the place for Tom Brady to play in 2023 if that's where he's going to be, because the deck is not stacked for him there. And look, it may not be stacked for him anywhere else, but there's no reason to stay in Tampa. The only reason he went there in the first place was because he thought he would win 1 or more championships. If you don't think you're going to win a championship, there's someplace else I think he'd rather be.
Yeah, I would agree with that. Again, I don't think it was any coincidence that, there was the Sean Payton, Tom Brady to Miami thing last year. I think they saw the writing on the wall with the football team to a degree. Got stuck in a position where there wasn't any other options. He came back to the football team. They tried to make it work, and of course they, hit a myriad of issues throughout the year. But, yeah, you like that word? Like that?
Losing
Like that?
Jensen was not good.
Today. Look at that, Tuesday. It's a super wild card.
Yeah, big word for you guys.
But either way, yeah, I mean, you said it.
Big word for these football meathead fanboys.
At this point in his career, and he does need to feel protected and have a top-notch offensive line around him and a running game to help out a little bit. That's when they were at their best when they won the Super Bowl. They were, bludgeoning people with the
Bludgeoning.
power run game. Oh wait, play action.
People were
pass,
getting
let's lock
bludgeoned.
it up. Boom, I'll throw a bomb or a laser down the field, and all of a sudden we're in the Super Bowl beating the crap out of the Kansas City Chiefs and winning it. So he needs something like that. But in my heart of hearts, I don't think that's coming. I don't. In my heart of hearts, I really think that'll be the last time we saw Tom Brady play on a football field. I think that was it. It was a great run. We'll see. I'm sure he'll think about it and maybe talk to a few teams, but I don't know. With just people I know, he's always said 45. I just feel like that was it last night, and we're not going to see him again.
The trigger for me this year came the day after they lost to the Browns. They blew the late lead, then lost in overtime. And he said on his podcast, Jim Gray, I'd rather play and lose than not play at all. And some of what he said last night before he made his exit stage would that be? Stage right from his perspective, stage left from ours, so whichever one is proper is the right one. You can't go wrong with left or right. But before that, he was talking about how 32 teams, 18 are at home, 7 of the remaining 8 are going to be pissed off when it's all said and done. That's just the way it is. Accepting the reality that you can't have it your way every year. You can't win the Super Bowl every year. He got his brain rewired in New England thinking we can win the Super Bowl every year. We can win the Super Bowl every year. And he's kind of now in this phase of his career where it's like, well, you know what? Winning the Super Bowl isn't everything. Playing is everything. The journey is everything. Learning. You learn something from yourself every time you lose. He said that after one of the various losses by the Buccaneers this year. So, Chris, we're going to talk about Sean Payton's dance card in a bit. But of the teams that have been linked to him, Cardinals, Broncos, Texans, and now the Panthers.
Panthers.
2 of those teams could push the door open for Tom Brady.
Come on, Panthers.
And wouldn't it be something?
Panthers could get Tom Brady? What?
Of the teams that have been linked to him, Cardinals, Broncos, Texans, and now the Panthers. 2 of those teams could push the door open for Tom Brady, Texans and Panthers. And wouldn't it be something?
Oh my fucking God. What did Mike Florio just say? I hope Mike Florio's a fucking genius. He said that Tom Brady might go to the Texans or the Panthers. Why the fuck would he want to go there? Why the fuck would he want to go there? He doesn't want to go to the AFC. He's not going to go to the AFC. See, that's not right. He's not going to the Texans. He's not going to go AFC. It doesn't make any sense for him to go AFC. Because the AFC is too tough.
We're going to talk about Sean Payton's dance card in a bit. But of the teams that have been linked to him, Cardinals, Broncos, Texans, and now the Panthers. 2 of those teams could push the door open for Tom Brady, Texans and Panthers. And wouldn't it be something if Tom Brady ended up in the division, one of the weakest divisions in football,
NFC
with
South.
the Panthers,
Yeah.
going against the Buccaneers, Sean Payton going against the Saints. Boy, all of a sudden
That would make
the NFC
sense.
South gets very interesting in 2023. But if those 2 are determined to find their way together, if they're determined to give a middle finger to 345 Park Avenue, and I would suspect, based upon their own individual histories of being suspended by the commissioner, Payton a decade ago for trumped-up Bountygate charges, Brady 6 years ago for trumped-up Deflategate charges. Wouldn't they love?
I would say that the Bountygate was more serious than the deflated ball.
Trying to get Payton and Brady last year.
Peyton's a
Wouldn't they
scumbag.
love to find a way to come together and give a giant middle finger to 345 Park Avenue? I'm telling you, I wouldn't write that off. I would not write that off because both of them have just enough impishness that when you get them together, the personalities may intertwine in a way where they say, let's go do this thing. Let's go shove it where the sun don't shine.
Well, they got that.
Folks who suspended us in the past.
Well, yeah. I mean,
They're definitely both a couple of imps.
Edge and, they're chippy, both of them. And you're right about that marriage, and they'd love to shove it up anywhere. The sun don't shine on a lot of people, for sure.
The sun don't shine.
But, there's 2 things, okay, that I think, I think about to maybe counter that argument. One, are any of those teams that you just mentioned really ready to support Brady and go, oh, okay, right? I mean, Tampa,
Carolina.
Well, maybe
Carolina.
they're getting close. I mean, I don't know if I'm ready to say that quite yet.
Come on, say it.
But yeah, they're close, and maybe they can find the finishing pieces in this offseason. They do got some young talent, and we know that. Offensive line has, got better in running the football. Pass protection, okay. Can they protect Brady the way he needs to? But here's the other, 2 little wrinkles that you throw into this. One, okay, yeah, you get Tom Brady. What? So, but then the next year you're also looking for another quarterback. That's gonna be an appealing process to some of these teams who are in the wait, we're trying to find a quarterback. Now, you could play out, wait, we're gonna draft a guy and then have Brady be there for a year and he can learn under Brady. That might work if Brady wants to do that. And then the other factor I think that you got to play into this, you name the teams, but I mean, the elephant in the room, of course, is the Raiders and that conversation, and you brought it up a few weeks ago.
He's not going to the
There's
AFC.
no Derek Carr, and there's Josh McDaniels, and they do have the right weaponry at receiver that I think, Darren Waller, Devontae Adams, Hunter Renfrow, that seems New England-ish in my prime. And they're all aligned. They're going to put some money and some assets into that this year. Maybe that's a team. But gosh, I don't know. I just don't see it. I don't. I feel like he's a guy that still can throw the football, but I don't know if he can hang in there in the pocket as you want to go through another challenge of moving, dealing with, setting the groundwork for a new football team. There's just a part of me that doesn't see that happening. I don't know.
Well, here's the problem with the Raiders.
Yeah.
The problem with the Raiders is the guy that we're going to see in person on Saturday.
The problem with the Raiders is he'd be in the AFC and he wouldn't do anything.
The guy
we saw
in
last
LA,
Saturday
Justin
night.
Herbert.
Right. Yeah,
Right. So that's the problem. You're not going to be in a position to feel confident that you can win the division. He's
Definitely
staying
not.
in the same division where a sub 500 team just won the division.
Yeah, I hear you.
And one of the factors, proximity to his kids. Las Vegas, San Francisco, the 49ers reportedly are going to take a look this time around. He may not want it this time around. He may not want to be on the other side of the country from his kids, given everything that's happened in his personal life. Carolina, to me, makes a ton of sense all of a sudden.
Why?
Assuming that the Panthers and the Saints could work something out.
Of course they could work something out.
The Saints are going to lose Sean Payton anyway. They're going to get something in return for him anyway. And if he's determined to go to Carolina, he's going to Carolina. But David Tepper has been desperate for a great head coach and a franchise quarterback. And you made a good point. Yeah, what are you going to do the year after Tom Brady's done? Well, Miami was willing to cross that bridge. I just think Peyton and Brady are so determined to find a way to work together that it wouldn't stop them from doing it. And Peyton would say to Tepper, we'll worry about next year when next year comes. I went to New Orleans, and I didn't know who my quarterback was going to be. I wanted Tony Romo, and they wouldn't let me have him. I got Drew Brees after the Dolphins said, no thanks, we don't want a guy with 20-plus studs in his shoulder, and we made it work. We'll make it work. That's kind of what he said last week when the issue of the Broncos came up. It wasn't about, well, I got a bad quarterback position. It was when I went to New Orleans, I had no quarterback situation. We made it work. We'll make it work. Either way, we'll make it work. So I'm fascinated by the possibility of Brady, Carolina, with Sean Payton. Because I just think
oh my
there are so
God,
many
please.
reasons why.
You're making Panthers
They were determined
fans
to do it last
so
year.
excited saying this
They're
stuff.
determined to do it again this year. And I think he is going to play. I really do. When Rodney Harrison said it that night, Christmas night, after interviewing Tom Brady, talking to Tom Brady, Rodney Harrison goes on our air and says, I think Tom Brady's going to play next year, but not for the Buccaneers. I mean, come on. His former teammate, he's got to know something. He either said something to him or Rodney picked it up. But I just think we're going to see him for one more year. He's going to want to go even beyond the limits he set for himself. Hi, it's Mike Florio. Thanks for watching PFT.
Holy shit. Can you even frickin' imagine if the Panthers got Tom Brady?
You save big this home and auto bundle, Extravafesta Save-a-thon. Time to ring the savings bell.
I need to be more accountable for my actions, obviously, but it's a heated game, and I'm hurting out there. I'm playing on half a leg. I'm getting dragged to the ground. Whatever could hurt me, along with screwing our team. And yeah, maybe some of them weren't as blatant as I thought, but I don't know. It's I think there just needs to be more accountability on. I mean, if I say something to them, I get a $40,000 fine. But if they blow a call that ruins an entire team's season, they're probably back in the locker room after the game, like, got that. Oh yeah, got him. 15 yards. What a loser! I guarantee it. That's what they're talking like in the back. Whatever, power trip. I'm sick of those people, and I'm just about my third F-bomb so far. Sorry, but man, oof.
The refs are bullshit.
Yeah, Joey Bosa.
Let robots call the game.
Said after the game, I'm not going to say anything because I don't want to get fined any more than I already will.
Right.
Now that came from what they call the locker clean-out day. It's the final day after the season ends. The reporters are there. They can talk to whoever. That's when he really unloaded. And I have a feeling he's going to be hearing from the league about that. I mean,
yeah,
that
I'm sure. He's making $27 million a year. He'll be all right.
Yeah, I know. He can afford it. He can afford it. And at least it wasn't in the heat of the moment. At least he had a chance to think about it and stew about it the whole flight home. slept on it, came in, and then let it be known. And I don't think the officials are quite as petty as he's characterizing them to be. But the bottom line, Chris, we talked about this.
Yeah.
False starts.
Hopefully
are
not.
rampant. Holding is rampant. It's all
Yeah.
part of the effort to protect quarterbacks from the defensive linemen who are so much better than the offensive linemen. So you give the left tackle and right tackle a split second to get in his set before Joey Bosa is bearing down on the quarterback. You let him grab a little bit to keep the quarterback in one piece. We've seen that all year. It's been one of the narratives. It's one of the realities. So he can't blow a gasket when it happens because it happens to everyone.
No, I know, but it's something I think it's throughout the league right now and permeating throughout the league of a frustration of the inconsistencies and the lack of the accountability. It is. I think you've heard it more from coaches and people in the league more than ever before. I definitely have. There is and I think you even wrote something right last week about there's full-time officials might be gaining some steam. Yeah, something needs to be done, and it pisses players off like Joey Bosa. Wait, everything's about the quarterback. They make the most money, but we're not allowed to touch them, and we protect them, but nobody gives a crap about anybody else on the football field, and you can rip my shoulder off and break my knee, and, oh, so what? You're not a quarterback. That's where I think players are pissed off and annoyed by that too. Let alone, what's the point of having $27 million defensive ends if you're going to let people hold the whole game? Man, we just shouldn't play defense anymore. And hey, listen, it's a deep subject. This is where college football is failing the NFL a little bit because, the SEC and the Big Ten are the only teams that run the football and actually teach their offensive linemen how to block. So there's not enough to go around. And like we've had a discussion, there's 8 good defensive linemen on every football team right now, and it's gotten to the point between, we like offense and we want the game to be good, and we want to go over and,
The defensive linemen are better than the offensive linemen, but the refs are going to keep letting the offensive linemen hold so that the quarterbacks don't get murdered.
And it goes out, we've basically been told by our bosses and stuff, like, hey, we've done it enough. Let's not run through another 5-minute segment of a game showing a left tackle holding 45 times in one game. And that's where it's got to change. And it's not fair to teams that are built through the defense like that. They're getting a leg chopped out for them right now because of the current state of the game, and that's where I think it has to have a serious discussion in the offseason.
Right, but the point that I'm making here is the other defensive players who are dealing with that reality aren't slamming their helmet down on the ground.
No, you're right. He's not right there.
It was a fucking playoff game.
Putting the Jaguars in position where they can go for 2 and beat you in regulation with a field goal.
Right.
There's a straight line right back to Joey Bosa's antics.
Yes.
You've got to control yourself. You may not be happy, but you're a grown man. You've got to control yourself even when the right tackle leaves early and grabs you on your way to the quarterback on a play that resulted in a touchdown. You still have to walk off the sideline, slam your helmet down once you're across the stripe. You do it there. Here comes Brandon Staley. Whoop, wait, here's your helmet. Maybe they won't notice that you threw it down. I think that's why he did.
That's what he did too.
Take this before they realize you took your helmet off. Put it back on so we don't get flagged. And, it comes down to coaching. It comes down to self-discipline. And that's there are a lot of reasons why the Chargers lost that game, but that moment there did not help, and you've just got to control yourself. Hi, it's Mike Florio. Thanks for watching PFT on YouTube. Hit subscribe for the latest news and announcements.
Expedia members get a discount on their trip.
Okay, you ready? All right.
So that's Harbaugh. Let's pivot to Peyton. We talked earlier about Texans, Broncos, Cardinals, Panthers, and he said yesterday on Colin Cowherd's show the Saints want a mid to late first-round pick if he's hired in this cycle. I think Peyton believes that with each passing year, the Saints should want less and less, but I don't think he wants to pass on another year because, again, you're not going to replace the $20 million. That money's never coming back. And that's a very real concern. If I sit out another year, I make whatever Fox pays. I don't know, $2 million. I'm just guessing. That's a lot less than $20 million. That's an order of magnitude, as they call it at the higher institutions of learning. That's a zero that you take off that number. That's a lot to walk away from if you're Sean Payton, if you know you can get 20 or more now.
Yeah, I mean, again, money, I'm sure, is part of the situation. I'm sure he's already got a boatload of it. He was one of those guys that I think was,
always want more.
Well,
I don't care how much you have,
hear
you
you.
always want
I'm not judging. I get it. I mean, but by all due accounts, he seems like he was a guy that was around 15, maybe north of that. Anyways,
Yes,
with the
north.
New Orleans Saints, right? North, right? So, but I think with all that being said, and you've alluded to this over the last few weeks. First off, I mean, he's one of these guys you classify he's a psycho. He's a psycho in a good way. He can't. What, sitting in the studio picking games? What? He's probably picking his hair out of his head because he wants to be out there coaching. That's who he is. He's a leader of men. He's the general, and then he's the psycho who likes to get in the lab and come up with crazy game plans and plays to screw a team over. As I just feel like he's addicted to that adrenaline and the power and the creativity and the adrenaline of a Sunday and all of that, to where that's where I feel like he's just going to be chomping at the bit too. And of course, he's got a lot of good years in front of him too. He's in the prime of his coaching career right now. So I mean, I just, it feels inevitable, and I'm with you. It's going to be back. It's just, where is it going to happen? And I think that's a small price to pay as far as a late to mid first round pick for a guy like Sean Payton.
Yeah, absolutely. When you think of what a coach means to a team, what a good coach means, and I know it all comes down to players, and the players are the ones who go out and do it. And as Dick Vermeil said at his Hall of Fame induction speech back in August, which doesn't seem all that long ago, but was, he said, "I became a much smarter coach once I had Marshall Faulk." I mean, that is a big part of it, but great coaches do the things we talked about earlier.
Definitely.
Spending all that time, obsessing over everything.
Thanks, Eric McClelland.
Staying ahead of the competition, staying ahead of yourself, getting ready for every game, because it all comes down to a play here, a play there, a moment here, a moment there. And if quarterbacks, middle of the pack, are going to be getting $30, $35 million a year now, coaches should be getting more than that. A good coach means more than an average quarterback does to any given team, without question. And there's no salary cap on coaches. I think there is collusion. And I think this clamoring for Sean Payton, regardless of where he ends up, and whether he ends up with Tom Brady or not, just
hope
the
it's
mere
going
fact
good,
that
Eric.
There's this contest to go get Sean Payton, and that someone's going to give up value and pay a lot of money to Payton. That's kind of a middle finger to the powers that be, because I think they'd like coaches to have less influence than maybe they should, than maybe they do, maybe they will. Once Payton emerges from this thing, maybe the highest paid coach or close to it in all the NFL. And this is something we've talked about in the past. We never really know exactly what a coach is making, because these owners will funnel money to them through other business interests to kind of keep down the official number. That's part of the collusion, if it's happening.
If it's
Allegedly or
happening,
otherwise.
yeah.
Oh, the official number is 15, but
I wonder.
he's making another 7, 8, 9, 10.
I wonder if people are colluding.
Elsewhere. So there are multiple coaches north of 20. They just don't talk about it very much. And this is the first time we're kind of having this open, candid conversation about what a coach is going to get in that magnitude, in that ballpark. I think it will be north of 20. We may never know the actual number, Chris, but I think Sean Payton's going to come back and he's going to be making a ton of money, and it's going to cause other great coaches to make a ton of money too, as they should, for what they put in, for their expertise, for their experience, for their skill, and for the sheer raw effort that is put in, to the detriment of the rest of their lives, their health, their relationships. They deserve every penny.
Yeah, I don't disagree with that. It's a brutal job. It's intense. It's got incredible scrutiny surrounded by it. Takes you away from your family. It's as pressure packed as it gets. It's as intense as it gets. And,
Takes you away from your family. Sounds like a bonus.
There's no sport in the world
Sounds like a fucking positive.
Is more important for football. I mean, none. That's the great thing about football. You see a team like the Giants. The team hasn't changed around all that much. Look at what a good coach came in and
Wow,
did.
big Kings fan here. We lost to the Kings here, but then we win a huge pop with the Kings over there.
I mean, we're starting the year going there.
You win some and you lose some.
But a coach does things the right way.
Ace
plays
Queen
the
here
right
on the
way,
Queen High board.
the right way. I mean, it's
This guy is Queen 8.
changing people's lives. Let alone,
Fuck.
like, how could they not make more money? How could they not? How could the guy in the booth who's just talking about the game?
So Kings, Ace Queen on a Queen High board. We win 1 out of 3 times.
Great plays
Yeah.
and the entertainment and doing all
Right
the
on.
hard work to really make it good anyways. That makes no sense. Right. So that's where, yes, I would think Belichick, the Andy Reids, the Pete Carrolls of the world, they're all, I would think, flirting in that 20 million range. And I got no problem with that at all. You're right. There's a lot of really below average quarterbacks making more money than that, and that doesn't seem right.
An interesting study to do if anybody ever had access to the real numbers, and the problem is we don't and we won't. You track the growth of player salary and total revenue for the NFL over the last 50 years, and then you get the detailed coaching salaries and track them and their growth, you would see the disparity.
Yeah.
They have successfully held coaching pay down even in the absence of a salary cap. It's impressive when you consider it. Hi, it's Mike Florio. Thanks for watching PFT on YouTube. Hit
Ooh. Ooh.
And the AFC gives us a couple of new school matchups.
Right.
The NFC gives us a couple of old school matchups. I talked yesterday about how Eagles-Giants reminds me of the 70s. Pat Summerall, Tom Brookshire, green cement games at Veterans Stadium or Giants Stadium. Cowboys 49ers, good God. It's the 90s all over again.
Yeah.
Right? Pull out the Zubaz pants. I saw a guy at the airport yesterday wearing Giants Zubaz pants. Get out the Zubaz. We're going back to 1992 when the Cowboys and the 49ers get together. Too bad Candlestick Park is gone. Maybe they should just play the game on the site of Candlestick Park. I don't even know what's there now. So that's the only thing that is sad about this. It's new stadiums for these two games, not the ones we were accustomed to in the old days. But how about this, too? A fact that one of my writers noted today on...
What's up, Whale? Good morning.
3 teams from the NFC East in the divisional round. First time 3 teams from the same division in the divisional round since realignment in 2002. And we were ready to disband the NFC East 2 years ago. We were talking about taking away the home game automatic for winning the division because
such a terrible idea.
Washington football team, as they were known at the time, was the best of 4 really bad teams. Now, there wasn't a single team in the division under 500 because Washington finished 8-8-1, and the other 3 teams are all in the divisional round. That is impressive. And again, to me, I think look, I'll believe the 49ers are beatable when someone beats them, but I agree with you. Of all the various options out there for the divisional round, because the Eagles weren't an option because they was the 1 seed.
Yeah.
But of all the other teams that could have gone to Santa Clara this weekend, the Cowboys are the most intriguing.
Right.
Because I think the 49ers would have killed the Vikings. The 49ers would have killed the Buccaneers. The 49ers would have killed the Giants. And the 49ers, as we saw, already have beaten the Seahawks.
Yeah.
The Cowboys are the one team that I think could give the 49ers
yes.
everything they can handle. And I hope they do on Sunday, just for the purposes of seeing a good game. But I sure don't want it to come down to Brett Maher. Well, maybe I do. That would be the height of drama. Brett Maher, a 33-yard field goal with 2 seconds left in the game. Cowboys down 2. That
Or just the
be an
extra
exciting
point to win it. Maybe go up 28-27. I mean, it could be just that.
I want it to be I want it to be win or loss though. It's
Oh,
got
you
to
wanna
be.
be-
It's
okay.
got. It can't just be we win if I make it and we go to overtime if I miss it. It's got to be we go home if I miss it, we go on if I make it. That's what it's got to be.
Yeah. But
Speaking of
it's
going home,
it is scary. They got playmakers. We know that. They got an offensive line that you feel like, okay, wait, the 49ers aren't going to just overmatch the Dallas Cowboy offensive line. We know it's going to be a tough task, but this Cowboy offensive line is still very good. We know that as well. They got some creativity on defense, and they got a guy, Dan Quinn, who was the head coach while Kyle Shanahan was the offensive coordinator for the Falcons for 2 years. So he's had a first-hand look a little bit on like some of the rules and things Shanahan likes to do within his offense. He'll have a little feel for that. So that's where it is interesting, definitely. And that's where I'm excited for it too. Like you said, there's some the old school history, some nostalgia in this one. Let alone we got a lot of big-time, talented difference makers on the football field that's going to lead, I think, to a really exciting game.
and I was trying to think of the best spot to make this point. I'm going to make it now. You mentioned Dan Quinn crossing paths with the guy who used to work for him in Atlanta, Kyle Shanahan. Adds some intrigue. Gives Dan Quinn all the more reason to spend every waking moment focused on nothing but getting ready to come up with a defense that can get a step ahead of Kyle Shanahan.
But that's not happening.
There's nothing,
right?
That's my point.
Yeah.
There's nothing else that Dan Quinn should be doing this week other than working, sleeping, showering, eating, and I won't say the other word.
We got it.
For the next, but that's all he should be doing. That's it. Nothing else this week. Laser focus, full obsession, work, eat, sleep. Work, eat, sleep. And not much eat and not much sleep. Work, work, work. All work and no play makes Dan Quinn a successful defensive coordinator of the Dallas Cowboys. But no, because of the NFL's, I don't know what the word is, but I don't know. I bad. Let's just go with bad. Let's go next.
Tens when to flip.
And keep it simple. Bad procedures for filling out coaching positions. What
Ace
are you
Jack.
going to have this week? Dan Quinn interviewing for a job
Yes.
with the Broncos. You're going to have D'Amico Ryans interviewing for a head coaching job. It shouldn't happen. I'm with Peter King 1,000% on this. Now, I resisted it when he first made the argument because I thought it's not practical to delay in-person interviews until after the Super Bowl. It's not practical. There's too much stuff that goes on right away with the scouting combine. And hell, you've got the Senior Bowl before the Super Bowl. You got to have a coaching staff in place. Well, hey, if they want to convince these owners to not fire coaches, this would be a way to do it. You can't talk to anyone who's currently working for another team.
Yeah, they're firing the coaches because they know they can get a good coach in a couple months if they're in the hunt. So it incentivizes them to fire their coach.
Will not be able to give his full attention, focus, and effort to his job.
Every year they're like, well, there could be a good college coach coming here.
His full attention and focus and effort to his job this week. Bubble up. He would not give his full attention, focus, and effort to his job this week because his ship is coming in. While he's still finishing up his duties on land, his ship has come in. And what do? And the best explanation that I've ever heard on this, and I think you mentioned playmakers, it's in my book, Playmakers, the idea that when you come home from work, as you're getting ready for this playoff game, the first question from Mrs. Assistant Head Coach isn't, how are the preparations going for this key game this weekend? The question is, have you heard anything about that job that you're up for that would result in a dramatic change in our lives? We'd have to move. Your ship would come in. You'd be a head coach. Have you heard anything about that?
Right.
Your income will go up tenfold. Have you heard anything about that? You can't even have that on your radar screen this week. It should be focused only on the job. And that's what's unfortunate. Because we may not see the level of next-level coaching divisional round that we saw Wild card round,
That's the
because wild
biggest
card
thing.
round, these guys were off limits.
Well, that's the point where I think that I don't know what the solution is. I would love to see them come up with some sort of solution, somewhat along the lines of what you're talking about and Peter King are talking about. Because we want to see these teams at their absolute best. That's where I would think the NFL might want to flirt with changing this rule a little bit. Yeah, I mean, we've had this discussion. I know the majority of the game plans are done, by the time Friday interviews come around. But damn, I've been a part of a lot of the games with some different coaches where Friday and Saturday, hey, coach blah, blah, blah was sitting around, hey, let's watch this back one more time. And they came up with a few more ideas or, just figured out a few little details that maybe made
Flush
sense
gets paid in
in
20K.
game plan that can put you over the top. But I'm with you, let alone, to your point too, like there's no way in like a D'Amico Ryan or a Dan Quinn is not taking a time a little at maybe the end of the day on Tuesday and the end of the day on Wednesday that is going to be like, okay, wait, let me get organized for my interview on Friday and make sure, I got all my ducks in a row here. So that's where it's unfortunate, but I don't blame those guys. Don't hate the player, hate the game. It's just messed up situation and setup where they're put in a position of being put in a very tough position and hard to give your best effort with the way it's set up.
Reminds me of what Mickey said to Rocky. For a 45-minute fight, you got to train for 45,000 minutes. There is no limit to the amount of time that a coach can spend studying film, his own film, his opponent's film, other film, looking for ideas. It's an endless amount of time that you can spend and should spend, because you never know. Now, one extra thing you look at may be the thing that flickers an idea. Oh, I got some. Oh, I got something. Oh, I'm glad I looked at that. I got something now. And it's gonna work. I know exactly when to use it. And maybe it won't line up the right way, but boy, if it does. See, that's, people call it luck. That ain't luck. That's having your stuff together in a way where it is so buttoned up. You've got a plan for every possible permutation, and you bend luck your way. And tough luck, Cowboys. Tough luck, 49ers. Your defensive coordinators are distracted this week. And they'll say they're not, because what else are they going to say? They are. You're not getting your full benefit from them because of the rules the NFL has in place for interviewing head coaches, and maybe those rules should finally change to put everything on hold until after the Super Bowl. Hi, it's Mike Florio. Thanks for watching PFT.
Points, which is far less than what they average all year. Kudos to the Dallas Cowboys. That team last night, if they can package that up, bottle it, ship it to San Francisco, ship it to wherever they need to be next, that team that you saw last night, ladies and gentlemen, is good enough to win a Super Bowl. But I also saw them just a week before score 6 points. So we're going to talk about this, the consistency, a little later. Tom Brady, wow, a season to forget. 8-10. 53 QBR, 6 multi-touchdown games, the fewest since his rookie season, 31 incompletions in a wild card in the playoff, the most of his career. So Tom Brady looked like he had looked all year long. Bad. The Cowboys looked as good as I've seen them ever, and since Dak's been there 7 years. If Brett Maher don't mess that game up, that might have been the most complete demolition job that you will see a team. They were complete. They ran the ball well enough. Dak Prescott. You look like Troy Aikman. You look like Roger Staubach at their absolute best. I just wish he'd have threw that touchdown to Dalton Schultz so he could have had 5 touchdowns. But hey, 4 in a rushing touchdown with no turnovers. Kudos to you, Jack. You're going to be Offensive Player of the Week. Brock Purdy, you had it for a while, but I got to give it to Dak Prescott because what he did last night, given what he was up against, given the pressure that was on him, considering they hadn't won a playoff game in a long time road, Dak Prescott, hey, I ain't got nothing to give you. If I had a hat, I'd tip my cap to you.
Is that it?
That's it.
I need to check with the control room. Is the show over yet? We might only have like 30 seconds left.
Man, I
on
went
the
for
show.
5 minutes. The show starts at 6:30 and it's 6:35.
I think you went for 12 minutes. I've never heard anything like it. You just broke the record.
Hold up.
Dak Prescott last night broke the Cowboy playoff record for consecutive passes, breaking Troy Aikman's record. You just set the undisputed record for words spoken before I get to speak.
I went for ladies and gentlemen, you see that? The show starts at 6:30.
I think you tricked that out. That's CGI. You have that permanently on your screen.
That no CGI. Go ahead, take it.
It's finally my turn. Last night was a tour de force by my Dallas Cowboys.
It was.
Start to finish, back and forth, up and down, every way, shape, and form, except for my kicker, who kicked me right in the you-know-whats last night 4 times. And we are going to get to him in a few minutes here on this show, but right now is not his time or his turn to be dealt with, because it is time to deal with my football team. Thank you for saying what I was about to say, which is, last night I saw a Super Bowl team. Again, they have to replicate, they have to duplicate, they have to take their show on the road again to San Francisco to play easily the best team that I've seen so far in the NFC. And all of a sudden, everything will ratchet up. The degree of difficulty will go up into the San Francisco fog because this is going to be a test. But I believe my team is fully capable of beating the San Francisco 49ers in Santa Clara, California this coming Sunday night, even though they are a 4-point underdog as opposed to a 2.5-point favorite last night. But in this game, this played out exactly like I thought it would play out. You thought it would be a close game. You said it would be 22-20. So you had some respect for the GOAT because you thought the GOAT and his defense might keep it fairly close.
Well, yeah, I thought they would score late, Skip. I did not expect Dallas to play like, I don't think anybody thought they would play like this, Skip.
Well, I called it yesterday sitting right here on this show. I told you my team will be ahead by 17 going to the fourth quarter. And you looked at me like, what?
Yeah.
And they were up 18. And then they just piled on after that because they're just, as I said all week long, they're just way better than the Tampa Bay Bucks from start to finish. In any way, shape, or form you want to try to decipher what's left of the Tampa Bay Buccaneers, my team is just better. So what was my statement that I made? I told you yesterday, I'm going to quote myself. I said, Dak Prescott will have all night to throw at Tampa. That's all he had was all night long. Could we cue up the song all night? We could do a little Lionel Richie.
Lionel Richie.
Oh, let's just
Vita Vea got him once. He got him early, but after that.
Vita Vea had one uncharacteristic explosion rush that I might have seen one of those all year. I don't know where it came from. Dak did get off to a little bit of a shaky start because CD had a drop and then T.Y. Hilton had a drop and Dak had one real off target. And then once he took a deep breath and hit Michael Gallup, all of a sudden they looked at each other like, we got this. They cannot rush the passer. I'm going to say it again. Tampa Bay's pass hush was graded 28th overall by Pro Football Focus because they have nobody except maybe the odd Vita Vea who can break through and get to Dak Prescott. What do you think is going to happen if you give Dak that much time to just stand back there and say, maybe, no, boom, right? Dalton Schultz is running free. All of a sudden, CD's running free. It got all the way to the last touchdown pass to CD. They completely blew the coverage.
Yeah, I don't know.
They blew coverages all night long.
They blew coverages all year.
All year long. They did. They were a bad football team. And for once, my team did not do cowboy things.
No, they didn't.
My team did not shoot self in foot. My team did not get in own way. My team just flexed its firepower and flexed its star power because it has serious firepower and star power all across the football. Now, let's flip it around. What is the book on Thomas Edward Patrick Brady Jr. going back to his youngest days, back to those Baltimore playoff games? If you get after him, he's not mobile.
Get him out that spot.
If you knock him off his spot, if you make him flinch, if you make him second guess, you got him, because Baltimore used to own him even at Foxborough. Baltimore, Ray Lewis and company, as you know, just owned him because they could get after the quarterback, because he is the quarterback.
When you stay at a Vrbo, the host doesn't stay with you. Because without privacy in your vacation home, it isn't really a vacation, is it?
If you give him some time, if we'd flipped the script last night, if he'd been standing behind Dallas's offensive line with Tampa Bay's pass rush coming after him, he'd just get in a rhythm and he would throw a party.
He might throw for 600 yards.
He might throw for 600 yards. But the flip happened, and thank you, God, my oh Micah reemerged. 11 from heaven, fell back out of heaven. Maybe he just had a daughter 2 days ago. Maybe that was something that was just weighing on his mind. It's over. He got it. And he rose, and he shone last night, because from the very first defensive snap for my Dallas Cowboys, you could see they couldn't block him. Donovan Smith has no hope because he didn't have any hope in the opener, and he had no hope last night. Wherever Micah came from, he was getting loose and getting free, and he was bedeviling Tom Brady. Brady's looking for 11. You could just see him flinching. You could see him, and then back to the play in question. It's a horrible play because it's the turning point of the football game. Because just before that, on a 3rd and 4, Brady had actually made a fairly...
Limp calls the jam with 9-8.
A 45-year-old quarterback. What does my team...
Fuck yeah, ship it.
...on defense? They take away the football. Why does my team have a chance to win at San Francisco against Brock Purdy? Why does my team have a chance to go win, dare I say, the Super Bowl? They take the ball
You take
away.
the ball away in the playoffs, you got a great chance.
Rivers the flush on me. Shit, man. Charged to max, too.
Even though he was down, I thought that was
How do these guys do this?
The turnover, because this is the cardinal sin of quarterbacking. And what would it have been for Brady? He had been, at that point, he'd gone 409.
Just made a cup of coffee. Just put some rub on a steak. Gonna be cooking a steak soon.
Okay, so he'd gone all 3 of his years at Tampa Bay with not committing a cardinal sin one time.
Steak and mac and cheese and biscuits.
And they're talking about it, they're raving about it, and I'm like, uh-oh, it's the classic announcer's jig from Joe Buck and Troy Aikman, and he did that. And it wasn't like, oh, I made a bad choice. He just didn't get enough on the ball because he ducked, because he's 45 and he doesn't want to get hit in the mouth. And he had pass rushers in his face, and it's just a fall away that didn't have enough on it, and it's the football game because that's it. If you go 70 and 14 plays and you come away with 0, and it's 6-0 because
you had an opportunity. As bad as you played up until that point, you had a chance to make it 7-6.
You would have been up 7-6, and then we go the other direction, and we go 80 yards in 15 plays. But all of a sudden, they try Zeke on 3rd down, and I got to tell you, as much as I love Zeke, it's just I just don't see much left.
Skip,
there.
I just don't see. Skip,
I don't even get why they try it anymore.
Well, maybe it's me, Skip, but I'm not so sure he gets the same blocking as Pollard.
I just don't know because it's hard to watch.
It is. You know, he's definitely a plow horse now.
He's a plow horse. He's more of a fullback than a halfback. So I'm looking for what did Zeke wind up with last night? He had 13 carries for 27 yards. That's 2.1 yards per attempt. I keep beating the table over here. I need to see more number 20. I need to see Tony Pollard. And we're going to get into this all week. But this is just me. I'm going to throw this out because I know this will set you off. I know it's going to be Christian McCaffrey against Tony Pollard. And they do a lot of the same things. I'll still take my man Tony Pollard because I think he's a touch faster than Christian is. As great as Christian is.
But I think Christian is a way better receiver because if you think about it, Skip, they line McCaffrey up in the slot and they run him like he's an actual slot receiver.
Well, against the GOAT, when Brady went out there, he caught a downfield touchdown pass that was a wide receiver route.
Exactly.
I got it. Well, that's a close call, but I'll still take my guy because my guy is explosive. Okay, so what happens? We get down there and Zeke gets stuffed, and all of a sudden it's 4th and goal at the 1. And Troy Aikman says on television, man, I'm just going to take the 3 here. Well, little did we know, Brett the Fret has returned, as in Maher, and maybe you wouldn't want to take the 3, right?
Skip, I talked about. I said, Skip, You remember you used to call the man Brett the Fred. Oh, I got all the confidence in the world in him now. I said, oh, you were sure?
Okay.
You said you were sure about it.
Okay.
Are you still sure?
This year they've been calling him Money Maher. We're going to get to. We'll do a whole breakdown on him in just a moment.
Maher.
But maybe Maher is right. But the point was, he was 19 of 22 on field goals this year. And the weird thing about this game last night, there were no field goals attempted. None. It was all about the extra point.
Right.
Fortunately,
Yeah, but the extra points are longer than they used to be.
Can get you. The ones you can sort of live with usually if you're.
They're just deflating to an offensive team, and we're going to talk about Dak showing frustration. He's like, make up.
Did he? Well, he said, let's go for 2. Yeah. Well, okay. All right. So
Dak's a fucking moron.
What they did was Mike McCarthy made
Let the coaches coach, you fucking punk ass
no,
bitch.
No, go.
Right.
And it's Kellen Moore's call, but it's Mike McCarthy's overview.
Yeah.
He's got to bless it.
Right.
And he said go for it, and I give Mike McCarthy high marks. He stayed out of the way last night, but he had to make one choice, and this is game-changing right here.
Yeah.
Let's go. And to Kellen Moore's credit, he calls a play that is virtually indefensible.
Yeah.
You're going to roll. You're going to go on the naked, go left.
Yep.
But it's a run-pass option, and Dak said after the game, I had it either way.
Yes.
I got Dalton, and that's what you're talking about. You could have flipped it to him for the 5th touchdown.
Dak said, I ain't gonna chance it.
Okay, and it's just wide open on the flank because nobody is home. Nobody is home.
Everybody's selling out to stop the run.
Okay, it was the game of his life, on the stage of his life, against a GOAT quarterback who was 7-0 lifetime against his Dallas Cowboys. Dak had won only one playoff game. In fact, last night, Tom Brady had won as many playoff games going into the game as my Cowboys had won in their lifetime.
Yeah.
In their lifetime, 35 to 35. And all
Holy
of a sudden,
shit.
We got it.
They've been playing football a lot longer than
Okay? So it was a show of shows by a quarterback who was under fire because at Washington, again, the game didn't count unless they were going to put some heat on Philadelphia.
Right.
He completed 38% of his passes.
Right.
38%. He went, or his offense went 4 of 18 on 3rd down. Are you kidding me?
Sling TV is a better way to stream live TV. All the entertainment you love for a price.
4 of 18, and then, as CD said, we will flip the switch. Did they flip it last night?
Thanks, Rhett.
What's left of Tom Brady. And let's see what happened at the end of this game because, weirdly, it got a little bit dicey, believe it or not. Okay, so he finally makes a throw to Julio. And it did my heart good because I wanted Julio to have a big sort of last hurrah kind of year in Tampa with Tom Brady because Brady recruited him on IG.
Yeah.
And he was hurt all year. By the way, I had an emerging new corner last night. I don't know if you noticed, but Israel Mukwama.
Yeah.
Out of South Carolina. Remember, he started opposite J.C. Horn at South Carolina, and he was a 6th-round pick by the Dallas Cowboys.
Yeah.
He's 6 feet 4 inches tall. He had Godwin all night long.
Right.
I'm going to assume they're going to have to use him some on Debo because he's bigger and more physical.
Right.
And he got physical with a very physical Chris Godwin. And then they go score. He hits Cameron Brate, and then they go for 2 and make it. So that could have made it 16. But I'm thinking, please don't pull off a miracle here because they do it all night long.
Right.
They've been a showcase of everything that you should do. Where CeeDee Lamb, listen.
But he was quiet. I thought he was hurt last night because I saw Gallup, I saw Noah, Noah Brown, and I saw T.Y.
Yeah, CeeDee was quiet.
Is CeeDee hurt or something? What's going on with CeeDee? And then he showed up when you needed him.
Yeah, he did. So my stat all week, the stat I hung my hat on all week was that my team was #1 through the season in pass rush pressure rate. Brady's offensive line was 24th in pass rush or pass block win rate. So it's like you should do that. You should be all over him from the start, and they were. Led by Micah, Dorrance Armstrong. I know he got nicked and beat up, but I think he's going to be okay.
No, he got tired.
Yeah,
But Skip, they should have went there earlier.
Okay.
To stop that momentum.
In the 4th quarter, again, the only thing I fear about Brady is he led the league in 4th quarter passing yards and touchdown passes in most part because they're always behind.
Yeah.
And he pulled off 3 miracles or minor miracles. And again, I didn't want to see that last night, but I thought my pass rush by the late third quarter started just getting tired because it's hard to keep rushing.
But you remember, Skip, he sped up the tempo also. He started going no huddle, and he wouldn't let them substitute. So he kept them on the field. And I was like, Cowboys, just go down with a phantom injury, so you'll get all of a sudden you can get guys on the field. That's what they do all the time.
Okay, so think about in the biggest picture how we flipped the script. We lost 19-3 on opening night to this team at Jerry World. They ran for 150 yards that night, and playoff Lenny ran for 127. Did you see what he was wearing before the game? He came out in his hoodie that said playoff Lenny. I think he was ready to go playoff
Lenny.
Yeah, it was lay off or way off Lenny. Because last night, playoff Lenny had 5 carries for 11 yards, and he caught 1 ball for 6 yards. They were dead last in rushing. They can't rush, which forced Brady to be dead last. Yeah, well, it forced him to be dead last in play action passing. It was 15% of the time because who's going to honor play action passes? So he throws a career high 66 passes because they can't run it. They're lost. They're hopeless. They're a mess. That's what they were.
And Todd Bowles, I think he said after the game that they shut down the run. You guys are not really committed to the run like you are committed to throwing the football. No. Running requires a commitment, because people think that you toss the ball the first run, you're supposed to break off a 50 or 60 yarder. It doesn't work like that.
I agree. Yep. And yet that's how they played the whole year.
Yes.
And, you know, my team did exactly what my team should have.
Yes.
If it didn't do Cowboy things.
Right.
And it didn't do any Cowboy things except for the kicker.
No turnovers.
Except for the Cowboy things that happened to the kicker.
How well the Cowboy played. Not how bad the Buck. Because I've seen this from Skip. We've seen this the whole year. You cannot go on an entire season, 17 games, score more than 24 points twice, and then say all of a sudden the playoff, oh, we just gonna flip the switch. It doesn't work like that.
For 5 games, my team had given me very little evidence that it was Super Bowl quality or worthy.
Well, you definitely didn't see it last week. They played Washington football team. They got 6 points, Skip.
It's terrible.
And then you just went up and down the field.
Are now vacation-bound, gentlemen, and your Cowboys, Skip, headed out to San Francisco for the final playoff game of this upcoming weekend. Thanks for watching, Undisputed fans.
He has 2-5 offsuit. He went with 2-5 offsuit. What the hell is that?
Percent when paid.
I don't want to be. I hate telling guys because I understand because there's nothing going to scratch that itch like playing competitive sports, be it basketball, football, baseball. I don't want to tell the guy to walk away, but I will say this: I just believe the days of him being the Tom Brady of consistently doing what we've become accustomed to him doing, Skip, I believe that's over. Because here's a guy now, Skip, at 45, he'll be 40, 60 if he were to play next year. Skip, you don't get tougher as you get older. You're gonna want to less take hits. And what's happening is that he didn't get enough on the ball because the rush was coming, and he flinched. He didn't get the ball to Arden because the rush was coming, and he didn't want to drive the ball because you don't want to take those shots to the chops.
Yep, that's a fact.
Listen, I like to think I was a tough SOB, Skip, but as I started to get older, man, I started running out of bounds a little bit more than I did when I was younger. Those licks hurt. And I like to think I'm made of a little bit more substance than Tom Brady because I lift iron. Tom does a lot of band work. So Tom ain't really trying to take those hits. And I wasn't going to have 300-pounders weren't going to be landing on me. Those going to be linebackers and DBs. But the licks hurt. So I just... Why did we leave last night, Skip? What had Tom shown you all year long? Skip, of 12 quarterbacks that played this weekend, he had the second lowest QBR, only behind Skyler of Miami. Tom was 24.1.
Only ahead of Skyler.
I have seen enough this year. I said, guys, Tom is not the same. I'm not trying to diminish what the man has done. He went to 10 Super Bowls.
Well, I mean, Godwin was getting back from injury, and he has no Gronk this year, throwing to rookie tight ends. Running game didn't help as much as usually does.
And everybody say, I don't see anything wrong.
He still threw the ball okay.
Most guys that can run fast will still be able to run fast in year 10. Darryl Green can still run fast in year 20. But he wasn't the same, and he tell you, he wasn't the same. The lateral quickness wasn't the same. The transitioning wasn't the same. Tom is not the same, Skip. Unless you can go somewhere. Now, if you go put him behind the Eagles' offensive line, somebody that they got that he's going to have 1,001, 1,002, 1,003, 1,004 to throw the ball. he can survive. But if that offensive line is not top tier, it's gonna get harder and harder for him to play because he wants to get his hit less and less.
Yep. Okay, I hear everything you just said.
The 10 oldest players to ever play in the NFL. Warren Moon, 44. Steve DeBerg, 44. John Nesser, 45. Bobby Marshall, 45. Gary Anderson, 45. Tom Brady, 45. Ben Agajanian, 45. John Carney, 46. Morton Anderson, 47. George Blanda, 48. Most of these guys are kickers. Pretty sick. Brady's still going.
I believe he will play again next year. I do not believe it'll be in Tampa. I think he sees the handwriting all over the locker room walls because he sits back right now.
Maybe he goes to the Jets. Maybe he does go to the Jets.
My offensive line is a shame.
I don't know. That's the AFC, though. I don't think he wants the AFC. It doesn't make any sense to go AFC.
I lost 2 Pro Bowl guards.
Right.
And I lost my center all the way until last night.
Right.
And my left tackle was hurt and awful most of the year because he.
Ryan Jensen was hurt the whole year for him. That was a problem for him.
4 games and never quite got right after a high ankle sprain. So he's telling himself right now, I just didn't have protection because they did finish 24th in pass block win rate.
Right.
Then he's saying, I had 0 running game the whole year. We were dead last except for that first game at Dallas. We had 151 because playoff Lenny had 127. But after that, we couldn't run a lick. So I couldn't play fake. There was no play action to it. And I wanted to go faster. And for whatever reason, the coaches didn't want to go faster with the hurry up 2 minutes. And his
getting close to money in the 1.5K on the upper right.
Julio's going to provide speed, and Julio got hurt.
Late Reg is coming to in the end in this PKO, where we are a top 5 stack.
About as healthy as he looked all year. Yeah, I liked him last night. But the point is, Brady's going to hang on to 432 against Carolina in the money game for the division.
Right.
3 touchdowns to Mike Evans and a quarterback sneak for a 4th touchdown. He'll hang on to that, and he'll hang on to the one throw he threw Julio. If we could show it again real quick, the 30-yarder to Julio. This is what he'll go through the early offseason thinking, well, I did do this. I did do this.
But you see what type of you give him that kind of time?
He had time, and he was able to hit that back foot and bounce on it one time, and then he unleashed. He can still throw it. And then the throw to Mike Evans at the 2-minute warning, if you could see this one again, but at the 2-minute warning, he throws a very sweet deep ball. I mean, I don't know if you can throw it much better than this.
Can't.
And I just thought Mike was going to catch it. But the point is, Brady in his mind's eye is going to see the Julio throw and that throw and remember 432, and he's going to say, okay, I got it in me. I got one more year in me. And now the question is it in Tampa? No, it can't be.
Where's he going to play?
There's not enough.
Is he coming to Carolina, Skip?
It's getting barer and barer.
But here's the thing, Skip. That goes to what you're saying, tells you what I've been saying, is that, yes, you can have a game like that, but they come with with less frequency.
All right.
And now, Skip, look what he's done. I mean, the cupboard was bare when he left in New England. The cupboard is bare now. See, now you've re-signed all these guys. You're stuck with them. And now he's off.
Get Kate.
Yeah, but they won a Super Bowl, though, so they don't care.
Off onto greener pastures while you stuck with a Chris.
I mean, yeah, but they won a Super Bowl. Yeah, I mean, exactly. They don't give a fuck. Yeah, same with Rams. Now they're gone. Whatever. It's the way they did it. Oh, man.
Is now residing in Las Vegas.
Yeah.
And it's just made for him if he wants to do this, if he wants to start over a 3rd time.
Right.
But obviously, it's the Las Vegas Raiders. Obviously, it's that wide receiver who still could be the best in the game.
Devontae, absolutely.
And it's that tight end as a pass catcher. He's right up there with anybody. And it's little Hunter Renfrow who can do some of that element.
They got some nice pieces.
Right?
Yeah.
And the running back led the league in combined rush.
He led in rush yards, yeah.
Okay, all right. So you've got that. I don't think the offensive line is great.
It's not.
He's going to question that. I don't think the defense is great.
It's not.
Back led the league and combined that tight end as a pass catcher. Obviously, it's the Las Vegas Raiders.
The Raiders.
Obviously, It's that wide receiver who still could be the best in the game.
Devontae, absolutely.
And it's that tight end as a pass catcher. He's right up.
He's
there
not going to the
with
AFC.
Hunter Renfrow, who can do some of the element
They got some nice pieces.
right?
Yeah.
And the running back led the league in combined
rush. He led in rush yards. Yeah.
Okay. All right. So you've got that. I don't think the offensive line is great.
It's not.
He's going to question that. I don't think the defense is great.
What about the fact that they play in the AFC?
Guy who's still the head coach, a guy
It's going to be 10 times harder for him to get the Super Bowl in the AFC.
Josh McDaniels. Can he call it? Well, he called it for years for Brady.
He did.
And that may be his forte. He's probably a much better play caller than he is a CEO head coach.
I agree.
Okay. Mark Davis is known for making splashes. He tried to make one with Gruden with a 10-year contract, and that blew up in his face.
Why did it blow up in his face? Oh, because of some shit Gruden said in some emails 15 years ago? But Josh Allen and Lamar Jackson still have their jobs. It's interesting stuff. I wonder how they pick and choose who gets canceled and who doesn't.
Everybody's new. Right. You got to make new friends. You got to get to know 50, however many guys are on the squad.
Half the battle is over. You know the offense.
You know the offense.
You know the verbiage like in the back of your hand because you heard it for 20 years.
Okay. But I don't know. At some point, you wore out with all the trappings of it. Not the game day.
Yeah.
The game day's fine.
That's easy.
But all the preparation, all the meetings.
But he seems to love that more than the game day.
He might. But there's just, I just know on my little level, when I left Bristol, Connecticut and came here, we were kind of starting over.
Yeah.
And you came along.
Yeah.
And we said, let's do this thing. Man, it took a lot out of me.
It did.
It takes a lot.
It took a while for me to embrace, like, I'm in L.A.
Yeah.
L.A. is my home now. Atlanta, I no longer view Atlanta as my home, even though I still have a home there.
Yeah.
I view L.A. as my home now.
I got it. It just took a lot out of both of us to do it, to make it work, and we put it on the map.
But you know what, Skip? What I found out? That once you move, it's easier to move again. Okay. Tom Brady's moved. He left New England. That was the hardest part, Skip. To leave New England after 20 years. Yeah. It won't be nearly as hard to leave Tampa.
I don't know. I just don't know. At some point, you just run out of mental gas for all the stuff that goes with it. All the press conference.
This year was different.
Yep.
He went a lot. He had a lot went on off the field, which maybe had some carryover to on the field.
I'm sure.
Now 6 months, 8 months, a year removed from that, is his mind freer? Is he in a much better place? Is he in a much healthier place that he says, you know what, I got that behind me, the situation, that's resolved, the kids are in a good spot, okay, let me, but at what, Skip? I mean, you want to play one more year, you want to play 2 more years, I mean, what is it? You want to go to 48, I mean, you want to go to 50? I mean, what's the end, Skip? Can Tom do anything to make you look at him in a different light? So if he won another Super Bowl, it's not going to change. You already said he's the GOAT. He was the GOAT at 5 Super Bowls. He was at 6. He's the GOAT. So 8 doesn't change anything for me.
It's about personal happiness because I think he looks down the trail and says, well, I like golf, but I don't love golf like your big brother
you got
does.
$400 million waiting on you here.
Okay, here.
Yes,
I got it.
Yeah,
okay.
Here.
Will it scratch the itch? And by the way, we would love to have him here next year. But will it scratch
No,
the itch?
nothing,
Okay.
nothing, no, nothing.
Nothing does.
And I say that in jest. No, money can't scratch.
No, I'm just talking about football.
No.
Is nothing.
They ain't not playing.
You can attest to this better than anybody. You can talk and talk and talk about it.
It ain't playing.
But it's not playing.
And you can talk about what you see, Skip, but you can't control anything. Because I might have, man, I'd have did this, I'd have done that. And he's going to say, well, this is what you see Kurt Warner drawing a play. You see Jordan Orlovsky. Yeah, you draw a play, but that's not out there in it. You can't do anything about it. And that's probably going to be the hardest thing. Because when he goes and talks to those quarterbacks that we watching film.
What the hell is this guy doing?
All he had to do was that, and that would have been a touchdown, but you should have did this.
Yep.
But nothing's going to scratch it. Nothing.
Right. And now it comes to a matter of health. It seemed like
he does have a 9X. I mean, it's just so hard for him to have a 9.
But it just looked like, given the
and I have outs if he does have a 9.
Sort of handled himself. He looked like he was fairly healthy. Last night, he took some shots. And I guarantee you, even though he's protected, I guarantee you when he gets out of bed this morning, he's probably still asleep.
But he looks frail, Skip. He looks thin.
Okay.
He's like he lost some weight. I mean, obviously.
I think he lost some weight going through a divorce during the season.
You about to took the words right out of my mouth. Consider what he was going through. He probably wasn't eating a whole lot. He not like he eat a whole lot anyway. So he was eating a little less than that. But Skip, the thing is, is that Tom is going to fool himself because he's going to look at the final score and he's going to look at the outcome of the game. He's like, we have, but Tom, go back and look at the totality of your season. You didn't play good this year. Last night, it came to fruition just how bad your season had gone. It looked, and people were like, man, Tom, this was him. He scored. Did you realize how many times he scored? 14?
I got it.
Thanks for watching, Undisputed fans. Subscribe here to get the very latest from Skip and Shannon.
It's like such a transparent bluff by that guy. You love to see it. Ace King in the PKO. We lose a fucking huge flip, you know? With Ace King. That's the thing. That's the thing. Oh, yeah. Pocket aces. I'm sure this will be a swell hand for us. Three-way pot, aces. Hell yeah. It's good stuff. Hell yeah. Huge pot there. Fucking huge pot. Sick game. Pretty sick game. Super fun stuff. So last time we had aces and we see bet small in the multi-way and we were hoping we got action. We didn't get action. This time we have ace 7 suited on the king queen 4 and we're hoping they fold. Okay, they fold. So that's good. 4 ball, that's lit. Another big hand over here in the upper left. Big suck out for us in the 20K guaranteed. Chips are fucking flying. Gave up the jacks and the freaking PKO on an East King board or whatever it was. King Queen board. Guy had Jack 5? What the fuck? We just got these chips, and they're already all in the middle again. It's like such a crazy game, right? The way the chips come and go. Ignition software is acting like a fucking horse's ass today. This guy's betting big on this turn. Guess I'll just fold. This guy's 3-betting me. We have a set. I'm just gonna call this guy. We're in a few satellite tournaments now. Love these satellites. I think we gotta go with this. I mean, we're talking bounties here. This guy flatted off a really small stack. What the fuck? Whatever. Let's go. He has Jack 9, he has King Queen, so I just have the best hand. Oh, but we get sucked out on, right? Yeah. It's pretty much what you see in this stream more than anything else. Me outplaying everyone and putting it all in with the best hand and then losing the hand anyway. It's going to be the most frequent thing you will witness in here. Guaranteed. Guess I'm all in 7-6 suited, dude. I have a boat here. I mean, I guess I'm all in with a full house. Folding this. 7-6 suited is awaiting its fate. Don't hurt yourself, player 5. It's going to be okay. It's going to be okay. There he goes. There he goes. We knew you could do it. I may have nothing, and I block like floats that wouldn't have pairs. I have an 8. This guy has a queen. Okay. This guy has the fucking 4-bet jam. We'll fold. We flopped 2 pair in the 20K. Multi-way pot. He fucking calls me and the turn's a spade. I mean, wow. I have a full house. We get paid on the full house. Bluffing in the lower left. And he folds. Do I go for this? Gets through. Nines here in the 4 queen 6 8 10. We call the turn bet. He turned a straight with 5 7. Jamming the same guy in again here with an ace. This time he's calling. He's got 10-9. Dude, I'm so sick of these fish getting lucky on me constantly pre-flop. All-ins pre-flop. They do the dumbest shit and they win every time. I'm just sick of it, man. We don't even want to run good. We just want to stop running fucking terribly, you know? Like, just please allow us to stop running terribly. We just want to run halfway decent. We don't need it to be fucking this way all the time. With these fucking crap runouts. Holy fuck. All in blind versus blind in the lower left. Kings now. Rolling again. He's calling me with 9s. And they don't hit a 9. Very good. King 10 suited now. Some reason. Bluff gets through in the 20K. We have a huge stack in the 20K. What did they do to you? What are we coming to? What are we coming to? Blame it on the Black Star. What's eating you? Since I slept with you. Oh, what are we coming to? I don't know. We win a flip in the 2K. 8's here. We're all in. 7 off the money. We're all in with 8's. All in Ace King in the 20K. Ace King on our button. He has the 3-bet fold for us. When I see a face like you, what are we coming to? You turn the ace-high flush. There's probably not any boats out there. Thought about raising the turn too. This river probably fucking kills our action, doesn't it? Yeah, I mean the river kills our action. Maybe we should have just raised the turn. Three off the money in the NFL playoff kickoff event, 3K PKO. Getting pretty close to the money in this 33 5K as well. We're deep into or not deep, but we're into Saddies that we want to win. Oh! Big stack in the 2K, big stack in the 20K. Might be chip leading this 20K. They were second in chips. Second in chips in the 20K. That could be a good one. What's up, Salmon? What's up, Fargo? What's up, Brennan? Yo, thanks for the luck, you guys. Hope everyone's having a good day. Hand to hand in the 3K PKO in the upper left. If you go, I'll surely die. Hey, 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 hey. Queen Jack suited in the big Saudi thing. I'm trying to click that. Okay. He has kings. Wow. What a play. Quads. Oh shit, quads. Folded sixes to this guy's tens. Feel good about it. We have a boat over here in the 20K. We flopped it. Queen River? So now we lose if this guy has a queen. That's insane. What a crap river. Hopefully he's bluffing when he goes all in here. He checks it? I mean, we're looking to get value from an ace high or for a jack on the river. I'm just going to check. He has aces, or aces, I guess. He probably would have called my river jam, but, I mean... He could have been wanting me to bluff into his queen, and it's hard for me to see him with a hand that we could get value from. I mean, that was definitely one of them, but... I'm on the bubble here, one off the money. Wow. I mean, am I supposed to do this? I don't know. Like, you'd think it would fucking get through. Thank you. I don't know if I'm supposed to do that or not. Ace King suited loses to nines. Damn. So we busted the 2 saddies, but I might late reg them. This has only got 4 left to get a ticket. Definitely wanting to get back in that one. I just don't know about the other one. Might not buy into the other one again. Are there any other saddies going right now? There are, I think. Wait, are there? Yeah, no. Soon. There's a 3K extra play we could be buying into. River the Straight. Maybe I should just get back in the one to the left and just give myself chances to spin it. And also prevent it from reaching the end before late reg is over. I should probably just keep getting in this one. It's just fucking 20 bucks. There's 10, how many times can we buy in the next 10 minutes? We don't want to miss out on the bubble bursting. And we don't, oh, see, another guy just jumped in too. Yeah, it's just time to get in there, really. It's just time to get in there. When you think about it. Aces in the 2K. In the money in the upper left. First cash of the day. Hopefully it's the first of many. In the cutoff. I don't think the rebuy in this one is going to happen. There's just too many people still in the field, too short stacked, and there's not enough tickets being given out. Ace 9 wins the flip, blind versus blind in the Sadie. In the money, 3K. Alright, well, have a good day, man. We're doing the goated stuff, I hope. Fucking shit, where are we at here? 3 off the money. He has queen 10 and doesn't fold to me. We're 3 off the money here with kings. I mean, this guy could just be going for bounties. This big stack McGee. So I'm going to go with my ace-8 suited when I only have 6 bigs to start the hand. Or 7 bigs to start the hand, whatever it was. He's got queen 8 against my ace-8. And, I mean, obviously we're going to lose, right? I mean, it's just a suck out when we're close to the fucking first place prize when we have the hand that's dominating. This guy's raising. Player 1. I guess I'm fucking gonna go all in. And then I'm all in against this guy on the bubble. That should let him know that I've got fucking kings. And he's got 8s, so he's just like mega punting here. Just like the last guy mega punted. But we actually win this time. So that's cool. We actually win this time. Instead of getting fucking hosed. That jam got through. That's cool. I don't see ourselves buying back into this tournament. It's just not going to happen. I mean, I could probably just exit out now. It's just not going to happen. We had our chance, and we busted, and we're going to be too far away from the ticket. It's not like this other one in the lower left. I'm not fucking doing it. Just get it out of here. Put this up here. So we're all in on the bubble here. King 9 runs into Ace Jack. That's not cool. 5 off the money with Queen Jack suited. Feeling good about jamming it. One day these ICM jams are going to go our way instead of not our way, you know? Just one day soon. One day soon, we're going to be the ones who start to get all the chips on these bubbles instead of giving them all away.
Basketball is back. Watch the action live on a variety of networks.
Their F game.
F game.
Dak graduated with honors instead. So it seems like you were wrong about this one. What do you have to say? Would you like to apologize to anyone? Anyone has a clever rhyme?
Seems like you've been wrong about this one.
Was I wrong, Wilds? Or ingenious? Wilds, what is my franchise on this show?
It's called the Bud List.
And what is the purpose of the Bud List?
It's the most motivating segment in all of sports television.
And who was number one on the Bud List last week?
It was Dak Prescott.
Cowboys Nation, thank you. Or you're welcome, I should say. You're welcome. All right? Because I clearly motivated Dak Prescott after the worst game of his career.
What it's for.
Now, look, I get it. It was tough love. It sounded harsh. It sounded mean. But I'm from the old school. I'm not like these two up here in this new generation of softies. All right? I bring it rugged and raw, and that's what I did with that. That's true. All right? And who got the results? Who got the results? All right? What is happening? So, Cowboys Nation, you should be thanking a brother because I'm getting people all in my DMs and people in my mentions. Oh, Brew brought his F game to that. That's correct. Prediction.
Analysis. That's what this is.
Yeah. Simple ones. Simple ones. I am playing chess. All right? I'm playing Ben Wish. You still at the spades table with the teenagers. All right? It was all by design to bring out the best in Dak Prescott because that is what the Bud List is about. All right, so that's what this was.
So the whole thing was a long con.
And look, and I said after that last week, I wasn't sure about that. I didn't know how powerful the Bud List was.
We know.
Even I didn't know. So look, it is all you players out there, because we're keeping the Bud List going.
But the actual
it is an honor and a privilege to be on the Bud List.
Okay.
Count it all joy next time I call you out, because that means redemption is near. Ask Dak Prescott.
Okay. You know who I think should be on this week's Bud List? Chris Broussard.
No. How?
You said that before. It's not in the bylaws.
Listen, now to be fair, I also
Oh, it was a good hand in the Sadie. We got the second biggest stack in the Sadie with 2 getting the ticket and late reg is closed.
That I thought the winner of this game either won.
And we got the big stack on our right, which is a good thing too, right? So we're in a very good spot here. We're not guaranteed anything, but
underrated the Cowboys all year.
we're in good shape.
This was a team that in a
Hand-to-hand in the 5K, hand-to-hand in the 2K. Went off the money in both of them.
To Philly without their quarterback, in overtime against one of the most talented quarterbacks ever.
Late reg is almost over in this 5K on the upper right.
The idea that this
20K late reg is almost over too.
No, I said a 15-game stretch. No, week 1 and week 18. I understand that. But my point is, they had a large sample of really good football. Over the course of the year, they were plus 125 in the point differential. I think you can make a strong argument that over the course of the season, there were only 4 teams that were clearly better than them, and one of them they beat. But Kansas City, Buffalo, Cincinnati, and San Francisco. And Philly, over the bulk of the season, was better, but then Philly got banged up at the end. And so I think there was some underrating of the Cowboys, but Wilds, I think now this morning or afternoon, there's a little overrating of Dak Prescott.
Oh, my goodness.
And it's he was phenomenal,
No,
Nick.
okay, so listen. He played almost a perfect football game. He was great. But the barrier to entry of being a great quarterback is playing in this round that's coming up and playing well. And we have seen Baker Mayfield have great wild card. No, hold on.
We had trumpets for somebody yesterday.
Wait,
let it out. Go.
We had
we had a snare drum for someone
I understand that because it was his first time in the playoffs, and it's what he did.
Oh.
We have seen a lot. We have seen Kirk Cousins win in this round. We have seen Dak previously win in this round. We just saw Daniel Jones and Brock Purdy win in this round. We saw Baker Mayfield. Those are all just guys that are currently in the NFC. We've seen Ryan Tannehill win past this round. So, in my opinion, and I
Blake
don't think
Bortles
it's
has won
unfair,
past this
Wild,
round.
your tweet last night about how
Joe Flacco.
everyone needs to,
Brad
keep
Johnson.
the same energy with
What's your
Dak.
point, Nick?
It was
remix.
Yeah. Okay. Sure.
Trent Dilfer.
I think this was, and I don't think it's unfair to say yesterday's game there was a lot at stake for Dak in a negative, but in a positive there was not that much to gain.
And
that was a game they needed to win because they were the 12-win team. Because, for all those reasons. And now this morning, this afternoon, there seems to be a lot of, who owes Dak Prescott?
In the money in the 2K, still on the bubble to 5K.
Dak Prescott's trash. Dak Prescott's a bad
He is trash.
and yeah,
Yes, he's a bum.
You're doing what most of us were doing, which was he needed to play better.
He's
To
a
me,
bum.
One great playoff game in the wild card round does not all of a sudden change how I view Dak Prescott as a quarterback.
Nothing.
It happened.
We got the house! 2,000.
Things should have changed because as Dak Prescott has completed a resume this year that it's on the darn it, it's on the tip of my tongue.
I can't think of what he's going to say.
One team was scoring and the other was boring.
Oh, yeah.
And what he
His
did in the
little
regular
phrase.
season, he did last night. Can you show the
One
graphic?
team scores, the other
Week
team's a bore.
7 through 18. Dak
Nice
was averaging
rhyme.
32.5 points. Last night, 31. Everyone is shocked like this is some new thing. And I know you're like, well, you know, the interceptions never mattered. The interceptions were when you go to the Virgin Islands and it rains for 20 minutes. Like, but if you look at it, it rains every day here. Yeah, for 20 minutes, you still have a great day. He was 5-2 when he was throwing interceptions. He had a clean game yesterday, played perfectly, and had 5 touchdowns. Now, granted, here's a good take here. If Dak Prescott went out and threw,
This is fucked up.
4 interceptions in the first half, and then had to dig himself out of a hole to survive.
It's a fucked up spot here because I don't want to lose chips racing into this guy, but we want to take these guys out with Kings. It's just so awkward.
4 scores to Tom Brady.
We just want to sit here and fold, but we can't really fold to the ticket either, so I don't know. I'm going with the limp.
But everybody's incredibly impressed.
Going with the
what he
limp
did
for
last
whatever
night.
reason.
100%.
It felt like what I wanted to do more than the other plays. Because I'm going to min raise, Big Blind's always going to call me. I mean, he might not, but obviously he can't fold if I'm limping. So maybe I should min raise. I don't know. We let 10-8 jam, so that's pretty cool.
But I don't, to me,
Fuck yeah.
Did this change anyone at this table's opinion of Dak? Is anyone
Not
like,
yet.
oh,
I do agree with you.
Now,
the next round
if
is what
he
needs
goes
to
out
win.
and plays half as well and wins against San Francisco and gets to a conference championship,
They're going to lose to San Francisco, so it's not going to matter. The Dak Prescott debate will continue.
Yeah. He's the #1 scoring quarterback.
It'll probably never end. He'll be just like Tony Romo. Is he good? Is he not good? Is he good? Is he not good? Oh, we never won anything with him. Oh, he's retired. That's pretty much how it's going to go.
Okay, but that's even when you're defending him, and I know we have to move on. Do you think that
I think we have a lot of incentive to just fold here, but if it folds me, I'm probably going to jam an ace. We're guaranteed top 3 by folding down, pretty much, but not top 2. We're still not really guaranteed top 3. He's min raising. That is fold.
It's just points.
That's fine. Yeah, I got it. But you don't. But even. Yeah,
you know, I like points and winning. Maybe I'm a caveman.
Pocket sixes.
It was over. When they got up 2 touchdowns, it felt like it was over. Because I knew how hard it was for Tampa Bay to score. I was like, I don't think they can score enough points now.
I told you that all last night.
I know.
Brady, meanwhile. We're going to talk about Brady's future in 5 minutes, but what did you think about his performance last night?
It was terrible. And from it, we saw 12
He was
quarterbacks
terrible.
play this week, and he was the worst one. He had a worse game than Skyler. Skyler's numbers were a little worse, but Skyler also got ruined by some really tough luck drops. We can show you the numbers, I think.
Big spot
He was
sixes.
10th, 11th, or 12th. And
We haven't beat.
There's only 12 quarterbacks.
He turns the wheel. Don't make 2 pair, that would suck. Oh yeah, so there you go. Another all-in, in the money, in a tournament we want to win. We have to go all in. We have to get sucked out on. There's just no avoiding it. No avoiding it.
And listen, this game
There's just no avoiding that.
to a laugher. But the Cowboys were not rolling early. Both teams going through
Pocket Kings
right?
on the bubble.
Right. The
Pocket
Cowboys
Kings
then
on the
drive
bubble.
field,
So we need to
score
just go all in
touchdowns,
here, right?
The Bucks then drive the field.
And you know what? In a way, this is why I go all in with King Queen in these spots and shit, where people are like, why is he committing ICM suicide? Well, if every single time I go all in I have Kings, it's going to be so easy to fold to me. Not that people are necessarily keeping up, but
You know, was Jimmy G-esque. Like, huh?
I'm
Like,
trying
you
to
can't even
fucking
get it out of the
play the
back of
best
the
way,
end zone.
man.
And I was, as right as Wilds was about this game, I was that wrong. Because this is the exact play that I said, Brew, he won't do this in the playoffs. In the playoffs, he's going to stand in the pocket
red zone pick
as a
in
buck.
Tampa Bay.
But forget even where it is on the field. My point is, watch Brady. I said all regular season he's been doing that thing, throw it away and turn. In the playoffs, he's going to stand in, take a hit to the face, or take a hit, and deliver the ball. And he couldn't. And so you can be the greatest
On the
ever,
bubble with
and
Kings.
still have it be
Covered.
massively on you that your team just got annihilated.
Holy shit.
And I put that flipped this game. That stopped this game from being able to be competitive.
I mean, this
And
guy
I was
is
very
feeling like this guy is just abusing my tightness now.
Didn't matter. Game was over. A lot of this is on Brady. A lot of it.
Well, I'm going to say something that I usually reserve for the Cowboys. F game. Wow. I mean, it was his F game. You look at the numbers. Oh,
Kings lose to Jacks on the stone bubble. Okay, we actually snuck into the money.
After the fact. The game was over. We had won the great pass.
Pocket
to Julio Jones.
nines.
That was awesome. But the game was over by then.
That's right.
He looked
Against
every
Aces.
bit of
No suck out for me.
Yes.
Not going to see it happen.
I mean, I don't know if he was trying to throw it away.
All in blind versus blind in the Sadie thing.
Or he was obviously trying to get
This
rid
is
of
my
it before
life.
He got clocked. But it looked, if you're right, then the arm just wasn't there. It looked that way all night. He was throwing the ball 2 and 3 yards in front of receivers
What about at the
all
end of the
night
half
long.
when they could have
Missing
made it
guys.
18-3? When they're trying to
King Jack suited. I run into Ace Queen suited.
Inexplicably give him the quick out.
No
and
suck
he
out
was
for
on
me.
the same page and he dirts it. They could have had a 55-yard
In the-
field goal
in-
thereabouts
I mean-
at the gun to make 18-3.
Kicks.
It was the whole thing. It was go ahead. I'm sorry.
No, my question for you is, he threw the ball 66 times, and we knew that they couldn't run the ball all year. They had 12 runs, and I know you'd be like, well, you know, they were behind. It's like, regardless.
Sure.
You can overdo it. You know, at Thanksgiving,
Well, he
you can't eat
limped.
3 turkeys.
Yeah.
Do you think that is, he still has the arm strength, it looks like. You don't think?
No, listen. We'll do it in the next
thought it was
segment.
an
But I
unbalanced
think Brady's. I don't think he's retiring, but I think he's done. But don't put it on the rushing. Miami and Cincinnati rushed for fewer yards this weekend than the Bucks did, and they won their games. And the other thing, again, because what do they call me, Wilds?
Mr. Consistency.
And they call you the mayor of fair. I'm gonna kind of meld these.
He
two.
limps and then he jams. King 10 off into my Ace Jack, so I have the best hand. And we're going to hold.
Didn't see this.
Learn from the best.
Tom Brady, his little.
So that's a really good pickup in the 20K. That's good. That's good shit, you know. That's good shit.
In Qatar a month and a half ago. This is a brutal.
Late Reg closed in the $11
This,
5K.
this is again. I'm not.
Brady's gonna play as long as he can fucking play. And you know what I think he's gonna do when he can't play anymore? He's gonna start fucking coaching. He's just gonna start coaching a team.
And to me, it would be
What's up, Wolfie Cake?
if I just ignored it.
Sorry, I've
because
seen
of who
messages.
he's been throughout his career, rather than acknowledging that's a dirty play. And that's a dirty play.
Gonna fire some every game birds? I'm not on every game right now. I only got money on Ignition.
Just felt that.
You'll have to look out for me on there, man. Good luck today.
Stink used to be able to 360 dunk.
Brew, what are you doing with the kicking situation in Dallas?
What situation? Is a kicker not allowed to miss a couple of kicks?
I'm going to assume they do that. I got to be honest. I still bring in like a backup kicker. And I think it's
have him on the
So
active
dumb.
roster?
Yes. It's that important.
These NFL people are so results oriented.
Misses like
Wolfie, it's like scary
or an easily make
how results oriented they are.
I am putting the backup in. If you want to keep him, because we don't know mentally where he's at, and if he's not tough enough mentally.
What about anybody else in professional, whatever job you have history, who's made 3 or 4 mistakes in the same day? Are they just automatically fired the next day?
It is noteworthy.
So if you stick with him and he misses the first
Wait, what did he say?
easily makeable field goal,
He said cut him?
I am putting the backup in. If you want to keep him, because we don't know mentally where he's at, and if he's not tough enough mentally, if he's not tough enough mentally to handle having a backup there, then he's not going to overcome this anyway.
I think that's a half measure. I think you either got to stick with him or you got to cut him. It is noteworthy.
So if you stick with him and he misses the first extra point,
then I'm going for 2 the rest of the game, and I hope I win.
What if you got field goals?
Why? Why are you guys letting just a couple missed kicks decide that the kicker can't kick anymore?
This seemed to be the yips. This didn't. I don't
It seemed to be the yips. You don't know why he missed
What
it.
I do know is, prior to the Washington game,
It's a
Brett
guess.
Maher had kicked 138 extra points in his career.
Yeah.
He had made 133.
Yeah, so he
prior
had
to
missed
the
5, and now
Washington
he's
game,
missed
5 in
9.
his
So
career.
that's
Playoffs and regular.
what's 9 out of 140? He misses fucking like. It's a 33-yarder now. The extra points are like fucking field goals now. So that's not a bad percentage at all. It's actually a really good percentage, even when he misses 4 of them in one game.
Regular season.
It's 9 out of 140. He's made 130 out of 140. 30-yarders. That means he's a pro. With pads on, with people trying to block the kick, with shaky snaps sometimes. Sometimes the hold isn't good. Sometimes the snap isn't good. And he's made 130 out of 140 of them. He missed 4 the other night. I guess if he has the yips, I guess if he's feeling pressure, then you might want to get rid of him. You got to talk to him and ask him, I guess. He's a great field goal kicker.
Look, you're going to need every single point against San Francisco.
Yeah.
I can't fool around. If he's got the yips, and I don't find
If he's got the yips, he has to. He's not going to be honest about it.
with a backup. I'm sorry.
You got to decide if he's got the yips or not.
That's why, you know what?
If he's got the yips, you got to dump him. But he made the 5th one. Did he have the yips when he made the 5th one? See, they don't talk about that. They only talk about the 4 misses. What about the make? They decided that the 4 misses mean this guy needs to be replaced, but the 1 make he had doesn't mean anything to them. So they're just misaligned, right? They're just misassessing the value. They've got the yips. That's what it is they've got the yips. We rivered the nuts. So we're in the final 3 here. We cash, but top 2 get the ticket. So we obviously want top 2. I rivered the nuts. I bet half pot. Wolfie Cake, thanks, dude. Did we lose with Kings again? Yeah, we tried.
Seems like Tampa days are over.
I mean, I guess I'm doing this, right?
Oh, I 100% agree with you. But it just
I could even induce big blind probably, but fuck that. I'm just going to send it. Seems close.
Already, and that's without Brady under contract.
I'll just try to take it down, get my lead on this guy again.
But
we just need to beat this guy.
I might have been a little early to this train by about 7 years.
A walk here would be pretty nice.
But I do think it is safe to say he's done as a difference maker in this league. There was all the writing on the wall all year, and you were all over it. And I didn't. I had been bitten by this too many times, and I was like, no, come the playoffs, we're going to see some magic. And not only did we not see some magic, we saw one of his worst playoff games ever. We also, when you look at the 8 quarterbacks remaining in the postseason, what do they all have in common to varying degrees? Mobility.
They can move.
They can all move a little bit. And the game is changing. And it is incredibly difficult for a statuesque quarterback to thrive. I think it is impossible for a 40, soon-to-be 6-year-old statuesque quarterback to thrive. And if you look around the league, Stink, the teams that, because he's not going to go to a bad team. We all agree, right? The teams that need a quarterback that we think could contend. If you're running San Francisco, would you rather him or Purdy? I'd go with Purdy. If you're running Miami, would you rather him or Tua? I'd go with Tua, assuming he clears concussion protocol. The Giants.
Yeah, I might rather have Brady than Tua.
Nope. Detroit. You moving on for Jared Goff for him? Nope.
Yeah.
Seattle. Geno Smith
I'd dump Goff for him too.
Like, I understand
Maybe
that
not.
I've been wrong on this guy a
Yeah, I
lot,
would definitely dump Geno for him.
But I think Tom Brady as a difference maker.
It's harder to find me.
Well,
Well, I'll be at the FTs, so that's where you'll be finding me.
Ended last year in the game against the Rams.
Well, let's get to the root.
This guy is sending it in over my Rays and 2 collars when I have East Jack suited. Wow. I guess I'm just gonna wait here.
Because the league has changed to the point where you can no longer develop the toughest, most skilled position in football. That's offensive lineman. You can't develop them. Find me 5 guys that can play. They're not all 5 on the same team.
Right.
It's really, really hard, and because of the rules that the league has instituted, right, and the Players Association has instituted, it is almost impossible to develop young offensive linemen.
Why?
That is, like I said,
What's going on with the offensive lineman? This is the second show that's mentioned this today. That the O-line is getting owned by the D-line.
You are talking about the least skilled
in general.
athletes.
And that's why Bosa was mad for getting
least
held.
skilled athletes on a football field is that 5 guys up front. You're overmatched athletically every time you line up on a football field. But every time you line up on a football field, you're expected to win 100% of the battles. So that comes from intelligence, neck up, technique, all those things. So we've taken away all that stuff. As a
They took
league,
away
we've
the
said,
technique they're allowed to
We're not
use.
going to allow you to do that anymore. Why? Because we're not going to allow you to practice. We're not going to allow you to be in here. We're not going to allow you to meet with coaches. We're not going to allow you to do
What?
all these things. So the biggest skill
We got the
position in
ticket.
football, the offensive line,
To a 162.
has been diminished from the amount of time you can play and you can study. Therefore, you know what you need? Mobile quarterbacks to compensate for the lack of skill.
Schler's making a good point here.
And it's why Vegas Brew, to me, makes no sense. I know maybe Josh McDaniels wants them. Their biggest issue on the offensive side of the ball is the offensive line.
We got the
And
king
if you're
here.
Tom Brady, you're not signing up. He doesn't want to get hit anymore.
He has a diamond flush.
He
I don't know how to avoid that one.
Line is this. We know he's only playing
We
for
turn
Super
the set.
Yep.
So
And for him to win a Super Bowl, everything has to be perfect. He needs great receivers, a great offensive line, a great defense, and a great running game. And who has everything?
Right.
Nobody.
San
Kansas City, San Francisco, but they get injured a lot, right? They have a history of guys getting injured. Right now, Cincinnati, 3 offensive linemen are injured. Okay, Kansas City doesn't have a great defense. Buffalo doesn't have a great offensive line. Like, at no situation is perfect. I agree with you. Like, if you look on paper, you're saying the one place he could probably win a Super Bowl is San Francisco.
Right.
If they stay healthy. And I think that, look, if Purdy is horrible this weekend and they lose,
then they'll roll with
maybe
Lance.
they'll look, they might. I'm just saying they might look at Brady. But I think they're going to go with Purdy and Lance because I think Purdy is going to continue to play well. So I agree. Look, Jets, they don't have an offensive line.
Yeah, I would already say they've moved.
Watch Super Bowl 57 Sunday, February 12th, live on Fox. And save $45 off over your first 3 months with code TOUCHDOWN when you sign up for YouTube TV.
Moved on from Trey Lance. Like, like he's not.
So you think they're viewing Purdy as their guy?
Purdy's their guy. I think Trey Lance. But I'll tell you the other thing. The reason that you have to, the reason you have to be able to run the ball. Now remember, Tampa Bay throws it like 70% of the time, right? They've gotten away from that, and they'll sit there and say, well, the bubble screens, the short passing game, all those things are the reason, right? Because Tom Brady can do that. But you have to, because of the skill that we talked about up front, you have to run the ball in this league. Why? Because now all of a sudden it gives me a weapon as an offensive lineman to attack protection. So now on a 5-step drop where I know the ball is out without a hitch, now all of a sudden I can run block on that. If you don't give your offensive linemen opportunities to change up sets, to change up the attack that they have, right? I always talk, when I consult with teams, I say, you have to be able to take the passive out of pass protection. Because if you sit back against great athletes that rush you, you'll get your ass kicked. I don't care who you are.
Yeah.
So you have got to be able to do that. Brady has to be able to be willing to change his game
But
as well.
my question is,
from what he's
Wild,
done.
who right now, who that's a really good team, wants to sign up for what they saw from Tom Brady the last year? Who is it?
Well, once I think
The
about
Jets.
it a little bit, is there a team?
The New York Jets. But they're AFC. The Panthers. The answer is actually maybe the Panthers. Ace King and the 10K. The answer is like the Panthers, and the only NFC team I can think of that would really, really want him would be like the Panthers. The Panthers, or maybe even the Falcons. Falcons got some good young players, Pitts and that other guy, Drake London, and they got some good running backs. And they're well coached. And they're in a shitty division that he can make the playoffs. I mean, to me, if I'm Tom Brady, I want to stay in the NFC and I want to be able to make the Super Bowl. So it's going to have to be, or like the Redskins are NFC. Or not the Redskins, the Commanders. The Commanders are NFC, but I don't know if that would really work out. I don't think they have as much talent on that team in general. I don't think Tom Brady would be that stoked about it. NFC teams, Seattle maybe, but... yeah, I don't know. I think the Panthers kind of make sense. Is he going to say the Panthers?
Team that kind of needs a quarterback, that has a great defense, likes to run the ball.
Panthers.
Really stresses the offensive line. Maybe the New England Patriots? I don't know, Schlereth. It feels like Bill Belichick would be okay with, not like Mac Jones is the most.
Then he wouldn't need, you know what? Then Bill Belichick wouldn't need to get an offensive coordinator because he'd have Tom Brady. He could just sign it over to Tom.
Get Bill O'Brien
back.
That's worked a little bit together. I don't hate that. I know it's a little bit of a wild pipe dream.
I don't think it's a wild pipe
I don't think he has this. They don't have the skill.
Yeah, but they're not good enough. That's the thing. It would be a nice sports story, but the question is Brady? If Brady's trying to win a Super Bowl, he has to convince somebody
NFC
that this year didn't happen.
No,
nobody
it's not
can
that
watch
bad.
football in 2022. And again,
He threw 3 bombs to Evans in the last week of the season to make the playoffs.
But that was based purely on the metaphysical. I was just like, Brady, come the playoffs, is going to be different. And once that invincibility cloak is gone, it's like, okay, you were just...
We're making our way, D-Gens. I'm trying to cook this steak soon, but I'm in these 2 Saddies. I'm trying to, like, finish these 2 Saddies first, and we'll be playing less tables the rest of the way, probably.
The modern quarterback.
But do you think, Schlereth, to Nick's point...
They're insanely results-oriented, most of the population. I know, it's so hard to... and they're supposed to be smart people. These, even, like, the NFL coaches and stuff, like, they should know these things. This math that we know.
Yeah, threw it 66 times. Listen, you have got to...
can easily ID the kind of commentators you can disregard. Well, like, this Nick Wright guy is pretty good. Like, I think he understands a little bit about analytics. I know he plays poker. He's, like, into poker and stuff, so he probably learns about the numbers. He's more mathy than a lot of these guys are, but he's not going to sit here and convince Mark Schlereth that football's more about stats than it is momentum.
Get to Sunday. And so he missed, like, all quarterbacks are rep hogs. They all want every rep. Well, guess what happens as you get older? You can't get every rep. Your body won't allow. If you take every rep, you know what you can't do? You can't play on Sundays. You only got so many. You only got so many reps in you. So there's a lot of things that will have to line up perfectly. But his skill set is still such that he can win in this league. But you've got to have a lot of other things around.
Just very quick, Wilds. Somebody's got to sign off not only on it, but knowing you're going to basically turn your whole franchise over to him for 1 year. So, like, I know people are like, oh, it makes sense in Miami. You would then be essentially scuttling the entire Tua era if there's going to be one. And I'm not a big Tua guy. But it is saying we are going all in like Tampa did, except they got 3 years. Now you're doing it for 1 year, a guy who just now looks very beatable. I think it's going to be someone will sign him.
But if it's 1 year and you happen to catch lightning in a bottle, and imagine it buys you.
Sure.
He's got attributes that most other quarterbacks don't have. Like, he's won 40 fucking playoff games and 10 Super Bowls or whatever the fuck. Like, that's why you want him on your team for 1 year. And what if he can teach a young quarterback how to play well too? If you had a young quarterback on your team, or you were going to draft a quarterback the year that you got him on your team, and he could help that guy out.
Clips from other shows on FS1.
That could be part of the deal. Tom, if you're going to come to our team, you have to be cool with the young quarterbacks we draft. You have to teach them stuff.
Everything you wish for.
I think he's going to end up being a coach. I don't think he's ever going to be able to stop being around football.
This happens. Be careful what you wish for. Build your site on a platform that's...
It's called Nick's QB Rankings, and here's what we've got. 8 quarterbacks remain. A Super Bowl
I don't think he's going to want to be in the booth doing the analyst thing. I see him more like being a fucking coach.
Mr. Irrelevant, Joe Cool, the pride of Buffalo.
He wants the wins and the losses.
And Daniel Jones. Nick has ranked these gentlemen committee-less. Take it away.
All right, we'll go 8-1. So,
divisional round QB rankings.
Every sports television show in America, except for maybe this one, did the Who's going to be the first to give the Daniel Jones apology? And then the rest of the week, something you'll realize if anyone does a segment like this, you know what we'll all have in common? Coming in last in the quarterback rankings is, of course, Daniel Jones. No one disagrees. We're all happy for you,
What?
Daniel, but of the 8 guys left.
Jalen Hurts is hurt. Fucking Brock Purdy's a rookie. No, Daniel Jones is
Brock
hurt.
Purdy. He's been excellent. However,
Toughest player to rank. Yeah,
there
because he's
is
a rookie,
the
and you know.
looming Jimmy G factor of, wait, would literally any quarterback that knows, not to run out the back of the end zone look like this? With these weapons in this offense,
point, bro.
And because he's a rookie and because the sample size,
I'm just gonna let him
we couldn't
bluff
put him
it.
higher than 7. Peanut gallery, please. Number 6, Dak Prescott. Oh, put some respect on his name. Okay, what of the 5 guys would any of you have Dak Prescott ranked ahead of? We can discuss in a moment. He is a nice player. He had a phenomenal game.
Nice player.
Does anybody trust him?
No.
To next week not have 2
No.
interceptions before half.
He's gonna get wrecked.
Number 6 on the quarterback ranking of the players left. Number
Now
5,
he's betting smaller. Why?
Nick Kyrgios of the NFL, Josh Allen.
What's that mean?
Well, it means the upside is when he's
Is he
at
gonna
his
bet
best,
big now?
he's
I
not as good as
have
Rafa
tens full of kings. I only lose to. Well, I guess I lose if he has queens in the hole, jacks in the hole, aces in the hole. I lose to all those hands, right?
As any player in the league not named Patrick Mahomes. Unfortunately,
And I lose if he's got a 10, so I guess I'm just calling. I have like the 5th nuts. I'm not gonna raise.
Skyler couldn't have had 5 turnovers the way Josh could have. Wow. So the downside is rapidly
My hand wasn't that
approaching
good.
the upside, and he does more often than any other quarterback the single worst thing a quarterback can do. Therefore, he's number 5. Number 4, Jalen Hurts.
Jalen Hurts has had a fucking great year, but he's
The
been
guy
hurt.
Before the injury, had 22 passing touchdowns and just 3 interceptions.
How many
However,
rushing touchdowns
in
did he
his
have?
last 2 games, he did have the 3 interceptions, and you have to be at least a little concerned of this. The Eagles hacked the quarterback sneak this year. The 3rd and 1 and 4th and 1, they did it more than 30
They did it a
times.
lot.
They're better than
Now,
90%
can they do it
success
with a
rate.
hurt
Can
quarterback?
They still do it with his shoulder banged up. However, what he has done thus far this season gives him this ranking at number 4. Number 3, the Prince. All he's been is the best quarterback in the NFL for 2 months.
He has Trevor Lawrence as the 3rd best quarterback left in the
And I called
playoffs.
him Peyton Manning 2.0, and
This is ridiculous. The guy threw 4 picks in the first game against the Chargers at home before he came back and won the game. If they would have lost the game, I mean, come on. No. This is more like every list you see has the Giants as the long shots and has Daniel Jones as the worst quarterback. It's just got to be motivating the fucking shit out of the G-men. The G-men are winning this whole thing.
by the way, Peyton Manning, yes, he also had a 4-interception game. Unfortunately for him, it was in year 6, not in year 2. Also for Peyton Manning, year 6 was the first year he actually won a playoff game, so maybe Peyton Manning 2.0 was a bit of an insult. By the way, another AFC South quarterback that had a 4-score comeback in the playoffs, one Andrew Luck, down 28 points to the Chiefs. Not that long, I guess about a decade ago.
Andrew Luck's a bum.
Then had a roaring comeback. What do they have in common? Both #1 picks, both transcendent prospects. Trevor's got a little better hair, though. Number 2, second best quarterback alive is probably the second best quarterback in the playoffs. Didn't have a run game this week, and while it almost bit them, it did not.
Burrow, he calls the second best quarterback alive.
Feels like 3rd and 2 for everybody else, and his poise under pressure is second only to, of course, the #1 quarterback. And at this point, have regular First Things First viewers noticed we don't talk about Patrick Mahomes much lately? Well, that's because when he's so clearly the MVP, and they're so clearly the best team, and they're so clearly the favorite, Wilds and Brew in our pre-show meeting, they're like, guys, I don't know what to say about him anymore. And I'm like, okay, we can talk about something else. He's #1. Nobody argues that he's #1.
All right, we got to go with this King 3 suited, right?
For this year's playoffs, go ahead, Mark Schlereth.
Yeah, no,
He has sevens.
I do appreciate the fact that Mahomes is #1, and I can't disagree with that. And I can't disagree with Burrow. I think I would move
Holy
Josh
shit.
Allen up to probably #3, although he has turned the ball over a little bit. But he is so dynamic when things are on the line. But I can't. The Prince.
What about him?
I didn't even know he was the Prince until yesterday when I came here.
Oh, yeah.
Like it's the.
One guy calls him the Prince. That's it.
Okay.
One guy.
Well, I always watch when they're talking. Then when you come on, I click it because of Kansas City roots.
Yeah.
No, but I would have to move him.
Schlereth's the Broncos guy.
Prescott.
Underneath Dak?
Thank you.
Yes, underneath Dak. I would have to move. I would have to move him to what, 6th? I go with Daniel Jones, yes. Then
You definitely have Trevor Lawrence ranked too high, bro.
You would have Trevor 6th.
Trevor 6th. Yeah, Trevor Lawrence 6th.
Played one half of good football.
Oh, did he play one half?
What happened? Hey, if the Chargers coaching staff was competent,
Thank you.
They're out of the playoffs right now, and he's got 4 picks and 1 TD.
When you say, I'm just curious, when you say one half of good football, Kevin Wiles, did you mean one half of a season of the best football? Because since week 9, here's how
We haven't beat.
Lawrence ended the year. Passer rating, number 1 in the league.
Yes.
A 7-2 record with one of those losses coming against the Chiefs, so it doesn't even really count. A 15-2 touchdown interception ratio. And so, yes, I understand.
The future
Whew.
is threatened.
We're battling.
America's
I need to cook this food, man. I'm fucking hungry. We just got too many tables for that shit.
He had a rough 25 minutes of game time. Sue him. Luckily, he more than made up for it. So, no, he is ranked properly, and I'm giving deference to Joe Burrow. However, if we could have gotten Trevor versus Joe Burrow, if the Dolphins could have taken care of business, that could have changed, but we don't get it. Go ahead, Bruce.
I thought the tiers were bizarre. This is lunacy.
What's lunacy?
This is Josh Allen should be number 2. All right,
Number 2?
Yes, number 2. And I know you got him 5th because he had 3 turnovers over the weekend.
Could have had
How many did Trevor Lawrence have? 4. Okay, Trevor Lawrence had more interceptions in one game, one half actually, than Josh Allen has had in his 7 playoff games in his career.
I mean, that seems relevant.
I mean,
sure.
Josh Allen, and
That seems
putting him
relevant.
ahead of Burrow because Josh Allen has been money.
Josh
in the
Allen's not
playoffs.
ahead of Burrow, bro.
Okay, he's got 18
Burrow's-
touchdowns in
Burrow's
7 playoff games.
the GOAT.
Burrow's got 7 in 5 playoff games.
So
All right,
what?
Josh Allen should be number 2. He had a couple of missteps last week, but Trevor Lawrence certainly had more. And so that's my
having
biggest
Josh
beef.
Allen ahead of Joe Burrow is lunacy.
Why?
Utter and total lunacy. So first of all, you can talk about Trevor's playoff.
Check
career
raise works
compared to
out.
Josh's. Here's something Trevor and Joe Burrow already have more of than Josh in their playoff.
Josh
career.
Allen's
Double-digit
a
playoff
little
comebacks.
overrated.
Furthermore, Trevor Lawrence, much like LeVar Ball,
I probably wouldn't have him as low as 5, though.
Hero for putting it out.
Oh, sure you can.
I'd probably just have it Mahomes, Burrow,
Josh has
Allen,
you notice the
Hurts.
3rd highest passer rating in playoff
the rest.
history.
Yes, I will get to that in just a moment.
It is
That's
7
very
games, that's a
valuable
small
stat
sample
where
size.
Tom Brady is 20th. So I am sure it is an unimpeachable statistic. But talking about starting fires, no one has been a bigger arsonist this year than your beloved Josh Allen. 32 times this year, he has thrown picks or fumbled the ball, including more than Trevor in the first playoff game with 5 combined picks and fumbles.
Who had
Trevor
the better
had
regular
4.
season?
The better regular season?
Trevor Lawrence or Josh? Josh Allen had 12 more touchdowns than
I am
Trevor
the beholder,
Lawrence,
my
and
friend.
a higher passer rating,
And
and more yards per
He
game.
raised me on the turn. I call, I check it back. He bets. I call. I got an ace. He's got ace jack. I mean, all right. It's fucking blind versus blind.
He is great.
An pair of aces is not good enough for me. Blind
He has
versus
played
blind.
7 playoff games, Brew. He has
Whatever.
been excellent in 3 of
18
them.
touchdowns,
and he has
3
been
picks.
Yes, but look at the numbers. They're on the screen. He has been excellent in 3 of them. He has been bad in 4 of them.
You just demolished passer rating. When I said he's got the 3rd highest passer rating in
I
the
didn't
playoff
demolish
history,
it.
you said, "Oh, that's not number."
No, I said it can be
unimpeachable stat.
misleading.
And then you use it to say
I said it can be
he's up and down.
misleading because those 2 great games last year make it seem like he's a historic playoff performer when he had a historic playoff run that ended with him crying on the field and them changing the rules. Go ahead.
He's always crying. Yeah, he cried about that too. You're right. Making them change the rules because of the overtime. Like, why? It was super fair. Everyone thinks all these unfair things are happening when they lose fair and square. It's like really
I
ridiculous.
think that matters more than the football
And somehow they're listening to them. They're listening to the Bills' complaints. They're changing the rules from last year and the overtime rules. How they're changing the rules from this year.
There's good old Dak Prescott, number 2. You might say, wasn't he number 1 earlier? Yeah, but we took out.
Good luck to us,
sixes for
Wolfie.
this one. Cowboys scored some for him. So that's my list.
nice and.
So wait, that's your 1 through 8?
Well, it's just the facts.
So where would you have Dak Prescott ranked?
You've got an opinion, and then you got an opinion.
Yeah, where is
Dak Prescott ranked?
Dak Prescott's ranked number 2 if we can see the graphic.
No.
Right there.
So that's your quarterback rankings?
That's just the
You have
facts.
Mahomes 4th?
Well,
you have Mahomes
I like Mahomes. You know what? Because I think it's good for the show, I'm going to put Mahomes at 1. But I'm going to put Dak at number 2 because he scores a lot of points.
Okay. All right. Listen, Dak Prescott having him ahead of Joe Burrow.
Joe Burrow, who's benefited from a lot of luck. True or false?
Absolutely, but he's a better player than Dak Prescott. What's up, Brew?
Look, I was so exasperated and frustrated with this list, Nick. I had to make my own.
Went rogue.
Here's the real list, y'all.
The real list.
America, this is the real list. Mahomes, Allen, Burrow, Hurts, Dak. Yeah, Lawrence at 6. Purdy, and look at who's over his shoulder, because that's really what's happening.
Well, is that Jimmy G
for a little mentorship?
I got him.
Ask Christian McCaffrey. Christian McCaffrey would like this graphic.
You did this whole
thing. Did Jimmy G watch it over? No, I'm just saying it's realistic.
And how can you have Trevor behind Dak when Dak is your F game quarterback?
Trevor was F game in the first
and then
half.
What
That's
was
how.
And then what
then
was
he was A, but Dak at least gave me a full A game. Trevor has yet to do that.
Having Josh Allen ahead of Joe Burrow is such utter nonsense.
Really?
Yeah, really.
Stop it.
We'll see it this weekend.
You know what?
What?
This is why we need the committee.
I like the Purdy. I like the graphic. I like the Purdy graphic.
Thank
you,
what?
I agree with you.
Somebody appreciates my creativity.
Yeah.
Take
a little Noid on his shoulder.
Well, that's why we have the committee, so we don't have this infighting.
The committee, yeah.
What? Say something about the committee.
Don't do it.
Say something about the committee.
A very powerful group.
I like the committee.
A very powerful group.
The committee of 1? That's what we get? My goodness. Bring back the committee.
Well, we're going to meet tonight.
Tomorrow.
All right.
Thanks for
He rivered a king with King Jack against my Ace Jack on the Queen Jack board.
Clips from other shows.
Holy shit. Ace 10 gets there.
Watch Super Bowl 57 Sunday, February 12th, live on Fox, and get $15 off each.
Devin, you ended the year with sort of, you had a very good game in Buffalo. You picked off Josh Allen, and you basically ended the year sort of on a high. But I think people don't really know what your future is. So
He has me beat by 1 flush guard. Queen of Hearts to my Jack of Hearts.
Football, or are you going to follow in your brother's footsteps and become a TV star?
Yeah, I mean, I told myself during the year that once the season ended to not rush and really just give us some time. So, with the season ending now, I'm kind of trying to test out that next phase and see what it's like doing the TV stuff. Went down to New York and did CBS. I'm going to go to LA and do NFL Network, and just to kind of see how all of that feels and how it works. And then I'm just going to take time, go on vacation with my wife and kids, and just kind of relax and try to see what's next. Like, I'm not 100% sure either way, but I know I want to take my time. Like, you do something for 13 years. I don't want to rush to make a decision, have time, and just try to figure everything out.
I can just tell you something right now, having raised 2 children. When you go on vacation and you have 3 kids who are under 6 years old, I don't think there's going to be a lot of relaxing on that vacation. So I just want to warn you about that before you.
Yeah, I'm setting myself up. I already know.
So let's talk. I got 2 questions to ask you about football. You know, in your career, you've obviously had an incredibly distinguished career with the Patriots. And I wonder, when you started out, did you think it was going to be anything like this? Even though you were going to this great franchise, did you think your career was going to turn out like this with multiple Super Bowls and everything going as well as it has?
No. I was a guy originally from New York, not a huge Patriots fan. Being at Rutgers, Shiano used to meet with Bill, and he would come up to New England and see what they did. So we would always be back in college and hear about, you know, humble pie and everything that the Patriots did. And I used to always be like, man, I hope I don't have to go and play there. I don't like any of that stuff. And then I would say getting here and really living in the shadow of what the teams did in the early 2000s, and still having Tom here, it felt like as a young guy, as a guy on defense, it felt like the only way that we don't win Super Bowls, it was going to be all of the young guys' faults that's coming in, that new generation. And that's what I quickly started to feel when I got here. It was a ton of pressure to not just be good, or like my rookie year, we went 14-2, but we lost in the divisional round of the playoffs. And that was like the ultimate fail of a season. And I'm a rookie, and, you know, I'm just like, man, like that was a fail. Like, we lost 3 games all year. And I think quickly you saw, all right, to be successful here, it only results in the Super Bowls. And that next year, my second year, going to the Super Bowl and losing was a reality of, okay, we can do this, but it's not going to be easy. So, you know, I look at my career now, and, you know, throughout this whole season, people kept saying, like, you know, if Casey is Devin and Slater's last year, you know, we got to do this or that. And people were like, man, I feel bad that this season didn't. And me and Slate would sit there and say, man, we look at our careers and it's like, don't feel bad for us. Any form of fashion. Like, we've had outstanding careers. We've been able to be a part of great teams, be around great individuals. So, yeah, it's gone way better than I could have ever dreamed about.
You know, it's funny, you're always sort of joined at the hip with your brother Jason, who also had a distinguished NFL career and is now in TV, and in radio. I was listening to him the other night. I was walking my dog, and I listened to him and Ian Eagle doing the Westwood One radio cast of the Jaguars game for about a half hour while I walk my dog. He does a really, really good job, by the way. I'm very high on him. But
that's what everybody tells me. He's doing a good job. As
much as you're joined at the hip with your brother, you're also kind of joined at the hip with Slater. You know, where you and Matthew obviously, you know, have been with the Patriots. You got there, I think, in 2010, and obviously he was already there. But what's it been like playing with him and being sort of, you know, a brother to him for the last 13 years?
Man, it's been awesome. I talked about it after the game of, you know, everyone was asking kind of our relationship, like, how did it start? Like, why is the way it is now? And like you just mentioned, I don't have usually many relationships that I would say, you know, this is similar to the relationship I have with my twin brother. And through these years, me and Slate have been able to establish that of, you know, talking to each other all the time, being each other's sounding board. And it's very similar to the relationship I have with Jason. And for me, I just think it's an honor. You just look at that family. You look at Slate's dad, Jackie Slater, what he was able to do in the NFL. And then followed by, you know, Matt, and not just, you know, as players, but everybody that you talked to that was around his dad, and, you know, guys that got to be around Slate, it's the same thing. Great individual men.
Queens in the Sadie.
Care about other people. So whenever people talk about Slate and, you know, 10 Pro Bowls, 5 All-Pros, like all of the accolades, just to think when they talk about the Patriots, they'll mention my name after his name, to me is just a unbelievable honor. He's been a huge kind of big brother mentor to me, obviously on the field, but him and his wife, you know, have really helped me and my wife, you know, mentoring us and helping us along the way. So he's really considered family for me, somebody I will be, you know, kind of ingrained and joined at the hip for a long time.
Devin, you know, you probably have, you're probably one of the people in the world who knows Bill Belichick in all different facets, professionally, personally. When a new guy comes into the team and, you know, you go up and you try to tell him what's coming and all that, I wonder, what do you tell young players is important to succeed under Bill Belichick as coach?
Yeah, I think one of the first things I tell people is whatever you probably think coming in, it's not going to be like what you think. I think because so many reports come, you know, out of New England of how it is, or, you know, some guys might come here for a little while, I hate it, and they talk bad about it. So I think, you know, guys come in with this thought process of almost like you're going into the military. Like you're going to have somebody that's going to be barking at you all the time. You need to be 10 minutes early. And like, for example, we start our day, our squad meeting will be at 8 o'clock in the morning. And I've been there before where guys are sitting in their seat by 7:55 and there's only 4 people in the whole meeting room. And they're like, where's everybody at? And I'm like, man, guys don't walk in until 7:59 or once it hits 8 because you're not late until it's 8:01. And guys are like, really? In New England? And I'm like, yeah. And they're like, what you thought is not always, you know, the reality of the situation. And I think I always tell guys to succeed, first you have to listen. And second, I think is, you know, I've heard Bill say so many times, let's just do it the way we coach it to see if it works. If it doesn't work because the way we're doing is how we're coaching it, now we can all go back to the drawing board and figure out what's the best way to execute whatever it is we're trying to do. And I thought that made so much sense. And, you know, I think being in New England, I've learned that if, all right, I get coached to play a technique a certain way, I go out and do it, guy gets me and it's like, I'm like, coach, I don't know if this is right. Okay, cool. Like, what else do we think we can do here? And I think that is one of the biggest reasons why, you know, we've been successful through the years is that back and forth between players and coaches, which I would say from the outside looking in, when you first come here, you don't expect to get anything like that in New England. And I can say from a defensive standpoint, like that's how we've been able to communicate and work throughout the years. And I think has led to success. And I don't think many people as players coming in, either young guys or free agents that sign from other teams, are expecting it to kind of go that way.
Why have you never wanted to leave and experience life outside of Foxborough?
I've thought about it, you know, and I think for me, in 2013, I read Tony Dungy's book, Uncommon Man. And he had one chapter where he talked about free agency, and he talked about guys, when they went to free agency, would go, and as soon as they got there, it was like, all right, who's offering the most money? Like, that's where we're going to go play. And he talked about, like, there's nothing wrong with that if that's what you want to do. But if you want to break it down in totality of, all right, where do I want my family to be? What defense do I think I'll thrive in? How do I play out every year of the contract? And every time I've been a free agent, I've always felt like my best chances to do that was coming back to New England. You know, I always felt like it was my best chance to win a Super Bowl, best chance to make, you know, however many years the length of the contract was. I knew I was going to play in a defense that I knew and I could be successful in. And I knew I was going to play with a bunch of guys in the locker room that I enjoy playing with and, you know, that I can experience success with. So I've always tried to break it down, and that's the advice I've given other guys when you're a free agent. You know, pick your numbers wherever you think you're at and you want, and then try to figure out the rest of those things as far as how to be a good football player, because that's ultimately what we all want to be. Like, you know, I think you get drafted somewhere, you win games. My brother always says that. He goes, you don't want to leave. He was like, most guys want to stay there. They want to sign an extension. They love it. They might love it there, the security, everything that comes along with it. But that's just not how the business goes. So very fortunate for me. I've been able to be back here and execute a few different contracts that have brought me back here over a long period of time, and I've enjoyed that.
I wonder if it is difficult knowing you play with intensity, but you also play with joy. And watching you play over the years, it's clear that you really love your job. And so it has to be tough sometimes reading about and knowing that, hey, look, the longer you play, the more you might get head trauma, the more you might feel like crap when you're 55 years old, mentally and physically. How have you balanced that over the years with basically saying, okay, I mean, you're 35 years old now, and how have you balanced love of game with the aspect of understanding that you might be doing harm to your 65-year-old self?
Yeah, I think that's probably the toughest battle that we all go through as players. And I would say over time, as we've been more educated on the effects of playing football, when it comes to your head, or talking to even to former players, like being out at NFLPA meetings and talking to former players, I think you try to stay in the moment. And, I think what the future might hold, but it's also, there's a kind of sense of unknown. Like, you don't know. And I think we always have to be careful living our life thinking, man, I don't want to do this because this might end up like this, or this might end up like that. Like you started off with, I've had so much fun playing this game. And I think, playing with joy and passion and just going out there overall and having fun has not only been beneficial to me, but I also feel like as players, when we go out there and play, anything else that we want to push forward on our platform, like, I believe in God, and I feel like when I go out there and play, there might be someone that might be going through a hard time and say, man, like, look at the smile on that guy's face. Like, he looks like he's having so much fun, especially this year, like you said, as a 35-year-old. And I feel like people look and they're like, man, this guy's old. Like, he's still out there playing. And just the joy that, I have playing. Like, I look at Slate the same way when I see him running down, taking on 3 blockers on special teams. So I think there's a sense of pride that you can train your body, you can prepare for a season and go play it. And, I think no matter what, as soon as you decided to play football from high school to college to professional, like, you're going to deal with some stuff later in life.
This guy had 10 bigs to start the hand.
My mom, who's had 12 knee surgeries, she didn't put on a helmet not one time and play.
Shit.
And she's had 2 knee replacements. So I think no matter what, she always reminds me.
We flopped 2 pair.
Getting older, because
we have a full house. We got him.
Means you're not here. So enjoy getting older and understanding some of the problems and issues that comes with getting older.
I want to take a bit of a U-turn and ask you a little bit about the playoffs, because you clearly are you pay attention to the league. You've dabbled in the media, and you also very recently in this season, for those who don't remember, 2 of your last 3 games as a pro were against Cincinnati in Foxborough on Christmas Eve, and then at Buffalo in the last game of the year, sort of almost the DeMar Hamlin game. Mm-hmm. And what's so interesting, by the way, is
DeMar Hamlin, take a shot.
You had picks in both of those games off Josh Allen and off Joe Burrow. And so I want to ask you this question in 2 ways. I was thinking about this morning. And I really wonder, when you prepare for some of these new guys, okay, and great players. So you've gotten used to Josh Allen because you've played him a few times now. You haven't played Burrow as much. Give me your analysis of those 2 guys as players and what makes them tough to play against.
Yeah, I'll start with Burrow because that was the first time we played against Burrow, I believe. And I was very impressed. you know, watching him on film and
Bro,
seeing some of the
the
throws
GOAT.
and stuff he made, it was just like, all right, he's a good player. Like, you can watch and you can see that. I think he has a very special toughness about him. Watching film and seeing how many times he stayed in the pocket right as he was, you know, he sees he's about to get not just hit, but this is going to be a tough hit to get up from. And I think you think back to, you know, when he first got in the league, the amount of times he was sacked, even last year, and, you know, what they've done. But when we played him, we came out and every coverage we were in, he knew it. And he did what he was supposed to do in that coverage. And we start off the game in a lot of cover 2, and he's making the right throws. And we throw a cover 1 in there, single high man.
To fuck
and
with him.
He throws a Jamar Chase on a kind of hesitation and go down the sideline. It was the first time we were in man, and I think 8 or 9 plays in a row. And as soon as we went, he makes the right read and he throws a shot up, and John Jones makes a play on the ball and breaks it
He was
up.
ready. He knew
But
you were
right
gonna
there,
fucking
I was
do
like,
that.
Oh man, I was like, this dude's good. Like, he is legit of figuring out what you're in, using his skill, his arm talent, but also
Bro's the GOAT.
ability to
I had
not
some
let
interview with Devin
the
McCourty
ball
and Peter
go the
King
ball
from
away,
Football in
but also
America.
being mobile enough to get out there and
The
make plays
Patriots
when it's
defensive
right.
back,
So,
Devin McCourty.
you know, for me, the first time playing him, I was very impressed for a young guy who, you know, I know it's his 3rd year in the run they made last year, but, you know, he missed a lot of part.
He's saying Burrow's the
season
GOAT.
when he got hurt. He
Yeah.
came back straight off of that last year, started the season and just kept going and got better. So I was very impressed by Burrow. And then I really wish I could hate Josh Allen. The guy is he's so tough, and the few times that I've been around him, just a great individual, and that's why you can't hate him. But the amount of pressure he puts on your defense is just so hard, because from the beginning play 1 of the game, like, is it going to be a run play? Is it going to be a pass play? Is it going to be outside the pocket? Is he going to scramble? Like, it's just so much that he just applies pressure throughout the game. And I think over the years it's been cool to see him, because we played him twice a year, and I've just seen the growth of him as a player, where it started off playing against him where we're kind of sitting there like, all right, you know, he's going to make some plays, but we're going to make plays too. Like, we're going to get turnovers because he's going to make some bad decisions. And to see him, especially against us, you know, it seems like when we watch him on film against other teams, he, like, sometimes makes bad decisions. So against us, like, he threw the interception I had this year, was like his first interception in like 5 games against us.
Yeah.
And, you know, I think he just does such a good job, especially playing us, of being disciplined, sticking to whatever their game plan is. And then eventually, when the play is there to be made, the deep ball he threw against us to Diggs was just like, John Jones is like, I mean, his hand, if it's like 2 inches longer, he makes the play. Just a great throw down the sideline. But those 2 guys are just 2 of the best. I think when you watch
Top
them,
5
you know,
stack
I
in the
think that's
20K.
why the playoffs are so much
80
fun.
left,
And
54
I
cash.
think doing the
First
media
gets
has
over
allowed me
4,500.
even more to enjoy the playoffs. Like, usually during the season, if we lose, like, I'm angry. I'm angry watching the playoffs because it's like I want to be there. And as I've gotten older, even last year, watching and just enjoying it for just the game, like watching the game of football being played at a high level, it's just fun to do. And, you know, now being able to go on TV and talk about the game and, you know, tell what I see and all of that, that's been fun. It's been better than I thought it would be. You know, I always knew that I liked talking ball, but it's been, you know, I've really enjoyed sitting in a production meeting, you know, like at CBS, you know, with Coach Cowher, Sims, Boomer, Nate, JB, like sitting with all those guys and like hearing them talk about, you know, maybe coaches talking about in the 90s or Phil, and these, like, they're just talking about the game and what they've seen, the evolution. That's been a lot of fun, you know, pairing that up to what I've seen and what I've learned from Bill and Tom. I've enjoyed that a lot.
I'm jamming over this limper, even though we're covered on the bubble. I don't give a fuck.
I wanted to ask you a little bit about a team that I think has really been sort of a surprise.
Come on,
in
dude.
the playoffs.
13 off the money, this guy's going to have a hand. I mean, we weren't guaranteed to make it in anyway. I felt like this was a good spot.
I know
An
you
ace
don't
blocker
play
over
the
a fishy
Giants
limper
lot.
guy.
You've
This guy's
only
been
played
limping
them
way too many
once
hands.
Since Daniel Jones has got
We have the
there.
same hand.
But from what you've seen of them and what you saw this weekend against the Vikings, how have they been able, do you think, to turn it around?
The
so
Giants.
quickly, and
He's talking about the Giants.
particularly with Daniel
Because the
Jones,
G-men are fucking gonna win. They're so good.
and his game right now?
Yeah, I think we always say in our building, good players can't overcome bad coaching. And, you know, I don't know what their coaching was in New York, you know, prior from an offensive standpoint. Like I know Judge, and
have they been able, do you think, to turn it around so quickly, and particularly with Daniel Jones? What do you make of him and his game right now?
Yeah, I think we always say in our building, good players can't overcome bad coaching. And yeah, I think we always say in our building, good players can't overcome bad coaching. And, you know, I don't know what their coaching was in New York, you know, prior from an offensive standpoint. Like
They had Ben
I know
McAdoo.
Judge, and I know what he does from an overall standpoint of when he was the head coach. But I just don't know from an offensive side. But I was around Daboll from just knowing what he did from an offensive side of, you know, the field. And
You had Daboll in New England for, I think, 4 years.
Yeah, he's a tight
and he
end
was
coach.
a tight ends coach. Yeah, this was a few years ago.
Yeah, so like for us,
All in with
tight
Queens
ends
in the
and
3K.
safeties, we'd always do one-on-ones. So like talking trash to each other, and then one time we did a blue and white game where we mixed the team up, and Daboll was our offensive coordinator for our team, and Josh was on the other side, McDaniels, and we get in there, and Daboll's like, all right, when we get in the red area, all right, we're going to put Jamie, you're going to come on offense, Devin, you're going to come on offense, and he just starts drawing up all of these things and this trick play to do, and it didn't work, but it was so cool seeing it because I remember my rookie year when we played him when he was the OC in Cleveland, he ran a Fularooski against us in the red area and scored on it. And I just think about when you can get a guy that comes in your building and like that's what he's about. He loves telling jokes. He loves walking up to guys and saying random funny stuff. And when I watch the Giants, overall their culture looks like they're just having fun. They look like the guy who's
They're happier.
leading
They're a happy family.
has a certain kind of way that they all relate to. Not saying they're all the same or just like them, but they all relate to. Call it they have a big brother like that, an uncle, a father, and they're looking at him for leadership, and he's brought that. And I think he's brought, you know, I think for Daniel Jones, I know he had to be excited. Like you watch Josh Allen and how he started and what he's become, and they're like, all right, that guy's coming to coach me now. Like, all right, I'm gonna listen, I'm gonna follow through and see what it's like. And you start having success. You're like, okay. And I think for that team, you look at Daboll, you look at Wink Martindale, guys who have been a part of successful programs and teams. And I think the Giants are like, all right, let's try this out. And it's been like, okay, this is working. This is getting a little bit better. And now you have a team that's in the playoffs that fully believe in everything they're doing. And I thought it was great. You know, I talked back and forth a little bit with Xavier McKinney, and him coming back later in the season was big. I think watching him and Julian Love have really turned in to not only just good players, but they look like great leaders. And I think I'm biased, but I think having leaders at the safety position is so key because they blitz, they play in the run game, they play in the pass game, they do the coverage stuff. So I just think that's so huge, and I think those two guys have made a difference, and I think bringing them back together has been big for that team, and you can see it paying off because they beat a tough Minnesota team on the road the other day.
I wonder, when you look at that matchup, the Giants in Philadelphia, okay, it's NFC.
Going for the 3-bet.
You don't have to prepare for them very often, but
Damn, calls.
in what you watch,
Ace flop.
what do you think of that game, and do you give the Giants much of a chance?
I do, and you know it's going to be, I think, very similar to what we just watched. How does Miami have a chance?
All in with
at that?
Queens.
That's what everybody said all week. I mean, we were doing a pregame show, and that's all we kept talking about. Like, I don't know what Miami's going to be able to do. And then you remember it's a divisional game. Like, these teams play each other all the time. There's injuries all the time.
Queens lose to
They just
King
go out there
6.
and they just
Bet
battle
my
each
East on the
other and
river
duke
here.
it out. And I think the Giants, they're playing good ball. You go on the road and you beat Minnesota. You have no reason not to be confident. And now you're going in and you're going to play a team that you played twice already, a team that you always feel like the goal of the season is to beat them and be better than them. When you talk about them, Dallas,
4 off the
and
money
Philly,
in the
like that
$11
is
5K.
always, you know, in Washington, that's a big deal. Beating those teams and winning. So I'm excited for that game because I think you're going to be able to throw the stats
Should I jam
out.
these
You're gonna
Ducks
be able
when
to just
we're
say,
this close to the
I
money?
don't care what this team has done well. and
Not
what-
that
like, I don't know how
close.
that game's going to go.
He's
I
been
don't know
playing a
who's
lot
gonna
of
be the
hands,
player
though.
in the game that makes the big play.
They might be thinking about
but
how
I
the
do
money's
think
coming
it's
up
not
soon.
gonna go exactly how we all would imagine this game would go when I was watching the season.
I'll end with this. So
I don't know if I wanna do this or not.
You're a twin, and you and your brother have been obviously very close over the years. So now
2-ball.
he leaves football to go do TV and radio.
I mean, he's
And
gonna
I
call when he
wonder
has Kings, that's for sure.
When you talk to him about
I think
that
expanding
life,
our jamming range in that spot makes
what's
sense.
his opinion? How does he like it?
Big Blind
And
didn't have a lot of
does
chips
it ever
either.
occur to you?
It's just the
hey,
guy who opened
that'd
raised.
be pretty good, not waking up on Monday morning with sore everything.
Yeah, I mean, it is, and I would say first, it's been awesome for me to see because I think
And
as
he'd been
former
active.
players, you know,
He wasn't somebody
you
who looked
always
like he
wonder,
was
like,
just sitting
man, what
around,
am I
not
gonna
playing
do
any
next?
hands. He
How's
was
it gonna work
36-26
So to
on
see
60
him
hands.
leave the game and fall into something that he has absolutely loved. We talk all the time. Sometimes he'll hit me up.
Sometimes
and ask
you're
me
into
what
the
I think
Kings.
about a player
It's all
or
good.
about a play in the game, and we'll just talk. And I'm just like, man, he looks happy. Like, you know, and he called our game when we played Buffalo on Thursday night in December, and he's walking pregame. We're talking on the field, and I see him he's talking to other guys, and I'm just like, look at this guy. Like, who does he think he is? But it is, and I think because we're so similar, I look at what he's doing, and I'm just like, man, like, I think I would enjoy that too. Or when he called me when they were in London and Germany, he's telling me about what they're doing, and I was like, man, like, that's kind of cool. You're traveling, and you know, for a while in your life, you got paid to play football. Now you're getting paid to tell about what you learned from the game and what you see in the game today. And it's been inspiring to me to see, even if I keep playing, that could be a road for me to take. And
I raised, re-raised
and I
4
decided to
bets.
stop playing. I now have somebody to lean on to try to get advice, to try to get better. So I'm excited about that, and I think, you know, he's done a really good job.
Can I give you one just very, very tiny piece of advice on that career?
Yep.
Okay, so a long time ago, I worked for a paper in New York called Newsday, and I covered the New York Giants for 4 years. It was in their glory years: Parcells, Sims, LT, Harry Carson. And I remember when Lawrence Taylor retired, he was basically very excited because I think it was Turner or somebody paid him $1 million to talk about the game of that week on TV. You know, LT was a larger than life figure, so he's going to make all this money. And I remember Phil Sims telling him, in essence, well, Lawrence, might pay you for a year or two because you're Lawrence Taylor. But after a while, you're going to actually have to work at that. And you're going to have to be good at that, because your name after a while will wear out if you're not saying anything.
Yep.
And he lasted 1 year.
Really?
And it's, I've always told guys, sort of in your sphere, who obviously are, really bright and who I know can do the job really well. And I know that you won't have any problem with putting in the work, because that's who you are. That's what you've been in New England for the last 13 years. But my only point is that it's just like any other job. in that if you don't work at it and you don't really spend time trying to be really good and listen to other people and watch other people who are really good at it, you know, like I think Nate Burleson is fantastic.
Yes.
I really
Yeah, Nate Burleson's
like
good.
that guy, and I learned from him. Greg Olson, I think, is doing a fantastic job at Fox.
Yeah,
you
he's
know,
doing
as an
good.
analyst. But anyway, somebody
Greg
was
Olson.
saying, man, you know, Brady's not going to be very good at TV because he never says anything. And my point to them is, hey, Tom Brady will want to stick it up everybody's rear end who said that he's not going to be very good on TV. You know, and so I don't
This
know
Peter
if Brady
King
was
guy,
great or not, but I
this
know
Peter King
he's gonna
guy,
work at it.
fucking
He's
amuses
not
the
gonna
shit out of
show
me.
up, you know, on Sunday at 10
He
minutes
obviously
to 1
just
and say,
loves
okay,
football. He
who's
talked to
playing
he
this
would
week?
talk to Devin McCourty for
I
4
mean,
fucking hours.
I
This
know
Peter
you'll
King.
be the same way, whatever job you have.
He's
to
like
work
so
at,
happy
you
that
wanna
he's
be
talking
really
to a
good,
defensive
but
back from the Patriots
I
right now.
always
He's
thought
like,
it
this
was-
is
It was
amazing.
kind of funny that there are people who get into
It's
this business.
funny that Peter King gave him like some old man advice there about work, because that's how I was kind of feeling while McCourty was talking about this job. Oh, my brother looks so happy. Oh, it's something I want to do. I'm like, I'm not so sure you do want to do it. I mean, you're gonna say that when you're on TV, so you can whatever. It sounds like he might want to travel, might want to do it, but you gotta actually want to do it, and that's exactly what Peter King said to him. Like, I don't know, I'm kind of feeling Devin McCourty don't actually want to do it either.
You know, podcast,
he wants the perks of doing it.
TV, radio, whatever it is, and think they can.
I
just
think that you could be a
basically
big
sit
name
down
though,
and do it.
and I guess you
they
can't
don't
suck.
really
But no,
understand
Marino's a
that
big
after
name, and he
while,
sucked, right? He wasn't doing
people are
anymore.
not gonna pay
Well, he doesn't
attention to
do
it.
announcing
They're not
games. He does the like daily
So-
stuff
I
sometimes.
thought that was great. I got a chance to
The
talk to
daytime
Chris
shows.
Berman. He was up at one of our practices one time, and I asked him.
I mean, I'm sure all these
like, what
players want to
advice
keep
would
making
you
money.
give
They want to stay
somebody,
attached to the
because you've
game
been doing it
somehow.
for
It's a
so
good way to
long.
do it.
And he said
I think
something
Brady's
very
going to end up
similar.
coaching.
He said, I would just let you know it's similar.
I think
to
Brady's
playing.
gonna be a
He said,
fucking
every
coach.
day you're not gonna feel
Can't be sure
great
about this,
going
but
out there to do your
I don't think he's
job.
gonna do the TV
But he
thing.
said when you played hurt, when you've been sick, he's like you've gone out there and you've played your best.
Goats
He
don't do
said,
the
like,
TV
that's
shtick.
what it's
They go
like
coach,
if someone's asked you to
and then
go
they
on
try to
TV
get
or
Super
do
Bowls
something
by
every
coaching,
day,
and
every
they
week. He's like, you always
they
have to
further
remember
cement their
I'm
legacy in the
bringing
game.
Some type of
That's what goats do.
entertainment or excitement, and I have to bring that every day, no matter
That's what he's gonna want to do.
And I thought that was cool because I think a lot of times as athletes,
He could go
we
coach
try
with
to
McDaniels.
separate
They could
what
coach
we
together.
do and what other people do, and when you really
Have
peel
McDaniels
all
show him the
that,
roach.
it's all
The
same.
roach.
Work
Show
is
him the
work.
show him
And
the
whatever
ropes.
You want to do in life, you gotta work
Show
at
the
it.
have the coach show
and
him the
the
ropes.
Same
It's
things
like-
we've done to be players. You got to find out what you need
Oh,
to do in
man.
the next walk of life to do whatever it is that you want to do.
Fuck,
Devin
man.
McCourty, you've been really
Tom Brady sucked
gracious
last
with your
night.
Time. I appreciate it. Whatever you end up doing,
Peter King is ending the interview. I thought Devin McCourty was gonna have to end it.
And I hope you make the decision that's best for you and best for your family.
Appreciate it, man. Always enjoy getting a chance to talk to you, Peter.
Hi, I'm Mike Tirico, and thanks for watching. Make sure to hit subscribe.
Mike Tirico's so goated at this. Mike Tirico is insane goated. So is that Susie Colbert. So is that Susie Colbert. Susie Colbert and Tirico are like unflappable. What they say is going to make sense, and what they say doesn't make sense, they're going to correct themselves. And they relate to the audience somehow. They're just so good at it. It's really ridiculous. There's got to be a Sims podcast out by now, right? That's like what I'm definitely missing in my life right now. Do we have another podcast today? 3 hours ago. Oh, that's just Florio's show. 1 day ago. No new Sims stuff, huh? About last night's game? Nothing about last night's game yet? There's gotta be. 3 hours ago, Cowboys exposed Buccaneers. Oh wait, this is her.
In this
It's not a, but it's not a full pod. Maybe I need to follow a different channel here. No, there's no new video. luck. We're in the money here. My hands doo-doo. 4s on the bubble of the 20K. He's raising. I'm definitely going all in. Calling this guy with jacks. We don't river anything. We're big flip here. Oh man. 4 ball. The ace looked like a fucking 4. There's a 4 here. Wrong table, poker gods. Wrong table. Drats, man. 7 off the money, we lose a flip, blind versus blind. Like, holy shit. In a tournament, 4,500 up top. We wanted to win that flip, man. We used to win those flips. We don't win them anymore. We need to get back to winning them. I don't know, like, should I seriously, like, I don't know, get like a lucky pet rock or a rabbit's foot or something? Like, what are we needing to do? Should I start, like, speaking in tongues? Like, oh, it is a 45-minute thing. It is kind of a pod here.
For Brett Maher, and there's Mike McCarthy.
Oh, yeah, they're going to talk about Brett Maher.
5th time was a charm. For Brett Maher, and there's Mike McCarthy.
They're going to talk all about this kicker thing. It's going to drive me nuts.
Oh, man. Big guy moving. He was starting to do the robot or something.
So now we got a fold ducks.
Some new
and
move
we're covered 7 off
that he
the
just
money.
came up with.
It's called Shut That Sean
These
Payton Talk
positions.
Up. I'm the head coach of the Dallas Cowboys. That's that move
These
right
arrangements,
there.
with
That's
these
what that
paths.
is. That's called
Well, I
the
would say-
no Sean Payton shimmy right there.
So, like, the Shove It Sean Shimmy?
Right.
Would that be the best
Right.
name for it?
Right,
Shove
yeah.
It Sean Shimmy?
Or shove it media
yeah.
over the Sean shimmy. Right, yeah, something.
Well, after last year's wild card loss at home, which was capped by a failure of attention to detail, a poorly executed, riskily conceived quarterback draw aimed at buying time for one more shot at the end zone, which didn't take into account the fact the umpire had to teleport through 2 bodies before he could touch the ball, and the ball could be spiked, which we talked about at length. Nothing like that this time around. Just flat out
Well, Daxton,
excellence.
no, it was. He
The
threw his
Cowboys
helmet when the
wire
kicker
to
missed a
wire.
couple
We're gonna
kicks and they
break
didn't let him
down
go for
the
it.
July presented
He
by
complained even when he was winning.
GoogleStore.com.
It's just the way he is.
Watching on Peacock, listening on Sirius XM 85, watching and listening
That's why they're not
on
going to
Sky
win.
Sports NFL or podcast.
But Purdy's going to choke in the championship game against the G-Men.
From throughout the galaxy after our reference to Uranus yesterday, so let's see if we can top it today out of the gates. But Chris, you can't top what the Cowboys did last night. I got to give you credit. Not
So,
that even you saw.
We're in the money here.
I didn't think they
We just went through the blinds. Okay, I guess they
crap
didn't
out
lose
of
an
it.
all
Make
in.
it
We're just
such a
short. So
lopsided
anyway, we're
affair
going with
that
this.
There was no chance for Tom Brady to rev up the engine on comeback heroics. What a way to go out. At least last
got
year.
these
he
3.
did
It's a
everything he could
3.
to tie up the
10
Rams
ball,
before the
please.
defense let them down
Nope.
in the divisional round loss.
3 out, suck
They
out.
didn't even show up
In the
last
money.
night. It was embarrassing.
That's what's happening
Well,
there.
I think we saw really, a little bit what the Buccaneers were all year, right? We had moments of, oh, wait, it's good and all that type of stuff. But we kind of hit that point of where Dallas motivated, sick of hearing all the noise about, oh, you finished the season this way, Dak's not playing well. So they played their top-notch A-plus type of football game that we know when they play it, they're capable of dominating just about anybody in the sport. And then this is kind of what we saw from Tampa all year. We were always hopeful. We had those moments and, little glimmers of, oh, wow. Okay, wait, maybe they can turn the corner here. Maybe it's the playoffs and they're healthy and maybe this will be the time where they start to put their best football together. But no, ultimately it came back to this is the team we saw through the 18 weeks of the regular season. Just inconsistent,
Pocket
no
eights.
run game, mistakes, blown coverages, putting too much
He's got
on the
kings. We
shoulders
river
of
the
Brady
8
at
in the
45
3K.
years old
Hit the 8 ball.
And really, that was a dominant performance, like you said, by the Dallas Cowboys, who did just about everything right after those first few drives where it was a little bit of a stalemate. They controlled the game from that point on.
Remember, the big question was whether or not the Buccaneers would be able to run the ball.
Yeah.
They ran the ball back in week
I mean,
1
they got
when
behind in the
came
score,
back
so it wasn't going to be like a thing.
had
They
sent
tried to
Ryan
run early.
Jensen back for the first time
They were
all
doing
year.
decent
He
at it.
suffered a knee injury.
And then Tom
Second
threw a
day
pick.
of training camp. They were always very vague about what type of knee injury
We got an
it was.
ace
and
here.
We don't really know.
Blind versus
The swelling's
blind.
still there, and he just kind of lingered, and then all of a sudden he's back and he's in the starting lineup, but they still couldn't run the ball. Leonard Fournette had 11
All in with
yards
fives
on
in the
5
low
carries.
roller. All in with our
Rashad
last
White had
chip
41
here.
on 7. Of course, they
chance.
had to abandon the run game
Right.
fairly quickly once they fell way behind. And Tom Brady threw
Okay.
66 passes.
Yeah.
At 45 years
Huh.
old,
Not gonna happen.
66 passes, completed 35, 351 yards, 2 touchdowns, an interception, a passer rating of.
Well, when they got way behind in the score, they probably figured it was a good idea to pass the ball, you guys.
You said we've seen that Buccaneers team all year. No, at
What is
times
this
we saw
Saturday? What is this
good
Saturday here for
performances.
what?
This was the Buccaneers
Oh,
that we saw
nah.
when we were like, what the hell is wrong with them? I didn't see anything
King
last
5.
night that made me
Oh, we got
say,
spades too.
oh, there was the
Oh,
team that we
so
saw
sad.
beat the Rams or beat the Saints coming from behind.
Just
or,
some in cash.
I know, but look at what you're talking
Any
about.
other
Look at
game
what you're
where-
talking
where
about.
they, you know,
See?
beat the
oh, they
Seahawks,
beat the
you know.
average Saints and the not good Rams, and they barely won and had like 7 horseshoes up their butt to do it. You know, that's what I mean. Listen, Mike, I fell in the trap too. We all do. It's Brady. They won the Super Bowl 2 years ago.
42
You know, but
of
there's just
58,
very
54
few moments.
cash.
We had a few of those clutch moments that you're talking about, where you go, oh wait, maybe that's the way they could play it. If they can just hang around, you know, they could be tough to beat because Brady will be big time in, you know, the end of the half and end of game moments. But ultimately, Mike, you just said it right. I mean, 62 times or however many times it was to throw the football, that's not sustainable with Tom Brady. That was one of the things we talked about yesterday. I know I talked about it on my podcast a bunch. Like, if they have to throw it 40-plus times in a game last night, no way it's going to work. I mean, they couldn't block Dallas. They
They
can't
only
block
threw it that many
Dallas, and
times
you
'cause they
know
were already
Brady at his
losing.
age becomes uncomfortable.
That's a
right?
very key
So
point.
It just Dallas played a great
Ooh.
game. We got to give them credit first off.
Ooh.
You know, they came out really.
What's up,
you know,
Pone
from the
Face?
get-go, I
Getting
thought
smoked?
like, oh wow, Dallas they're playing, they're hitting.
Yeah,
and
I
I
mean-
thought that was pretty apparent even through the stalemate. Not that I thought they were
Getting
about
smoked
to
is
take
gonna
off,
happen.
but once they did take off, they showed they were in a different class than the Tampa Bay
Sometimes
Buccaneers.
we're doing the
And,
smoking.
you know,
Oh, I gotta get this.
just
I gotta eat food, man.
excite me. They
I got the
excite me
steak.
when they play
Fucking
like
got
that,
the
'cause you
rub on
go,
the steak
ooh,
like an
that's-
hour and a half
that's
ago.
a
It's time to
special
like
team,
actually
and
put it in the
can
pan
they
and cook
sustain
some
that
pasta
and
and
make a
get some
run
stuff
and
going. But I
be
got all these tables. I
special
need
here?
the Satty to finish.
Well,
And we need to
that's
bust
something
something
that
else,
we
and then I
saw in
can.
fits and starts
I think
throughout
we're
the
actually gonna
season,
be
right?
past
Begin to
playing
look
like
like
all the
what
Satties
they
we
did to
played
the
today and shit.
Vikings,
We're gonna be
what
ready
they did in
to
the fourth quarter to the Colts, but
just play regular
that team
tournaments.
has a habit of not showing up when you expect them to. When you don't expect them to,
We have
that's
a
when they show up.
162.
That's
We
gonna
have
be
two.
the challenge.
We have
On a
two
short week,
162
turning
coupons
around on
available
Monday
to
night,
us,
flying back to Texas, then flying to San Francisco.
which we can't use
they have
either one
5
of them
days
tonight.
to get ready.
We can use
for
one on Sunday,
6 days. I don't know. What do you want to call it? It's Monday to Sunday.
and then we can
but
use
then the
another
49ers
one.
have Saturday
There's
the
like 3 or 4
following
different
Sunday. They
days we
don't
can
have
use
to
the
travel
other one.
anywhere.
One of them we have to use this
that
Sunday.
puts even more pressure on the Cowboys to show up and play like they did last night. And that's the problem. I think they set a bar last night. Everyone with the exception of
Oh,
Brett
this
Mars
Saturday
set a
is
bar
for
last night
it's
that's going to be difficult to live up to. It
for the
raises
weekend main event on
expectations.
Sunday.
It's very easy to get yourself
So
fired
this
up
is
to go
for
out
a
and play well
270
when
ticket?
You can use that everyone thinks I stink card. Now everyone thinks I'm great. And you've got to parlay that into another great performance against a much better team
I'm not really
in their
sure.
building with a couple of days of
What
difference
tournament
in
is this
preparation
for?
time. It's not going to be easy for the Cowboys, but it sure looked easy last night.
I don't
Dak
see any
Prescott, of course,
270s.
as spotty as
Phenomenal.
Tom Brady was, Dak
Main
Prescott
event,
was
$1 million
spectacular.
weekend main
He threw
event
half the number
on
of
Sunday.
passes,
Oh, the 29th. Is
completed
so it's 2
25
weeks from now.
33,
This is for a
305,
long time
4
from now.
touchdowns to 3 different receivers. Ran one in. Dalton Schultz got a couple. There's the
Oh, I see.
fourth down.
Main event
Brilliant
number
call. That's
23.
the
What
way
number
you
is it?
build a defense.
One
He
player,
just
which
was
is going to
great.
take
He
$1
was the
million
guy that they
weekend main
paid
event
$40
on the
million a year
29th.
to last night.
200K.
That's when you earn that money. You step up in the
Yeah, I
playoffs
think it's
against
tournament
one of the
number
all-time
23.
greats, and you don't just barely win. You kick the crap
On the
out
29th.
Yeah, that's
It's a
right.
270
you know,
buy-in,
you
200K.
kind of said it.
okay.
It was
It's
a
kinda
nice
random.
blend of surgical, systematic, just taking apart the defense. And then I think when you add on top of that, then we saw some of the hey, wait, nothing's
So break
there.
time's already
He
over,
made a nice
so
run.
I didn't
He got
cook
out of
this
the
food.
pocket,
We're just gonna have to really
scrambled,
make sure to
played some
do it
backyard
next
football, which he hasn't been
next
doing
break.
a whole lot lately, which is going to
Gotta get this
be a
food
pain
going.
in the butt for a team like the 49ers, the Eagles going forward. But ultimately, too, and guys, if we could show those clips of plays again, I think not only did he apart the defense, and then I think when you add on top of that, then we saw some of the, hey, wait, nothing's there. He made a nice run. He got out of the pocket, scrambled, played some backyard football, which he hasn't been doing a whole lot lately, which is going to be a pain in the butt for a team like the 49ers, the Eagles going forward. But ultimately, too, and guys,
He says a pain in the butt for the 49ers or the Eagles going forward when the Giants are still alive. And this is Chris Sims talking. Phil Sims' kid. Phil Sims, former Super Bowl winning quarterback for the New York Giants. And we already know that Chris Sims is rooting for the Giants because he's always rooted for the Giants because of his dad. So why is he not mentioning them here?
if we could show those clips of plays again, I think
Isn't that fucked
not
up?
only did he play good,
Is this shit
the
scripted?
Dallas
Do they already
Cowboys
know
were
that
ready for
the Giants are
Tampa
going to
Bay.
lose?
Just some of the plays. I mean, again, this touchdown
He says
right
for
here,
the Eagles
this
or
is
for the
total
Niners
game
going
plan.
forward, this
We
could be a lot of
kinda
trouble.
know
Maybe
what
he meant it wouldn't
coverage
be
you're
trouble
gonna
for the Giants
play,
because he knows the
mess
Giants will
with
beat
their
him.
rules. You said it right here. I'm sure to call that play in that moment, they had great evidence that, yes, that guy comes down the line of scrimmage too aggressive. Here's some backyard football. And then he's going to throw the CD Lamb play the next play, Mike. Or no, this one, again, another great game plan play. Creativity, probably broke tendencies. He acted like he was going inside. He breaks outside. And then this play here, again, kind of knowing what they're going to get, dialing up the perfect play. So,
Are we check
I guess
Rays
what
in the
I'm trying
river?
to say is, way to go, Dak Prescott. But way to
Probably,
go,
right?
Mike McCarthy, Kellen Moore.
Check
for
Rays
coming
River.
up with a game plan that really, exposed Tampa and some of their rules, and they hadn't done that, in the first two times, or the first meeting last year and the meeting before that. So got to give them credit for some of the creativity and game planning they came up with.
I was looking back at the Buccaneers' schedule, and if there was a signature win, it was all the way back in Week 1, 19-3 at Dallas.
Right, it's
especially
crazy.
given what we now know about both
Right.
teams. And I'm glad you mentioned that because the playoffs are where preparation, focus,
He called me.
film study, self-scouting
Eastside
thyself
Flush.
becomes, I
Ship
think,
it.
even more critically important. We saw that play on Sunday in the Vikings game when Harrison Smith crashed down to Saquon Barkley and the fake and the throw, and it was obvious that the Giants knew exactly what the
Right.
Vikings were going to bite on,
Right.
and maybe they set something up with their own formation.
Exactly.
That's where you go next level. We're going to show them something that we put on film.
Oh yeah, my forehead is all about the next
Thrown
level.
out of it every single time.
Next
And
fucking
guess what?
level.
This time we're not.
Does it
gonna
blow
do
your mind,
We're
Mike
gonna
Florio?
let them think that they've cracked the code on us, and we're
Yeah.
going to use it against them. So,
Unless they think about how you're thinking about that, then what do you do, Mike?
at a time when
What happens when they think about you thinking about that? You're not taking it that far with me, Mike. Can you do it?
last year against the 49ers
Are
in
you
the wild
capable,
card
Mike?
round, that a failure of coaching on Monday night could have significant consequences to Mike McCarthy, you're going to have some folks who follow the Buccaneers now saying, what did our
Queen 9, bomber
staff
spine.
do
This guy's
here
got 5 bigs.
to get ready for this Cowboys team? What did they do to stay
You got anything
ahead of
good?
the curve? What
Just
did we
Jack
do to
7?
self-scout
I
ourselves?
have Queen 9.
What did we do to crack the code on the Cowboys? It's not just execution. You can look at the players and say, Tom Brady, he doesn't have it anymore. But coaching is a big part
I
of it, too.
want
expect
to
there be some changes on that
win.
staff. I don't know that Todd Bowles is going to be in trouble after only 1 year as the head coach, but there's been a lot of chatter about Byron Leftwich, who was a hot head coaching candidate a year ago, and at one point looked like he was going to be the next Jaguars
I have
coach.
no faith in this Bowles guy
that
being a
maybe
head
he's gonna be
coach
out.
at
Some
all.
speculation
Who's going to tell him?
in and around Pittsburgh.
We should let
Maybe
Peter
Mike
King
Tomlin's
tell
going
him.
to make a
Let him
change at
down easy.
coordinator because he's thinking Leftwich is going to end up there replacing Matt Canada. So
I think Leftwich should do it. Yeah,
Yeah,
fucking Left.
yeah.
I've always
I
liked
wouldn't be
Leftwich,
shocked
man.
to
Let's
see that
go.
happen.
Bowles
I'd be
can't
a
do
little
it. I
shocked,
mean, do you
honestly,
see
if
how bad he
Tampa
is?
wanted to part ways with him. I think Leftwich and
Might
what
be a
we
good
see from
coordinator,
that
but his head
offense
coaching
is-
skills are fucking
I
whack.
like a lot of their answers and what they do. I do. I mean, I think some of it has got to go back onto, like, hey, we got to talk about personnel a little bit as well. And then maybe the shelf life of that football team has just gone, a year too far. And we know in the NFL, yeah, you win a Super Bowl 2-3 years before that. I mean, hey, 1 year before that, like the Rams, it doesn't take much to go, wait, that Super Bowl team, as great as it was, it's the lifeline's coming to an end. It's over. And I think that's kind of where we got with the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. I think that's why we saw Tom Brady try to leave town last year.
Checked.
He
Did I
felt
win?
like this was coming last offseason. This was why he tried to make a move to the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. But, yeah, just an underwhelming season. And you
Hand-to-hand in the 20K. I guess we did win.
It's injuries. It's just, you know,
Huh?
lack
8
of
was good.
detail on both
No
sides
bluff.
of the ball. The Brady life, you know, distractions and the things he had to go through. It just was not a good year for Tampa. A lot of distractions and issues, and they never really played good football. Like you said earlier, just showed us a few moments and glimmers here and there. But other than that, it was very inconsistent.
Started this hand with 100 bigs.
We'll spin it forward regarding the Buccaneers later because we have all offseason to spin it forward.
That's right.
For them because they're done. Here's
I'll just call.
Mike McCarthy, coach of the Cowboys, after the game, talking about arguably the best performance ever from Dak Prescott.
Only because he's so dog shit.
That's for sure. You know, I think just like anything, he's so consistent in everything he does, and you know, like you said, we had a couple plays there early, but I mean, he was on it the rest of the evening. I thought he was, you know, Kellen and you know the play calling. We just really stayed true to what we wanted to do in here, and like I said, I thought he played extremely well, and you know, stayed aggressive, and you know, took the check downs. I thought he had great command of the offense and excellent presence in the pocket.
Love that old school Cowboys logo on McCarthy's hoodie. And
McCarthy is such a
playing like
fuck.
an old school Cowboys
McCarthy's such a fish. I feel bad, but he is. But he says some nice things in those press conferences.
If it sticks,
It's all Jerry Jones and just getting through the day over there. There's got to be so much pressure on that job. If you're the head coach of the Cowboys, it's got to be the most highly pressurized job in history. Ace King chops with Ace
you can't
King.
just
Wow.
assume that it's going to continue.
So it's
We
kinda
have
cool.
to see it again. He plays like he did
I mean, I
last
got Jack
night.
8 of
They're going
clubs.
to give the 49ers everything they can
There's
handle.
13 bigs in the middle.
Next Sunday.
I have 30 bigs.
But
You have a
we just
call?
have to see
Oh,
if
wow.
it's- if
Well,
they
can I
muster
improve?
that, if they can harness that,
Well,
if they can go
technically we
back to the
improved,
lab
but
and come up with
we
the
didn't
same
improve
kinds
enough.
of things that will trick the 49ers that managed
didn't
to
improve
trick
enough.
the Buccaneers last night. But man, it really was great.
I mean-
First player in the history of the franchise to have 2 or more passing touchdowns and 1 or more rushing touchdowns in a playoff game, and his passer rating of 143.3, nearly twice what Tom Brady's was. That's the highest in a playoff game in Dallas Cowboys history, and they have a storied playoff history, as we all know, but the story has been on pause since 1995, and that was their first road win in the playoffs, Chris, in 30 years. That's how long it had been since they had left home and won a playoff game.
Right?
Unbelievable.
Yeah. 49ers NFC Championship game.
Yeah, but they probably had some home
1992
playoff games they
right?
lost
January of
in that time.
93,
One in
the
that
first
time.
of the 3 Super Bowls for the Dallas Cowboys.
But
It's
still,
crazy
30
to think a
years.
franchise like that, the
Cowboys have
first one,
sucked. They
you know,
still
first
suck.
road playoff game
They're going to
since then,
lose to the
but,
Niners this week, probably by...
yeah,
What's the spread on that
Prescott was
game?
amazing.
I'm betting Niners on
And
the
two,
spread,
that,
probably.
you know,
Oh, I don't bet
I think
sports
the more
anymore.
impressive thing about
What's
it,
the
it
fucking
wasn't
spread
like
on the
huge
Niners
40-yard plays
Cowboys?
last night that got them, you know, over 400 yards.
We're
of
loading
total
it up.
offense.
What's the
You know,
spread
that's
on
where,
this?
again, I go to, like,
If the Niners are
systematically
favored by 7 or
dominating
less, you
the
got to
Tampa
bet
Bay
Niners.
Buccaneers. Just completions for 10 and 12
Unless you hate
and
money.
15 and 8.
Oh, plus they always lean the spreads towards the Cowboys because the Cowboys are America's team. Everyone will bet on the Cowboys anyway. You can give the Cowboys you can give it, yeah. So you don't need to put as many points on the Niners, and people are still going to bet Cowboys anyway because they're such fans. So we'll probably get a good line, honestly. Oh my God, I know I retired from betting sports, but I almost guarantee you this is going to be a good line for betting Niners. Spread. Let's see what it is on this book here.
We saw what we kind of.
The Niners are only favored by 3.5 because they know people will bet on the Cowboys anyway. The fucking Cowboys fans. There's so many of them. There's not as many Cowboys fans. This is a shoo-in. Niners 3.5 to get to the championship game at home against the Cowboys. Are you fucking kidding me right now? Did they play in the regular season? The over-under is less than the other 3 games. They're favored less than any other team. That's absolutely ridiculously preposterous. The Bills are favored 5 over the Bengals. The Eagles are favored 7.5 over the Giants. And the Chiefs are favored 8.5 over the Jags. The Niners are only favored 3.5 against the Cowboys. It's because of the Cowboys fans, and it's because of the recency bias that the Cowboys just looked really good, and because Brock Purdy's a rookie. But no way. The Niners are going to blow him out. Damn it. I wish I wasn't retired from betting sports. I want Niners 3.5. Like, bad. And I want, I mean, honestly, I want Giants plus 7.5, but I don't really care. I already bet on them to win the whole fucking thing. That is too many points against the Giants, too. I think it's almost too many points for the Chiefs, too. I don't think these playoff games end up being, like... The Jags are too well coached to get blown out, I think. But, I mean, it could happen. I just think it's too many points. I want the Jags in the points. I want the Giants in the points. And I want the Niners favored 3.5. The Bills-Bengals spread is Bills favored by 5. And I honestly think that one's kind of tough. I mean, I like the Bengals, I guess, plus 5. I like the Bengals more than the Bills, but Bills being at home could be a big deal. Yeah. Damn. I don't bet sports, but if I did, those are the bets I'd be interested in. Alright, we're in the money in the 20K. Niners are only favored 3.5. I realized that what I've always realized about the Dallas Cowboys is that the spread is always leaning towards them because they know their fans, even if they, like, if the Niners are supposed to be favored by 7, the bookies are like, fuck it, make it 3.5 because these unreasonable Cowboys fans are just going to bet Cowboys no matter where we put it anyway. Right? Or no, maybe I'm saying it backwards. I'm saying it backwards, aren't I? Hold on. I'm lost. He jams the river? You don't have an ace. I should call. You have a busted draw. You're turning something into a bluff. You don't have an ace. It's unlikely you have an ace. He goes all in with queen 4 on the river. What? So what I'm saying is true, but I'm getting it backwards with where the spread is. The bookies would be saying make it Niners favored by 10, and the Cowboys fans are gonna, oh no, because then they get 10 points. Yeah, exactly, they get 10 points. No, I'm saying it right. I'm getting confused, but I think I just unconfused myself. Yeah, so the bookies are like basically give them less point, even though, like, because even Cowboys fans know they aren't going to be favored in this game, right? So that's the point. It's because they're not favored. If they were favored, then it'd be the other way, right? Basically, it's exactly what I said. Because there's a ton of Cowboys fans, the spread is going to be adjusted in a way that the bookie knows that they're going to get a bunch of people to bet on each side of the spread, even if they make the spread leaning. It'll help the public be divided on the spread. And for them to pick up the vig, if they lean it towards the Cowboys, basically. If the Cowboys were favored, if the Cowboys were at home against the Niners and they were the better team and they were favored by 7 in this game, then they'd have them favored by 10, because they know Cowboys fans would still bet on Cowboys favored by 10. Right now, the Cowboys are underdogs. Even Cowboys fans know that they'll be dogs. But instead of them being 7-point dogs or 10-point dogs to the Niners on the road, the bookies put them at 3.5 because they know the Cowboys fans will still bet Cowboys. Same reason. I almost confused myself. Over-aggressive fish. We need to bet Niners. We need to take our farm and bet at Niners spread before the spread moves. We need to bet it now. What was the spread yesterday? Opening spread. 49ers Cowboys game. What was the opening line? It opened at 3.5. It opened at 3.5. It's still at 3.5. We need to bet this. Although we do know that that point's a big point, you know, like have them favored by 3, then you can push a lot when it's a 3-point differential. Right? We obviously know that. Oh, do you like the Cowboys or do you like the Niners? Yeah, you shouldn't bet on your own team, that's for sure. That could jinx things. I think 49ers 3.5 is nice, but I guess I wish we had like 2.5, you know? Maybe you could buy the point and then bet the farm, just in case they only win by 3. Like if they win by 3, you're going to feel pretty bummed out, but if you buy a point, you get them favored 2.5, then you're good to go. But why even be worried about that point? I mean, they should roll, right? I know the Cowboys defense is a good challenge for Purdy, but they could just throw a 2-yard, throw to McCaffrey or Debo, or, I mean, there's a long list of names over there. I don't think they have a chance of losing. Dak is sure to choke, too. I'm just going for a percentage. Yeah. I can't believe they're only favored 3.5, but I can believe it because of what I said about everyone bets Cowboys even if they skew the line. See what I mean? The Cowboys fans are going to bet Cowboys. Which is why I said out loud you should never bet on your own team, because you're going to end up having your emotions fuck with you. Whereas, like, I don't care about, I don't really care who wins the Niners-Cowboys game. I want the Giants to win because I already bet on them. But if I was going to bet, I'd bet on Niners because I just think it's a good bet. I mean, everyone's talking about Niners. Now all of a sudden the Cowboys beat the shit out of the Bucks, and people think that now the Niners could be in trouble. Like, I don't feel that way at all. I think the Niners are not in trouble.
Saw all year from Tampa.
I want to bet on the Niners, but I said I wouldn't sports bet anymore. But I think it's a really good fucking bet. But I think buying a point might be even better, but that could be costly too with the odds or whatever. But I think I'd rather have the point. I'm not sure. Who cares about the point? If I'm so convinced they're going to win the game, let's just say they win by a touchdown, right? But it's not easy to win playoff games by a touchdown. Both teams might play conservative. Both teams might run the ball. Could keep the score close. They might only win by 3, and then I lose the bet at 3.5. The 3.5 is the tricky thing here. We'd rather have 2.5.
And it's hard to get up for that.
I think we could just buy the point.
About the stretch they had before
I think that's the play. You buy the point and you bet the farm.
And I mean, you
say they win by at least a field goal.
You know, Lions week 7.
If they win by 2 or win by 1, you're just gonna have to fucking
all the way up until
somehow
the
live with yourself.
Philadelphia win at home on Christmas Eve. To go,
I don't know. At that point, then you almost just want, if you're that scared of the points, it's like, well, then why don't you just bet money line, and then it's just if they win the game. If you're worried about what the point total is going to be.
But other than that, you know,
I want the odds that the spread gives me, so that's why I'm doing it, right? So maybe I should look at adjusted lines. You want to pick the line you prefer, I guess. 3.5 seems kind of shitty because when you win by 3, you lose the bet, and it could definitely be a 3-point game. I don't think it will be, so I feel pretty good about 3.5. That's where they're going to get you, is when they win by a fucking field goal.
January.
If there's anything where the end of the game is close and the mob has any say in this, then they're going to make sure that it fucking is
That was the
3
year
points.
they beat the Packers. A year before the Packers won a Super Bowl.
Packers
That
upset
was
the 49ers.
Steelers.
I'm checking
over
Eastus
Colts
back
and
here.
Jim Harbaugh,
Ugh,
a
a
game
10 turn. That's got to be the worst turn I could
Hail
see.
Mary was right down below
It's got to be the worst turn I could see.
sitting for that one, and that's the last time they were in.
It's actually the worst turn I could see, right? A 10 turn.
Harder to accept. It's been
How
that
fucked up
long
is that?
since the Dallas Cowboys, one of the most storied franchises in the NFL, hasn't played for the right to go to a Super Bowl. 1995 season.
Jack of
96, They get
spades.
a chance to reverse it coming up here on Sunday night.
Happy to
they
check.
got-
He has
they
queen
got,
4
you know,
bluff.
Super Bowl caliber players. They do. And we saw last night game plan specific stuff from the offensive
You
side
never
of the
know if you're
ball.
getting cooler with
We
your
saw
aces
Dan
or if you're
Quinn
getting
do
bluffed
some
off your
interesting
aces
things on the
nowadays, dude.
defensive side of the ball. He's always creative that way.
It's like,
You know,
holy
they
shit.
executed. They out physical Tampa Bay. Mike, they did all
You're supposed
the
to
little
trap
things,
aces in a
even
lot of spots, but
second
every time I
half,
get post
they're
flop with aces, I
dominating
just
the
want to
game
end up folding them.
24-0, Mike. You know, my brother Matt Sims, he texts me. He's like, man, he's like, it's the third quarter, and he's like, Dallas, the running backs, they're staying in bounds.
Right, we're
Like,
doing
they're
this.
cognizant of the clack already. He's like, that's
Clack.
pretty good. Way to go, Mike McCarthy. And I was like, damn, you're right. They have.
The cognizant of the
they made
clack.
a conscious effort on a lot of
The
running
cognizant
plays
of the
to
clack.
stay in bounds and realizing the, you know, the spot in the game in which they were in and how they were going to execute that.
We might have fold equity
You know,
here
Dallas, yes,
in the
smothered
final
Tampa Bay. And
40.
we had the one crucial moment, right, where we thought, okay, wait, we got a game here, and this is too just kind of a microcosm of the year a little bit. The Brady interception, that in the end zone, that was the moment where we went, oh wow, and then that drive to go down and
Okay,
score
so
and make it 12-0. That's when you went.
We need to win this hand. We're in the money in the 20K. I mean, we have 3 big blinds in the small blind. This is a hand you want to win here.
This was a pitiful
It
play
is for
right
our
here
tournament
by Tom
life.
Brady. And really, this was the end of the football.
We have him
game.
destroyed.
This was it.
He has
After this
7-6 when I have
Dallas-
7-8.
Let's stop right now.
He
Let me
doesn't
stop you.
hit
Let me
a
stop you
6
right
or a
now.
5.
Look, there's no
We
shame in
win.
what Tom Brady did on this play. There is some shame in not calling it out. We got to call it out.
I think I'm gonna 3
This
bet.
is the duck and cover play. This is
Chuck
what we
and
saw
duck.
multiple times in the NFC Championship game 2 years ago when they almost blew an 18-point lead. This is the I'm too old for this shit play. This is the I can't take a direct hit from a guy that weighs 300-plus pounds who is half my age play. And that's fine. Look, it takes more courage than I could ever muster to just be out there at 45. But that is, I don't want to take a square hit. If he stays in the pocket like we see plenty of quarterbacks do and takes that hit to the middle of the chest, he delivers a ball that's catchable. He deliberately chose, and that's part of what his game is now, to keep, this is the thing that any team that is thinking, oh, he can put a lot of butts in the seats and, you know, create a lot of
this has got a
excitement and maybe we
balance,
can contend.
right.
That
Ooh,
he's
David
got a
Tepper would
str-
love
this is a
that.
balance. He's been
Butts
doing
in
it
the
for 5
seats.
years. I remember
in
there
New
was
England,
a play
there
against
was
the
issues there,
Steelers
yeah.
when he was, there was a ball he threw. He said
Threw it up to
away and it
Gronk.
was intercepted down.
Right, on the
for
1 yard line in
ex-
Pittsburgh. Right.
And again, it's not criticism of him. This is self-preservation. This is what happens when you are 45 and a half now. You can't take those hits. So there will be times, it's part of the overall calculation. There will be times.
You're a Niners
where I
Lions
gotta
fan,
get rid of
dude. The
ball.
Niners only
And that's
favored
what
by
he did last
3.5
night.
is
That was a I
funny
have
to me.
save my
I think it's just an
ass
absolute
type of a
shoe-in.
throw. And
It's because of the
that's
Cowboys
not-
fan
you know,
base.
and say what you will about Kirk
Niners have a
Cousins,
fan base
what
too,
this
but
did
there's just so many more
Sunday
Cowboys
night.
fans.
You
Everyone
never see
wears the
Cousins do
star.
that.
Everyone's
Cousins stays in there,
got that.
takes that hit, and gets
that
up and
going.
keeps going. And he's not 45.
To the point where it could
Again,
actually
it's not
skew
a
the line
fear thing.
compared to any
It's a
other team in the
reality
NFL,
thing.
which is
It's a
something I thought
45
of
years
like years
old
ago
thing.
Sure.
And
when I
it's gonna be
started
46
thinking sports
next year,
betting
and
was
it's
fun.
something that he has to ask
All right,
himself.
10 bigs,
am I
queen
comfortable
6.
Still making plays like that when I have to, and a team that signs him has to ask that question: are we comfortable with a quarterback who, by necessity, has to do the chuck and duck play from time to time?
Yeah, that's what you got to figure out. That's part of it, and that's why he needs a certain support system. And If he does pick another team to play for, he's going to pick a team that's got.
Yeah, well, I don't know. I guess it would just depend on the math, right? Like, I'm not really good with sports betting math, but I guess whatever line gave us what we wanted. I mean, we could just bet money line, but I'm not that scared of. I don't know what to say. I think the Niners are going to win the game. I'm pretty confident in that. It's just when it's 3.5, I definitely, my brain went to thinking about how they could win by a field goal and I lose. Does that worry me? Maybe I shouldn't care.
And that's why last night was just a recipe for disaster.
Oh
they tried to run the ball a little bit early.
I just don't know what to
Dallas
do.
was crowding the line of scrimmage. Dallas won
Ace,
first and
Jack,
second down
final
for the
40.
most part
I mean,
early
I
on
don't
in the
know.
game.
What is
and
this
then
guy racing
Tampa just
with?
went,
I
wait,
don't
we
know.
can't run it. Forget it, because every time we run it,
If I
it's
had ace 10,
second and
I
12,
fold.
second
If I
and
have ace
13.
queen, like, I don't know
And
what to
then
say.
they
I
got
have
into
ace,
throwing the
Jack.
ball, and
What do I
hey,
do?
we came on here
What
a
do
lot
I
during
fucking
the year.
do?
You know, of course, Brady had his moments, and we
I
praised
mean, one of
him,
the
but we
shortest
came out
stacks in
here
the
a lot
tournament. I
and
have ace, Jack.
Man, he's
fucking
jumpy
8
and,
bigs, 7
man,
bigs.
just
It's
hang in
got to
the
be so
pocket there. This
cuspy.
guy's open, and
I got him beat.
Was, you know, what we
Come
saw
on, this is the second time we were worried and then we have them beat. Are you kidding me right now? I'm working as hard as I can at this.
around him to where,
Shit.
Yeah, he's not comfortable, and he's not Josh Allen or Mahomes, where he's just going to make moves and take shots and throw sidearm lasers around the football field. We're not there. Like you said, he's 45, and you got to take that into account.
And it's the first time, I think, and I may be missing one, but on a stage of that magnitude, to have one of those plays become the tipping point, become the moment where, it's done, especially when the Cowboys turn it around and go down the field and go up 2 touchdowns. I think it made it the most glaring, and it was glaring. And look, I don't want to criticize Joe Buck and Troy Aikman. They do a great job. But come on, guys, you got to call it what it is. I know he's Tom Brady, and I know that he's the GOAT, but you know, Troy stood in there and took some shots. Sometimes you just got to stand in there and take the shot. Or say to the world, the reason he didn't stand there and take the shot is he's 45. And, you know, he doesn't look as skinny now as he did early in the season, but that's a guy that should not be taking a square shot from a 300-pound lineman who's coming at him full speed, or at least as full speed as he's ever going to be.
Sure.
So, and it's just one of the factors. Just like when we talk about with Tua, physics aren't on his side. When smaller guy gets thrown around by one of these giant, powerful defensive linemen for a guy who's 45 and is 6'5", but isn't thick as he used to be. Physics won't be on his side either. Medicine won't be on his side. Father Time won't be on his side if he takes that shot, and that ends up being the thing that we can point to and say, ... Cowboys win easily. Now, one of the reasons the door felt like it was still open for the Tampa Bay Buccaneers was Brett Maher's inability to make not one,
holy crapola,
not 2, not 3,
holy crapola,
but 4 extra points. And when you leave it at 24-0 after missing your 4th one, making it a 3-score game in theory, that's when it's like, we've seen this movie before. It was a
2-score game when it should have been a 3-score game. It was a 3-score game when it should have been a 4-score game.
To the left, and
you realize how much those extra points
I don't
matter.
think the kickers ever missed 4 extra points in a game ever.
The kickers are undervalued. Like the kickers should be better, and the coaches should be demanding better from their kickers and working on the kicker. Nobody seems to care about the kicker, but they score all the fucking points.
But still, it's a 33-yard field goal, and you missed 4 of them last night.
Jack 8 suited. Come on.
That's
we got this.
Huge thing hovering
Come
over the
on,
game.
dude.
It was awesome as they played, and they can feel good about what they look like, and going into San Francisco. That would be something that's got to be talked about. And I know we lost Mike here, so I'm going to talk to myself here for a second. But how could you not, as you're sitting there going into one of the biggest games you had as far as the Dallas Cowboys had here in recent history, the rivalry of the 49ers in the playoffs. Can you really feel comfortable and go with Brett Maher into the game? I mean, they got to bring somebody. I don't know. As a head coach, I don't think I could do it. Kickers are like, it's like a golfer or whatever. You get the yips. He might be awesome, but he might got the yips right now, and that would scare me to death. And I think I would be bringing in guys to work out.
The yips would give you the yips.
Well, the person whose one job it is to keep me on air failed while I was talking about Brett Maher not doing his one job, but I'm back. We'll see if I'm gone 3 more times tonight. I've never
Wario's
thought of this
hilarious.
before. We have to ponder from time to time when a kicker gets injured during a game, who else on the team can kick.
Oh my God, Ignition's been so glitchy today.
I actually thought Is there someone for whom Brett Maher can be benched during the game? Is there someone else who has a
heard this
better
earlier.
shot at making this extra point than the perfectly healthy starting kicker? That's the thing. You don't have a starting kicker. You have a kicker.
Yeah.
You have one. You don't need a backup. You never go to the backup. And I agree with you. It's a thought that
I think if there were, I think if there was enough roster space for 2 kickers or more special teams players, it would make the NFL more interesting. Because then you could bench the kicker for that other kicker, or like
We need Brett.
the kicker gets hurt, you actually have another kicker. People would want to carry another kicker. They should want to. I don't think any of these coaches are smart.
In Santa Clara, so,
I think Mike McDaniel might be smart. Maybe Bill Belichick is smart, and then that's it. Like, I don't know. Is Shanahan smart? This is the thing about Shanahan is he loves to choke, so he's going to choke in the championship game against the Giants. We can all see that coming.
I'm Money Maher's biggest fan. Obviously, I've been shown the video of me, and that's just emotion. That's part of it. Yeah, I mean, I talked to him individually. Told him after the game, hey, let that go. We're going to need it. I just played like a week ago, so I mean, that happens. But when you believe in each other, when you believe in
yeah, they're all playing like shit different periods of time. Why can't that happen to the kicker without him losing his fucking job? Worry about his fucking job.
Personally, no doubt that he'll come back next week and be perfect and help us win.
Nobody else gets fired after one bad game.
Why would you have no doubt? This is in his head now. There's too much riding on this.
The NFL people are these tough people. They don't see the kickers as being like a part of the game, but they're such a huge part of the game. It's like crazy. They don't think it matters. They don't want it to matter. They want it to be more about the trenches, the skill players, the quarterbacks. Man, the kickers right now are accountable for a lot of points.
Thinking about it, you can't have any doubt in your mind.
I know the NFL coaches, meathead type coaches, just don't know what to do to these kickers. They just are like, they just tell the special team soccer guy to go off to the side and do what they do, and it better work, or we're gonna get a different guy in here. You know, that's all. That's gotta be pretty much the extent of it. He better make all the kicks, or we're gonna get a new kicker and a new special teams coach, and that means you're fired. So,
thank God
good
I
luck.
made the last one, but I don't know how I'm gonna feel.
Yeah, he made the last one.
To make a kick with more pressure.
He was
on
1
me.
for 5.
What if it comes down to a field goal try?
That's what I
down
mean.
a point.
He'll probably make them. He's due to make the rest of them. He missed 4 and they won the game. That's the best thing ever.
I'm sorry, we just can't do this.
They probably will beat the Niners now, especially since I want to bet on the Niners. I bet, you know what I know would get the Cowboys to win that game? If I actually placed a bet on the actual Niners. That's what would get it to actually happen.
The organization can look who's
If I
out
actually
there.
placed the
There's
bet.
always a kicker out there. There's always somebody out there.
Niners
you can bring
lose.
in 5 today.
Damn, I was worried about getting check raised
here.
here. He's a big check raise too.
And see who survives
Fucking
it,
absurd
who makes all their
on the
kicks,
sizing.
Who's feeling it? Who's getting
hate
it
everything.
done? And then what you can do is you can add
We're in another satellite tournament here. I'm kind of addicted to these satellites now. I'm kind of addicted to this early afternoon grind where we grind up like the smaller tournaments and we try to win the satellites. And then at the end of the night we usually have like 1 or 2 big ones we satted into. All of these tickets we got today are from like weeks from now and stuff, and not for tonight. Queen Jack here.
Damn it, the season may ride on.
That's right.
This
It's
is
a
close,
pressure-packed
right?
position. It's the only one that's not a reactive position in
It's
all
all
the
in.
football field. To where no, it's truly pressure-packed. That's you
We
are
get it through.
what you are.
Cool.
The other guys in the football field, we've talked about this before. You know, hey, there's pressure, yeah, but they're reacting to the moment. You don't have time to think, oh gosh, it's 3rd and 7. You're sitting there going, oh gosh, Vita Vea's in my face. I got to make a move and get the ball out of my hand, and it kind of takes the pressure away from that standpoint. Yeah, you got to have a guy that you know can stand in the face of pressure.
I guess I'm just
in the
calling.
moment and
In the
not be
7.5K
bothered
6
by a
max.
little
Do
wind
I have to
out
call
in
this
Santa
guy? I'm getting
Clara
2 to 1.
And 70,000 49ers fans saying, F you, I hope you miss it. And that would be, to me, you definitely bring somebody in this week. You know, and like you said, I don't know if you put him on the roster right way, but he's there, one, to put a little pressure on Brett Maher to go, wait,
We
how
fought
you
the
gonna
nuts.
react all week? This guy's here at practice too. You know, you might even have a few moments during practice where you bring up the guys and get around them and yell at them and see how he reacts.
He's
in that
5. I
moment.
got the best hand
But, like,
here.
man,
We
you
hold.
really have to pass with
I got the
flying
nuts
colors
here. I'm all in.
because the thing
With the set of aces. Looks like we lost in the upper left. Jack 6 lost to
it'd be
King
hard for me
10.
to go into the game and go,
Set of aces is good against the King
I would
Queen.
have a hard time sleeping with myself, I guess. If I
Jack's
let
on a
Brett
9 high
Maher
board.
be the kicker, and then he misses a big field goal late 3rd, 4th quarter, and I go, oh, all the signs were there. I don't know why I let this happen. I would certainly flirt with the new kicker.
No, what just happened to the Cowboys is actually really good for them. Their kicker missed 4 kicks. He never does it, and then he's got a reality check, and he's not going to miss for the rest of the playoffs probably. But since their mindset is dog shit, and their coach is dog shit, and their owner's dog shit, and everyone's dog shit, they're all going to shit all over their own heads probably, and they're probably going to make Maher be more nervous than he needs to
Here's what
be.
you got to do this week. And I'm serious about this. I was thinking about it while you were talking.
They just need to calm the fuck
all
down.
The different ways to get this guy
I'm sure they'll find a way to blow it. I'm potting Queen 9 onto Queen 10-8.
all the time for practice. We know that. All the different ways that they simulate.
The turn's a 7.
What they need to do is have Brett Maher kick all week long, and they need to put this together today. They need to have a layered sound effect with thousands of voices chanting Maher, Maher, because that's what he's going to hear. Every kick in San Francisco, they're smart enough to know they're going to be sing-songing his name. They're going to be getting in his head, and he is going to hear that when he walks out there for the first time to kick, the second time to kick, the third time to kick, every time, because they know it's a thing, and they can save their team a point or 3 multiple times. He needs to not just hear crowd noise. He needs to not just have guys around him. He needs to hear his name chanted in a derisive way every time
King,
he
queen,
steps
and
on
low
the
roller.
practice field this week, because he's going to hear it that way every time he steps onto the field on Sunday. Guaranteed. Do it now. Get him ready for it. Get him kicking well in that environment, because that is the only way to simulate what he's going to see on Sunday night. And if it works, take me for a ride on the bus. Give me a hot dog. Give me some Johnny Walker Blue. If it really works, take me for a ride on the yacht. That's all I want.
Well, why don't you make that voice recording for them and send that down there? That'll really help them. Then you
Layer
actually,
it. Where you layer it 1,000 times over. You know,
do
like
that.
they did.
You make that, and they'll pop it in. Right. There you go. Right. Just do that for an hour and record it and send it to the Joneses and said, I made something for you.
I better be careful. If I keep doing that, I think a bull moose is going to show up at the door.
Thank you.
But, Chris, am
Ace
I wrong?
Queen in the 10K.
And those 49ers
Brought
fans
in
are
fucking
relentless and
4
brilliant.
times.
They know this is a thing.
This is
They're
our
gonna be
tournament.
ready to go when he goes
This is
out
our
there to
tournament.
kick.
Yeah,
They're going to
no,
give it to
he's
him.
gonna have-
So give it
he's
to him
gonna
in
have the
advance.
pressure, no doubt.
Here we go.
Definitely is. We're all going to be talking about it. I mean, it's going to be definitely something.
Say,
that
man.
brought about.
We are chopping on that flop.
Like us on a lot
No
of
chance of a flush for either one of
I gotta
us.
think somebody's brought
Very
it
well
at least
played.
for practice purposes and see how it goes.
Final 8 in the
You know,
upper left.
that's
4
like
cash, 3
the
get a
only
ticket.
thing that was
It's coming down
negative
to
about
it.
Dallas last night. That's for sure. There was a lot of things to look at, and when Dallas Cowboys play like that,
makes it more glaring.
I
Chris.
know.
That makes
I
it
know
more
it does.
glaring.
I know. That's why I think they got to bring somebody in like you're talking about and play the music and the crowd noise and have a kicker there to see how he reacts to the week of pressure. But, man, I mean, when the Dallas Cowboys play like that, they remind you that, man, they could be a team that
I mean,
could,
if doing something like that would help a
upset the
kicker's
apple cart,
performance,
end up
wouldn't
in the
all
Super
of the
Bowl.
teams be doing it
You know,
already?
Brock Purdy, one bad
Conversation's
mistake, or
ridiculous.
Michael Parsons around the edge, strip sack fumble. Ooh, wow, watch out. For entertainment purposes, I am glad they won last night. We've seen Tampa versus the 49ers, and I don't know if it would go much different no matter what. This one, these guys got the freaks to hang with the other freaks out in Santa Clara. And I don't think they're going to back down for the physicality of the moment, too, here. So that's where it's going to be really cool to see, and one of the better games on divisional weekend, Sunday evening.
Well, and the AFC gives us a couple of new school matchups.
Right.
The NFC gives us a couple of old school matchups. I talked yesterday about how Eagles-Giants reminds me of the 70s. Pat Summerall, Tom Brookshire, green cement games at Veterans Stadium or Giants Stadium. Cowboys 49ers, good God, it's the 90s all over again.
Yeah.
Right? Pull out the Zubaz pants. I saw a guy at the airport yesterday wearing Giants Zubaz pants. Get out the Zubaz. We're going back to 1992 when the Cowboys and the 49ers get together. Too bad Candlestick Park is gone. Maybe they should just play the game on the site of Candlestick Park. I don't even know what's there now. So that's the only thing that is sad about this. It's new stadiums for these two games, not the ones we were accustomed to in the old days. But how about this too? A fact that one of my writers noted today.
Third barrel gets through.
3 teams from the NFC East in the divisional round.
Are we gonna go with this blind versus blind? Probably. I'm really short on
divisional round
chips.
since realignment in 2002, and we were
Fucking
ready
9
to
big
disband
blinds.
the NFC East 2 years ago. We were talking about taking away the home game automatic for winning the division because the Washington football team, as they were known at the time, was the best of 4 really bad teams. Now, there wasn't a single team in the division under 500 because Washington finished 8-8-1, and the other 3 teams.
Oh man, blind versus blind again. We need to win more of these blind versus blind all-ins, you guys.
To me, I think look.
Or just get it
I'll believe
through.
the
They're
49ers
always
in the
calling
end
me.
when
It's like,
someone beats
what
them,
the
But I
fuck?
agree with you. Of
How
all
do you
the
have a
various
hand to call
options
an
out
all-in
there,
with so often, you
for the
guys?
divisional
You
round,
villains
the
out
Eagles
there.
weren't an option because they was the 1
What are you
seed.
doing to me?
But of all the other teams that could have gone to Santa Clara this weekend, the Cowboys
they're
are
scary.
the most intriguing.
Right.
Because I think the 49ers would have killed the Vikings, the 49ers would have killed the Buccaneers, the 49ers would have killed the Giants, and the 49ers, as we saw already, have beaten the Seahawks.
Yeah.
The Cowboys are the one team that I think can give the 49ers everything they can handle. And I hope they do on Sunday just for the purposes of seeing a good game. But I sure don't want it to come down to Brett Maher. Well, maybe I do. That would be the height of drama. Brett Maher, a 33-yard field goal with 2 seconds left in the game. Cowboys down 2. That
or just
would be
the
an
extra
exciting
point
moment.
to win it. Maybe go up 28-27. I mean, it could be just that.
I want it to be no. I want it to be win or loss though. It's
Oh, you
got to
wanna
be.
be,
It's
okay.
got. It can't just be. It can't just be. We win if I make it, and we go to overtime if I miss it. It's got to be we go home if I miss it, we go on if I make it. That's what it's got to be.
Yeah. But
Speaking of
it's-
going home,
it is scary. They got playmakers. We know that. They got an offensive line that you feel like, okay, wait, the 49ers aren't going to just overmatch the Dallas Cowboy offensive line. You know, we know
He had
it's gonna
pocket
be a
nines
tough
in the big
task, but this Cowboy offensive line is still very good.
Just wow.
We know that as well. They got some creativity on defense, and they got a guy, Dan Quinn.
We busted this
who
one?
Was the head coach while Kyle Shanahan was the offensive coordinator for the Falcons for 2 years. So he's had a first-hand look a little bit on like some of the rules and things Shanahan likes to do within his offense. He'll have a little feel for that. So that's where it is. It is interesting.
All right, there'll be more of these Saddies. This is for a tournament
that's
like
where
weeks
I'm
from now.
excited for
Let's
it
just
too. Like
chill
you said,
tonight
there's
on
some,
that.
You know, the old school history, some nostalgia in this one. Let alone we got a lot of big time talented difference makers on the football field. That's going to lead, I think, to a really exciting game.
and I was trying to think of the best spot to make this point. I'm going to make it now. You mentioned Dan Quinn crossing paths with the guy who used to work for him in Atlanta, Kyle Shanahan. Adds some intrigue. Gives Dan Quinn all the more reason to spend every waking moment focused on nothing but getting ready to come up with a defense that can get a step ahead of Kyle Shanahan.
But that's not happening.
There's nothing.
Right?
That's my point.
Yeah.
There's nothing else that Dan Quinn should be doing this week other than working, sleeping, showering, eating, and I won't say the other word.
We got it.
For the nest,
Thank
but
you.
that's all he should be doing. That's it. Nothing else this week. Laser focus, full obsession, work, eat, sleep, work, eat, sleep, and not much eat and not much sleep. Work, work, work. All work and no play makes Dan Quinn a successful defensive coordinator of the Dallas Cowboys. But no, because of the NFL's, I don't know what the word is, but I don't know. Bad. Let's just go with bad. Let's go next level and keep it simple. Bad procedures.
The check raise on the turn and bluff in the river works.
Positions. What are you going to have this week? Dan Quinn interviewing for a job at the Broncos. You're going to have D'Amico Ryans interviewing for a head coaching job. It shouldn't happen. I'm with Peter King 1,000% on this. Now, I resisted it when he first made the argument because I thought it's not practical to delay in-person interviews until after the Super Bowl. It's not
Yeah,
practical.
we watched all
There's
this
too much
already
stuff
earlier for the most
that
part,
goes on
except
right
for that
away.
beginning part. We'd
Scouting
seen all this.
combine. And hell, you've got the Senior Bowl before the Super Bowl. You got to have a coaching staff in place. Well,
Come on, Pocket Jacks. He has aces. Jack him. Oh, man. What a grind, huh? Late Reg is almost over in this 3K and this low roller. What a grindy game.
Welcome to the Peter King Podcast presented by Salesforce. I'm Peter King. I'll be joined by my friend from NBC, Miles Simmons. And Miles, we have so much to get to on a very busy middle of the playoffs podcast this week. And we're going to get to all of the games that were just played. We are going to preview the games that are to be. And we'll also be joined by a guest who, I'm telling you, I recorded this with Devin McCourty on Monday, and I think he is really interested in his next life, which is being one of us, because he was damn good breaking down the NFL.
We already watched the Devin McCourty thing.
Devin McCourty midway through our podcast. Let's get to our topics of the week. Number one, Dak Prescott's redemption. And the Cowboys just beat up the Tampa Bay Buccaneers in the final of 6 wild card playoff games on Monday night. We'll get to Brady's future in the second half of the podcast. That's Tom Brady, in case we have to give you his first name. We will give you a game-by-game preview of all 4 division games, leading with this interesting nugget. This is the first year since the NFL changed the alignment of the league in 2002. It's the first year that 3 of the 4 teams in any conference divisional round are all from the same division. It's the NFC beast. The Giants, the Eagles, the Cowboys, and not necessarily in that order. Kansas City, Jacksonville leads the weekend. And boy, it's set up for the Kansas City Chiefs to have smooth sailing into the conference championship game. But that's probably what the Chargers were saying the other day too. So beware those Jags. The Giants in Philadelphia, I think it comes down to how healthy, how productive Jalen Hurts is. We'll get to that game. Cincinnati and Buffalo, probably the game of the weekend. That's going to be a lot of fun. So many angles to that. Miles and I will break that down.
Oh man, and how many times are we going to hear DeMar Hamlin's name in the Bengals-Bills game?
History behind it. So much fun. I'll tell you a great George Thomas story from Candlestick Park 30 years ago.
We can't play the DeMar Hamlin drinking game for that game, or none of us will make it.
John Madden. So we'll also look back at the games this past weekend. And man, I got to tell you, 2 things really stood out to me. the Miami clock mismanagement, and really the fact that the Buffalo Bills, although they scored 34 points the other day, really are not clicking on all cylinders, as they say. We'll also get to coach updates, and we'll get to the strange case of Lamar Jackson. We'll dive right into that. So, Miles, happy divisional week. I want you to give me your one big takeaway from the wild card weekend. You had 6 games. Tell me the thing that you leave those
The Giants.
6 games with.
The Giants are ready to fucking win. Say it.
Miles Simmons.
The Giants.
The Buffalo Bills and the Cincinnati Bengals don't look as good as I thought that they would against.
What team does look good?
I would term to be inferior opponents, and
I'm all
think
in
that
Queens and
part of
Fives.
it is that they were playing divisional opponents for the 3rd time. And it was sort of one of those things where you could say with San Francisco and Seattle, yeah, that's also the same, but the cream was rising to the top in the second half, and that's kind of what I expected to happen with Buffalo and Miami and Cincinnati and Baltimore. But I don't know, for whatever reason, that wasn't able to happen. I mean, you got to credit Baltimore's defense. Obviously, they played a hell of a game, and they really shut down that Cincinnati offense in the second half after that first touchdown drive. But with Buffalo, it just, everything seemed so sloppy, so disjointed. Josh Allen making turnover-worthy plays, which is something that I brought up, and Buffalo fans got mad at me, and they said, well, you can't just say that Josh Allen has turnovers when, you know, it's Patrick Mahomes and Joe Burrow also have interceptions. It's not just the interceptions, guys. It's the fumbles. Josh Allen had 13 fumbles during the season. Didn't lose all of them. But those are the things that when you
How many fumbles lost?
One of the top teams in the AFC, you can't have those lapses. And now we're seeing it on full display. We'll have to see how it works out next week, you know, on Sunday against Cincinnati.
You know, if we're going to come up with just the one thing that I leave this weekend with, I've got a weird one, Miles.
Okay.
You know, and that is that, I don't know, as you're watching the Monday night game, really, I just could not believe what I was seeing in the Dallas kicking game. Okay?
Oh, God.
And this Brett Maher thing, I mean, when is the last time? You know, there are all these stat mongers out there. I want to know when the last time an NFL kicker missed 4 PATs in one game.
That happened since at least 1950, Peter, because I saw from NFL
Is
research
that right?
put it out
Okay.
there. Yeah, it had not happened since at least 1950. Because at a certain point, usually your coaches just say, "Okay, I've had enough of this. I'm not sending him out there anymore." You don't usually get to miss 4 extra points. You don't even get to attempt the 4th one. And I mean, I guess McCarthy just said, you know, well, we're up.
Yes,
so
I let him
why
bluff
not
the ace of
do
spades.
this?
That was my plan.
Man, I mean, if you are Mike McCarthy and you've got a 24-0 lead, why would you send the dude out there, even though, yeah, 25-0 makes it 4 possessions? I'm not doing it. I don't trust my kicker at that point enough.
Why? Why can't a kicker miss 3 kicks and you still trust him? If he's 90% accurate.
I've got a theory, and that is, the theory basically
What's your theory?
is that, you know, like, when you look at what the Cowboys are right now, and you had to figure, and after the game, Jerry Jones said, we're sticking with him.
Yeah.
And
Well,
you
why
have
wouldn't
to
they?
figure that this guy probably is going to be your kicker going into San Francisco. So you're killing the Bucks. It's no contest, all that. And, you know, I get it. It's midway through the 3rd quarter, and you say, why are we going to put this guy out there again? And, you know, I think if you're going to keep him and you think there's a good chance you're going to keep him, you got to give him a chance to try to get it right. And obviously, he did get the final one of 5, you know, between the uprights. But I'll give you my one other little theory on this. And that is that I think that one of the best things the NFL has done in recent years is to move the
Move it back.
so that,
Yeah,
in essence,
I like that too.
It's a
What's up, Mike?
3-yard field goal.
Jeez, this is our senior message, man. Sorry, people are kind of typing sporadically. Sadie run hot engage? Hope so. Won a few tickets again today. Won 3 yesterday, but we need those tickets to work out, or we're not making any money. We're just getting tickets and then losing.
I assume this is the case, unless they figure that Brett Maher is now Steve Blass or Steve Sachs or Chuck Knobloch, and has that
Chuck
and
Knobloch.
For a while, Jose Altuve in baseball. I'm showing my
Who's
baseball
Altuve?
chops here.
You are.
But guys who could not throw the ball to first base anymore.
Oh, they just got the yips. They couldn't throw it to first.
Thing. And so that
all of a sudden, they just can't throw to first anymore.
A subplot going into Dallas at San Francisco, because I don't think Dallas at San Francisco.
A subplot.
I don't think the Cowboys are scoring 5 touchdowns on the Niners this weekend. So, okay, that's my quick little detour. But Miles, I would like to take a few minutes right now at the top of our pod to essentially go over Monday night, and then let's do 2 minutes each, a mini lightning round on each of the matchups before we get to Devin McCourty. I'll give you my first observation about Monday night. You know what I was thinking about as Dalton Schultz.
I've been saying I need to eat for like 3 hours now.
And then
we're still not there yet. Like, we're past late reg in this one soon. This Saturday here, and then like I think I'm gonna get food. And this one's past late reg soon. So like for all I know, I could have 2 tables up in 30 minutes, and then I can cook, you know, and then it won't be so crazy to cook and have a bunch of tables up.
At least the only other prominent player this year who had the injury that Lamar Jackson had, which is a sprained.
I'm trying to Saturday into a 109 with a $12 buy-in here to get the ticket. We're the shortest stack though.
Had it. He missed 1 game.
What tickets do we have? We got 2 162s, but I don't think we can use them tonight. Yeah, 2 162s, but they're for a later date.
Ever since. And the only reason I bring this up is that, you know, I talked to a couple of medical people last week, and we'll get to, Lamar Jackson in the second half of the pod. But a PCL is a strange injury because, as one athletic trainer told me, it's not something that you do surgery on normally. It's something that you simply rehab. You got to get all the muscles around it very strong, particularly the quad, so that your leg is strong. But your leg is going to feel, your knee is going to feel a little bit unstable. You've just got to play with it. So, anyway, I only bring that up because Dalton Schultz last night, in my opinion, other than Dak Prescott, Dalton Schultz was the key to the Dallas offense. A big, sure-handed tight end who can make plays down the field, who isn't just an inline blocker. But I thought Dalton Schultz was great, and I thought Dak Prescott was really good. Very sure of himself, very confident, had that great bootleg for a touchdown. You know, their second touchdown. Give me your quick observation on that game last night.
Yeah, I thought Dak Prescott was outstanding. I mean, it's simply one of the best games that he's played, or at least that I've ever seen him play. And they needed him to step up and be that guy in that situation, because how many times over the course of this season have we seen a team let the Buccaneers hang around, and then boom, Tom Brady turns it on right about when the fourth quarter starts, and it's, here comes Tom Brady. Dak Prescott played well enough so that anything that Tom Brady wanted to do in that fourth quarter, it just wasn't going to be enough. And when you talk about Dak Prescott, and I've said to some friends, there are times that I feel like Dak Prescott is sometimes just Dallas Kirk Cousins, and he did not play like that. I mean, last night was a very, very bad night for that take that I've kind of been workshopping, and so I might have to.
Dallas's Kirk Cousins is a really freaking good way to describe Dak Prescott.
It was just one of those times where you have to have your quarterback play at his best. And he absolutely did it. The lights were bright, and he played.
Somehow they're not bigger dogs than 3.5 against the Niners on the road.
Really encouraging going forward, especially coming off of that Week 18 where it just didn't look like the Dallas Cowboys wanted to be anywhere near FedEx Field. And I don't really blame them, whoever wants to be near FedEx Field. But when you go into the postseason playing like that, you don't necessarily expect them to have the kind of offensive output that they had against a good Buccaneers defense. So now that they're on the upswing, they can go do something in San Francisco, down there up there in the Bay Area, I should say, and maybe make some noise.
The thing I really liked about Dallas, in fact, this has been something I have wanted to see all season, and you've very rarely seen it. You saw it maybe against Indianapolis. You certainly saw it against Minnesota. But, a great team needs to beat the other team into submission. Yes. And this team last night had consecutive drives of 80, 80, 91, and 86 yards, all ending in touchdowns. This is who the Dallas Cowboys, with an efficient quarterback, can be and should be. And in my opinion, look, I've been thinking all along that the game of the weekend is Cincinnati at Buffalo. Joe Burrow at Josh Allen. I get it, but man, I cannot wait for Dallas at San Francisco. So let's just go over a few things we think about each one of these matchups. We'll go in chronological order. Miles, I'll give you the start.
This is like one of the biggest weekends of the whole football year. Freaking divisional playoff round. 4 great games, 2 on Saturday, 2 on Sunday.
3 p.m. on Saturday.
Giants Eagles are the Saturday night game.
4:30 p.m. on Saturday.
Oh, baby. I know I'll be watching.
I think Jacksonville is a very interesting team right now. 8-2 in their last 10 games. Give me your thoughts on this match.
But one of those losses was to Kansas City at Kansas City. And it's one of those games where Andy Reid, the mentor, Doug Peterson, the mentee, 2 guys who have won a Super Bowl, and Andy Reid coming off of a bye versus an opponent that he faced already in the season. This is set up very, very well for Kansas City. And, I don't think that there's any risk of Kansas City overlooking an opponent just based on what we know about Andy Reid, about Patrick Mahomes, about the way that they prepare. But I don't think that this is going to be some sort of cakewalk, I
it's
think
not
that
going to
Doug
be.
Peterson is going to have his team ready to play. We know what Doug Peterson is capable of.
I think there's going to be 4 close
as a head
games.
coach. And I think that him knowing Andy Reid,
I think the
as
best
he
chance of a
does,
blowout's Cowboys
there's
Niners,
gonna
to be honest.
Some of that give and take
And I do like
within
being
the
honest.
chess match. So I think that this is going to be a good game. I still think the Chiefs should win, and I think that they will win. But I don't think it's going to be completely easy for them, if that makes any sense.
Look, I used this line the other day in my Football Morning in America column, but I want you to think of this. When the Jacksonville Jaguars lost in London, they were on the plane coming home from London, and just I want you to think about how Jaguar-ish this team was at the time. But when they were on their way home from London, I thought what was really interesting there's 2 things about this game that really kind of blew me away. When they were on their way home from London, if they were so inclined, they could have looked at the stats and they could have said, holy crap. Since opening day 2020, we are 6-35. I mean, that is grim. That is grim.
We're all in here, okay?
Since that flight home,
I mean, it's hard for him to have a flush, and it's hard for him to have ace-king, and it's hard for him to have ace-queen, it's hard for him to have a set, so I'm going to try to bluff him off 1 pair of aces, I guess.
This in my column this week. I love the interview that Doug Peterson did with
Nice.
Kaylee Hartung.
Holy
at
shit.
halftime on NBC. Because Kaylee Hartung basically is looking at Doug Peterson and saying, I forget what her question was, but it was something like, holy crap, you guys are in the crapper right now. What are you going to do? What are you going to tell your team at the half? And he goes, hey, we just got to chip away. And if you looked at the tenor of that interview with Doug Peterson, it was perfect. And I got him on the phone after the game, and I said, you look so cool and so calm with Kaylee Hartung at halftime.
What's up, Jake?
How did you
Thanks,
really
dude.
feel? And he goes, with Kaylee Hartung, I went into halftime, and I was exactly with my team the same way I was with Kaylee doing.
It didn't go so great, man. I mean, we cashed them. We didn't. No final tables or anything. We got close to 20K, but no cigar last night.
Who
It was fun trying.
understands that sometimes you totally play your worst, but it doesn't mean that that's who you are. And his whole point,
Just like the kicker for the Cowboys, but nobody wants to say that about him.
Good team,
except for me.
And Trevor Lawrence, you're a good quarterback. And he also told me he didn't have to say anything to Trevor Lawrence because he's a cool dude, and he didn't give up. He didn't hang his head. He didn't do anything like that. Anyway, I like that about these Jaguars, but I feel exactly how you do. I think it's going to be a
Chiefs
tougher
aren't going
game
to take
than
him
we
lightly.
think. I think Kansas City comes through, and then they play the AFC Championship game in maybe Atlanta. But we'll see. Let's talk a little bit about the Giants at Philadelphia. And Miles,
Two
think
jams and I
there are
have
so many
sevens.
Really interesting things in this game, and not just that it's the Giants playing
Oh,
Philly
man.
for the third time of the season, because this is a little.
I'm just going to fold. It's last level elite reg, too, so they could be pretty tight here.
Week 18, he played some.
He's all Ace King, Ace King, Ace 10.
Big
Jeez.
thing this week is how's his shoulder going to feel entering this game? Daniel Jones didn't play. Saquon Barkley didn't play. The Giants treated this like, like a baseball manager treats, his final game before the start of the regular season in spring training. We got to get through this game. It doesn't mean anything. Not going to change anything. So, anyway, so that is how I kind of. I don't really think this is.
Oh, it's last
it
level.
isn't
Actually, it
like
wasn't
Baltimore,
past the range.
Cincinnati thing where each team in Week 18 was going all out to try to win that game. But the one thing about this game that I think, if I am the Philadelphia Eagles, the one thing I'm going to be very conscious of are the legs of Daniel Jones. And, the difference, honestly, in the two games against Minnesota was in the first game, for some reason, the Giants didn't have a lot of runs in the game plan for Daniel Jones. Only ran 4 times for 34 yards. But in this game, they had a lot of runs in the game plan. He ran for 78 yards, led all backs in the game in rushing. And I think even the time preparing for Daniel Jones is going to be really important for the Eagles. And I think Daniel Jones's legs really give the Giants their best chance in this game.
I would totally agree with you. I mean, he's like Danny Vick right now, the way that he can both sling it and the way that he runs it, right? But it's funny because, I mean, by that same token, you could almost say the same thing about Jalen Hurts, because if Jalen Hurts' shoulder is not healthy enough, I mean, it's not just going to affect his throwing. It's going to affect the way that he can run the football, too, because you can't be taking hits if your shoulder is not healthy enough for you to take hits. And Jalen Hurts does usually a very good job of avoiding the big hits and things like that anyway. But in a playoff situation, in a do-or-die situation, it is very hard, I'm sure, to take that killer instinct out of him where he says, I know we need a first down, and I don't care what that does to my body. I know we need a first down. Right? That's who he is. That's how he plays. That's the leadership style that he
has me
instilled
outkicked.
in that
Damn.
Philadelphia Eagles team. So
This guy's
if he's
jamming.
not healthy,
Fuck.
it's going to be hard for the Eagles to win. And the fact that they got this bye week is probably very, very huge. Because when your head coach is saying, man, I know that Jalen Hurts was
Well, I'm
hurting
responding
out
here in the
there
Sadie thing.
After week 18,
We got the
and he kinda
fives.
got it out of performance. That tells me
Nice.
just how unhealthy he was. So we'll see how that affects everything. Because if
Tens
Hurts
now.
is not where he needs to be, then that's really going to affect the Eagles' chances.
I just have a feeling that 3 days after the Eagles season ends, maybe it ends in Glendale, Arizona after the Super Bowl, but we are going to see a story Dateline Philadelphia where Jalen Hurts will be going in for some cleanup surgery on his right shoulder. Just my gut feeling. We'll see what happens, but there's no time to have a hurt shoulder right now. If you're the Philadelphia Eagles, they just might.
It's a
be
bigger
in their
problem
second
than
dream
it
season
seems like the sports
in the last
books
5
or anyone's
years.
caring about.
So let's go to Cincinnati and Buffalo.
I mean,
And this occurred to
The
me
Giants looked
talking to
good.
Joe
They
Burrow
didn't talk anything about how good the
after
Giants
this
looked last
game
week.
on Sunday night when the Bengals beat Baltimore to reach the Elite Eight in the NFL. This occurred to me. You know, no matter where you play this game, in my opinion, it's really not that big a deal for the Bengals. The Bengals have played 5 playoff games in the last 53 weeks. They're 4-1. Their only loss was a very narrow loss to the Rams in the Super Bowl that they were in until the 2-minute warning. So, you know, to me, and the Bengals, obviously, they've lost.
The Bengals don't give any fucks.
Or they've won 2 of those 4 wins on the road. And, Miles, every one has been a narrow win. You know, the average margin of victory in those 5 games is 3.4 points. So I think this is going to be another close game. I think both offenses are a little bit, I don't want to say suspect, but both offenses have played better than they are playing right now. With the Bengals, look, I think that comes from 2 straight weeks of playing the Ravens.
Yeah.
The Ravens and the Bengals.
That's true. That's why the Bengals have been
physical.
Division game, back-to-back weeks,
now.
playoff game for both
It's
teams,
really,
pretty
really
much.
Physical game. It borders on Ravens Steelers.
It does.
And they lost an
but
offensive
I
lineman
think
because of
that
it, which
that's
could hurt them. Maybe the
really
Bills
a
will get
big
past
deal
them.
in this game. The fact that maybe the Bengals don't look so good because they're playing a team that knows
The
them
winner
better
of
than
Chiefs
they know
Jags might win
themselves.
that fucking side.
And
Jags
I
could do it
think
if they beat the
that-
Chiefs, maybe.
So I think either team could explode in this game, but for some
Although I don't know.
reason, I kind of like
Florida
Buffalo.
team in Cincinnati or Buffalo might not go
And
so great.
The biggest reason I like Buffalo is that the Bengals are going to be without both
There you go.
starting tackles.
Yeah,
who played
I
the
mean,
vast
that's a problem for
majority
the
of this
Bengals.
season.
That's a
They
problem.
just lost Jonah Williams. He's got a dislocated kneecap. A left tackle. He's not the best left tackle in the league. He's not
That
a
is a
top
problem.
5 left tackle. But he has been their left tackle.
He's their left tackle.
So to me, I think that's going to show up. Now, Burrow's been great at getting the ball out fast. He's going to have to get the ball out even faster on Sunday in Orchard Park.
Yeah, Peter, it's a great point. And it's not just their 2 tackles, their right guard. They're probably still going to be down in Alex Kappa as well. And he went down with an ankle injury in that Week 18 game against Baltimore. So at this point, it's like, man, you spend all that money and time on that offensive line trying to fix it after what happened last year.
Yeah, now they're still in the same spot.
And they're not going to have the luxury of that going into this really, really critical divisional
It's like the only
matchup,
Texas hold them
against the
MTTs. You do all this
Buffalo Bills.
work
And I mean,
to fucking
kinda
do
brought it
this,
up
and
with
then
Joe
you just
Burrow in your column
your offensive lineman gets
Where
hurt.
are you going to play? And, the fact that
You're back
this
to
is
square
not
one.
a coin flip, or neutral site thing, even though that Buffalo-Cincinnati game that did not get played in Week 17 would have had a lot to do with determining where this game
would have been
was,
played, yeah.
probably. And I think
Yeah.
that if it were many other teams, it might affect them. But I think, given what you said about the
It almost seems fair now again, when people talk about fairness. I mean, they're playing the game that they were supposed to play Week 18 now. It's almost like the game was postponed. And whoever wins gets to play the winner of Chiefs Jags in the championship game. It almost works out perfectly.
They have that road playoff experience. They're going to be all right. And who knows what Buffalo is going to look like? Are they going to be able to tighten things up offensively? Because if
Okay.
they don't,
What is
then
going
they
on here?
could
This
be
guy's
in
got
trouble
a
against
small
Cincinnati.
stack. I think I got to do it. I don't fucking know.
Dallas
It's so
at
close.
San Francisco now. The final matchup of the weekend has been set. I'll go back 30 years to a playoff game at Candlestick Park when sort of like
This guy's
right
leading,
now,
and I have the nuts.
Almost biblical rainfall in the Bay Area, and Candlestick Park was an absolute pea soup field. And I remember right after that game, or late in that game, in those days, sports writers could get on the field.
This guy flats?
with 2
Whoa.
minutes left in the 4th quarter. And I went down and I went to George Toma, who basically was the NFL's grounds.
We have the nuts and the Lucky Sevens.
For years, he did the field at every Super Bowl. And so he had been charged with
Wow.
taking care of the grass
What is going on here?
Candlestick
Like,
Park,
once
whatever was
again,
left of it. and I was down interviewing.
This is a
him
close
about what
spot.
he did
He's
and how he thought
jamming
the
less
field
than
held
13
up.
13 bigs.
And later, I find out that John Madden.
This guy just
is-
had
is
the
got
Ace
camera on
9 with
Toma,
6 bigs.
and
So
I'm
he's got
talking to him,
13
and he goes,
bigs.
Hey, there's Peter King.
Fuck. I
talking
guess I
to
gotta
George
fold this
Toma.
one, huh?
You know, but
It's too close. This
that
one's a lot
game,
closer of a spot, and the ramifications of losing it
was
are not good. So it's
memorable for a
bad
lot of
ramifications.
reasons. It doesn't look like there's going to be the continuation.
Oh,
of
he's
the
squeezing
race.
here. When I have king
in
queen
pretty
off,
good
he's been
shape
playing a
this
lot of
weekend.
hands.
But it isn't just
It's
history
E6.
that is going to be on display at Levi Stadium in Santa Clara, about 30 minutes south of Candlestick.
I'm fucking gonna gamble
on
here.
Sunday. I think two offenses.
Show me your king
this
jack.
could be a 45-35 track meet because I think both offenses are playing
He's got ace
well.
10, but we're live.
And I think
We hit the
I
king.
was so impressed with Dallas and their offense
Yes.
on Monday night that they just might be able to turn the key.
Now this
against
guy,
a
what the
very,
fuck,
very
man? How many
consistent
tough spots do we gotta get in a row over here?
It's
I guess I'm
certainly
folding.
possible. If Dak is playing the way that he played on Monday night, on Sunday evening, then yeah, I think that they certainly have a chance to do that. The other thing too is Brock Purdy finally going to have a bad game? Because
He's due for a bad one.
I mean,
He's
in
due
his
for a bad one.
playoff debut,
It's gonna be the
as good
championship
as
game.
He's played since he's been in there. It was his first 300-yard game.
He's gonna lose to the
And
Giants in the
some of
championship
that,
game.
Yeah, has to do.
Jalen
yards
Hurts
after the catch, especially like
isn't
Deebo Samuel
recovered
on
from
that
his
long
injury,
touchdown,
and
but
unfortunately the
still,
Eagles
I
ended up
mean,
losing a
it's
close
just
game to the
one of
Giants, and the
those
Giants
things where
beat the
you're not really
Niners
seeing him put the ball
on the
in
road to go to the
harm's way,
Super
either
Bowl.
through the air
And then I
or
win
via
the
fumble.
future
He's
bet.
not fumbled yet. And that, to me, is one of the most
That's how it
impressive
goes.
aspects of what he's done. He's played better than Jimmy Garoppolo.
Did they on
And I don't
the
think
Witch Show, the Get Up
anybody
show?
would have expected
Yeah, I
that.
guess
I
I
mean,
thought
we're
these guys
talking
would have
about
went
a guy
in more
who
in
was
depth about
a
it. That's
seventh
right.
round pick, not
They're
just
doing
a
their thing. I'm
seventh
enjoying the
round pick, literally
podcast.
the last pick in the draft. He's done some incredible things, and I don't know if this is the week where it starts to come down, where the Cinderella carriage turns into a pumpkin or whatever it is, but it doesn't seem like that's the trajectory that they're on. And because they're healthy, because Purdy's got all of the incredible weapons around him, because the defense is playing so well, it just seems to me that San Francisco should be able to get itself to the NFC Championship game.
Or they lose to the Giants.
I would agree with you, Miles. That's really a highlight game. I'm going to be at that game late Sunday afternoon in Santa Clara. Really looking forward to it. So let's get to our guest, Devin McCourty, the 13-year New England Patriot, 35 years old now. As you'll hear, he's weighing whether to retire after his 13 years and go in and follow his twin brother Jason into a media career. McCourty was on TV.
Yeah, we watched
at
this
CBS
earlier,
last
so I'm
weekend.
skipping this.
He's going to
Find out what you need to do on the next.
listening to in life. You'll be good at it, and
Thank you.
I hope you make the decision that's best for you and best for your family.
Appreciate it, man. Always enjoy getting a chance to talk to you, Peter.
My thanks to Devin McCourty. I think by listening to that, you can tell one thing. Should have a pretty good career in our business whenever he does choose to retire from the NFL. So, let's get into
We have a
probably
boat.
the question that is hanging over the National Football League right now, and that is the future of Lamar Jackson. And, as everyone knows, Lamar Jackson sprained his PCL ligament, in a knee against Denver in early December. For the next 42 days, he neither practiced nor played. There's a lot of question about why he didn't practice or play. And, no one can be in his body. No one can know that injury. But a couple of medical people I spoke to told me that that's a 2 to 3 week injury, and you've got to deal with some discomfort and your knee feeling weird after that. As I said in the first part of the podcast, Dalton Schultz did, and he came back, and he's been a huge part of the Dallas offense since then. But again, I emphasize, we don't know about the specifics of this injury. It does seem questionable why he didn't play over the last 6 weeks of the season. The team desperately needed him, but he didn't play. Let's just take that, put that aside for a moment, and let's just go through this part of what the Ravens should do with Lamar Jackson. I don't see how they will continue long-term negotiations for a 4 or 5 year contract extension with Jackson unless he agrees to put some governors in the contract based on availability, injury, play time, things like that. The fact is that over the last 2 seasons, he has missed 34% of the offensive snaps for the Ravens due to injury. He makes his living with his legs, and if you miss 5 3/4 games 1 year and 6 3/4 games the next year, I don't see how the Ravens can now say, okay, we'll give you a mostly almost fully guaranteed contract to pay you $45 million a year. Doesn't make any sense. And the Ravens are too pragmatic an organization to do that. My gut feeling is that they'll probably franchise him, probably really piss him off doing that, and that he will probably look for a way out of Baltimore this offseason.
Could get messy.
Miles, thoughts?
I think that would make sense because it's sort of that they are now.
Baltimore's too pragmatic of an organization to handle it any other way.
If he wants a fully guaranteed deal, a la Deshaun Watson, he's never going to get that from the Baltimore Ravens. And frankly, he was probably never going to get that from the Baltimore Ravens anyway. You need a team that is desperate enough to say, yes, I will give you whatever you want to come play for me. And you also have to say, I'm never going to play here in Baltimore ever again. And it's one of those situations that's so weird because from all accounts, I mean, from a football standpoint, these two entities are very, very well connected and they like each other.
They got along.
You know, you hear John Harbaugh talk about Lamar Jackson, and every time he says, I love Lamar Jackson. I love everything about Lamar Jackson. And so you understand that he and Lamar Jackson have a very good football partnership, but it's also a business. And yeah, that's the cliche and everybody talks about it, but it's true. And that's why they say it, because this is now a weird, sort of unprecedented place. I mean, you can maybe look at Kirk Cousins, but I don't even think that is the same, where you have a quarterback whose availability is a really big part of why this is a question, you know? And I don't think it's one of those situations that Baltimore wants to say, yeah, we don't want you, Lamar. Of course they want Lamar Jackson. They believe that they can be a championship team with Lamar Jackson. But based on what Lamar Jackson wants from a contract, I don't know that they're going to acquiesce to that. And so now you're probably going to see some teams
They won't acquiesce.
decide, hey, we can maybe get in here on this. And I don't blame them. And I don't blame Lamar Jackson for maximizing what his value is either. It's just one of these weird things that we're going to see unfold over the course of the next few months. But I don't know if Lamar Jackson is going to be back in Baltimore, because if you put that non-exclusive franchise tag on him, and there's a team out there that says, heck yeah, Lamar Jackson's worth 2 first-round picks, then that might be the team that Lamar Jackson ends up playing for in 2020.
Whatever team will do that, yeah.
The reason that it's an idea for Baltimore to use
Baltimore would be like, fuck yeah.
tag, and let me explain
I'll take
to you
2
exactly
first-rounders.
what that is. The non-exclusive franchise tag means that Lamar Jackson can go out and negotiate with any team in the league who he wants to. And he doesn't have an agent. I have to think he's going to hire somebody, at least as an advisor. I mean, it's just bizarre to me that a guy would think, oh, let me call Chris Ballard of the Colts and say, give me your best offer, and I'll decide whether I want to take it or not. And okay, and then Chris Ballard would
Lamar Jackson isn't
whatever
a
think
middleman.
about it and say, okay, we'll offer you 4 years, $160 million with $100 guaranteed, blah, whatever the thing is.
So fucked up.
It's just, it's weird to think that he would go out hat in hand himself looking for a contract. But if he gets an offer that he chooses to accept, and he signs, the tentative deal with that team, then Baltimore would have the option to match it, and if not, they would get either 2 first-round draft picks or they would negotiate with the team that signed him, which I think is more likely. They negotiate with the team that signed him and decide whether, what they would take in compensation. I'll tell you a couple of interesting places that I might look at if I were
Panthers.
If I were Lamar Jackson.
NFC. These quarterbacks should be wanting to go to the NFC. Houston?
Because to me,
It's an AFC
I think
team.
Houston has got the cap room. They're going to have a new coach. And Houston could basically say to the Ravens,
Lamar Jackson and Sean Payton in Carolina.
Second pick in the draft. This is it. You can have the second pick in the draft. And the Ravens would say, we'll take that. And
The Texans can bargain for people like Brady and Lamar Jackson because they have the second pick in the draft.
They could then take
The Bears have the first pick, and they got to figure out what they're going to do with it.
It would seem, and
because they already have
sign him
Fields.
to a rookie deal,
That should be interesting.
which
This
basically
offseason could
would
actually
give
be
the
really,
Ravens
really
like
interesting.
8 years
A lot of
in a
different
row
quarterbacks still
with
floating around.
quarterbacks on a rookie deal,
Carr,
which would be
Brady, Zach Wilson. What's Darnold going to do?
for,
Mayfield,
for
Stafford. What's going on there?
acquisition reasons. There's 2 other teams that I think are interesting. One is Washington, which I
Washington
think would
needs a
be
quarterback.
a very interesting team. The
Guess I'm
Commanders
all in
have
with
the
this King
16th
10, huh?
Pick in the draft. They
In the
could
low
give
roller?
the 16th pick and something else, or a 2 and a 3 or something like that. And then the other team would be the Jets. Now the Jets have the 13th pick in the draft this year, and I think they would be interested, really interested in this. But one issue with the Jets is I think Robert Saleh would probably be against this. He'd probably go along with it, but I think he'd be against this. And the one other thing that seems to turn me a little bit against that is that one of Joe Douglas's best friends in this business is Eric DeCosta. Joe Douglas, GM of the Jets, DeCosta, GM of the Ravens. They used to work together in Baltimore. And I'm sure that Joe Douglas would have the thought in his mind, there's a reason why the Ravens and my friend Eric DeCosta are willing to let Lamar Jackson go. We better be really careful. So we'll see. I don't know. Do you think there's a real chance, Miles, that someone will not only give them compensation back to the Ravens, but also sign Jackson
Bluffing.
to a contract that would be probably mostly guaranteed after he's
I'm a
missed
crazy
so much
person.
time the last 2 years?
I think that the right franchise would.
He called me with
I
King
don't know
High?
exactly what that franchise would be, but depending on the
Is that real
situation,
life?
I could see Houston doing it based on all of the crap that has gone on with Houston in the last couple of years, certainly. But it's got to take a really specific set of circumstances.
He
and-
called
and
me
I
with
think
King
that you're
8
right.
high.
Some teams would probably think, well, why is Baltimore willing to do this? And it can't just be the contract thing. There's a lot that goes.
He just didn't
into
think I had
that kind of
quads,
thinking when you
and
are
I
saying, well, we don't
also
require
needed to not be
somebody
bluffing
as a
with an
franchise
ace high.
quarterback, But there's a reason why that person is being.
So this
allowed
guy's
to
just
go.
on bath
So,
salts.
Yeah, Peter, I don't know. What do you think? Do you think that could happen?
I doubt that the only
Wow,
way
what a
that
fucking-
Lamar Jackson
what a fucking
will-
crazy
if
hand.
he's given the opportunity to negotiate with other teams. The only way that he will get a contract that he wants
Holy
is if he comes
shit.
off his thought of
And he had
having
King
to
8
get,
the whole time.
Either the
Just
vast
what a hand.
majority or all of the contract guaranteed, because that's a non-starter with most teams in the NFL. Number one. Number two,
Wow.
it's become clear with all the contracts that have been signed by quarterbacks that the Deshaun Watson contract is an outlier.
Yes.
You know, I did something in my column earlier in the year about all the contracts signed, like the last 6 or 7 quarterbacks contracts signed. And I don't think there was a single one other than Deshaun Watson that was over 65% guaranteed. So he's got to come off that, especially because of his health recently. My total gut feeling is I think somebody steps out on a limb and does it if the Ravens put him out there. But we'll see. Let's get to the future of Tom Brady. My feeling about this is probably the same feeling that everybody else has, and that is Tom Brady wants to keep playing football. And if he does, the most logical place for him is Las Vegas. And I've heard people say in the last few days, last week or so, well,
except for the fact that Vegas plays in AFC.
He's going to go somewhere where they got a good chance to win a
NFC.
Super Bowl.
Yeah.
And
exactly.
And I guess I would say to those people, what were you saying when he went to Tampa? He went to Tampa because...
Thanks, Eric McClelland.
Honestly, he didn't really have any other options at the time other than, I believe, the Chargers. The Chargers really wanted him. He didn't want to go to the West Coast at the time. His family was living and going to school in New York City, and he wanted to be as close as he could to them. I think he really wanted Indianapolis, but the Colts were lukewarm on bringing him in, and he had to choose between the Chargers and the Bucs. And so the Bucs, before he got there, were 7-9, and nobody thought they could do it. I thought that was ridiculous. They were clearly closer to good based on the fact that Jameis Winston threw 33 interceptions the year before he got there in 2019. So they weren't that far away, and obviously they proved it in that first year. And so that's why I think even though Vegas was 6-11, I don't think Tom Brady will be scared off by playing in a division with Patrick Mahomes and Andy Reid. And plus, what other options is he really going to have? So I
Panthers.
think the Raiders give him the best option.
Yeah, they probably do. It will be interesting to see if he's all right with being, out here in the Pacific time zone as opposed to being on the East Coast where it's easier to get back and forth from New York City. But, I guess planes still fly, right? You're just probably taking more red eyes or something like that. But, yeah, if you're going to Las Vegas and you play for Josh McDaniels, that's your offense. There's no learning curve, right? It's everybody else is the one that has to figure out what they need to do around Tom Brady. But he knows that offense like the back of his hand because he played it for over a decade. So, if they were able to bring back Josh Jacobs, then he also probably doesn't have to throw the ball 66 times like he did in that game against Dallas. He doesn't have to set a completions record. They're going to run the ball a little bit better. They're going to be able to presumably play some better defense after they get more pieces around them in Patrick Graham's system. So I think that Las Vegas should have a good shot. It's just going to be, does that work with Tom Brady's life?
Miles, two quick topics looking back to last weekend. One is the bizarre clock management, huddle management, play calling of Mike McDaniel and his young quarterback, Skylar Thompson. If I were a Dolphins fan on that last drive where they had to burn their last time out because they couldn't get the play in time, and where they also got a delay of game, and where they were painfully close to getting another one, and quickly and got the ball off with 1 second left. In addition, they snapped 4 times with 2 seconds left on the play clock. Look, I like Mike McDaniel. He had overall, the last part of his year was a disaster. The first part of his year was a revelation. So, I'm not talking about getting rid of Mike McDaniel, but holy cow, dude, what in the world are you doing in your biggest game of the year? As I wrote in my column, it looked like all 11 starters on offense got handed the playbook last night, looked at it for the first time, and they said, we got a playoff game tomorrow. It was horrible. I don't know what you thought.
Yeah, it was the combination of a young third-string quarterback who's not Brock Purdy with an inexperienced play caller in his first playoff game. And when you have those two things combined, you get what you got for the Dolphins. If Tua Tagovailoa is healthy and he's playing that game, you might not have those same operational issues. But yeah, Mike McDaniel's got to improve. He's got to be better. I think that the game plan clearly was good. When you're only losing.
The guy had a different quarterback every week of the season and brought in really good players, and they still scored with Tyreek Hill, even though he was new to the team. Made Tua look better than he's ever looked, and got the team to the playoffs for the first time in like a decade. And they're criticizing his coaching.
One place where I think the coach is going to stay, the Chargers, despite that game. You're out there. You often take the temperature of the Chargers. What do you sense that the Chargers are going to do with Brandon Staley?
So if the Chargers-Jaguars game was a close game the entire time, right, and it was just like touchdown for touchdown the whole time, then this guy wouldn't be worried about losing his job. But since they got ahead 3 touchdowns and then they ended up losing the game, now his job is in jeopardy. Makes no sense to me.
I think that he stays for another year, and, you know, I think the problem with that is going to be just perception.
That guy's call with King 8 makes no sense to me
Brandon
either.
Staley is and what that program is under Brandon Staley.
But I guess it doesn't have to make
Every little
sense.
thing next year is going to be
I thought that he was bluffing, and he thought I was bluffing too, and somehow he called with King 8 and still won. I mean, can you imagine if I was bluffing with low pair there or something, or bluffing with an ace high, and I went all in, and he clicked call, and then I actually scooped the pot? I'd be like, what the fuck did he call me with?
That's something.
But he ended up just having me beat somehow, which is crazy. It's crazy he could actually have me beat.
The Browns game.
His play should never work there, but it worked. That's so fucking weird. It's like, does he see my cards? He must see him.
Kicking it to a backup quarterback in Jacoby Brissett, who has no timeouts. I mean, these are things that lose you the benefit of the doubt, and that's why I think even though Brandon Staley stays, it's not going to be a comfortable
We flop a double
ride
gut shot straight
next year
draw
unless they are far
against
away
this
better
guy
than
who
they
I
are
want
right
to
now.
re-punk out. Oh my god. Why couldn't the turn have been better?
Go through the 5
He
coaching
bets. Shit.
vacancies.
I mean, I
We're
guess
doing
I'm just
it
gonna
lightning
fold
round
now.
fashion. The AFC East is the same. AFC North is the same. The NFC East is the same. The NFC North is the same. So all of the changes will occur out west and down south. Let's start with the Indianapolis Colts in the AFC South. They are carpet
Jackson the
bombing
low roller
industry
after we gave
and
up a pot
interviewing
post flop 5
9,000
minutes ago.
coaches. I
Left
don't
ourselves
get a good
short.
feel for
We turn the nuts
some
over here after we
reason-
see bet and get called.
I think Raheem Morris, the defensive coordinator,
This is
of the
where I usually
Rams,
bet big, right?
stands a really good chance with that job. He had a 4-hour Zoom interview the other day. It
Might
went
not
very
want to with
well.
this hand, though.
Both sides really were positive about it. I don't know. You have a gut feel about Indianapolis.
Well, I think it's interesting that Jim Harbaugh has taken himself out of the
Yeah, small
market,
bet
and I
got
think it's
through.
a little interesting that Jim. Irsay
Pocket
didn't
jacks
go harder
here
after somebody
in the
who
low
has
roller.
Those ties to the franchise, but as long as it isn't Coach Saturday, I think that they're going to be all right.
Houston Texans. My dream scenario for them is DeMeco Ryans head coach and Josh McCown offensive coordinator, getting his feet wet for a couple of years, developing a new quarterback, whether it be Lamar Jackson, which I don't mean to advance it. I have no idea if they'll be interested in him or not. I kind of think not. Or taking a quarterback with the 2nd pick in the draft. What do you think of Houston?
I think DeMeco Ryans would be good just based on his history with that franchise. The interesting thing, listening to Sean Payton in an interview, I think it was with Colin Cowherd earlier this week, where he really does understand the appeal of that job. I don't know if that's one that I would take. If I'm somebody that has choices and I'm Sean Payton, do I really want to go into that dumpster fire? I don't know. But there is the appeal of the job where you get to develop a young quarterback. You have the cap space. So it's not a terrible job, but it also isn't a great job. And I think DeMeco Ryans might be the best fit there.
Which job is he talking about?
Developing a new quarterback, whether it be Lamar Jackson, which I don't mean to advance it. I have no idea if they'll be interested in him or not. I kind of think not. Or taking a quarterback with the 2nd pick in the draft. What do you think of Houston?
Houston.
I think DeMeco Ryans would be good just based on his develop a young quarterback. You have the cap space. So it's not a terrible job, but it also isn't a great job. And I think DeMeco Ryans might be
Tell me they think the Panthers are going to get Peyton.
Any franchise that fires head coach 2 years in a row after one season, I am staying a million miles away from that job.
3 off the money. We have King, Queen on the button. I'm all in.
I will be shocked if Sean Payton is the head coach of the Houston Texans.
Me too.
Denver Broncos.
Panthers is the best place for him.
Place that I think is the smartest.
What?
For Payton.
AFC?
Because I think in his mind he thinks I can turn Russell Wilson.
We want to play pots against this guy. Now we're flopping the draw.
He can't. I mean, you're going to be able to get out of the Russell Wilson deal.
Oh,
and I think
fuck.
That Denver ownership group is going to have the time, or is going to afford whoever that coach is the time and the patience to develop a winner. Right, and that's not necessarily just going to be next year. You know, it could take a couple years because of the anvil that is Russell Wilson and his contract on that organization. But I think if Sean Payton wants to go to Denver, there is certainly a good reason why.
We hit the straight. Let's go. We got his ass.
I have no clue.
I'm the aggressive asshole at this table, not you, sir. Be gone. Be gone, foul demon.
Is that they really like Ben Johnson, the offensive coordinator of the Detroit Lions.
Oh, this ticket tournament. Only 3 get a ticket. We're 8 of 9.
If I'm, owning a franchise and I want to know something about a new head coach, that's somebody that I would look at and say, well, wait a minute, is this that next young guy, young offensive mind who can come in and can help lead us? And also, they interviewed Vic Fangio for their defensive coordinator position, and they've been doing that. They've been interviewing guys for that defensive coordinator spot. Now, I think Steve Wilks certainly did enough to at least merit serious consideration
I missed the
for
beginning
that
of this.
job, the player Russell Wilson and his contract on that organization. But I think if Sean Payton wants to go to Denver, there is certainly a good reason why.
Carolina, I have no clue. Miles, educate me on the Panthers. You have any idea?
Well, the thing that I saw,
No one gives a fuck about the Panthers. These guys aren't even going to talk about them at all.
Like Ben Johnson, the offensive coordinator.
9-9-2.
He is somebody who, frankly, if I were, if I'm, owning a franchise and I want to know something about a new head coach, that's somebody that I would look at and say, well, wait a minute, is this that next young guy, young offensive mind who can come in and can help lead us? And also, they interviewed Vic Fangio for their defensive coordinator position, and they've been doing that. They've been interviewing guys for that defensive coordinator spot. Now, I think Steve Wilks certainly did enough to at least merit serious consideration for that job. The players clearly played for him. They want him back. But I can also understand if you get a Ben Johnson and you get a Vic Fangio and you pair those two together, that on paper seems like a pretty good hire.
Yeah, I like that. Arizona.
They barely gave a shit about the Panthers at all.
Arizona, I don't.
They're just
think
like, maybe these guys.
playing
I don't
in
know.
the Sean
Peter
Payton
King said
pool
nothing about it.
because I don't think they're paying a coach 17.
That's how you know we're not going to get Sean Payton.
I
People
think
don't.
Arizona is really
I
going
don't
to
know.
look for
The Panthers
the
just
guy
have to suck.
like
It's like
Ben
part of the
Johnson,
rules.
or
It's in the
like
rule
Mike
book. The
Kafka,
Panthers have
who
to fucking
they
lose all
think
the time.
Can make beautiful music with Kyler Murray.
Yeah, and that's what they should
Mike
do. I mean, it's going to be a
Kafka.
weird year next year based on
We're folding
the fact that
AC.
Kyler
We're 3
Murray
off the money,
probably
2
not
off the money
gonna
here.
play
Just trying to sneak in
until
right now.
Later on in the year because of that torn
Close to the money
ACL.
in the low roller,
so
too.
We'll see what happens. I mean, at least they have a general manager now, Monty Austin-Fort, so we'll see how his philosophy is going to mesh with whatever coach that they end up hiring. But that's just it's a weird job because you're almost punting the first year of that regime. And Bidwell has a history of allowing coaches time to do what they need to do. All right, so there's at least that. But it's an interesting situation.
Okay, that was a multiple topic podcast right there.
Yeah.
And you even got to hear from a guy you're going to be watching on TV for years at some point, Devin McCourty. So I hope we have
What's up, Einstein?
My network.
On Verizon. Hello, everybody. Welcome to the Roto-World Football Show. I am Patrick Daugherty, joined by Danny Carter, where we're going to break down a little bit more of the wild card round fallout, look ahead a little bit to the divisional round, take a peek at the coaching carousel that continues to spin with no official head coaching hires yet, and more just like trade offers being bandied about, each one of which seems like an increasingly terrible idea. 4 first-round picks for Sean Payton. But Denny, everyone knows there actually is a far more important topic that we have to lead off the show with. Speaking of the coaching carousel, Cliff Kingsbury was let off the coaching carousel.
He hopped off on himself.
He hopped off, and he did what everyone has dreamed of since the beginning of time, he bought a one-way ticket to somewhere and did not book a return date. He's in Thailand, Denny
Right.
Carter.
It's
what do we make of this movie?
Like the song goes, and this is immediately what I thought of: two tickets to paradise. And he followed Eddie Money's advice, and he got out of town. Yeah, I think that this is warranted. I think
It's definitely warranted. If there was anyone, I'd be like, yeah, he probably needs to go to Thailand for like 6 months. It'd be-
Yeah, I mean, I think having to deal with the drama in Arizona and having to deal with Kyler Murray hating your guts for years, not just this year. It's been years
It
of
has
him
been
just despising Cliff Kingsbury.
Seething, just seethes at his very presence. You know,
And-
it's like a military dad with like a 15-year-old child that like keeps getting up at 1:30 p.m. every day. Kyler Murray just seethes.
Yeah.
At
What a wonderful Super Wild Card weekend. Defensive touchdowns, crazy comebacks, and it's not over yet. Hi there, everybody. Welcome into Undisputed on this Monday. I'm Jen Hale. That is Skip Bayless and Shannon Sharp. Hi, guys. How are we today?
We're doing great. Happy MLK
Same
Day
to you,
everyone
sir.
out there.
Yeah.
Hopefully you enjoy. We had to come to work today. It was there at home.
No, we got to come to work.
Oh, we got to come to work.
Yeah,
Okay,
we
okay.
got
That's
to.
how we look at it. We look at it. We
And
got to
by the
come to
way,
work.
it has always enhanced the celebration of MLK Day.
Yes.
That the NBA has gone a 9-game wall-to-wall showcase. But tonight, for the first time ever, we cap it off with a GOAT game. We got Cowboys at GOAT.
You see that you go, you ruined it.
There we go.
LeBron
Yeah.
played the Rockets today. That's the GOAT. You see it last night? We didn't win, but did you see him?
I couldn't see him at the end because he didn't get to touch the basketball. I don't know what happened.
I know you killed Russ, didn't you?
Yeah.
What'd you tweet?
We'll talk about it in a few minutes.
I know you did something.
Unfortunately, they're becoming irrelevant.
No, that's never happened. That record's still out there, right?
It's sitting
okay,
there
so
right
it's
there.
very irrelevant.
He's getting there fast.
You see that?
Whew, did I?
Gentlemen, I'm going to get to your thoughts on MLK Day just a little bit later in the show, but I got to start with these games from yesterday because they were incredible, Saturday and Sunday. All right, so the Vikings upset yesterday by the G-Men, 31-24. Minnesota had the ball with under 2 minutes left. Kirk Cousins, though, could not convert a fourth down attempt, completing a pass short of the line to TJ Hawkinson. Shannon, what is the biggest reason the Giants won?
Daniel Jones looked like a top 5 quarterback. He looked like the quarterback they selected with the 5th overall pick, and a lot of people questioned that selection.
Can you talk, Brian, just a little bit about the excitement for your ball club and for this fan base for this game?
Yeah, I mean, it's you work really hard to get to this point, but which I think you have to focus on keeping the main thing the main thing. You know, it was good to move on, but you got to put that in the past really quick and get to the preparation on this week's opponent, which number 1 seed, won the East. They beat us twice. We got 8 Pro Bowlers, 6 All-Pros. I think they can get your attention real quick, so we got a lot of work to do.
When you play a team twice in 3 weeks like you did against Washington, is there anything you could take from that approach upcoming for this weekend?
Yeah, it's pretty much like what I talked about last week. It's, Washington, we played each other pretty quickly. Minnesota, I think December 4th, we played 4 teams. We played Washington, Philly, Minnesota, and the Colts, I think. So, we've had some pretty time that's close between each opponent. So, again, you watch the games, you do everything you did, that you do each week to prepare for a team.
It was pretty obvious, though, when you played the Eagles the last time, they were using Hurts differently. Like they weren't going to use him on design runs. How much do you expect a different version of him?
He's not going to give that away.
I think you got to go through all the tape from the entire year at this time of year and, plan for everything. Again, there's only 65 to 75 plays this time of year, and you got to make sure that you're trying to give your players everything you can in terms of the preparation process of it. What they do or not do. You never know going into a game, so it'll be the standard procedure that we usually do.
Do you expect them to run him more, or him to be able to run more than he did in that game?
I don't know. I think you got to prepare for everything. Dynamic player. Said this before. Throw it.
It's a really smart trait to say you don't know something.
There for MVP and get a big challenge.
He said, "I don't know." We're planning for everything. Dable's the GOAT. He really is goated. Sick. Look at this river.
Yeah, absolutely. We put together a plan we thought was going to work, like we do every week. So again, when you have 2 games to look at, you really study those games.
He fucking called me and he won.
Every game they played.
He rivered me, right?
Have your best this week.
What would you assess what your defense is at this point in the year?
One more time.
King Queen rivered me.
What do you think they've gotten better recently this point of the year?
Well, I think throughout the year you try to get better at everything. All that matters is this week, who we're playing, and having our best game this week.
The physicality you see was in one game.
Turn the straight. Second nuts.
Galdi's out there knocking the mouthpiece out.
One off the money. King Jack suited.
Yeah,
Jeez.
no, it's important. Perimeter blocking, whether it's the receivers, whether it's a back out there, tight ends. It's important for every run game in the league. I'd say particularly important for ours.
Dave, what do you make of the Eagles' front on defense?
They're really good.
Can't believe I'm jamming this, but I don't know, man. Suited Broadway seems
Hard to
pretty
block.
good. I wouldn't mind a double up here if we double up. We've got a way better chance in this thing.
Use them well. They're a challenge to block.
It's not that big of a field.
Challenge, the tackles.
Ship it.
And inside they're a challenge. So that's where, like I talked about before.
It's not as big of a field, so it's not going to be as much of a guarantee that we sneak into the money anyway. And then also, there's more value in doubling up. So that was a long way to go.
Right, I know it's you're sort of insulated in your bunker, so it's hard to get a sense of the vibes outside. Excitement for sure. But you were in this area with the Jets in 2007. The Giants went through similar things. Do you remember anything about that and what the area was like? Obviously, you were
probably about 40 pounds lighter. No, look, we appreciate our fan base. They've been great all year. Like I said before, they're part of our team, and they've been a help all year. They were loud in Minnesota. That was a hostile place, and we just wanted to go out there and do a good job for them.
If it's hostile and other
We're in the money.
how would you describe the atmosphere in Philly and Spectrum Center?
Yeah, hostile. I don't have good adjectives for that one.
All right, I can find it.
Okay.
You also, in the spring, you spent a lot of time at the Garden with the Rangers players run too. Did that open your eyes a little bit to what this area is about when teams win?
Yeah, I know it's great. Again, our fan base is awesome. They've been awesome all year. we appreciate their support. I know they've helped us along the way, particularly in home games, and they're an important part of our team.
Brian, when you see signs of confidence in your team, what do you see when you look at there?
I just see, a humble, hardworking group that tries to get ready to play, each week, do the things that we need to try to do. Each team at this time of year is really, really good, and I think they do a good job of maintaining their focus on keeping the main things the main thing, which is our preparation here in the next few days, and then ultimately how we play.
Brian, what does it mean to be among the Elite Eight that are remaining right now in this playoff?
Means we still got a chance.
I don't think of it like that. I understand the question. I think that you have to get ready to play a game, and you have to do the things necessary to get ready to play the game, and that's where my focus is. I know that's where the team's focus is, and we'll try to have a really good week.
Is there any extra motivation you guys can pull from the first game with Philadelphia and got a little lopsided?
No, every game's different in this league. Every time you play a team, whether it's the second time, third team, it's all different. What matters most is our process leading up to it, and then how we play.
You were obviously on the outside coming in prior to this year in regards to the perception of Daniel and what people thought of him. How much do you think what he's done this year has changed the look of people from outside fans, critics, pundits?
No, I understand the question. I'd say that my focus is just trying to help him be the best he can be. He's done everything that he can do since I've been here. Great guy to work with, works extremely hard, and I think that's where our focus is.
Was Sunday the best he could be?
I don't know. We just try to play as good as we can play each week.
Brian, you used the word proud of your team after the ball game the other day. What are you most proud of?
Well, they competed for 60 minutes, and we advanced. So they did everything they could do during the week, which I know is a boring answer, but that's what it is. And then they went out there and executed in a tough place. So that game's done and over with. We got to turn the page pretty quick here, which we already have, and try to do what we can do this week to be prepared.
Brian, there were two different results from those games against the Eagles, and obviously two different personnels on the field. Do you still view both games equally in terms of reviewing the film, knowing your starters played for the first matchup?
No, there weren't two different results. There was one, right? We lost both of them. So, we went out there and competed. Got outplayed, got outcoached by a really good team. That's why they had a bye week.
James, what does it say about Kayvon that fairly late in that game the other day, Wink called a defense where he's with Jefferson, essentially one-on-one, and they're trusting him to, make whatever play is there to be made?
Yeah, no, I think, look, they're all the guys we've had have done, what we've asked them to do since we've been here. Our job is to try to put them in position. And when they go out there and practice it and prepare the right way, you got to have confidence in your players. And, whatever we ask them to do, we try to do the best job we can of putting them in good position and then have faith that they're going to go out there and do it.
Brian, does your quarterback have to be your best player on offense to maximize an offense?
No, I mean, it's a team game. Obviously, he touches the ball on every play, but it's such a team game. I think the offense helps out the defense helps the offense, kicking game. So, we need all our players to be at their best.
How do you think, like this season, how has Daniel gone from start of the year where you're asking him to make situational plays to now it seems like the whole offense is on his shoulders and he's carrying it?
I'd say every game is different. Each game we ask him to do quite a bit. 1 week is different than the next. What we did in week 2 might have been different in week 15, but we've had confidence in Daniel. I've had confidence in Daniel since training camp.
Brian, is there something about your coaching staff, the way you guys have come together, that in these games where you see an opponent for a second, in this case a third time, that you can appreciate your guys the way you built it and said, this is the way I anticipated them to work week to week?
I felt that way since I got here, since we started, with late nights in March and in April. They work extremely hard. They're smart. They're good teachers, good communicators. Work really hard to put together a game plan. They're good team players.
Do you value, do you think, because you've been in that, you've told us stories about, you've been in the role where you're not the position coach, you're the guy who's in that room breaking down film.
Yeah.
Does that appreciation did that help you put together your staff when it was your time to put together your staff?
I think you draw on all your experiences. you know, it was a collective effort, trying to put together the best people. You know, and our guys and women have done a really good job for me.
Brian, you're obviously at the beginning of building something here. When you look at what they've built in Philadelphia, is there anything that specifically impresses you about what they've done?
Okay.
To make that team good, franchise good?
No, I just got a lot of respect for
Final
that
40
team and
players of the
coaching staff,
3K.
the front office, and the players.
And we're close to the money in the low roller.
That's why they do that. All good?
Anything else?
Any
Is
injuries?
anybody?
Oh, there you go. We usually ask that. No, everybody would be doing something today. It's a walkthrough, but if it wasn't, everybody'd be doing something. I think Pinnock's turned the corner pretty quick here.
He's king suited on the bubble low roller.
A couple other little bumps and bruises, but hopefully heading in the right direction.
No injuries for the Giants. Gotta love hearing that. Especially if you put the future bet of the century on them.
Is Philadelphia any more hostile to play in than other road cities?
Yes.
I mean, it's a divisional game. I think that brings some intensity to it, and yeah, I mean, they're known for having a good crowd that supports their team, and yeah, so we're prepared for it. We've played there before.
What makes it so difficult? I mean, I know you only actually started there once, I believe, but as an organization, you guys haven't won there since 2013.
Yeah, I mean, I think every game's different.
They haven't
I
won in
think,
Philly since 2013?
Texas,
Oh shit, is that
like
true?
Any other game, but they're a good team. It's a good environment. They bring a lot of energy. Fans are passionate. But like any road game, we'll prepare for that and be able to handle that as part of the game.
Stone bubble here with the ace 6 suited. Oh no, we're in the money, right? What am I saying stone bubble for? We're already in the money.
This is where you want to be, playing these big
We're
games.
bubbling this one here. We're on the
It's an
bubble of this
awesome
one.
opportunity for us, but
Getting confused. But anyway, we're all in with the suited ace.
Preparation is going to be consistent with what we've done all year, and we know that's the way that we're going to prepare to play our best on Saturday.
How much have you grown as a quarterback since that first matchup of Week 14 against Eagles?
Yeah, I mean, I think I've gotten better every week. So, go back and look at what we did well, what we didn't do as well, and see where we can improve, find a way to make some more plays.
Do you think that was one of the best offensive outputs that you guys had for the Vikings?
I thought we played well. I thought we were able to run the ball well. We were efficient in the pass game. I thought the guys up front played a really, really good game. Opened up a lot of stuff for us and made some plays. So yeah, I think it was good.
Look at this shit.
Still
Ace 8
some things we
offsuit.
can, clean up and do better going forward.
Get fucking out of here.
70 sacks. Aside from that number, what makes their front and their pass rush so challenging to deal with?
They've got good players. And know how to get to the quarterback. So we'll have a plan for those guys, and we got a lot of confidence in our guys up front. They've played really well the whole year, and they'll be ready to go.
How much has your confidence in particular grown in Andrew Thomas over the years? He's really improved, obviously, from his rookie season.
Yeah, I've always had a lot of confidence in Andrew. I think he's been, rock solid like anybody playing that position early on. There's some things you got to learn, but I thought he learned them quickly. And there's no one playing at a higher level, right now at that position in the league. So huge credit to him. He's an unbelievable player, and if you saw how he works and how he approaches every day, you wouldn't be surprised.
I know it's not at the top of your list, but you hear kind of what's been said about you over the years, the perception of everything that when you got drafted. What's it like knowing that you're proving all these people wrong at this point?
Yeah, I mean, I don't think I've spent a whole lot of time thinking about that. I think if there's anything I've learned, it's about what you do the next week, and so I'm focused on that, continuing to try to improve and you know, play as well as I can on Saturday. That's my focus.
Have you noticed people reacting differently to you, though? Or have you seen that at all? People thinking differently about you?
Like these weird ass questions you're asking them over and over again, like that. Like
Yeah,
that
you hear
difference.
some of it, for sure, and notice some of it. So part of it, you know, it's not. I can't control how.
He's smiling. He's talking about the guy asking him the fucking weird ass questions.
Darius told me that he sees it on the field. Even the other players have gained respect for you. Do you see that in opposing defenses? Do they attack you differently maybe than you've seen in the past?
Not necessarily. I don't think anything sticks out necessarily. I think, you know, just as an offense, I think.
All right, Blind versus Blind here.
Year, you see how some defenses will, you know, change their approach to us, but no, not specific to me.
Does the team still feel like there's unfinished business, that it's nice that we've gotten to this point, but there's still much more to accomplish in the ball club?
I think, without a doubt.
They want to beat the Eagles, right? Because they beat you twice.
You know, certainly, you know, feel like we've.
9-10 off is the hand. Let's go. This guy beat us with this loose ass, fucking mark ass ace-8 play. Let's get him blind versus blind with the 9-10.
A lot of work to do.
Oh my god, Jack 10? Well, I guess we'll just have to hit a straight then. There it is.
You know, that's been the approach this week. You know,
Yes.
Guys came in today ready to work and ready to get after it. You know, we've got a lot still left to do.
Ace King suited in the low roller, on the bubble of the low roller with Ace King suited.
Even sunk in that the reality is you're 2 wins away from the Super Bowl at this point?
Yeah, I mean,
2 wins away from the Super Bowl.
we're just focused on this week. We're focused on, you know, everything we have to do to prepare to play our best on Saturday, and you know, we can't really afford to look beyond that. We've got a big test, and Philadelphia's a good team, obviously.
You had 2 completions in the second half to Hodgins where you ran to throw. Is that something you've had to practice both mentally and physically to get to the point? Because you have the legs to run. So, like, what is the thought process and what has the progress been for you to get to that point where you keep your eyes downfield?
Yeah, I mean, I think just trying to find those opportunities throughout the game. I think you can watch on tape a little bit and you know, see how they've handled some of those situations. But you know, more than anything, I think it's about just reacting in the game and you know, the guys. You know, you brought up Isaiah. You know, I think he's got a good sense for that. Good sense for getting open and you know, making plays. You know, some of those loose plays that aren't necessarily how you expect them to unfold. So yeah, I think it's just about reacting and finding guys in those situations.
Because of some of the injuries in the wide receiver room, that group was looked at as a liability, but they quickly turned into a strength. How much have you been impressed with the opportunities Darius and Isaiah and other players are making out of when you give them the ball?
Yeah, those guys have done a great job. You know, I'm certainly not surprised. I don't think, you know, guys on this team are surprised by that. They're really good players who have the ability to impact the game in a lot of different ways, and
We bust with the Ace King suited in the low roller.
high level.
Pretty disappointing.
You know, throughout this season. So, yeah, a lot of credit to them. They've shown.
Pocket fives here in the final 36 of the 3K. Come on, pocket fives. We're jamming 10 bigs in the cutoff here. We got to win this one, right?
The solution at quarterback here. What does it mean for you to hear those comments at this juncture, knowing, you know, what that like?
Come on, fives.
Yeah, I mean, I certainly appreciate the support and you know.
Oh my God, what the fuck?
This week, what's, you know, ahead of us now, and you know, that's all that matters. You know, for any of us is what you do next week and with the next opportunity. So that's what I'm focused on.
When you can
how would you describe playing in Philadelphia?
Playing in Philadelphia, electric. The fans are very passionate. They're very into it. The team feeds off the crowd. It's a city that loves their football team for sure.
What leads you to believe that there's more work still out there, that you guys can make a run here?
Yeah, I mean, that's why we played the game. We had one goal this whole year, and that was to win a Super Bowl. I think you're cutting yourself short if, or selling yourself short if that's not your end goal. And so, yeah, we're happy we're in this spot, but there's a lot more. I think you're cutting yourself short.
There's more work still out there, that you guys can make a run here.
Yeah, I mean, that's why we played the game. We had one goal this whole year, and that was to win a Super Bowl. I think you're cutting yourself short.
Yes, I wanted to hear that from one of these fucking players. They had one goal this year, and it was to win the Super Bowl.
Yeah, we're happy we're in this
I love hearing that shit. That should be the fucking goal.
Over a couple of times you played the Eagles that you think can help you in this matchup.
I mean, a lot of things. They're a talented team with a lot of superstars on their roster, both sides of the ball and special teams. And so we learned a lot about them. They learned a lot about us. And so, yeah, their time go around with them. And so, yeah, it's gonna be a battle.
How helpful is it to have the secondary fully healthy, especially going up against their wide receivers?
It's great. You know, we have battled. We go a roller coaster all year long with guys up, guys down. Obviously, you want your ones or whatever ready to go, and it's exciting that we have that right now. And I think this past week showed you though that whoever's in there needs to be able to perform and make plays. You know, Dane Belton hopped in there this past game and did well. Flott came in there first play, made a play, and so that is a mindset we got to have no matter who's out there.
It seems like this defense is starting to turn a corner. At least the last few weeks, you held the Vikings to 61 yards rushing. Just talk about the difference between with the defense recently, in your estimation.
Yeah, I think we play a good brand of football. It's our brand. We're successful in certain situations. We're a pretty stout situational team, and we have to do that versus the Eagles. They're a team who's also really good in situationally, whether it's third down, red zone, 2 minute. They play at a high level, and that's why they're the first seed in the NFC. And so we got to be clean. We got to be who we are and play our brand of ball, because our best is needed. Against quote unquote best team.
So when you play your brand, you got to have confidence, right? So what is the confidence level of this team right now? We're kind of here. We see the podium, but we don't know what's out here.
Yeah, I mean, we're all grown men in this locker room. There is no sense of fear or no sense of lack of confidence.
Come on, East Queen, big spot,
Our
big
first
flip.
job is to be at our best, execute how we want to execute. They got a really good.
Holy shit, man.
No matter who we're playing.
Not been a great 30 minutes, 45 minutes here.
Week in and week out is to make sure you got your stuff handled. And yeah, Philly has some stars, like I said, on their team, and they're gonna make plays, quite frankly. But we have to make plays and have that confidence and that mental focus to reset after each play.
It's a great rivalry. Now you add the playoff twist to it. How big of a twist is that?
I mean, it definitely heightens it. When you look at all division games in general, it's pretty heated. The games are good battles, and so yeah, the hype will be there. It's a night game. Like I said, Philly fans will be really excited. They're a good fan base, and we got to be prepared mentally, physically, for a full 60-minute battle.
Julie, how much more discipline is required when you have a quarterback like Hurts that can make off-script throws?
Yeah, he's a challenge to play against. He's been playing at a super high level this year because of his arm, his legs. He has really elevated his game, and we have to just try to play him as best as we can because he's a lot of tools in his bag. He's a lot of weapons around him, and so yeah, he's posed a threat or a problem to everybody who's played this year. Obviously, we got a chance to see him twice this year, and we got to have a good.
We're not winning any hands. It's just miserable.
Is his ability to run kind of the linchpin
The
that
fuck?
ties their offense together, whether it's the design stuff or the scrambling?
It for sure opens up a lot of things. I think when you look at across the league, guys who can run the ball at a high level, he has to be up there with the top quarterbacks right now. He's efficient, and his ability to run the ball, to scramble, opens up a lot of things for their offense. The pass game, for the running back, it opens up the holes for him. it's just that's how they get going, and they're doing it at a very high rate right now. So it's a problem. That's no secret to anybody. It's a problem because of who's at quarterback for them. He's a good player.
What does it mean to play for Daves? What's it like?
It's exciting. It's funny at times. You know, Dave's is a passionate guy, as you've seen. I don't know how many times he rips off his headset on the sidelines. Seems like every other play. But you kind of understand where he's coming from. You know, he's a guy who loves competition. He instilled that into the team. Well, maybe not instilled, we're all competitive, but he promoted that and wanted that to be at the forefront of who we are, just a competitive team. And
What's up, Yapper Face? Good luck in your session. We're doing okay.
His biggest strength is to let players'
A few games left.
personalities shine through, not suppress anybody.
It's been another long day. Still searching for the good banks. Won a few tickets earlier and some saddies. That was nice.
Overall, how would you describe this opportunity for you and your teammates?
This is exciting. This is an exciting moment for us. We know we have some more things to accomplish, though. And so this week we have to just be locked into this game. We can't let this moment, whatever round we're in, divisional round, to overcome anything else rather than us executing from Saturday. That's the name of the game. Executing, play at a high level, be mentally sharp, physically sharp, and just treat this game just like it is.
Wow, we went running hearts.
Another battle.
What do you say to the people that aren't giving you guys much of a chance in this one?
I mean, just keep doing that. I mean, it's been all season long. This is nothing new. Maybe a few more eyes are watching us, and a few more eyes are doubting us. That's okay. I mean, you guys have seen it all year long. We have a confident group in the building. We haven't been the favorite team in a lot of games this year, but we just play for each other. I mean, as simple as it is. We go out there and just play our brand of football, and then let the results speak for themselves.
Dex said about the Philly fans said he's probably not going to
What's up, Jamie?
Come to the game because he doesn't know what they're going to say to her, and he's afraid of what she's going to say back. What are your thoughts on the Philly fans?
Thanks,
and
dude.
Would you let your family members sit in the stands?
Yeah, I mean, when you think about it, Philly fans on a 1 o'clock kickoff is already they're hyped, they're fired up. Now you add the 8 p.m. start, they're tailgating all day. It's gonna that level of excitement for them is gonna be turned up more. They're a passionate fan base, not just in football, but in all their sports. So we gotta understand that. I mean, their fans are gonna be their fans. Our families will be fine. They're gonna, it's still a game at the end of the day. But yeah, I mean, my family's pretty tough, so they can handle anything. So they're good.
Do you remember any real colorful stuff directly related?
I kind of love that. I mean, they give the whole college atmosphere, those hated rivalries, and they're up there with probably the best for their team fan bases across the league, across a lot of sports. And so I'm sure I've heard some stuff or seen some stuff, but you just try to block it out, just play the game. That's all it is. It's a game.
No flip, no cap, no mess. Just grab and squeeze. Try Dawn Easy Squeeze.
There are countless worlds out there to be explored.
Hello, everybody! Happy Tuesday, though it's more like a Wednesday here at the Giants practice facility, and welcome to Big Blue Kickoff Live right here on Giants.com and the Giants mobile app. John Schmelk, Lance Meadow with you. The phone number, and they're already ringing. 201-939-4513. Get on the horn. Talk some Giants football with us. Big Blue Kickoff Live is brought to you by Pepsi Zero Sugar. New and improved. Zero never tasted so good. All right, Lance, Howard and Paul did a good job covering that Giants-Vikings wild card matchup yesterday. So we'll use today to kind of talk about that game and reference it ahead to the matchup that is coming on Saturday night against the Philadelphia Eagles in divisional weekend. 3 NFC East teams remaining, which means we know at least one NFC East team is going to be in the NFC title game, maybe 2. Who knows? We'll see. I think that Dallas Niner game is going to be a lot of fun. So here's where I'll start. The Giants, once again, Lance, and I'm happy we spent so much time last week breaking down that first matchup between the Vikings and Giants. Because this game was exactly the same.
Have a boat.
A lot of similarities.
It was exactly the same, except the Giants didn't make those critical mistakes we talked about that cost them the first game. No turnovers, no special teams gaffes in this game. They end up winning 31-24. And let's start with the offense again. Lance, a very pass-heavy attack.
Ship it.
Barkley in the game, fewer than 10 carries.
East 9, yeah.
Jones
Should
actually
show
had
me.
more design runs than Barkley did, believe it or not. He also scrambled a lot. But again, a lot more dropbacks called than running plays in the game, Lance. And, you know, it works. And I think this is kind of what I'm going to kind of struggle with this week a little bit and try to figure out. Is this approach and success with this approach due to the Giants' opponents in the last 3 games? And will they continue this approach against a much better and different defense in Philadelphia? We know the Vikings defense literally is one of the worst units in football. 31st in yards, blah, blah, blah.
And it showed.
And it showed again, right? The middle of the field was wide open, crossing routes, guys were wide open. Eagles are not that. So how much are the Giants going to try to continue down this road that they've been on with the Vikings and the Colts? And, this passing offense has looked better than it has all year. You could argue these last 3 games have been 3 of the best in Daniel Jones's career. Probably 3 of his top 10 games have been the last 3 weeks. How much of that is opponent-based, and how much of that is something you can repeat this week against Philly? Is much of a, not even success necessarily, but approach against an Eagles defense that is far superior to anything the Vikings put out there.
Well, and that's why I think, to answer your question, I think it is based on the opposition. I think they saw weaknesses in terms of Minnesota's secondary and not as fierce of a pass rush that Philadelphia is going to present. John, they got 4 guys that have double-digit sacks.
70 sacks.
Yes, 2 shy of the NFL record, which was set by the Bears in '84 when they had 72. And we know any given one of those guys can set the tone in a game. It could be a Josh Sweat game. It could be a Brandon Graham
and
game.
It does look like Sweat's going to play, by the way.
Well, I would assume he would, given the fact that he's a few weeks removed from that neck.
Well, we can't spend him tonight. They're for some, special tournaments on the weekend or something. We got 2...
Or anything like that.
We got 2 162 tickets. 162 in a January 2023 $1 million weekend tourney, and 162 in a 2023 NFL playoff tourney. But there's none of those running tonight.
It's going to be death.
Bingo.
The next one that runs is, well, we got Sunday. The 223K guaranteed NFL playoff kickoff edition is the 22nd, and then the other ticket can be used on the 26th, the 27th, the 28th, or the 30th. So we have 4 options with the other ticket, just 1 option with the first ticket.
More than 7 yards in the game. Is that the stat
2.
But yeah, it's not till this weekend.
But one of them was a kneel down, which was 3rd and 11.
Oh, I didn't even count that one. And by the way,
no, so you are right. Then it really was 1.
And the 3rd and 13,
3rd and 11, and 3rd and 15.
Right, it was a 3rd and 15.
So that's the one to Darius Slayton.
That's where they should have converted it anyway.
Correct.
But Slayton drops the ball,
which was a convertible down.
Right.
So the point I'm making is, 11 of your 13 downs that you faced.
Lucky sevens, we got the Queens.
Okay, well, why was that, John? I would say Daniel Jones is the runner.
This guy 5x'd it.
A lot of manageable downs, and Barkley was able
King 9
to
off.
benefit off of that. So
and the short, quick passing game on
100%. Sure, and they
we
should
chop.
continue to do that because the short.
I can't win with Queens on pre against the guy with King 9 off, you guys.
Yeah, so I wouldn't be shying away from that, but this is not a game where you're looking for home runs against Darius Slay and James Bradbury or putting the
It's just
ball
crazy
up
how bad we
40-some
run.
times.
I mean, imagine if we just didn't run like absolute shit, how much money we'd be making. It's because of things like that that's making us lose every day. We can't beat King 9 off with Queens against some fucking idiot for 25 big blinds against some fucking idiot. That's the hand we can't win.
You have Zadarius Smith and Danielle Hunter, and those are 2
It's
very
fucking
respected
unreal.
pass rushers.
It happens so much more often than it
By the way,
should.
both guys were in the backfield a decent amount.
Absolutely.
Like you would think once a day or twice a day, seeing something like that would just be more than enough to drive someone insane, and we got to deal with it like every fucking hand we play.
It puts pressure on every single one of your offensive linemen. That's why the run game and the short passing game is the best way to stay in manageable 3rd downs and try to move the football methodically down the field.
Agreed. All right, so we're on the same page.
Yeah,
with the
bankroll
Giants offense.
management's
Let's jump to
important.
the defensive side of the ball. I rewatched that game on yesterday, Monday, and boy, I knew he was good watching it live. I didn't realize exactly how good he was until I rewatched the tape. Without Dexter Lawrence, the Giants lose that football game. Period.
Kirk was fantastic.
I mean, Kirk Cousins played a great game. He had Leonard Williams, and by the way, I shouldn't.
Calling the check raise with his hand. We turned the straight draw into spade draw.
He did a really good job getting in the backfield too. But Dexter Lawrence was phenomenal. I mean,
We go spade now. It's the second time we've gone runner flush here in the last few.
A couple of plays, open players all over the place. And if
It was
Kirk
the same
Cousins
tournament,
had
right?
4 seconds, I shouldn't say all over the place. One, it was a zone. There were a couple guys open in the middle of the field. The other, he could have gotten.
Should I
KJ
just
out
go all
there.
in now? There's 28K in the middle.
On the, I think it was
I believe
the
it
fourth
was
down.
the fourth down, the fourth and 8.
He was
yeah.
coming across the
Yep.
field, and he probably
He
could have
had
hit
a
him on that
second or
play.
two more. He probably could have got it.
Absolutely.
Or at
But
least
De-
taken a shot at
But
it.
Dexter
Yep.
Lawrence was there, and he couldn't pivot back to the left. In fact, Kirk Cousins said in his post-game presser that, look, he was in my face. I had to get rid of the ball. I didn't have time to hold it, and he's not a mobile quarterback, obviously. So, you know, and even on the play that flop knocked the ball away, Cousins couldn't completely step into that throw because it was either Dexter or Leo on that play. I think it was Dexter.
I think it was Dexter.
Was collapsing the inside of that pocket. So, you know, a lot of people want to make a big deal. Oh, Dory Jackson did a great job on Justin Jefferson. Yeah, he did. Dude, I watched that tape, and I watched Justin Jefferson on every play. That was a team effort. They had 2 guys, sometimes 3, assigned to him on every play. The Giants, it's funny. So every week, you know, Pearson has to pick our promo clips to put up on Twitter for, you know, Giants to advertise for Big Blue Kickoff. And last week, on the Friday, he picked the one with me and you, and I go, boy, you know, blitzings and wings.
This is the King 9 off
there's
guy.
No way.
I guess I'm just going to call him since I think he's a fucking moron.
It's going to be 40.
Well, he's got ace 10 this time, and now I'm sucking out on you, buddy. Now I'm sucking out on you. Yeah. Tit for tat. Tit for fucking tat. In the lucky sevens.
He was able to do it because
tonight.
the Vikings don't want to run the football. Because
I
they
bet
just
big in
don't
the
wanna run
multi-way
it,
with the
which is
set.
what
They all
do.
fold. I check
And
raise my trips. He folds.
He had McKinney or Love either over the top or in bracket coverage on Justin Jefferson, and they paid so much attention. The Vikings in the second half, if you go back and you watch the All-22, they used that to their advantage. Where the Giants were paying so much attention to Jefferson, you want to know why Hawkinson 100 yards receiving? Because they had 2 guys on Jefferson the whole game.
Sure.
So that's another thing, and now I'm going to try to, you know, transfer that over to Philadelphia here. Here's the thing. Jason Kelsey, Hall of Famer, one of the best centers of all time. How is Dexter Lawrence going to affect the game against him? And you cannot pay as much attention to an A.J. Brown or a Devontae Smith, take your pick, like you did to Justin Jefferson last week, because A, the Eagles run the football a lot better. They have one of the best offensive lines in football. For my money, the best offensive line in football. And if you only have a light box and you have all these DBs on the field like the Giants had in that
they'll
game,
capitalize on
they
it.
will
Yeah.
run. And, you know, Nick Sirianni has gotten away from the run, by the way, in the past. But I can't imagine
Sure.
he would in a game like this. They'll run it on you, number one. And number 2,
Big flip here.
all right, you're going to go double A.J. Brown? What are you doing with Devonta Smith
Yes.
and Dallas Goedert? And, by the way, Quez Watkins, who's pretty good, too. So
We
I
lead the
think
King 9 on the King
this
Jack
is
4,
going
and this
to be,
guy's
again, on
raising me in the
defense,
crazy
just
eights.
another different type of strength.
I mean, I guess I'm just going to go all in.
Compared to the great play and the success and the scheme they had against the
Jamming these ducks in the
Which
cutoff.
is why, to me, the onus is on the offense.
This guy's
The
got a
entire
flush draw.
postseason run,
He's
no
going to
matter
hit
how
it.
long it goes, it's all on the offense. It's not to say that the defense can't
Ducks
be
run
tough,
into
but
2
let's
bigger
face it,
pairs
the Vikings
in a
had
4-way
a
table.
fair share of success, as you pointed out. Kirk was
Yeah.
money on point. They were a drive away from tying the game. They scored a bulk of touchdowns.
Yeah.
They did make plays when they needed it the most, which is what you're talking about. Game on the line, 4th and 8. Dex doesn't allow Kirk Cousins to make the throw in. Sometimes timing's everything in football.
Hey, 2 drives they did in the game. They got 2 straight stops.
You don't need to shut them down completely, but when you need to make a stop, you want your defense to come through, and the defense did deliver. But you're not going to slow down Philadelphia where you're going to hold them to 15 points.
No, you're gonna, much like this game, you're gonna have to be
Correct.
between 27 and 35 points probably to win.
So the Giants' offense finished drives against the Vikings.
Yep.
That's what they did. They had 7 legitimate possessions, John. And this is another great number. 4 touchdowns, a field goal. They punted twice. Okay? That's the ratio you want to see. And, oh, by the way, they scored 31 points when they went 43 straight games without even reaching 30.
Only 1 field goal in the game.
That's what you need to stay and compete with Philadelphia. So, I mean, we could sit here, and once again, it's an interesting conversation. What's Wink going to do, and how they're going to slow this down.
And
the
you and
bottom
I,
line is they got to score.
And we'll be on again on Friday, and we'll get into all the super
Sure.
details on that too with the Eagles and all that matchups and stuff like that.
Yeah, but I mean, it comes down to Daniel Jones and the offense, which has started to play its best football down the stretch. And I'm a big believer, timing, you want to play your best football to carry it over. But with that being said, in fairness,
it was against the Vikings and the Colts.
Correct. You have to put things in perspective where you look at the opposition. And the one game where they did play the starters, because I don't know about you, I don't put a whole lot of stock in that last matchup.
And frankly, Lance, I'm not going to put a lot of stock in either one. I feel like the first matchup was long enough ago where I think the Giants are playing better, and we don't know what Jalen Hurts is with the shoulder.
True.
So, I honestly, unlike the Vikings game where I think, that last game I think was really telling in what the playoff
close
game
proximity.
would look like,
Yeah.
I feel like I'm not going to do as much of that this time around because I don't feel like the connection's quite as tight.
Well, the only thing I will say is, though, and I understand Hurts is a wild card. I get that. And he did not look to run it all in that last matchup. That's more of a reason why I don't put a whole lot of stock, because we could see a completely different quarterback.
And there was also no McKinney and no Dory Jackson. In the
Sure,
first Eagles
absolutely.
game,
So the
too.
game of chess goes on both
and
sides.
no Leonard Williams, by the way, in that game. All three of those guys were out. Which
Yeah,
is a
and
big
I think
deal.
when Leonard spoke to the media, he indicated he didn't even play against the Eagles the first matchup.
Nope.
So
And
this is going to be his first time.
And I believe
against
Azeez
Philly.
was Azeez Ojulari even playing in that game against Philly? He might have been out
Azeez
too.
may have still been on IR.
I'd have to look at
back.
that,
Yeah,
yeah.
not exactly sure. But the other big difference is Nick Foles, Kirk Cousins, not nearly as mobile as what Jalen Hurts presents.
Absolutely.
So the stress that the quarterback could put on your defense is a lot different. That's the other major difference, because if Hurts is going to look to run, it's like Baltimore with Lamar Jackson. When Lamar's on the field, it's a completely different rushing attack for the Ravens. Same thing when Hurts is looking to run, completely different. He's not looking to run, you're not as stressed out as a defense. So something tells me that they did not want him to expose himself to hits in that last regular season matchup.
Oh, I mean, it was obvious.
And now with the bye,
You don't have to be Sherlock Holmes to figure that one out.
correct. So, but you know what? You still say to yourself, they needed to win the division, though.
Correct.
And that's why he played, because I think Nick Sirianni said, hey, we're going to lay it all out on the line. We want to win the division. We want the bye. But
while protecting his shoulder,
we're going to put him out there. But, Jalen, if you have 5 yards to take, you're not taking it. You're going to either give it to the running back or you're going to throw. And
Or slide.
That completely changes things. So does the approach differ so much that now you have to account for the Jalen Hurts you saw in the first matchup? That's a huge X factor.
Yeah, and he almost ran for 100 yards in that first matchup. It was
Had
the
7
Eagles
for
went-
77.
Yeah, the Eagles went for
Yeah.
250 in that game on the ground. So you're right. And remember, the rush defense has been something that's been the Achilles heel of this defense.
He's 10 hits an
They
ace.
weren't tested against the Vikings, right? Because they didn't look
Try to
good.
bluff this guy. He calls me down with fucking ace 9, even though I raised his check raise on the turn and then bet the river. We can't get second pair to fold, you know?
Which is one of the highest marks in the NFL.
Correct. And by the way, Pearson, you can throw your mic on. Would you confirm that Howard Cross admitted on the play ride home that Kirk Cousins was pretty good?
He may have,
Back
Okay, thank you. Thank you. I just wanted to get that out of you. Go back to your salad. 201-939-4513. All right, let's get to the calls here, folks. Again, it's a busy week. I'm going to try to rapid fire through the calls today. We'll try to bang through them. We'll get to as many of you as we can, because I know a lot of you guys are excited, and rightfully so, about the Giants taking on the Eagles. And remember, I'll just say this. Look, we all know the Eagles, talent-wise, they're better. They have more Pro Bowlers, All-Pro guys. You know, we talk about the Eagles all the time. They have the most talented roster in the whole NFL, top to bottom. But that doesn't matter. It's one game, and all you got to do is play better than that team on one day. All you got to do.
Yeah. Well, that's
saw
why
that.
the better team doesn't always win in the NFL.
We saw that in 2011, 2007 with the Giants. You just got to play better on that one game, and the Giants will try to do that on Saturday night. Big Blue Kickoff Live is presented by Pepsi Zero Sugar. New and improved. Zero never tasted so good. And don't forget, folks, go subscribe to the Giants Huddle podcast. We have rapid reactions after each game. We have interviews with analysts around the NFL. We have Mike Mayock coming up later on today. I don't think that's posted yet. But the reaction from this past week was Jonathan Casillas. And we'll have 1 or 2 more podcasts later in the week trying to get a player interview. We'll have our preview with an Eagles report. Do you know what we're getting this week, Lance, for Eagles?
I'm working on it right now, so I don't want to
Okay.
tease and then it not turn out to be.
Yes, I don't know exactly.
But we will have somebody.
Yes.
I can guarantee you that.
And we
that
will,
I can guarantee.
and we will have a player as well, but much like you, I don't have that confirmed
So there
yet.
you go.
So I'm hoping for a defensive player that might be covering a wide receiver. We'll see if that happens. So check that out. That comes your way. It'll be on Thursday this week because it's a Saturday game, so it'll come a day earlier. Also working on maybe Moose Johnston from Fox, who's calling the game. So we'll see if that happens. Go check it out. Subscribe to the Giants Huddle podcast on your favorite podcast platform, or listen on the Giants mobile app or at giants.com/podcast. All right, let's rock and roll, boys and girls. Jerome in Charlotte will join us first. Jerome, what's going on?
Hi, I love the offense, the performance, but I'm worried about the pass rush on the defensive side. Is Ojulari and what was it, X-Man? The two didn't play that much.
Well, Zimenez went in for Ojulari after Ojulari hurt his quad, and he got kneed. That was a quad bruise. Brian Dable said today at his press conference. By the way, Brian Dable did his press conference right before the show. Said nothing. there was really nothing there that we could relay that would be useful, except that Ojulari will be limited today, and Pinnock will be limited. It's just a walkthrough. That's all he gave us, so we'll see. I mean, it's just a thigh bruise. I would think they'll figure out a way to get Ojulari on the field on Sunday would be my guess.
And Pinnock, he said he's turning the corner.
Yep.
after that abdomen injury looked pretty scary.
Well, he
when
was at the Knick game yesterday. They actually showed him on MSG during the Knick game. So
well, then I think that's
can't be that
promising.
bad.
Correct, that he's up and about. Sure. So that's at least encouraging, and he indicated that everyone will at least practice in some capacity, whether it be limited, off to the side, whatever it may be. That was at least what he laid out with respect to the personnel.
We have our full course in effect by game day.
Have who back by game day? I didn't catch that, Jerome.
So everyone should be playing by game day.
Yeah, I mean, yeah. I mean, look, we think so. There's still 2 more days here, but we'll see. It looks like, look, right now the Giants are as healthy as they've been all season. So you hope that everyone's going to be on the field.
Very good. Go Giants.
Thank you, Jerome. And by the way, I did an interview with Dave Spadaro. He does their Eagles stuff down for the Eagles.com, and I've been doing a spot with him every week with the Giants. Play the Eagles seems like every other week now in the last month, whatever. Yeah. And I kind of talked to him, I'm like, you know, I think the Giants will come in with the game plan, but you can adjust based on what Jalen Hurts is going to do. You know, if he's going to run, how is he going to go? And Dave was like, John, I got to be honest. I mean, there's really not much doubt there here. We think Jalen Hurts is going to play just like Jalen Hurts has all year, and he's going to run it. And the reason they protected him the last game of the year is that, and he said this on the air, so I'm not giving any inside information, that they're going to use him like they had pre-shoulder injury. So based on, and Dave's pretty locked into that stuff. He knows. So, and he goes, look, maybe I'm wrong. Maybe I don't know. But based on what he said to me during the interview, he thinks Hurts is going to be a full go, which to your point with his running ability. I mean,
Come on in, I got the flush.
Jones is running. Like
affected the Vikings. Yeah.
I mean, he's 6 first downs. He created 6
He calls
first downs
me.
with his legs in that game.
Minnesota essentially laid out the red carpet. The red
Wow.
carpet was just missing. It parted like the Red Sea,
like
the
the purple
Vikings
carpet.
defense.
Ship it this way.
Would have been more appropriate. But honestly, every time I think Daniel Jones, he dropped back in the pocket, he surveyed the field, he saw the middle.
Pocket Jackson a 4-4-2, man. Let's go.
Yeah, he's either going to throw to somebody in the middle of the
I
field,
mean, what's
or
the purpose?
run to the middle
And
of the
once
field.
Nice.
again, deserves great credit for that because that's good decision making, taking what the defense gives you
He's
and reacting.
playing very well.
100%. But something tells me the Eagles are not going to lay things out as easily for Daniel Jones. I think Nick Sirianni's going to see the film and he's going to be like, guys, you know, I don't know what Ed Donatel was thinking as a defensive coordinator, but Jonathan Gannon, you may want to make sure you don't lay out the gifts for Daniel
Yeah,
Jones.
I
this
will
week.
say this, though. I do think his running is going to be essential to the Giants winning this game.
It has to be.
You know,
Yeah.
they have 2. We didn't even talk about their corners, right? They have 2 excellent cover corners in Slay and Bradbury. And look, Bradbury's not the fastest guy. He can get beat over the top, but you have to protect long enough to do that. You know,
Former
the Giants did
Panther
get behind him
Bradbury.
on some double moves in that first game in early December. But guess what? Daniel Jones was either running for his life or on his back, so he couldn't get the ball out to him. The Eagles had a 5-game stretch where they had at least 6 sacks in each game. And, you know, so I think easy completions are going to be at a premium in this game, just based on how the Eagles play defense. So I really do think, you know, design runs, sure, to try to, you know, keep him honest with Saquon. But I think Jones scrambling here, you know, if the Eagles play a lot of man-to-man, that's going to be huge. And kind of, I hate to call them cheap first downs because there is no cheap first down. But,
You take him.
you know, it's going to be really important. And I think that Mike Mayock made this point on the Huddle podcast that Jones is going to have to do a lot with his legs in this game to help keep drives alive, avoid the pass rush,
Well, that goes
and
without
move
saying,
the ball
sure.
up and down the field.
Yeah, I mean, he's going to have to be able to extend some plays simply because the pass rush is going to come for you, which is good. You need a mobile quarterback when you go up against the Eagles. The question is, if you're Jonathan Gannon, the Eagles defensive coordinator, and linebackers for the Vikings, you had some veterans back there. I just wonder, is he going to have a guy that's going to shadow Daniel Jones? Because
Will they spy him?
Well, the
Yeah, I
reason
don't
I
know.
bring that up, John, is I think you have the cover corners right on the back end. You feel good about Bradbury and Slay handling their own. You feel good about your front being able to handle the Giants' offensive line and apply some pressure. So do you have the luxury to then have a guy in the middle of the field, whether it be a safety or a linebacker, to say, hey, you keep eyes on Daniel Jones because we don't want him to run wild. Because if he does that, then the Giants are going to face manageable third downs, and there's not going to be a lot of opportunities for that Eagles pass rush to really pin their ears back.
Let's go to Rod in D.C. He's
2 big all-ins here.
Hey guys.
How you doing?
So I was two brief. I'm doing great. 2 brief comments and a question.
Ace Jack, Ace Queen. Unfucking believable. It's a 4-way table. Ace King suited loses for me too, you know?
Ultimate father-son experience.
That must have been great.
I was lamenting.
Fucking crap.
Lamenting with Paul a couple times. I leaned over. We were complaining about how Thibodeau was being held.
Why is it so difficult?
Never called it. But anyway, first comment is Howard, I think.
I mean, is fucking, like, what, is this hand good enough? I don't even fucking know anymore. Like, is anyone ever gonna call me with a hand I can fucking beat? This shit is stupid.
The stadium, how that happens, and I can't
Just jams 30 bigs with queens. Yeah, it's really fucking smart.
a ton of money, a ridiculous amount of money on tickets, and you're gonna sit anywhere you want.
And now he has kings when I have jacks. So this game is just an absolute rigged shit show at this point, huh?
Incredible. So that's comment number one. Comment number two is, and I'm not the biggest Galladay fan, at ground field level, he made one or two phenomenal blocks that really sprung Saquon, and I never looked at him. I never looked at him as that kind of a blocker. I always looked at him as a receiver that wasn't receiving, but he made one or two where he just flattened the defensive back, and Barkley, did one of his spin moves. So I'd say, maybe look for that Saturday night. And then my question for you guys is, let's just assume everybody's healthy for Saturday night. We saw the Giants in the first game get blown out. We saw them in the second game with second and third teams keeping it close when the Eagles had in their first line playing to win. And then we saw the Minnesota game where everything was on the line, and we were, I think, in my opinion, certainly much more consistent, which is one of the reasons for the win. So my question to you guys is succinct, specific keys to the game, not general, like, we've got to protect Barkley, but specifically 3 or 4 things when you look at the first and second Eagles game, and then the game on Sunday. You've got basically 3 different Giant teams. What do we need to do?
Game on Saturday.
To centralize everything and
It's not on Sunday. Call yourself a fan. You must not have a future bet on this team. Game Saturday.
Eagles stuff yet, to be honest with you. I just finished the Vikings review, and we did a couple podcasts today, so I haven't really even started writing my Eagles preview. I'll give you a couple quick specific things. Can Evan Neal hold up against Hassan Reddick and Brandon Graham on that side of the field? That could get ugly. It was ugly in the first matchup.
Former Panther Hassan Reddick.
How does he hold up against? How does he hold
The
up
Panthers'
against-
defense is really good right now, and other teams like the Eagles have fucking Bradbury and Hassan Reddick on their team that were Panthers like 2 years ago.
Be dominant against Jason Kelce.
We got a set of threes. Roll in.
Great matchup between two great players.
Check raising this guy with
Yards
Venice.
after launch has been the best player on the
Calls.
Giants this year. Him and Andrew Thomas, to me, have probably been their best 2 players. And the way Dexter's played the last month or so, man, he might be the best. So,
Of course, the flush has to come in, It's always got to be a stressful thing for me. Just show me your ace jack.
And if Lane Johnson's going to play in this game,
Are you kidding me? He has 8, 9 of clubs. He gets so lucky. He gets so lucky on me.
uncomfortable. We'll see how well he
These
plays.
guys have no game at all, except to just click call and pray they end up winning by the end of the
Yeah,
game.
he
Like,
didn't
they just
play,
have
but
no
that's
skills.
That's an injury that will
Such a
require
joke.
surgery after the year.
I hate
So it's
losing
not
to
like
these
the injury
fucking
healed, he's just
morons.
playing through it.
9-8.
It's
Fuck
gonna be
yeah,
tough
dude.
going, I
Is he
think,
even
for
supposed to be
Thibodeau,
playing that
Ojulari, and
hand?
other
Like,
edge rushers.
it's a $100 buy-in, of course. Yeah, if it's a $100 buy-in, then that's how they play. Yeah, no, that makes sense
And the
now.
Giants
It's a big
dominated,
buy-in,
not
so that
only
guy
getting to the
played like
quarterback,
fucking
but,
shit.
stopping the run. And I think those are, to me,
It's
if you look
fucking
at
so
two keys,
funny.
I think those are, 2 specific
They play
keys
worse in the
that
$100
Giants
buy-ins than they
are
do in the
gonna
$10
have to do
buy-ins.
well if they want to walk out of the game with a win.
Yeah, stopping the run to me is the key on defense because, specifically if Hurts runs wild,
I
that's
just
gonna
don't even
make
care anymore.
The job of Miles Sanders and Boston Scott and Kenneth Gainwell that
I
much
just don't
easier
care.
because now you have to account if you're the Giants that on any given play Hurts could decide to take off. And when you're all of a sudden focusing your attention on Hurts, now the other running backs are having some clearer paths to operate. So that to me is a must. They had 253 rushing yards on 31 carries. You can't have that happen again. On offense, it may be stating the obvious, but I don't think it's a coincidence that the reason why they once again edged the Vikings is they did not turn the ball over. And if you look at the first Philadelphia matchup, they had one legitimate turnover, and then you had the punt that Gillen was penalized for because he tried to kick it off
It
the
was
bounce.
basically a
So that was another turnover. And then what happens on the very next play? The Eagles throw a bomb and they get a touchdown. You can't spot the Eagles' great field position like that. Got to continue to play clean football. And clean football, of course, means lacking of the sacks, not turning the ball over, the penalties, all of those things. But those were things they avoided against Minnesota. They only had 2 offensive penalties against the Vikings. And remember, they
Yeah, we're listening to Giants radio because we're making sure that these boys are ready to fucking play.
Touchdown off the board.
Yeah, but overcome that.
Yeah,
You know,
no,
and that was
they ended up kicking. They didn't score a touchdown though. They kicked a field goal.
But at least you walked away with points.
Yep.
You didn't turn it over. In the past, penalties like that, they have not regrouped. They have not recovered. So that was another big positive, and that has to be repeated against this Philadelphia team. Because, you know, when the last caller was talking about the last 3 matchups and the differences, you know, that's why this league is so matchup oriented.
Yeah.
The way your team looks like one week, you can't just assume we're just going to bottle it up. We're going to travel to
Dude,
Philadelphia, and it's going to be the same thing. It doesn't work like that.
Look at the Dallas Cowboys in the final week of the regular season against Washington, and then look at them against the Buccaneers.
Exactly.
Like, how is that the same team?
And you say that about a lot of teams in
know,
the
it's
NFL,
cra-
right?
it's-
It's a pretty much of a head scratcher.
Half to half. I mean, look at the Jaguars and the Chargers last week.
Yep.
I mean, it's amazing.
And Jacksonville had 4 turnovers.
There you go.
5, actually, if you include the special teams one. Yeah.
I did not get the stat. Is that the first time a team ever won -5 in turnover ratio?
I don't even think you need to look that up.
Good luck, Eric.
And I said
Good
that
luck,
while
Eric.
watching
Hope you're
the
having fun
game.
streaming,
My
man.
first reaction was, the heck with the
I peeked
Jaguars.
in on you earlier. I saw
How
you
the
playing
hell
some
did the Chargers
cash.
lose a game when they
I
were
hope it's good,
plus
man.
5 in turnover
Yeah, I
differential.
know.
I mean, that takes some serious skill.
No, it really does. Like, you have to try really hard.
Oh, tremendously.
Yeah, you do.
Yeah.
All right, let's go to Aiden in New Jersey. He's up next. Hey, Aiden.
Hey, how's it going, guys?
We're good.
You're right.
All right, so I have a comment and then like a follow up on it.
Sure. Wait. So
Yeah,
you want us to comment on your comment and then you'll follow up, or do you want to comment and then just continue?
Yeah, I'll comment and continue.
Okay. So you have 2
So
comments.
it's basically one combined statement.
Yes.
But yes, go
Or
ahead.
that. Yes.
Yeah.
2 for 1 special.
Yeah, so-
Go ahead.
So obviously Landon Collins has had a big role, like in the last number of weeks, like going down the stretch in the regular season. And I noticed on Sunday he really didn't have that many snaps, and he only had 1 tackle. I was wondering why, if there's, like, obviously Dable didn't say anything about this, but I was wondering why his role was so reduced. And I'll take it off.
Absolutely. Well, how about your follow-up?
Yeah,
What
you
happened to the
teased
follow-up?
us. Wait
I
a
know.
minute. Hold on, Aiden. You kept. Oh my God.
That was the follow-up dial tone.
He's from Jersey, man. He's got a lot going on.
I was all juiced up for his follow-up.
Just a one-for-one special.
The question is, did he hang up or Pearson? Did you
No,
hang up
no,
on him?
Pearson
He was
did not
out.
hang up.
He didn't want
was
anything
gone.
to do
Okay,
with it.
so was that like the version of dropping the mic
Yeah, it
after
was.
making a statement?
It was
Okay.
like, and
That was
you
some
know,
build-up.
Well, obviously, look, everything's matchup oriented. I think that's the most important thing you can say first. They use Quentin Jefferson more. Quentin Jefferson, Tony Jefferson.
Quentin Jefferson?
more.
Who's
Yeah.
that a combination of?
I don't know
Did
who
you
Quentin.
take 2?
I have no idea who Quentin
Did you
Jefferson
take
is.
Quentin Nelson and put him with
Yeah,
Justin Jefferson?
I don't know.
Is that what you did? Okay.
Perhaps. Tony Jefferson played a lot more. He played almost twice the snaps that Collins did. That was a choice. I think Adoree Jackson being back on the field, which meant then you have McLeod as your 4th corner, or yeah, I guess it would be your 4th corner if Holmes is your 3rd guy, right? Instead of being your 2nd corner, so they wanted to get McLeod more time on. Like McLeod still played almost, I think, 30% of the snaps, Lance. If I'm
Yeah, I can look
remember
that. I
correctly.
think that was in that ballpark.
And you know, before that, the 4th corner had never played that many snaps, really, in terms of playing time. So I think the 4th corner in McLeod took some of those snaps that Landon would have otherwise taken. That's kind of how I look at it, I think. And I think they knew, once again, and they were confident putting 4 corners out there because they knew the Vikings didn't want to run the ball. So, you know, and
that's
Landon's
it.
good against
Yeah.
the run.
McLeod played, let's see, on defense he played 28% of the snaps.
Yeah, I mean, for a 4th corner, that's a lot.
And I think that was exactly what I was going to get to. You took the words out of my mouth. I think Wink said to himself, they're not going to pound the ball with Dalvin Cook, so we need more defensive backs. And I understand that Landon Collins is more of a tweener, a hybrid type of player, but that's what I think led him to say, okay, we're going to go with the corners and the safeties for the bulk of this game because we know between Hockenson and Jefferson and Thielen and Osborne, that's the priority to slow those guys down as opposed to have maybe an extra guy in the box to worry about Dalvin Cook.
Yeah, and look, Jalen Smith only played 61%. Jared Davis only played 56%, which means he probably had like at least a third of the snaps. I mean, every time I look down, the Giants had no linebackers on the field. It was just, and like, if you want to count Landon Collins, maybe him, but otherwise it was all defensive.
Well, better than the Vikings game plan to have nobody on the field.
Well, they weren't technically on the
Well,
field. You
I
just
couldn't
didn't
find them, so
you just
yeah.
didn't notice them necessarily. Let's
Yeah.
go to Jason in Virginia. He's up next on Big Blue Kickoff Live. Jason, what's going on?
Not much. Just absolutely over the moon about the Vikings win, and it's fantastic.
I'm going to say something, and I know you're going to call me crazy, and I know you're going to, probably poke fun at me a little bit, and that's okay. Given his performance against the Eagles' starting defense, and we all know they had everything to play for, we had nothing to play for, would you consider dressing Davis Webb as the number 2 quarterback, or possibly even carrying 3 quarterbacks going into this game?
For what reason, though? I mean, what's the big
Yeah,
concern?
I don't. I mean, look, last week Tyrod Taylor was the backup, and I don't think that's going to change.
I mean, I don't understand the rationale in sacrificing
Let him
another
answer.
position. It sounds like you're worried Daniel Jones is going to get hurt in this game.
And by the way, Webb was fine in that game, but it's not like he was, dominant.
No, they didn't come alive until the fourth quarter. It was a 19-0 game.
Yeah.
Yeah. No, it's just, again, just having seen the defense, just having played it, been exposed to their speed, and kind of having been in the position where against 4 quarters he saw how they shifted, how they adjusted, things like that. Maybe he has a little, my thought process, maybe he has a little bit of insider information
I hear
that
you.
might
Well, I
make
mean,
him that much better.
But anything that he takes away from that game, he's
Interesting.
going to share with Daniel Jones in the quarterback room this week.
And Tyrod.
Yeah, and
exactly.
Tyrod, too.
And
So,
again,
and once again,
I am not suggesting he starts over Daniel Jones.
No, I'm not saying you're doing that, but I mean, Tyrod's got enough.
He said he did preface it by saying you guys are gonna think I'm
Tyrod's got
crazy.
enough experience
Or
where,
Datino, is that you?
God forbid Jones gets hurt.
Is that
And
you?
I
Yeah.
feel more than
Is that you,
confident in
Webb?
Taylor running the offense, and Taylor has more similarities to Daniel Jones from the standpoint of
It's Webb's
he can
brother.
run, he can look to run. Davis Webb, I'm not saying that he's a statue. I mean, granted, he had that rushing touchdown against the Eagles in the last matchup, but I think Tyrod Taylor's a little bit more elusive, I would argue, than Davis Webb, despite what we saw in that last regular season matchup.
I got a couple quotes here for you. Do you have anything else, Jason?
Oh, no, that's it.
Thank you.
Guys,
Appreciate the call. No, I appreciate. By the way, great job, callers, being rapid fire today. Excellent work. 2 quotes.
Well, some of them hung up, so that's even better. That's truly rapid. So.
No, but people have been good getting to your points. I really appreciate that. And Wilson, I'm going to hold you to that too on the next call.
No fear of the G-men.
Get 1 point
Yeah,
there.
of course he
We
said
also
that.
should mention that we prefer
Every fan of every
to
team
preface
thinks
your
that their
statement
team's
by
gonna
saying
win. I thought the
two
Panthers
statements
were gonna
per
win.
question. You have
If that
3
fucking
statements
says
that
anything
follow
to you,
up.
Teddy.
We like that. That really establishes and sets the stage. But please go ahead.
No problem. So Mike Garafolo's at the Eagles today. They have a couple press conferences, a couple quotes for you that he put out there. Nick Sirianni said Jalen Hurts, quote unquote, better than he was 2 weeks ago. Says he continues to improve, and after holding.
Thanks for that fucking news flash, Teddy, that an Eagles fan thinks the Eagles are going to beat the Giants this weekend, man. It's really riveting stuff. We want to know things like that. Thanks for sharing. Oh, man, that was good.
And then another quote.
Gave me some good material, Teddy.
And whatever happens, happens. End quote. That does not sound like a guy that's going to be holding himself back in terms of content.
I mean, listen,
contact
season's
game.
over if you don't win.
Yeah, but you know what though? In the first quarter, you get hit the wrong way. You could be out for 4 quarters. So there is a way you can limit yourself to protect yourself so you can stay in the game. Like I don't know if the shoulder's so bad where a wrong hit he's out. Like I just don't know the extent to which this thing's messed up.
Well, he didn't look in the last game. I didn't. Look
I
want
to eat food so bad. I've just had this steak sitting out on the fucking counter.
I mean, listen, that's perhaps what stuck out to me more was
Like, holy shit. I just want to eat, but like, we've just had too many tables all day. I know at some point we're going to bust a couple tables, and we're only going to have like 4 tables. I feel more comfortable running and making the food. I need to eat, though.
That was a much bigger factor. 100%.
Yeah, I mean, that to me was like, well, what's going on here? Jalen Hurts looks like a statue, and I understand he wound up having about, I think, 9 run plays, but those 9 were him moving to the right or the left to try to buy time. He wasn't trying to go north or south at all, and that's a game changer.
All right, let's go to Wilson and Roxbury.
This is a game changer.
Hey, Wilson.
Hey guys, so let me see. I think I have 2 statements and a quote.
There we go.
Okay.
Quote. Okay, we're really mixing it up. Yeah.
Yeah, quote now.
All right. So listen, I guess the statements is this. When I watch, I'm confident on Saturday because I have to be. I mean, I don't want to sit and watch the game and then thinking I'm gonna lose. And why bother watching the game?
Of course,
so
Giant fans should
always have confidence.
Yeah, of course you should.
There's no rule of thumb that says you should be skeptical.
Okay, so listen, so for all the accolades, right, that Jalen Hurts has gotten this year, fact of the matter is that Daniel Jones has more playoff wins than he does. So all I want, man, I just want to be I just want to have a game in the fourth quarter, and I want to see how Jalen Hurts going to react because Daniel Jones, I think he's going to excel under pressure. And I want to see how Jalen Hurts does with all that crowd and everything.
Wilson,
That's
I
one
hear
thing.
you. Wilson, I hear you. And just real quick, and then you can finish. Jalen Hurts played in countless, huge, gigantic, pressure-packed
College, right?
national championship level games in college. I don't think pressure is going to be a problem, especially knowing his personality and the type of guy that he is. I don't think pressure is going to be an issue for him. To be honest
especially
with you, I don't.
Yeah, what he's been exposed
Wow,
at Alabama and
Kings.
Oklahoma. Something tells
What
me
a fucking
he
hand,
knows
buddy.
What the big stage is about. Yeah.
Shit.
I know that, but college is one thing, and to play.
Yeah, well, but Nick Saban runs that you're going to find. So I would put a lot.
Hey,
of
look
stock
at
in that.
Wilson. There's plenty of reason to be confident in Daniel in those spots. I think that's the most important thing.
Yeah, but
This guy still has one more comment and a quote.
I mean, if your strongest argument though is, and this is not taking anything away from Daniel Jones, Jalen Hurts has played one playoff game. Okay, you know, if he played 10,
that's true.
I mean, the sample size is minute, and this whole quarterback record thing that people keep bringing up is just absolutely ridiculous. Because the last time I checked, there were other guys on the field other than the quarterback.
Well,
but, I mean, let's not.
Well, let's see how that goes. Well, one of our top three, I think, maybe Paul's not on board this necessarily, but one of our top three show-wide statements we always make: a record is not a quarterback stat.
No, so that's more of a reason why I don't really want to hear that the differential between two guys is also one game. We're talking about too.
Go ahead, Wilson.
Right. No, listen, and I just want to go back. This season is kind of, it's got such a 2011 feel to it. Like, you know, like Victor Cruz
Kinda does.
came out of nowhere.
They're
We
playing
got
better
Isaiah
now.
Hodgins. I mean,
We
Eli
were
started
playing.
playing super good.
Well, they
the
actually
last
started out
two
pretty
or
good at the
three-
beginning of the season.
Last games of the 2011.
No, he played well the whole season.
all year.
No, I disagree with
Eli
that.
was an MVP.
They keep disagreeing with this guy. I feel bad for him. They're like, no.
No, I know that, but he was having a listen before we beat the Jets and the 98 touchdown run. Listen, I watched all the Giants games. Eli was rough. He was throwing a lot of interceptions.
No. Wilson, you're thinking of 2007, dude. You're not thinking of 2011. The Giants' defense and running game were awful for all.
I was
of
thinking of 2007
2011.
then.
The only reason they had a chance to be in the playoffs was Eli Manning was amazing and had maybe one of the best fourth quarter seasons in the history of the league.
Yeah, they had one comeback after another that season.
Oh my god, this tournament made the money before late reg ended and I missed out. Oh, it's a disaster. We could have bought in and profited for free. Unfucking believable, you guys. That is some bad luck there. Shit. I mean, we knew that could happen, but like, wow, it really happened.
Thank you, Wilson. Appreciate the call.
Oh
Hey,
my
you could be
God.
Dallas, which would be a replay of 2007. We'll take your pick.
Yeah. I mean, I don't put much
Different years.
It's not looking so
13
great
years
today.
ago, 12 years
That
ago.
was a bummer.
Personnel's different. I mean, I understand these are fun exercises.
You could have
but
just bought
at the
back
end
in
of the
sooner.
day,
I mean,
what
fucking,
difference?
I don't like.
The only commonality, the owner.
I don't like rebuying 4 times in the last level of these tournaments.
How about Schmelk?
Yeah, there you go. There you go.
Maybe I shouldn't mind it.
Commonality?
So there you go.
Fuck, man.
So was Lance. But
That was silly.
I think it's funny.
How does that happen? It
and
was just
I get
silly.
it. Like Giant fans of a certain age, they're used to, okay, if we win a playoff game, that means we're gonna win the Super Bowl.
Yeah, that is.
I mean,
no.
that's kind of how it's gone, right? Like if they
Sure.
get that first playoff win, you know, I think every year since the turn of the century, they've won a playoff game. They've gotten to a Super Bowl, or did they win a playoff game in like 06?
Do they ever win a playoff game and then not make it to the Super Bowl?
I have to look that up.
I don't
want
think,
to speak off the record.
Yeah, I have to double check that, but the last 2 runs for sure.
No, the last 2 runs, there's no doubt.
Since
that-
2007 for sure. Every year the Giants have won a playoff game, they have won the Super Bowl. So, but it's not that easy. Look, you got to come out there, you got to play a great game against Philadelphia. But should Giant fans feel good about it? Absolutely. You're playing your best football of the year. Go out there. It's a division rival. Anything can happen. It's tough to beat a team 3 times in a year. We've been through that whole rigmarole. Talking about back to 2007 with the game against Dallas in the divisional round. That to me, this isn't 2011 to me. This is round 2 2007.
He's underestimating the Giants. Everyone is. They're the freaking underdogs.
Giants twice in the regular season that year.
I mean, it's one game. Any of the matchups, there could be injuries, there could be fluke plays, blocked punts, kickoff returns for touchdowns, pick sixes. There could be anything. So, any of these teams can win. The Jags could beat the Chiefs easily. I mean,
but not since then.
it's not even necessarily going to be hard. There's probably going to be some surprises. That's what makes it so much fun.
42 and 46.
That's correct.
Okay,
Yes.
so I was right then.
Yeah.
Yep. And That
So-
was, by the way, with the Rodney Hampton game. That you ran
Yeah,
like 150. in that
exactly.
game.
Yeah. Well, yes, because you worded it the turn
Yep.
of the century,
Mhm.
so that's what you were saying.
Yep.
I thought you were saying.
I
that-
can't believe we missed that buy-in,
No,
dude.
no,
What
no,
the
that every time
fuck?
they, win one game, it's
Like I played it, last 3 nights and it didn't make the thing before Reg was over. It's just tonight that it happened. Jeez Louise.
You're going to the Super Bowl. That's right. Yeah. Well, and that's why I'm sure a lot of people adopt this philosophy.
Yeah.
By the way, quick side note: I was doing some homework on the whole. It's hard to beat a team 3 times in one season.
I don't think it's really
Everybody
true.
Throw that out
Of
all the
course,
time.
yeah,
I mean,
yeah,
come
yeah,
on, that's
yeah,
probably
yeah,
one of the
yeah.
biggest cliched lines. So
It's
this
the same
is-
way you can never beat a team on back-to-backs, right?
No,
you, can,
yes.
you can never win to
Sure.
or in baseball, you can never sweep a doubleheader.
No,
It's
impossible.
all the same.
Yep. So this is going to be the 25th installment since the 1970 merger.
25th
in which
time?
A team that swept the regular season series winds up then meeting the team again in the postseason. This has happened 24 times.
24
The
times.
Teams that swept are 15-9.
So it's
in
close.
those 24.
Usually they win because they're probably the better
However,
team, but
let's peel the
they've
layer.
lost 9 times.
Okay. There's more to this. As I preface my comments before I say that.
Well, apparently
okay.
that's what we're doing now. Now I'm going to say,
There you go.
Lance, give us more.
Please set up what you're going to say
Give us
before
more.
you say it. Yeah, I only aim to please here,
Yes.
okay? We're here to appease the people. So there were 17 instances in which, 19 instances in which the team that swept was the home team in the playoff matchup, which is how it is here, with Philadelphia being the
So
home
they
team.
would then be the favorite in
Correct.
theory.
And of those 19, the team that swept and was at home won 13 of those 19
13
times.
and
13 and
6.
6.
All right.
Yes. Just to give you an idea. Is there anything to read into that? I don't know. But
honestly,
I think track record and trends are at least worth bringing up.
Yeah. Look, I think the third matchup, teams very familiar with each other. I do think it probably levels the playing field a little bit, right? I think the more you see a team, it probably, it makes it a little bit tougher, I think. But I don't know. It's good
Well,
stuff.
the only thing I wanted to bring that up because I always hear, and there's no context when people say that.
That's good.
3 times it's impossible. Well, if you look at those numbers, you wouldn't take 13 wins out of 19 opportunities for the home team.
Have you put that nugget up on Twitter yet?
It's already up. It was up
very
yesterday.
good.
Yeah. You
My
should-
thing is that week 17 is just
Bloody Twitter.
That even
Week 18.
week 18 could have been completely different. We don't
Yeah. I mean, that's why we were talking before, Pierce. Like, I can't. Those first 2 games this year, unlike the,
He has
Viking game, I
8s
thought
and
it was gonna be
fucking
really
calls me
predictive,
too.
and it was.
Jesus
And
fuck.
look, the dangers from the first game, to your point, Lance, I think are there, right? Here's what you can't do if you're going to get to avoid
I mean,
getting
what the
hammered. Yeah, right?
fuck?
So I think that's what you look at, but I do think the Giants at that point were probably in their stretch of playing their worst football of the season, right?
Yeah, because that was the second half of the
What
season.
else?
And now
What's
I
gonna
think they're
happen
probably
next?
playing,
Like,
especially offensively,
it's just
their
been a
best
terrible
football. The
hour,
Eagles,
hour and a half in here.
Since that game, actually, I did this math myself. Since that first game against
Ugh.
Philly, Lance, the Eagles are just 2-2, and I believe they have a
Ugh.
-6 or +6 point differential?
Yeah, the turnover differential has drastically changed.
Yeah,
Let me bring up
and-
my chart here.
Yeah,
I may have.
and also their point differential has almost been, negative, I think, since then. So, just something to keep in mind. All right, let's go back to the phones, but first a reminder. Giant fans, take your fandom to the next level with a season ticket membership. Stay connected to the club all year round, not just on game days. Memberships are now available for the 2023 season. To learn more about all the exclusive member benefits, visit Giants.com/tickets. Limited inventory is available. And the Giants' official connected TV streaming app, Giants TV, brings original video content and game highlights on demand and direct to Big Blue fans. Giants TV is free on Apple TV, Roku, and Amazon Fire TV and the Giants mobile app. Big Blue Kickoff Live is brought to you by Pepsi Zero Sugar. New and improved. Zero. Never tasted so good. You found your nugget or no?
I am bringing it up as we speak. I was just searching through some documents here. Okay, so I have the numbers through heading into that final game, week 18. They had 10 turnovers in their first 13 games, 24 takeaways. They were +14, the Eagles. Then they had 8 turnovers in their last 3 games leading into that Giants matchup, and then 3 takeaways, so -5. That's a huge difference. +14 versus -5. And the injuries took a toll on the team as well down the stretch.
Avante
Missing some
Maddox is
personnel.
somebody to watch this week,
Yep,
too, by the way.
their nickel corner.
Their nickel
Yep.
corner, who's a big deal. And we'll see a calf injury, Achilles injury.
I flopped top pair.
Maddox, let's see, he missed
I turned a straight draw.
17 prior to the Giants with a toe injury.
Are these
No,
guys
he
ever
hamstring
bluffing?
injury earlier
Yeah,
this
I knew it was lower.
He's
body.
bluffing.
Which is technically foot, I suppose.
Josiah Scott, though, has played particularly well in his place. So that's another guy that would step in with respect to Avonte Maddox being sidelined.
Joe in Pennsylvania is feeling a lot of pressure this week. The Eagle fans are on his doorstep. They're waving green flags. They're ready to take him out.
They are. They're talking about already who they got. The head ref of the game is Belanger or something, and they're 12-1 with him. So they're clapping their hands. That's what I hear. I don't want to see anything like it happened to Lawrence there, the way he threw the quarterback like he roughed them, and the same thing when we played Hurts.
He's worried about the ref.
The last game there, they gave him a little push, and there was a flag. You know, it's. I don't know what the records we are with this head ref, but you know, I hope they look at Thibodeau there, the way he gets bear hugged and taken to the ground every game, and there's never a penalty. I mean, they're part of the game. You got to bring these guys up. So
now, there were a couple plays too where Evan Neal did a little grabbing when the guy was coming around his edge too.
There was also a false start on Andrew Thomas that wasn't called too on one of the plays. So
I just hope they played fair. But Thibodeau, if there's, I don't know how many games, how many plays a game. I could just see it. You know, it's crazy. He's being bear hugged to the ground.
Joe, I mean, the bottom line is we have these conversations all the time.
Can't worry about the refs.
There's going to be missed calls. There's going to be calls that are going to go your way against you. Good teams take care of their business.
And these cheap ones, when you touch the quarterback, it's ridiculous.
Well, but here's the thing, Joe. It's been like that across the league. And I cover the league. I understand you may be focusing in the Giants bubble. These roughing the passer calls have been.
Well, you hope the calls are consistent.
The entire
It's a
season.
joke.
Yeah, the announcers even said that you got to be able to maybe what do they say? Be able to review them or something like that.
Well, but it's still a judgment call, Joe. You're still going to be having human beings interpret it through slow motion replay, which to me is worse because it then gives you a completely different perspective on the play.
Yeah.
I think what had happened is I think they saw the forearm of Dexter Lawrence hit him in the helmet.
Yeah, I'm
and
curious.
that to me is what indicated the flag. That's how I interpret
Yeah, I'm
it.
curious if it was the hit to the head or the sling down. I mean, I would think it was the hit to the head.
I think it was more of the hit to the head.
But yeah, I mean,
because here's the thing: the ref saw that, I'm sure, when they were both upright, John.
Right.
So I think he immediately said,
Hurts not being 100% is a big key to this game.
you can't worry about the officials, Joe. Just
can't lose sleep over this
You can't
stuff.
worry about it because it's completely out of your control. Don't.
I know.
Just
I
worry
remember-
about what you can control, man. That's it.
I remember when we had Lawrence Taylor and Parcells, we beat the Skins. I'm sure 3 times.
The
that
Skins.
year, too. What I was gonna say, who do you think's the best team that we played that we beat all around this year?
Interesting question.
What do you ask?
He asked which team did the Giants beat this year that you would classify as the best.
The best team they beat.
Now, are you talking about
That's a good
Joe,
question.
just out of curiosity?
Eagles,
at
probably.
the time of
Probably the fucking
win,
Eagles.
Or now in the wake of the season?
Maybe a
who
little
I
both.
think is the best team?
All season long, who do you think the best rounded team that we beat?
Yeah, but here's the thing: like when the Giants played the Packers earlier in the year, the Packers
That's-
were playing really bad
that's my
football,
point.
but they turned out to be better. The Panthers in Week 2 were terrible.
It's going
They
to be the
turned out to
Eagles.
a
It's
better
gonna be,
team.
oh, they didn't beat the
Chicago was
Eagles.
a
They
better team
didn't beat the
than-
Eagles, so
Yeah,
that can't be the answer. They lost to the
And
Eagles twice.
Jacksonville, right? Jacksonville ended up being a really good team, but they weren't playing that well when the Giants
Yeah,
faced
the
them.
Giants had a pretty easy schedule.
I would probably say the Vikings.
I think the Ravens. So.
Yeah, the Vikings
Oh, yeah,
last
the
week.
Ravens. Yeah, no, you're right, Joe. I take it back. It was probably Baltimore. You're right. It was
And
probably
they
Baltimore.
did play the Ravens
Yep.
with Lamar, so I think
They
Baltimore
beat the
and
Ravens with
Minnesota,
Lamar.
You can make strong cases, but
I agree
give,
it was Baltimore. I'm
I
with you,
give Baltimore the edge because the Ravens have a far better defense
Yep.
than what Minnesota has to offer.
I think Baltimore's better than
So yeah, and Joe, you worded it well-rounded, so we'll go with the Ravens.
Yep, I agree. I think it's Baltimore.
But the Ravens with Lamar Jackson under center, because now, well, they're eliminated. They're clearly not the same team when they have Tyler Huntley there.
Yeah, well, we played them.
Sure. No, you played them with Lamar. Correct. Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah. So, I'll take it off the air here. Do you think we want to mix it up or run it first or pass it first? So that's all. Take care. Go Giants. Let's go. Thank you.
All right, Joe.
I mean, I think you let what the Eagles are doing on defense dictate it to you, right? Like if they're showing run heavy stop looks early, you throw it on the early downs. You know, quick throws. If they're, have a light box, then you're running on early downs. I think, the good thing about the last few weeks, Lance, the Giants showed that they can now have a multifaceted offense. That was the last question I asked Barkley in the post-game locker room after the game in Minnesota. What does it mean that, earlier in the year, For the Giants to be that good offensively, I think Saquon would have only touched the ball 11 or 12 times. Would have been unthinkable. Like impossible.
Yeah, but now that that's a good point. Saquon was a main part of their offense early. Now not so much.
Against Minnesota, you only didn't touch
It doesn't have to be as
The
much.
Giants go for 450, 440 in both games, right? And I asked him, what does it mean? He goes, look, we had an identity earlier in the year. We lost that identity. Teams figured it out. They countered it, and we had to counter back. And now we've figured out what we're doing a little bit differently. We're doing it better. And I think this is better
They're
because
morphing.
now you have two ways to attack rather than just one. So I think you adjust based on what the Eagles are showing you, what they're daring you to do, and then you try to punish them based on how they're playing their defense.
Well, the other thing is Barkley had 5 catches against Minnesota.
They have
Daniel
options.
Jones,
Giants are dangerous.
down to him and hey, take the yardage. So that's another way to extend the run game against Philly.
Sure.
Let's see if those linebackers can tackle an open space if Barkley is out wide as a receiver. I think that's.
I mean, it's really up to Daniel Jones, though. It's up to Daniel Jones.
Balance Saquon Barkley attack overall as an individual.
If Daniel Jones is gonna fumble the ball 3 times and throw 2 picks and make bad decisions, they're gonna lose.
Those numbers, and then Daniel Jones,
If Daniel Jones runs it every time, it's a good time for him to run it, and throws it every time, it's a
so that you expose
good time for him to throw it. And
But as far as run to pass ratio, that's going to be dictated by the Eagles. You're not
they
gonna
can
run
win.
the ball
It doesn't
just
turn
for
it
the sake of
over,
running
and
the
they can
ball.
win.
However, I will say this: it's no coincidence that the Giants won yet another game where they had at least 30 run plays. That has continued that trend, but it has carried out this season. I understand there were a few kneel downs.
There's kneel downs in
No,
there, and there's scrambles too.
Sure, but the bottom line is 30 seems to be their magic number. And you would think, okay, well, you're getting to 30 because either you're playing a close game or you're playing with the lead, which clearly came into play against the
Jeez Louise, man. Ace King loses to 10-8 on a Queen Jack 8.
When it's been in the 22 to 25 area or lower, it normally is not meant good things for the Giants. So I think the Giants, they understand that, and they want to get as high volume of runs as humanly possible.
That shit's fucking stupid, too.
Based on the third down situation, which, to get back to the question, you want to make sure that your level of efficiency on first and second down in this game is sky high, because you do not want to face 3rd and 8s or longer against this Philadelphia team. You're playing right into the hands of the pass rush. That probably is going to determine the outcome of this game. Look at where the Giants are on 3rd downs and the volume of 3rd downs they face, because if you remember,
Kings on the 10-5-3. After we just lost with Ace King to fucking 10-8. Now we have our favorite hand, Kings, on a 10-5-3, and he's got Queens.
939-4513. We have about 2 minutes. We have a
And
hard
he
out of
doesn't
30
river
today.
a queen.
We'll take our final call of the show and say hello to Nick in Texas. He's up next. Hey, Nick.
Hey, man. Hi, guys. Love your show. Just quick question. What do you think will happen if, for whatever reason, we lose Mike Kafka and Wink in the offseason? What do you think they're going to be doing after that?
Panic. I think they're gonna. Brian Dable will strip down to his skivvies and run around the parking lot freaking out. No. No. Look, I think you figure it out. I think it's a little early for Kafka. It's his first go around. I said this last week. Usually it takes 1 or 2 go arounds, and then they kind of figure it out, right? And then usually that 2nd or 3rd go around they get the job. I know they really like Shea Tierney, the quarterback's coach here. They're a big fan of his. I don't know if that's be a move they'd make. I know they're very high on him. I know they love Jerome Henderson here as well, and Drew Wilkins.
I was going to say, yeah.
Who Wink has basically said he should be a coordinator.
Yep.
He said, look, if I don't get a job, someone should go hire him to be their DC. You know what I mean?
Well, Wink said that in his interview. He said, if you don't hire me, make sure you hire Drew Wilkins.
Yeah, so I think it would probably be Drew if Wink leaves offensively. They might go out of house for that too, for all I know. I don't know. There isn't really anywhere to know, but worry about the Eagles. We got plenty of time to worry about that after the week. From my understanding is no one's, based on reports, no one's interviewing this week. So we got some time to worry about that, Nick.
I would say this. I think Dable coming from Buffalo, and you look at what Sean McDermott did, and I do think when assistants become head coaches, they're influenced by what their predecessors had done. What did Buffalo do when Dable left? They brought up Ken Dorsey. Yep. So I think Dable may see things in a similar fashion. Also, Bill Belichick he worked with for many years. What has Bill done? Bill is also promoted from within, or he's brought back individuals that have previously worked for him, like a Bill O'Brien or somebody like that. So I would say, big picture, my response would be an internal promotion or somebody that's out there that Dable has crossed paths with, that he has a history with, that he'd be willing to bring into the fold. I think that's probably how he would tackle it.
Okay. So they won't. There's no chance that they could retain him, right? Like he's free to go if he has to go.
Who are you talking about retaining?
For both, for Wink or Matt, because
There's a chance that both return. Absolutely. I don't think there's anything guaranteed that they're both going to get head coaches. I mean, there's tons of candidates out there that are interviewing. All of them are not going to walk away with head coaching jobs.
Okay. All right, cool, man. Thanks, guys. I live over here in close to Dallas, so it's really hard to even peek out with my Giants gear. But I'm repping every day, and go Giants.
All right, appreciate the call, man, and thanks for joining with us today.
He's gonna sneak out of the house in Texas. His Giants gear on.
New and improved. Zero. Never tasted.
Never know what might happen.
For Lance Meadow, I'm John Schmelt.
How about that?
These guys are good.
And how would you describe playing in Philadelphia?
Is Philadelphia anymore?
The Giants are fucking ready. That's what I've learned over the last few hours, is that the Giants are fucking ready.
We did it. We did it. You were looking for him.
Dexter, to get another shot at the Eagles, how much you looking forward to that?
I'm looking forward to the battle. Third time, just trying to come out with a different result this time.
You look at New York and Philadelphia grit, both teams with that kind of mindset.
For sure. Both prideful places, and I know their fans gonna be out there, and I hope we travel.
Just Snap calls me, huh?
Like he said, gritty. Hard nosed. I told my mom she can't come to the games because she'd go back at them. But it should be fun, and I'm excited.
I mean, he shouldn't think I have a 5, right?
They some big dudes, and physical. They got a good leader.
Call me.
Kelsey, and we helped them learn a lot. And,
What the hell, man? We wanted it to be called that time.
When you look back at the film from that first matchup, the 48-22 loss, what was the biggest thing that stood out to you with the defensive mistakes?
We didn't play well, and they attacked us. They did a good job with that. We just had to play well and make less mistakes to be able to compete.
How much do you think the D has grown since that first matchup?
I think we've grown a lot. We grew together, didn't apart during that time, and I think that kind of shows in the play. So, we just keep that confidence and that want to be there for each other and play for each other and do good.
Are you looking back at all like, hey, we got here, or are you looking ahead to what else we can do?
I think it's it's just ahead right now. This is a new season. We 1-0 right now, and the Eagles in our way right now.
You mentioned Kelsey.
Eagles are in our
He's not
fucking
the
way.
biggest guy, but he's able to get his job done for Hall of Famer, right?
Mm-hmm.
How is he able to play so well, even though he's a little undersized for the position?
He's little and he's scrappy. Like he know how to get his bodies in good positions. He know how to manipulate these linemen. And the guards do a good job, pounding down and helping when he needs it.
Dex, last week, Wink was speaking about the moment where he realized this was a playoff defense. Obviously, you're still alive, so you are playoff defense. But do you remember the moment you, or even a conversation that took place with teammates where there was something that clicked and something on the field that showed you?
I think as players, we all see each like like how we see it. We all think we are, we could be whatever we want to be, the best, the greatest, all these things. But for a coach to say that, it just helps build that confidence that we're seeing the right things. And, he's seen it before. He's seen a good defense before. And so for him to say that just builds extra confidence for us. But as players, we always talk about it, and we always try to be about it.
This rivalry is always intense. Now you add the playoffs to it. What does that do, the intensity of this game?
I think it's always an intense physical game, and I'm excited for that. I like those type of battles. Just a little more in stake now, and winner wins all, and loser go home.
Why do you like those battles? What is it about?
Just in having a battling somebody. What do you mean by that?
Well, does it ratchet up to do something inside you?
I think it's probably just a pride thing. It's more like, okay, you're going against a great guy. You want to beat him more than he beats you, type of thing.
When you have a mobile quarterback like Jalen, is there anything from the attack point that you have to be more cognizant of because he can slip out?
Yeah, it's more just being disciplined. If that's in your rush lanes or if that's in your run lanes.
What's up, Smoked Salmon? Not looking so great, but we got 6 games left, so it could be really great in a few hours. I hope to finish strong, man. Hope you're having a good day.
What is it like for you personally to be in the playoffs, to have this big opportunity?
It feels good. I feel like it's more than just about me, and I'm here for my guys, and I want to win for my guys. So, I hold all that on me. Just being consistent every week and dominating.
Why do you think this team is here? Why do you think you've played this well this year?
Just the resiliency we had through adversity. We stayed strong. We stayed positive. We stayed with each other, and that just shows a lot in the leadership that we had.
The boys are ready.
So your message said you wanted to talk about insurance? I said I want you to talk about insurance. Most people know that.
I was thinking about the 8 teams that are left. Only 2 teams, the Giants and the Jags, really nobody thought would be where they are today.
Sure.
The other 6 teams, I would make an argument that everybody preseason thought that they would be where they are. And you take a look at the other 6 teams, obviously the Chiefs, the Eagles, the Bengals, the Bills, and then the Cowboys and 49ers. This was almost kind of like chalk at the beginning of the year. I always like to look back and think
That's true.
what the predictions were.
Everyone knew the Bengals, the Bills, and the Chiefs were going to be there in the AFC.
And certainly the Jaguars
People
and the Giants.
didn't know the Eagles would be this good, though.
There's
They
no
thought they
question
might be
about that.
good.
Maybe more so the Giants because of the unknown with the new coach and all that other stuff. The Jaguars spent almost $170 million, the most ever by an NFL team in free agency this offseason, and
They got a new coach. Yeah,
and
they did a lot.
An old
And now they're in the fucking
staff.
playoffs.
So Shad Khan, the owner down there, spent a lot of money. So the 6 out of the 8 teams, I think we all would probably say we expected to be here.
Yeah, absolutely. And that's one of the things that I think is good and not good about the NFL is they try to create so much parity, which they have done. But when really push comes to shove, the teams that you expected to get there are in the mix. But you've got 2 teams that...
Oh, you guys didn't think the Rams would be this bad this year.
In my opinion, and that's the Giants.
People thought the Packers would still be good. People thought the Bucks would still be good. There's still
That's going to
parity.
be a very tough test for them. But if one of those 2 teams ended up winning this weekend and getting into the championship game, that now becomes one of those great underdog stories. It is a great story right now, but we have seen these stories end in the divisional round. The Giants are one of those franchises where it doesn't, though. The Giants have 2 examples of where the story keeps going and going and going, and that's where Giants fans' minds are this morning, that it's not going to stop here. Why would it stop here? Yes, the Eagles have had a good year, but it's not like they are unbeatable, and quite frankly, the way that the draw ended up and the Eagles getting that #1 seed might be the best thing for the Giants with the way that the 49ers are playing, because I don't want to see them at all if I don't have to.
Let's see if the Dallas defense can stop them on offense, and let's see if Dak Prescott, who's coming off one of his best games of his career at the biggest moment in his career, because there's a lot of pressure on that young man going into these playoffs, see if they can deal with the 49ers. I will say this for the New York Giants. When you think where they were 2 weeks ago, and we started to talk about the potential matchup of them going back to Minnesota, one reoccurring theme around that thought was the fact that they knew that they could hang with Minnesota in Minnesota because they had just done it.
Yeah.
And they had gotten beaten by a 61-yard field goal. Now, I'll also say the same thing potentially here for the New York Giants, because a couple of weeks ago they were in Philadelphia. They didn't play Saquon Barkley. They didn't play Daniel Jones. They didn't play a bunch of other players that were significant contributors for them, both on offense and defense. And they hung with the Eagles. They made it tough on the Eagles to finally win the game. And certainly Jalen Hurts coming back from injury and the way that he played the game.
Jalen Hurts almost lost to the Giants' backups last week when they were risking hurting Hurts because they wanted the #1 seed. They wanted the bye. The Giants didn't care. They didn't need to play the game, so they just played their backups, and the Giants almost beat them. So why wouldn't the Giants beat them this time?
Another team 3 times within the division.
If Jalen Hurts isn't going to be his old self, then I think it's advantage Giants.
Completely different matchup and challenge for the Giants defense going against Jalen Hurts, because one of the most,
and in a super weird way, if you're
Kirk Cousins,
in a super weird way, if you're the Eagles, like, yeah, you're gonna play Hurts over Gardner Minshew, but a healthy Gardner Minshew might be better for you than a Jalen Hurts who's gonna be like hurt with his hurt shoulder and shit. Depending on how he deals with it. Dude, this guy's jamming 40 off the money. He could have waited. I guess I'm just going to fold.
he does not move around, he does not run, he does not break the pocket, and we're talking about Jalen Hurts, a guy who did it just about as good as anybody.
Yeah, I want to see this, actually. I want to see the highlights from week 18.
Sling TV is a better way to stream live TV. The live sports, news, and entertainment you...
Let's see how Jalen Hurts looked out there.
Not being able to play because
I didn't see any footage of this game. This guy's limping?
that shoulder injury sent a lot of emotions.
That was a good throw.
A.J. Brown, big gain on first
Well, that was a good play.
Brown has just set the Philadelphia Eagles single season receiving record. The caveat in there, it's 17 games.
Oh, Mike will probably finally pop that in at some point.
The catch by Quez Watkins, and he works that sideline. Gainwell in there. Hurts buys time, and that one is out of bounds. Didn't have anything working right, and that one is Hurts buys time.
He didn't want to get hit.
Is out of bounds.
He didn't want to get hit.
Anything working, Ryder Anderson.
Ah, he could have done something, but he didn't want to get hit in his shoulder.
For the Eagles.
So he just fucking did that.
Philadelphia in front, 3-0. A.J. Brown.
Consensus was going to go where he went in the draft. He just outperformed it.
Rushes on. Webb trying to spin out of it. Throws. Just off the hand.
There's that Webb bro that caller was talking about.
They're down in 2. Eagles trying to convert. Hurts hits his man for a first down. It's Goddard.
Hurts doesn't want to take a hit. They must have told him before the game, do not take any hits. You're not supposed to be out here. You're too hurt to play. We're playing you anyway. Don't take any fucking hits.
Hooks a pass downfield, coming back for it. A.J. Brown. The timing worked. Second down and 5, pistol formation. It's a running play, Sanders.
A.J. Brown's dangerous, but I mean, how can you worry about that when the Giants just pretty much shut down Jefferson? They just played Jefferson and shut his ass down. They're not going to face a better receiver than that.
You can tell why. Look at the shoes. It's got to be the shoes, Ian.
Second down and 5. Nice hesitation by Sanders, and the spin move gets him very close. 12th play of the drive. Eagles are threatening here. Boston Scott in.
Oh!
Scott won't go down. Touchdown.
What a fucking hit, though. You could hear it.
Eagles are threatening here. Boston Scott in.
Oh, fuck.
Won't go down. Touchdown. Philadelphia.
That was the backup for the Giants?
Eagles are threatening here. Boston Scott in. The blast. Scott.
Who's 27 on the Giants? Is he a backup? Oh, it doesn't show their fucking jersey numbers. can't figure out who this player is. Here we go. $27. There's 37. Jason Pinnock, safety. He's their backup. Pretty sure. Julian Love starts over him, and Landon Collins gets playing time. Pinnock, I mean, I'm sure he gets some time too, but he's not the main guy. He just put a hit on that motherfucker, man. The Giants are going to win. I'm sorry, you guys, but no one's going to be happy to hear this, but the Giants are actually going to win the Super Bowl. The Giants are going to beat the Eagles, Fargo. It's going to be real easy, honestly, because Jalen Hurts is hurt. So, I mean, you can look at how he played in Week 18. They almost lost to the fucking backups. They almost lost to the Giants' backups in Week 18 when they had something to play for, and the Giants had nothing to play for, Fargo. That should tell you all you need to know. And then the Niners are going to beat the Cowboys, and then Brock Purdy is going to choke in the championship game. And so is Shanahan. Shanahan's going to choke too. The Niners will probably get a lead, and the Giants will keep hanging around more than the Niners want them to, and then the Giants are going to win in the end. And then they're going to probably face the Chiefs in the Super Bowl, and the Giants at that point will have faced fucking Justin Jefferson, A.J. Brown, and the fucking Niners offense, and they're going to be going against the Chiefs offense, and it's going to feel easy to them. Because they're going to be defending fucking no-name wide receivers and shit. And they're going to win the Super Bowl, and everyone's going to not be happy about it, except for me, I guess, because I'm going to win a bunch of money. But
tried to grab it with his hands. A.J. Brown couldn't bring it.
Jamie's even a Giants fan now. He's ditching the Bills for the Giants. He's switching New York teams. I got him to switch teams.
Pocket collapsing. Webb. That floater is incomplete.
The Giants are down 10-0 with backups, and they're about to make this a game soon.
Second down and 9. Boston Scott in there. Already had the touchdown.
Jalen Hurts looking like he doesn't want to take a hit, throwing off his back foot. The Eagles are still really good, though, even with him at 40%, but, I mean, it's not as good as him at 100%. Hurts has to get rid of it. He didn't really have to, though. Usually he would find a way to scramble or do something better than that, but he's scared to get hit. He knows his shoulder's fucked. And it's not the normal shoulder injury that most of them get, from what I read up on. It's the ligament that's more inside your shoulder, like towards your breastplate or whatever. So if he's gonna take hits, it's gonna hurt. If he gets hit in the chest, it could radiate through his injury in his shoulder, basically. More so than if it was the other injury, I'm guessing. The more frequent shoulder injury that these football players suffer from time to time. So he's in trouble. I'm not rooting for this guy to be hurt, and I'm rooting for whatever, but I'm rooting for the Giants. And this quarterback could be hurt.
Gets rid of it.
Oh.
Incomplete. Trying to hit Breida.
Yeah, they got Breida in the mix. Oh, Breida's a former Niner. He's gonna have. Oh yeah, so we got Dable, who used to coach Jalen Hurts when Jalen Hurts played in college, by the way. So Dable's gonna know how to plan against Jalen Hurts. And then they're playing the Niners. Fucking Matt Breida used to play for the Niners. He's gonna know their whole fucking playbook. I'm sure Dable knows like Patriot type ways to like get advantages in these playoffs too. He's gonna be filming their sidelines and shit. He's gonna be deflating the ball or inflating the ball or whatever he wants for his quarterback or his kicker or whoever. He knows the ins and outs of this, Dable. He's the only Patriot staff member still in the playoffs, right? Ex-Patriot staff member still in the playoffs. Vrabel's gone, McDaniels is gone, Belichick is gone. It's just Dable.
Johnson, their all-star right tackle, has been out. They are hoping to get him back for the playoffs.
It's a torn adductor for Johnson. That pass on the money to A.J. Brown.
We're 9 off the money in the lucky 7s in the upper left. Trying to sneak in with freaking 7 bigs.
Hurts sacked again at the 22.
Let me see how we got hit there. I didn't see the first sack either.
Hurts sacked again.
He went right down. As soon as that guy put his arms around him, he dropped down on purpose. He's like, I'm not going to take a big hit.
Snapping Kern the holder. 39-yarder. He drills it.
They're up 16-0 at half. The Giants are about to make it a game, huh?
Yep,
With
no doubt
backups.
about it.
Let's see it. It's third quarter now.
You could have your best laid plans going in.
I mean, there's 12 bigs in the middle.
Catch and run. Dallas Goedert.
What else can I do here? There's fucking 12 bigs in the middle. Wow. Give me the card.
They will be the 6th seed.
Come on.
Sling it. Devontae Smith. First down, Philly inside the 20.
And gets vertical.
Are you a low-income American on food stamps or Medicaid? If so, you
To gain additional yardage.
High snap. Hurts still gets rid of it. A.J. Brown spun down. It was Dane Belton who makes the play for the Giants, but Philadelphia. Hurts handles the pressure. Flag down. Hurts throws. Intercepted in the end zone by Dane Belton. Just a completely different vibe surrounding this franchise. Webb throws it on a line and connects with Johnson on the outside. It's a first down for New York.
Well, this team certainly appears to me to be set up for future success.
During his coaching career, shotgun on 3rd and 3. Webb spins it, and Breida gets lit up by Marcus Epps. That's in stone.
Still 16-0. Halfway through the quarter, Eagles get the ball for the second time.
After they win the number 1 seed. I promise.
Hurts is still in there because they need more points. Did the Giants force him to play like a full game, I wonder?
The 40-yard line.
Oh my god. There's 12K in the middle, you guys.
With 36. Bobble. Devontae Smith still bobbling it. He secures it, and he's got
Let's
a first
fucking
down.
go.
Battling hard all the way through. Rams an example of that right now with an opportunity.
3rd down and 10. Go to the outside. Catch is made by Gainwell, but it is not enough.
I have a straight draw, bro. He's got king queen. I got 9s. Big flip.
For Elliott now in his 6th year.
He rivers me. He rivers the king. I lose the big flip, man.
54-yarder. Elliott. It's dead solid, perfect. That's done.
Done.
You got your reservations. Pass to Lawrence Cager. He's been the Giants' leading receiver here today, and he's got another 15 yards.
So, I mean, we got 2 divisional matchups right out of the gate in the wild card round.
Handoff, Breida. Got through that first contact and accelerates for 13 yards. Is in there. We mentioned Evan Neal's name a couple of times. On a give, this time it's Brightwell. Taking the sideline, Brightwell gets hit by Epps. Webb threw his first NFL pass today. He's looking for his first NFL touchdown. Webb, the timing was there, caught by Jones.
So it's 19-0 Eagles, and I have a feeling the coach just told him, man, don't let them sub Jalen Hurts out. Like, let's fucking score and make this guy fucking keep playing football. They look inspired out there, man. Their coaches are telling them crazy Bill Belichick type shit because of Dable.
Get the Giants on the board. 3rd and goal. Webb in trouble. Gets away. Webb short on that throw.
Yeah.
Obviously that drew the ire of Dable.
Drew the ire
And a
of
field
Dable.
goal is good from Gano. 6 seconds left in the quarter. Play clock was winding down. Hurts. Velasquez receiver. Smith to make a play after the catch. Cannot.
This is the first time in his career he's thrown a pass in the NFL game. Not normal.
3rd and 5. Brightwell.
You mean there was a choice?
Yeah. All I heard was Hawaii from you. On 4th down, Webb. Catch made. Cager falls forward. and has enough. Gardner Johnson with a tackle. He thought he had him behind the line to gain.
They really kept us behind the scenes, but Davis Webb all week has known this is what he's been waiting for.
On a give, it's Brightwell, a stop and go for a first down. Works it across the 30-yard line. Reed Blankenship, stud defensive tackle Dexter Lawrence. Catch made. Cager the spin, hurdles, and gets thumped. Got a first down.
Giants only scored 3. Wait, do they still have Jalen Hurts out there?
Works it across the 30-yard line. Reed Blankenship, stud defensive tackle.
So you throw a pick here?
Lawrence. Catch made. Cager the spin, hurdles, and gets thumped. Got a first down.
I'm thinking 2 plays if I'm the Giants.
Again, it's Webb. Right up the middle, Webb. Into the end zone. Touchdown, Giants. Davis Webb with some power in those legs.
Wait, touchdown Giants? I missed this.
Again, it's Webb. Right up the middle.
Oh shit, he trucked that guy.
Touchdown, Giants.
They told him like, Webb, we got your ass out here to fucking do something.
In those legs and upper body. And make this a 1-score game. Webb. Fake it. Toss it. Incomplete. Gardner Johnson got over to the spot. Marcus Johnson. 2nd and 10. Once again operating from the gun. Rush coming. Hurts gets rid of it. Connects with Dallas Goedert. First down. That one covers 12 yards. We have an NFL Today update. Back to New York. First down run. There's a big opening for Scott. Didn't go down. He got spun around and never hit the turf, so he got extra yards at the end of the play for 21 with the Tigers. Hurts on 2nd and 10. Works that sideline to Devontae Smith.
Blind versus blind. We're one off the money, though. We're going to have to fold if we don't know we're in the money. If we're in the money, we'll call. I don't think I'm going to know.
3.5 to play. 3rd and goal for Philadelphia. Hurts looking to throw.
It's 19-9. Hurts is still out there. That's what I was wondering. Yeah, and he was about to get hit, and he just chucked it out of bounds. He's not even trying, really. I mean, they're up in the game. 3 minutes left. He's not going to take any hits. We don't... By what I've seen in this game here, Jalen Hurts never took a fucking hit this whole game. So we don't even know... We don't even know how he would react to getting hit.
3rd down and 7 for the Giants.
Because he never took any big hits this game. He made sure he didn't take big hits. Yeah, I'm just going to let you bluff, man. That's why I checked back, so you could just bluff. That's the whole point. That's the whole point of it. Okay, now he's checking. I'm all in. I'm going to get paid by your king. You don't have, probably, but I'm going to try anyway. Right. Kenny Galladay touchdown.
Attempt to left. Giants have no timeouts remaining. Webb is going to take a shot to the end zone. Oh, what a grab! Kenny Galladay.
Damn, that's like the old Kenny Galladay.
Giants. Attempt to give his team another chance. Bounces that one, quickly recovered by Philadelphia.
Hey, you still get the T-shirt and the caps, don't you? You're still
They tried to onside kick it so they could fucking beat him.
They'll take it.
They didn't play any other starters.
The Eagles secure the #1 seed.
Giants are fucking well coached, man.
This NFL season when he was healthy, so this is a different challenge for Wink Martindale. But I mean, I think the confidence really comes from, you know, the Giants fan confidence doesn't just come from the history of what the organization has done with different players, but also these coaches. I mean, Brian Daboll and Wink Martindale, it's like, you know, I know Brian Daboll's a first-year head coach, but he's been through so much. And Wink Martindale has been a guy who has, you know, playoff experience just all over his resume.
NFL lifers, man.
Exactly. So, I mean, that to me, and not that the Eagles don't have a great staff, and Nick Sirianni, I mean, there's something to be said about a guy who had that much pressure on him to get this team to where they are right now and actually succeeding. I mean, there is something to be said about that with the roster that they have. But, I mean, these guys and what they've squeezed out of this team. I mean, that's where I think the confidence comes from.
Watching back at the tape, man, Andrew Thomas is a hell of a player.
Yeah.
Holy God. He's like their answer to Lane Johnson in Philadelphia.
Sure.
Lane
Well, one off the
Johnson
fucking money.
With a sports hernia, and it's not easy, and they need him. And he didn't play, and he needed the rest. And it really is basically about pain management and tolerance.
I'm not going to worry about it, man. I'm blind versus blind. There's 70K in there. I want to make the money, but I want to double up to or take down the 70K even would help us out a lot. There you go, baby. Oh, we're in the money anyway. See, and I knew there was a chance we were just in the money anyway, and then I was going to, be too worried about it.
They've done a really good job.
So there you go. All right, so we cash it. Something went our way there. Something went our way there.
Thomas is just
7 cashes today, and I don't even think I'm including the coupon that I got, the ticket that I got.
We've talked here for years and years and years about the offensive line of the New York Giants.
Yes.
I mean, to the point where I think Al was just basically going to quit. He almost quit. I almost sent him on a 6-month sabbatical.
Yeah.
He said, I can't talk about the offensive line anymore. Well, Al, it's actually completely flipped now. The story and the narrative around them is that they are playing exceptional football, and it helps when your quarterback is playing the way he's playing.
Right.
So Joe Burrow last year went into the playoffs. Everybody was talking about how bad the offensive line was. This offseason, they rebuild that offensive line, and it really was coming into its own. Now it's missing 3/5 of their starters. But the quarterback can still manage. The quarterback can still get rid of the football. The quarterback's going to get hit a little bit more, for sure, but he can still get rid of the football, and he's got good wide receivers to make those plays. Daniel Jones, a little bit differently. They can ask him to run with the ball. He can take off and run with the ball. But the way that he is throwing the ball now and the
Ace King, roll in here.
that he's throwing with takes an enormous
Turn bet gets through. I sized down on the turn and still gets through. Pretty cool.
Growing to be good.
Love to see it.
It's
I knew it was possible.
A liability for the Giants.
So I don't good here. This guy called me.
Sure, and you've got the 2 tackles on offense, and then you've got that defensive
Bet
line,
bigger.
which is a huge strength for them, especially with the 2 defensive tackles when you're talking about Leonard Williams and Dexter
folds.
Lawrence and what they
Ship
have
it.
done. And I know Ojulari has been hurt a lot, and he's hurt again. But you add the development and what Kayvon Thibodeau has brought to this team. I mean, that's where you win games. I mean, obviously the quarterback we put a whole nother level, and Daniel Jones all the credit.
He's why they are where they are.
Right.
You say whatever you want. I mean, there's a lot of good things that are going on here, and a lot of Dave Gettleman guys that are a big part of this moving forward and being successful. And Brian Daboll's the one that's got to unlock all that stuff, and he's got to trust in his defensive coordinator. And I think they've really made a good pair to this point. But the one thing about the New York Giants now that I think that Giant fans could take heat on from the 12 team and the 7 team is the fact these guys are competitive now. They step on the field, they are competitive.
He's
And
freaking
some of
ace
them
queen.
are playing for their futures.
Oh, of course.
Yeah, give this guy a flush.
You could ever ask for.
Yeah, give that. Give.
You
Well,
want
let's give
players
that.
out
Now
there
this guy's got
fighting
the
for
ace
their
flush.
meal ticket, and
I'm impressed.
There's
those guys
more
are
of
doing
them
that.
than not.
I know.
I mean, on this roster, if you think about it, I mean, the 2 biggest names are also playing for contracts, and Daniel Jones and Saquon Barkley. And
They're
each
playing for contracts.
victory in each great playoff game adds to that.
Adds how much money they're worth. Yeah, they're playing for money too. Yeah, big money. Wow, the Giants are motivated by that too, you guys. Daniel Jones and Saquon don't have contracts. They're playing for their whole fucking careers, their lifetime salary.
He starts building up that resume enough where he gets a big payday. You can go all around this team. I mean, there are some guys with contracts, but there's more guys without.
There's more guys that don't have contracts than do, so they're fucking dogs. They're fighting.
This week, but again, that was part
Ace
of
10 suited, we're in there.
Manipulation of the salary cap and trying to figure out, what it looks like moving forward. These are the decisions that, the business guy, the cap guy, those guys sit down and they try to figure out and map a future. And
Ace King.
depending on what they're going to have to
He's
pay
turned
Daniel
the straight.
Jones,
I
they may
river
have
the
to fall off
flush.
A few other guys.
There we freaking
And
go.
They still may end up having to play with some of these guys. They don't have the big
There we
contracts.
freaking
You
go.
could say
That's
that
a
about
hand for
every
me.
sport. Every sport you could say that about, with the exception of maybe the Mets. That guy will pay anybody anything. It doesn't matter.
As long as he doesn't have a plate in his ankle.
Right, exactly. But I just think, like, if you're the Giants, you have a huge amount of confidence right now getting ready to go into Philadelphia. Confidence is it's a fleeting thing, but when you got it and you feel like you can do it, now all of a sudden you become dangerous. And that's where
They're dangerous. That's what I said, Boomer. The Giants are dangerous.
Absolutely.
They're getting the confidence at the right time, Boomer. That's what's happening.
To be the same way that last year's
fuck.
Super Wild Card, but divisional weekend.
I'm going all in here.
Yeah, I mean the Jaguars is great as they've been to me because I had the Jaguars to win the division bet.
Oh, that's right. By the way, how much did you win?
Cashing, it was like 550 something, somewhere around there.
Nice.
Yeah, $50.
We have the best hand.
Whatever that ended up
We
being.
both flop pairs.
But yeah, it was
Fade the turn.
pretty
Yes.
Good. But they've been good to me, but I think
Yes, we have a freaking big stack on one bullet in the 55-35K.
Right. So
and you know the Bills are going to score somewhere around 30 points.
That game right there, man, I couldn't even tell you how that game's going to go. The
Bills
and the
Bengals?
Bengals, that's one I wouldn't put a dime on because there's so many different ways.
Yeah, it's just different ways.
Game can go. It's going to be close.
I just think it's going to be.
I think it'll be a good game.
You know, the Monday night game that got canceled. That first quarter, first couple series the Bengals had, the offensive line did a really good job holding.
Yeah, they don't have the O-line anymore.
The four-man rush of the Bills. If you go back and you look at the tape, you'll see it. And then all of a sudden, now two of those guys are missing.
Yeah.
Yeah, the O-line problems for the Bengals are a problem.
Distinct advantage going into this game for the Buffalo defensive line, even
We fought in the nuts.
Von Miller.
Now, if you are
We
the
trapped
Bills,
the small
do you
blind, we fought in the
use
nuts.
DeMar Hamlin card this week, or do you save it for a potential championship game? Meaning that
the only way you're playing the championship game at home is if the Jaguars upset the Chiefs, then you would have the home game. If the Jaguars lose to the Chiefs and you win, then they got to go. You got to go to the neutral site.
Right.
There would be a neutral site AFC Championship game between the Bills and the Chiefs down in Atlanta. I don't know if that means anything. I kind of have a sneaking suspicion that he'll be there this week.
Because it's a
and I wouldn't be
guaranteed home
surprised. I wouldn't be surprised. You know, he could come out. It could be like an amazing moment, and you could have two teams at the middle of the field at the same time at pregame. I don't think the Bills would do that. I think they would probably. They're trying to win the game. Like this is where you use every inch of advantage you have to try to win a football game, and I would think that he's going to show up, and that place is going to be.
He's 10 here.
Incredibly loud, and it's already been emotional in the last two home games.
Oh man, it's going to be like this unbelievable scene there in Buffalo.
If he shows up.
If he shows up. Now I know that they said last week that he was continuing his recovery, and it was not the right idea to have him at that game. And emotionally for him, especially dealing with a heart issue, I'm sure he's going to be all fired up.
Lungs.
Right. So maybe they keep him at home. But if they trotted him out somehow in this game, and he's healthy and looking great.
Trot him out there.
And then all of a sudden, all the players...
Trot his ass out there. That's the right thing to do, isn't it?
All in the middle of the field.
We have to inspire this football team.
There. And then...
Oh shit, it's last by
DeMar Hamlin puts on his uniform.
Oh, come on.
And goes out.
This guy's ridiculous.
And ends up playing in the game. Just imagine that. Give him his helmet, coach. I think he's ready.
Oh shit!
DeMar. Yeah, I'm sure, coach. It's a bird, you moron. Let's do it. And then on the first drive, Joe Burrow drops back. He's looking around. He can't find anybody open. He throws the ball up. And who's there?
And what happens?
DeMar Hamlin. And then he's running it back in slow motion as Bills fans are crying, all of them collectively, sobbing.
Oh my god.
As he runs into the end zone, drops the ball and looks up to the sky. Thank you, God. Thank you. And the Buffalo Bills go on to win.
Well, he goes on and gets
30-0 because of his number 3.
Well, he has 3 interceptions.
Oh, he has 3 interceptions.
3
yeah.
interceptions.
Right.
Yes.
That'd be even better. So the game is very close. It's 33-30.
Yeah, it's 33-30.
Don't you play that, Jerry? You know what? Don't play that.
This shit is so fucking
DeMar
good.
Hamlin in the fourth quarter, already with 2 interceptions. There he is. They're going,
The music is so good. This guy's fucking.
DeMar.
Oh my god.
Joe Burrow. You hear like all the when the linemen hit each other. There's Joe Burrow. The rush is coming. He steps up. He gets hit. The ball's up in the air. It's a wobbling duck. And then out of the sky.
Who's there to grab it?
Hamlin. Actually from
It's DeMar Hamlin.
And he scoops up the ball and then levitates down the field into the end zone.
Holy shit. Oh, man. This guy's nailing it.
That's going to be just the greatest moment in NFL history.
And they'll say his name 400 times. Yeah. Damar Hamlin.
That's what we want, NFL. The NFL is fixed. This is how you fix it this weekend.
This is how you fix it. This is how you fix it.
Not only will Damar Hamlin go out there for the coin toss,
so fucking good.
Uniform and have 3 interceptions and send the Bills to a neutral site.
Oh, man.
AFC Championship game. All right, that's very good.
Hey, Al, didn't you have a sports hernia?
No,
I did.
Oh, you had a sports hernia?
Well, yeah, they called it a sports hernia.
Yeah, even though you don't
Very
play
athletic.
sports, you know, you're not a sports guy. I mean, you probably hurt yourself, you know, going to the bathroom or slipping on
Probably.
your tile or something. But it is a sports hernia, which is what Lane Johnson is dealing with. How painful and how restricting was that for you?
For me, not much because I don't really do anything.
Right, yeah.
It really just looked weird.
What Boomer is doing here, do you realize what Boomer's doing? He's doing what the callers do. When an athlete has a particular injury and we're talking about that injury and the caller calls up and goes, yeah, I had a sprained MCL a couple years ago. I'm 55 now, and you know, I was, you know, walking around. You know, I do have a very active job, and for me, you know, it limited me for sure in getting what I wanted to do. Now, it healed on its own, didn't have to have surgery, but you know, for sure, I understand what Lamar Jackson's going through because for me, it was definitely limiting. So now you're comparing Lane Johnson to Al Dukes with the sports hernia.
Yeah,
how
I have a
limiting
sore throat and my balls hurt.
like how limiting was the sports
Did your
hernia
balls
for
hurt
Al
at the same time?
I mean,
Sometimes.
Really?
Well, just
That's
that
the
whole
thing.
area felt weird.
Right, but any restrictions?
No. I was still able to scroll through Twitter and Instagram. Sagging balls.
Oh, God. All right, it is Boomer and Gio on the Fan and CBS Sports Network. Thank you.
Oh my god, that shit was funny.
Another shot at the Eagles. Dexter, to get
I was...
That shit was funny. Oh, is it AQ Shipley in the trenches? Yes. Oh wait, no. Is this new?
Let's go
4 hours ago.
with AQ
For the wild card round, right? Yes, it's wild card round in the trenches. In the money here. Getting close to late Reg being over in the Crazy 8s. Getting close to late Reg being over in the 55. Getting close to late Reg being over in the 2.5K PKO. I mean, I think the Bills still might beat the Bengals. Yeah, I mean, Von Miller would definitely help him, man, obviously. I like Joe Burrow, but I don't like him when his offensive line is hurt, but he did it last year without no line. Joe Burrow just says the right things, does the right things. Josh Allen doesn't. I don't like Josh Allen near as much as I like Joe Burrow, so I'm a little biased on saying the Bengals are going to win. I like Joe Burrow. I think he's the fucking next GOAT. I really do. The way he presents himself, the way he takes care of the business on the field. Josh Allen's a whiny crybaby who gets mad when he throws interceptions and starts fights and shit in the middle of playoff games. Yeah. And cries basically every chance he can get. Joe Burrow's like smoking cigars and fucking throwing bombs to his college player, Jamar Chase. I mean, think about it, man. They played in college, bro. Like, they've got so much, I don't know what to say. Does Josh Allen and Stephon Diggs have chemistry? Yeah, but think about college, man. College friends, college teammates. Jamar Chase and Burrow. You're not gonna be able to stop them. They're gonna know what each other's doing. They're gonna know how to complete the pass.
I love the energy. Let's go.
Aces and the crazy eights.
Oh, hey. How about these guys, huh?
Really good.
Pretty good. How about these guys?
Pretty good, you could say.
we can stop this whenever the hole happens, so we can kind of just
digest.
Just take a moment, take it all in. But look at this. I mean, it's just unbelievable.
Use check.
We'll go back and break this. I mean, look at that fucking hole.
My God. What do we
got there?
Holy shit.
Gaping hole. Perfect. Yeah, exactly. This is perfect. So what they're going to do, they're going to send use check over in motion. When they do that, Kittle's then going to come in fly motion. But the key to the play, and this is what we talk about all the time. I mention it. When we can cut the defense in half, we've seen it.
Yeah, how do they do this? They get the defensive line to be split in half.
If this is just a full zone play, everybody flows in the same direction. Boom, boom, boom. Defenders all flow in the same direction, so everybody be going this way. But what they're going to do, they would normally work up here on the zone play, but what they're going to do is they're going to exchange a responsibility. We talk about it all the time. Use check's going to come here, block here, and that cuts the defense right here. His flow is cut, and by him being detached, not attached, block here, and that cuts the defense right here. His
8-ball.
flow is cut. And
Boom, bitch.
And by him being detached, not attached right here in a normal tight end position, by him being detached, widens him, makes his job all that easier when he goes out. So we get that, and we get almost like a fold block with Trent going behind him, and then Kittle is going to work in conjunction with Big Trent here to the corner. This is awesome stuff.
Boom. Jeez.
Look at that.
How do you stop it?
It's so good. The play design is so good. They've been doing this a lot this year with, it could be Kittle, it could be
Damn.
Juszczyk, it could be Ayuk.
And McCaffrey fucking breaks it.
Sack backer, and it cuts the flow right now, and then they get everything widening outside of that. It's awesome.
Then it leads to this.
Then it leads to this.
Ooh.
We got number 19.
Who's 19? Who's that?
What? Why do we got him back there? We're going to run pretty much a similar play. The only difference is Juszczyk was out here. We do that, but now what we're going to do is we're going to put Juszczyk on the safety, and they're going to work all this way. We're going to toss it now to Debo. Same thing. We get the fast flow. And there it is. But check this out. You got to rewind that just a tad, because this is awesome too.
Oh yeah, Ace King when I got King
like
Jack.
Whenever he slants inside, all these
Typical.
guys are going to exchange a little bit of responsibility. We
Turn
call
the
it
wheel.
Like a gang on the run. Guard, tackle, tight end are responsible for him, and him.
You just hit the 8-ball, and we just gave it right back away, huh?
If he stays outside, Trent would be working up. But watch.
You can obviously just be ISOing for the fucking bounty.
Staying square, passing it off to
The
Trent
short
as
stack didn't have
climbs
many
to the next
chips.
level. It's awesome stuff.
He had 40 bigs. I've got blockers, but he's going to have a hand I block.
See how his feet never cross over?
No
He never
action
gets out of
wheel.
balance, hips stay underneath. This is awesome stuff.
We're going to be
He's
all
the
in
best
here,
blocking
7
tight end in
bigs.
football. It's incredible. Boom, gets
With
up.
ace
Great
5.
job there. Juszczyk's just trying to get through the whole. Great job. Best receivers that block in football right here. Nice kick out there. Again, keep him there. We got an ass cheek there. We got an ass cheek there. Allows Juszczyk to get up in the hole. And Debo.
Hit it and get it. Oh, this isn't his touchdown. No, he got tackled by
But it's awesome.
Linebacker guy.
That was, I think, the third play of the game, maybe?
Yes.
He cooked it into like
He's 5. He's got 5s. We hit an ace.
Unbelievable the way he plays football.
Incredible.
Yes.
The entire setup you're saying is just fantastic.
We hit over here,
Everything
too.
they do. And
Jack
listen,
9 suited.
It is essentially the same exact
Now we have
play that they
5s.
just ran. They're just moving people in different positions.
It's about to be late reg over there.
Juszczyk's in the backfield instead of on the line, but everything looks the same. And then they run the play action off it. Like I said, when you can marry up the formations with the run game, with the play action, with the pass game, you got an unstoppable force right now.
I will say the Niners have been on in the trenches all year.
Yeah, every week.
And them having success is obviously something that the big, bold gorilla man here that is speaking about offensive lines has been calling all season. Because there was times when they weren't looking like they were looking right now.
No, lost the Falcons.
There was times that people thought they weren't going to be able to go on a run. Everything's going to have to change. They have become so dominant and so goddamn hot.
Another thing that let me just hit on real quick too with the run game. It could be Derrick Henry. It could be, San Fran. It could be Atlanta. It could be any of these teams that consistently stay with the run game. Listen, you may get stopped early, right? You may have your first 13 carries for 31 yards, right? But the good ones, they stick with it, they stay with it, they stay with it. These guys could be stymied, and then all of a sudden McCaffrey breaks it for 60, and now they're 14 for 90 instead of 13
I guess
for 30.
fives are no good, huh?
And now the average is 1. That's it. But they just stay with it.
Jack 10 suited, call the squeeze. Yeah, it's fucking classic.
A few hours of work, helping me in your spare time from home. I'm on a mission to recover $10 million.
All right, check this out.
Hey, you hate that guy.
Cool. I love Doug Peterson though, and I love what they're doing up front. And check this out. They line up in this wing T. It's like the old school Steve Sable.
Queen 9, it's a 9.
Dun 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 dun
Dun, dun,
Remember that song?
dun, 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 dun,
Check this out.
dun,
They
dun,
basically go
dun,
wedge
dun,
block.
dun,
They're
dun,
selling again a
dun.
form of a quarterback sneak. Everybody thinks it's sneak. Boom, 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 boom. Everybody thinks it's sneak.
They think it's a
Just
sneak. They
down,
think it's a
down,
sneak.
down. He's gonna push the quarterback. Fuck no. We're handing it off to Etienne.
Oh, yeah, this was a good play call. They faked the sneak, handed it outside, and he got... They needed to convert the fourth, but they faked it. Yeah, this was good. This was a good thing.
He's gotta play it. Because this could be a play action pass. But we get the crack block right here. Could be a hold. We're not going to talk about that. Come on. But by him doing this, it brings this corner in a yard and a half. A yard and a half just allowed him to get around the edge and get 30 on 4th and 1 in a pivotal moment of this game.
He's got ace jack to my queen jack. Well, there you have it. We win it all in, we lose it all in, we win it all in, we lose it all in, we win it all in, we lose it all in. And we're out.
What is supposed to do here, AJ? Scrape, but if you don't scrape, they could just dive right up the gut.
Yeah, he's got to take that on. I mean, crack replace for the corner. Like if you guys cracking another guy, you replace and take his spot and be that edge defender. But it's so hard because if that's your dude, he could easily run across and run a deep over, and they just complete a nice little easy ball on you too. So if you have a man, you're kind of stuck.
What did Doug Peterson said? Well, if they're inside, we'll run outside, and if they're outside, we'll run inside.
Yeah,
This could easily have been run inside. You're saying?
They could have quarterback sneaked this. This could have went here. This could go around the edge. And then the other thing that I don't think a lot of people see or talk about, watch him arc here. There's an element to this down the road. You fake it, and Trevor keeps it on the boot. There's an element there. Has to be. There's no other reason for him to arc right there.
Or he could boot and drop off.
Correct.
Throw
the ball. Correct.
They're analyzing the play, and even though the ball didn't go to Trevor, they're saying this maybe is like a setup for now when they go to run this play another time. Trevor can actually keep the ball and run the other way. Like they see that this play has multiple dimensions to it.
Jeez. Wow, this is old school football. This is same formation, 10 different things.
Exactly. And you probably work on them all year, and in a 4th and 1 pivotal moment where you've got to have it, it's at the top of your call sheet, and there it is. We go to it.
Call this one 1915. 1915.
Oh, what a play. What for 40.
Hell yeah, what a play. What a run. Good for Doug Peterson. Good for Trevor Lawrence.
Yeah.
This guy's dunk leading.
Giving him a shot.
Played so goddamn good.
Yeah, gotta love it.
He checked
He's one of
me.
the best in the league, right, AQ?
He crushed it. The announcers thought this was a mistake later in the game.
Who was the announcer?
I think Tony Romo, I think it was, thought this was a mistake. But they ran it earlier in the game where Cook goes untouched for a what is this? I don't know, 20 yards out touchdown. But let's just talk about the play real quick.
Now he's
There's
going
two
all
elements to
in.
this play,
God, I
too.
wish I had a
The
flush.
read element right here. The read is Josh Allen reading. Who's that? Melvin Ingram, right?
Ingram.
So he's reading Melvin Ingram. If Ingram goes up the field here to try and stop this handoff, Josh Allen then reads that, keeps the ball, and follows the guard tackle on the counter tray going the other way. He's going to release for 21. Tight end's going to release for 21. We get a down block, deuce block here back. And then guard tackle are going to handle this first guy on the line plus the first stack. So this deuce block's going to go all the way back there. Center block's there. Boom, kick out, second puller around for number 55. Whenever Ingram crashes the handoff point, right here, because he's going right to Josh Allen, we're going to hand this off and it's going to get around the edge. This is awesome. It's like a QB counter tray handoff element. There's a lot of stuff going on here, but there's a little peek right here where he's watching him. Boom. Now he comes flat. Boom. Now we hand the ball off, and he's around the edge.
Wow.
See ya. Touchdown. So when you have these quarterbacks that give you this added element to the run game, and especially, I mean, you saw it later in the game. They ran a quarterback draw that was awesome on like a 3rd and 8, and Josh Allen had to get it, and he gets it, right? Those plays are so huge, especially in the playoffs.
And then this guy's coming through to here. That guy's
Exactly.
there.
You'll see him. Yep. And he'll go block 55. And then if he keeps it, boom. Now, and then we got a hat for a hat here because the tight end then arcs for the safety.
One-on-one with Holland.
Boom. There's their block. Look at that. I mean, if he keeps it, if he goes up the field, he's got a great hole right there.
52 just took one, missed that.
That's it.
And Ingram is deciding that Josh is not going to be the one that keeps the ball here. Smart.
That's it.
Smart play.
That's it.
But instead, 6 the other way. Strike up the band.
Strike it up. Now, I will say, later in the day, when Romo thought it was a mistake, they did stop him for -4.
They shoved up the rest.
What do you mean he thought what was a mistake, AQ? What do you mean?
Because like what happened was when he handed it off and he saw the lineman
Because they were
pulling the
doing
other
two
way.
different plays.
Yeah, because they're doing 2 different plays. So he sees the
He
lineman.
thought they
pulling this
botched
way,
the play,
and
but
then he
really
goes, "Oh,
just did something
this
different.
is a mistake. They screwed up. The running back's not going the right way. He should have countered it back. But no, that's the whole
Roma was
purpose
wrong
of
on
it.
something.
You're using him to hold him if you're going to do the quarterback keeper. But if he does crash like that, then that's when the handoff happens. And he's one-on-one out in space by himself with no block.
Are you surprised he didn't throw a flag on Ingram here?
Yeah, I was just going to say.
Oh, this is what happens when he threw Josh.
Yeah.
Threw him down.
So he throws Josh Allen, and everybody's eyes on the Bills are this way because they're scoring a touchdown. So nobody even sees that Josh Allen gets tossed. So I think that is why it was also a little bit of an ignition fluid almost when the Christian Wilkins thing happened with Josh Allen. I think there's already been. This was before that. Yeah. And nobody saw it because everybody's seeing the touchdown.
You used to do that. Like, that used to be the thing. Like, hey, if your quarterback wants to run or he wants to carry his fakes out, have fun. We are going to annihilate that.
Yeah, hit him.
Not going to be able to carry his fakes out. You used to be able to do that. Now you can't do it anymore.
Such bullshit.
That's the game plan, right? Because they used to do it whenever I played for the Cardinals with Kyler, too. They would just crash the handoff point with Bosa and then scrape Warner over the top. So then it handles everything.
Thank you.
Yeah.
It's an unbelievable play.
Great play.
How about Aaron talking about Josh?
Mm-hmm.
I just like watching this guy play.
Well, pretty cool.
Because there's only a few of them. Yep. We were talking about that.
King 9 suited, we're all in the final 80 players of the Lucky Sevens.
Any fucking target that they were put
It's our
out.
cutoff with 7 bigs.
They did the quarterback carousel carnival thing. We saw some quarterbacks get in there not too
hot,
not too great.
Right.
Then you get some of those guys in there. I think.
Queen 9 against Ace 6.
Oh yeah.
We have a straight draw. We do not hit it.
And then being able to run, you put that on top of it. What a bunch of studs. Speaking of studs, here we go.
Let's go. New York football.
Giants, yeah. Start spreading the news. Leaving today. You're part of it.
New Jersey.
New York, New York.
That was our rendition.
Ready.
We hit the 9 ball in King Jack. Yes, sir.
Dayball, they're singing about you.
That's right.
Yeah, AQ Dayball.
So, send him in
Brady and
motion.
Peyton joined in Carolina. I can imagine it. It would be incredible. We'd win. The NFC South is where he wants to be, but not on the Bucks, and the Panthers are the next best team.
Jet sweep. It's the fake
Tom Brady.
jet sweep.
Good division for Sean Payton to keep winning, too.
Right now, check it out. We get a great down block both ways. Here's the key to this play.
But they're just rumors, and the Panthers usually never...
Watch Saquon right here.
The Panthers never usually leave with the cool hire, with the fancy hire, with the expensive hire. The Panthers never get that guy. They always get some random fuckface at coach and at quarterback, but we'll see.
Because he could very easily do one of two things.
We always have Jake Delhomme. Cam Newton was a good draft pick.
He's out leveraged, right? This lineman is out leveraged because the defender's on the outside shoulder.
Cam was the best player we ever had. We had Steve Smith, too. We didn't know he was going to be that good, though.
This little subtle get vertical.
Steve Smith was good. We've had some good running backs. We've had some good defenders. Julius Peppers, Luke Kuechly,
Right there, he's going to put his foot
Josh
down
Norman.
vertical. You see that? Now, what's going to happen is it's going to put 39 back on him, and then it
We have an
also allows
ace.
him to run into him,
He's Jack.
and then he goes back outside. Right there.
Ooh.
Right there.
Setting up a block.
That's exactly what it is, and we talk about that all the time. The good backs understand it. They don't just run. They run, they set up the blocks for their offensive linemen, make their offensive linemen look good, and now everybody looks good.
And the offensive linemen want to block a little bit more if you have a guy that can help you make yourself look better.
Exactly. And we talked about it, I think, last week on This
As soon as
show
he squares
Philly.
his shoulders.
Boom. As soon as he squares his shoulders, it slows everybody down. Slows him down, puts him back. See, he put his foot in the ground. Boom. Now he's able to get front side.
7. We're drawn in.
What a job that I don't hate. Want to do something that matters?
Wow. Right there.
Play Maryland, Texas Hold'em MTTs.
Then he bounces it right back outside.
And then he says, I'm 245 pounds, and I grew up boxing, and everybody talked a lot of shit on me. So I've decided everybody has to pay.
Yep.
It's part of your Penn State cult, right?
Yeah, and he had another run that very well could have made this. I don't know if you guys saw
This
it.
guy flatted his button with 12 bigs.
Oh, yeah. That was incredible.
He's
So, I mean,
winning me back.
I mean, he's playing at an elite level right now.
That's weird.
You know who else is?
Who's that?
The Buffalo Bills.
Another
we
member.
got a big bump coming.
Another member. We talk about this all the time. If I'm Roger Saffold right here, and I got a guy, boom, I set. My guy either drops or loops out. What are we doing? We put the fucking foot in the ground.
What?
We turn our head.
Wow.
And we find ribs.
Wow.
here's-
Dude. Shot.
So here we go. Nose guard. Having a hell of a year. Sealer. Having a hell of a year.
Uh-oh.
Immediately, he takes his 2 steps.
Target locked.
Then he's out. And as soon as he makes that move, we got a crafty vet.
Oh, there he is. I'm starving.
Oh, no.
We're finding some ribs to eat.
Feed me ribs.
Feed me.
Ribs.
Oh, no.
Look at that. Look at that position.
Oh, hope you wore a
Look at that
tailbone
position.
pad.
Hey, Jay, what's this all about?
I mean, I thought they're hunting ear holes, not ribs.
Yeah, what's this?
Can't do any more CTE.
Can't eat pigs.
No, it's really opened it up too, though. It's really nice little grab on the outside, quick.
Listen, this goes so far in the game of football because now, for the rest of this game, Sealer, head on a swivel, head on a swivel.
That
Now
doesn't
he's
have
not
his
just bull rushing.
Can't even hear though.
Okay, his
Oh.
head is on a swivel now for the rest of this game. I promise you.
Slows him down.
Slows him down. That's all we're trying to do.
They gotta take that out of the game.
You guys are cheating, though. I mean, it
Bowl.
is
I mean, hell, last night they threw the ball 69 times or something like that.
Right.
We could get a couple of those. Just a couple of those, right? Right. Just get a couple of those.
Oh, this guy you hate again. Oh, whoa.
Wow, oh, look at that.
Why'd you put this guy on here? I thought you hated him.
Lawrence. Wow.
I had him on my all-pro team. This guy right here.
Oh, you releasing that? Are we releasing that?
I think we should.
Al's all pros.
Maybe before the championship game.
Yeah, maybe before the championship.
Championship weekend, you release your all pros. I'll have all pros for kickers, punters. AJ will have his all pros. Darius is going to have his all pros.
Hell yeah.
Perfect.
It'll be perfect.
I love it.
It's a new annual thing we're doing.
Okay. Oh, so for the draft, you want to do it on New Year's Eve or do you want to do it?
No, we'll do it after before the championship games.
Mhm.
To maybe Super Bowl week.
That Friday?
Super Bowl week.
Gives you an extra week to watch film.
Exactly, and
Yeah. And
break
talk
it
to
down.
them, and you can be like, "Oh, this guy's kind of I don't know if he fits the billing for my all pro team."
You're right. You're right.
Perfect.
Because it's not just on the field.
No.
Never
We're
is.
talking about the people. These are humans.
Hey, Brandon, what school did he go to?
I believe he's one of Kirk's dogs.
Oh, that's
AQ.
what I
He's
was
an
thinking.
Iowa
That's
Hawkeye.
what I was thinking. So he comes in as an offensive lineman playing the game the right way. So what's he going to do? He's going to set the 3 technique right here. He's going to set them. And then what's going to happen? 3 technique's going to work out to contain because they're in a fire zone. And now what are we going to do?
Oh, no.
Now what are we going to do? 96, you are in fucking trouble.
Oh, in the air.
Oh, this one might, this is maybe up for big bump of the year, maybe, guys?
He's going to get a bumpy.
Oh my God, a bumpy!
Might get
A bumpy!
This one's a good one.
A bumpy!
He just got a little bit of leverage on this guy and
Wow.
Holy shit!
used his own momentum against him.
In a phone booth.
Damn,
Look at this.
that's fucking
1 foot in the
sick.
ground.
Is the throw perfect too, or?
How physical.
Where does the throw
That's
go?
some big
Oh,
cock.
fuck.
Oh, look at that time.
The O-lineman for the Jags just put this guy on his
Great
ass.
ball.
How about that,
Great ball.
huh?
It's a lot of this. A lot of this.
Shit!
That guy got jacked up.
Whoa, you can't do that.
Oh, sorry.
AJ, how good is that?
I mean, the fact that this is so close quarters. And
Yeah, it was close quarters. He didn't even move much. He just, the guy came this way and he turned and fucking popped him and it just fucking flattened him.
That's right.
Yeah, exactly. He gets pad levels too high. The other guy had the leverage and he just fell right over.
Years of baling hay. And
Holy shit.
Damn right.
Hey,
That had to feel
the
great.
zoom-in feature for this.
That had to feel great, he said. It had to feel great.
We're going to learn a lot about all this stuff.
When we're breaking down, different videos, how they beat.
Steve Smith was a dog.
Hey, this has been a fantastic thing this season. This episode continued to be great. Thank you.
Thank you.
Oh, that was good.
I was thinking about.
Let's get to something that has made.
When you live with moderate to severe Crohn's disease or ulcerative colitis, your day can...
So, massive point of the game was this personal foul that Joey Bosa got for saying something to the ref. But here's what Joey Bosa had to say about the overall situation in his postseason press briefing before he leaves for the offseason.
I need to be more accountable for my actions, obviously, but it's a heated game, and I'm hurting out there. I'm playing on half a leg. I'm getting dragged to the ground. Whatever could hurt me, along with screwing our team. And yeah, maybe some of them weren't as blatant as I thought, but I don't know. It's I think there just needs to be more accountability on. I mean, if I say something to them, I get a $40,000 fine. But if they blow a call that ruins an entire team's season, they're probably back in the locker room after the game like, ah, got that. Oh yeah, got him. 15 yards, what a loser. I guarantee it. That's what they're talking like in the back.
He's so tilted.
Whatever, power trip.
He's so tilted.
People, and I'm just got my third F-bomb so far, sorry, but oof.
This is awesome.
Yeah.
I mean, Joey Bosa feels personally attacked by these refs. Listen to him describing what they're probably doing because they caught him. He feels as if these...
He's betting small, and he's betting small. So he probably doesn't have trips, right? Just let him bluff. Wow, we have a full house. So now we hope he has an ace. We beat an ace because we have ace king. If he doesn't have anything, he's just going to fold, right?
These refs feel a way about him. That whenever they get him for a personal foul, whenever they run down, what you say, motherfucker, what you say, and they get him, they're like pumped to tell the rest of the refs, like, got that fucking piece of shit Bosa. That's how Bosa is talking, and I guess we should watch the tape a little bit more. Is Bosa just always
Just
getting
nuts?
fucked over by the refs? Because that's what that feels like. Because to get
Can't
to a
fold
point
eights
where
here.
it's
We're
like,
flipping.
I'm gonna say it how it is. We do not.
God, he hits a straight.
That's a PR person. Here after the PR person, he's like, yeah, I'm gonna do it. After a coach hears about this, you should not do this, Joey. Joey, listen, this is a bad idea. You're not gonna be happy with the amount of money they're gonna fine you and how the refs are going forward. Nope, somebody needs to say it. If I don't say it, who's gonna say it? Then Staley probably, Joe, I picked up your helmet, you threw it back down again. You know, we all were upset about it, but please don't, do what you're about to do. Joey goes, nope, where are these microphones and cameras? Something has to be said. And I think we're seeing more of this. Just like Rappaport talked about, Micah is chiming in on it. Micah and Joey Bosa, obviously massive parts of the NFL community and very popular names in figures in the league, so they're going to say stuff. It's going to have a little bit more sway than maybe other people. What did you think of Joey Bosa there? A fellow, he went to Ohio State, right? And he's from Fort Lauderdale, so he's not necessarily an Ohio fuck, but I enjoyed that he said that, and he's taking it personally. It feels like he thinks it's personal, which I respect as well.
I wonder how long this has been brewing. That's the thing. Like, that's not just from one game that he feels that way. Like, I appreciate him being honest. I definitely appreciate the honesty. I don't know if the refs. I think the refs are probably big fans of Joey Bosa. That's the thing. Like, the refs want to take pictures with him to show their kids and their friends. Like, hey, look at this. They don't want to be that guy. Now, the ref that chased him down, I would love to know what was said. That was odd to me. Like, what? Yeah, I don't know. I don't know what. Is there a rule book on what you can and cannot say, especially to a ref? Yeah, and then was he asked to repeat it? And was he told, like, you say it one more time? He's not talking to him. He's not looking and, like, taunting him. He's walking off frustrated, yelling. And I understand that. You know, yeah, he's basically speaking to the ref, but he's not showing him up and getting in his face. Yeah, and also, there's a lot of bad things being said by people whenever they don't have or make a play and something bad happens. So he says it walking past guy, probably about ref. And then Joey Bosa tries to avoid him again, and then a ref goes, what? Say it one more again. I dare you. Say it one more again. He said it. Can't do it. See ya. What was it? That's what. But we'll never know because they protect these things. We know if there's 700 mics on the field, but sometimes these things don't get out. There was something else that was said. Oh yeah. That we never got.
Yeah,
what was that
the bonk.
Talk about the bonk on the head.
Yeah, like there's always things that they find a way to keep it under wraps, and I just don't know what you could do. Because you offensive linemen
To
are
the
cheating
fucking mob.
every single play,
always.
and that is what Joey Bosa is basically talking about here. But guy was clearly offsides. So Rappaport said that Bosa was upset about two things: the guy lining up in the backfield and holding him. It was like, well, it's actually three things then, because if you do look, he is lined up off the line pretty much to tackle is, which obviously gives him a massive advantage. There's rules where your helmet has to break the ass of the center, I do believe. Is that
Belt line.
The belt line, so I can't say ass. The belt line of the center. So it's three things, because that guy jumped early too.
Oh, yeah.
So he's in the backfield, jumps early, and Bosa probably thinks he held him. I guess that happens on every single play. I didn't see anything different on that play than a play that hasn't been called before. I'm genuinely pissed off about that. And it happens against offensive linemen, though, too. You guys get fucked over every once in a while. Bosa's tired of it, though. He's sick of it for all parties, and I think this might be a driving change in how officiating is kind of handled in the NFL going forward.
We've talked about it all year. These refs, they get this handbook, or they go over this tutorial before the season. It's like, hey, scan the field, look for this. And that is the worst way to officiate games, because like when you see whatever, a guy fall on the ground, like that doesn't mean he was fucking held. Like, and boom, we throw it on an offensive lineman, or vice versa. Like, okay, he's looking at the guard, now you don't see what's happening to Bosa, or whatever, vice versa. But there needs to be more accountability going on in the ref world. It really does.
Hell yeah. And I think we're going to get it, AJ. I think we're going to get it. Hey, Bosa.
This guy's limping.
Bosa, you're going to have to pay for this.
That's right.
They're going to get they're going to get money. You're going to get fined.
You also think there's a chance we never hear that because they don't want people realizing, like, oh, shit, this ref is actually kind of antagonizing him a little bit.
Well, that's what it looks like.
Yeah, exactly.
That's what AJ's first thing is. Have you ever
chased
seen
him down?
Yeah.
He wasn't in his face. That's
Oh, refs are people too. They say crazy shit. I read some book growing up that was written by a referee in the league talking about the conversations that he had and shit. And refs would be cussing just as much as the players do usually. This guy did anyway.
Then I would say absolutely throw the flag.
The guy who wrote the book.
Right. Say it again. Did you? What did you?
King Queen suited, jamming over the limp.
Get out of my face.
Like, it's not the same, but that's kind of similar to Tony Correnti sticking his pooper out and, you know, forcing contact and then throwing the flag.
That was absolutely that was asinine that happened.
Don't know what he said to the official. It does seem that he was.
This guy limped Ace King on me, but I hit the queen. I'm a lucky boy. He actually had a limp that I had blocked.
People holding him and no calls.
But we got lucky. I love it. All right, Ace 10 here in the final 50 players.
Intuition of this situation. But that was not the first time that he had bitched to the
Jack
ref
him.
during that game. Probably every play would be my guess. So I think at some point, when the ref ran up to him to foul him, which he never sees, it seems like kind of enough was enough.
What'd you say?
But I mean, like, what? Can you remember that where a ref literally ran up to a player and then
I'm just like, fuck you.
The player said in response, I could not.
I remember when
He ran up to a player, and then he said something back, and then he flagged him.
You said what? Say it again.
Yes,
Say it
that's
you
kind
won.
of fucked
Yeah,
up.
you did. Well,
It is kind of a
all
power
right.
trip thing.
All right, I guess. I
Can't
asked
really do
you,
that.
said,
If you're
you
provoking
said
him.
what I think you just said.
You did.
And you said, I did say it. And then I questioned you again. I said, you won't say it again? And you said it again. I had to. What do you want?
We'll try.
Hey, Pat, I assume at some point you have argued with refs. Is there a magic word where it's like, if you say this, you're out of here? Like, is it like baseball where there's one thing where like, oh man, you can't.
I
Yeah.
think
If you look like you're trying to get kicked out, then you won't get kicked out. I know that's true. This guy's got 10 bigs. We had a call. He's got 4s. I got 9s.
I don't know. I've gotten away with saying a lot of stuff to refs.
Let's go.
Like, since I'm a kid, I've talked to refs soccer since I'm a little kid. Like, probably shouldn't be talking to the refs. So I've always felt obligated to let them know when I thought it was a good call. I've always given credit for the good call, but also like, hey, are we going to talk about how does that even happen? You know, try to keep it light. It's all in the delivery, I think. How you deliver it.
If you
Like,
deliver it in a way that's like,
now,
get fucked, then they might, yeah, then they can get mad. 7's here.
But like, I started talking to him just because of how big of a fan I was of him growing up, watching how he handles games and how he handles himself. So like, there's refs that are good at managing like people and communication, and I think they're open to hearing like, hey, I'm getting fucking held on every single one. They're like, all right, you got it, okay, you got it. But there's some refs that you can't. Like the
You can't talk
vibes,
to.
like, don't even talk to.
Yeah, don't talk to me. Yeah, some refs will be that way. I played a lot of soccer growing up too, and that's how it'd be.
Need to get those refs out of the game.
Well,
Those are the refs that we
there's
need
different personalities.
No longer in the frame. You
There's
see?
different personalities
And then we
though.
bring in the ones that are like, oh, I'm a massive part of this game. How I decide
That's true.
to call this
Be nice to
game
have more happy people like it.
impacts
Oh,
everything.
spades come in.
Everything that's going on.
Fuck.
So I think that's a big part. All the refs that we think are good. You know, you talk about
Spades
Gene,
came in.
You talk about Hockey League.
Not
You
good.
talk about Cleat, I think is good. The guy the other night with the Bills and the Dolphins, I don't know his name, but him saying offsetting personal foul this way, we fucking move on. When it was a clear ejection could have happened for a couple people, like that's a human understanding.
That was a hilarious sequence, by the way.
He checked it fast.
It was Christian Wilkins, right? It was basically to Josh Allen, like, all right.
We get
I'm
called
gonna
by a lot of
stand
worse
up for
hands
you.
here. I
We're not
mean,
going to get involved. And
No,
Josh
he
Allen's
hits
like,
him. Hold on, Ian. Boom. He
this
hit
guy
him.
could have pocket 9s. This guy could have ace 10.
All right, no, we're good.
Oh man, I loved everything about this whole situation.
Oh, yeah.
From beginning, I like Christian Wilkins doing exactly what Christian Wilkins does, getting a shot on the quarterback. Like that is
And
exactly.
then Josh was like, all right, I'll see you later.
Well, Josh, remember he and Christian have some.
We got some history.
They have some history. Those two.
We going with this?
Christian doing that to Josh in that moment because it was an interception, awesome, perfect Christian Wilkins play. Now on the flip side, perfect Josh Allen response.
Yep.
What, dude? Pushes so hard he loses.
He has
his
aces.
balance. He thought he was throwing. He thought he was taking. Christian Wilkins was leaving his feet, going to ground whenever Josh delivered. Like that was the. It felt like because he fell afterwards, and then them getting into it and almost fighting. Like I love that. Like that is. I think everybody in Buffalo loved that their quarterback did that. Did not love that Christian was touching our quarterback though. So we have to come fuck. Our quarterback can't be the tough guy here.
Yep.
This cannot be the case. Boom, we go in there. So I think it was handled perfectly. But those refs are humans, you know? They're not just rule books.
Yeah,
Like,
so
they're
some of them are
humans.
going to
Like,
be
hey, I can't give you
not
that.
wanting to
I
be
can't
talked
give
to
you
that
that.
way,
I
and some of
can't
them are
give you
going to
that.
care.
I hear you. You also did that. Like, that's how hockey refs are in the NHL. And I think, like, the NFL could get that if they have a full-time thing. But hopefully they'll be able to fix it. And Joey Bosa, I'm excited to hear what happens to him. I think that's going to be hefty.
Hefty fine for Bosa.
Let's get to something.
With the Wells Fargo Active Cash Card, you earn 2% cash back on what you want, like first date plans and need.
No. Just my shoe.
Like maybe shoes without laces. The Wells Fargo Active Cash Card. That's real life ready.
Building your online business? Go to Wix.com and set up your store on a...
All right, Sean Payton. I hope he's around. This may be my last interview with him.
It's been a minute, and as always, it's good to be on. I feel like we were already hitting on some of these subjects, but wow, got a good weekend, huh? A lot of stuff football-wise.
So I said this yesterday, or earlier today. I said it's a quarterback coach league. And I've never even understood this. You just have to some things in life you overpay for. A pool in Phoenix, a winter coat in Alaska.
Yeah.
Okay. Overpay for your coach. If you got to overpay for your quarterback, just do it. I don't want to hear about it. What Daboll has done to Daniel Jones 18 weeks ago, I'm like, I don't know if he can play in this league. What's his sauce? What's Daboll done?
Yeah, I think two things.
I don't even know if he
feel with that team.
There's an energy. The Giants have a little
my first day here
determined, no one's talking about us and we don't give a fuck energy.
Against the Titans, they go for the win, they win, and and it was the beginning of like the kids in the orphanage that had a parent that cared.
Yeah.
And you just saw a little bit of a glimpse of that, but then schematically, let's talk specifically. Why is this player playing so much better than? And I think you've got to credit Brian. You got to credit Kafka, the offensive coordinator. Yeah. He's got 2 or 3 of these interviews lined up, deservedly so, because they did some things yesterday. And as good as they look, Minnesota
some tricky stuff.
That bad on defense.
Oh my Lord.
There were guys running man-to-man coverage, shallow cross, running underneath a vertical, and a corner's getting left behind and not meeting it. That was frustrating to watch from a defensive standpoint. And so the interesting thing in Minnesota, and Kevin's done a great job, O'Connell there, but they kind of got this offense going, and then there went Mike Zimmer, and it's easy to pile on, but we lost Mike Zimmer's defense. And the defense of the Vikings,
the yards after the catch
for a long time was outstanding. They were a tough out defensively. But
yeah, Vikings defense was always legit.
With the running back, Saquon Barkley, and Daniel Jones, I said this to you earlier, to start the season, if we'd have said, hey, we've got a long-term vision for these players, I think we would have just kind of looked at each other like, yeah, what's the vision? And it's not until this year that we got to see the fruits of that draft and with the right coaching.
Yeah.
And I'm not talking about anyone prior. I'm just saying, obviously it's fit, and so you look at Barkley now and you say, hey, we've got him. And the run he makes down in the red zone, the tight red zone.
Huge.
Yeah, and here it is in his biggest spot. Daniel Jones, plays well, and we talked about him yesterday. My Twitter blew up because I think the Giants fan, I said, look, this guy's a tick below those 5 that you and I talk about all the time.
Yeah.
But he can move, he can run. Those are all traits that we've valued. We just haven't started valuing those. We've always valued those traits.
Sean, what it was interesting is that I said one of the reasons I picked Minnesota to surprise people this year, I said, when a guy's not Mahomes or an Allen where he's been told his whole life he's great, if he's Kirk Cousins or Daniel Jones, so much of it is feeling supported. And Kirk got Kevin, right?
Yeah.
He's like, hey, I believe in you.
Yeah.
The losses became wins. And about a month ago, so the first thing Daboll did was take out the fumbles and the picks, slightly elevate completions. But about a month ago, and I think you said this, they kind of let Daniel go. And when I watched that, I thought, oh my God, his confidence.
I'll just do what you want.
Until about a month ago when they said, okay, we've cut the mistakes down. Now we're going to kind of let you
Now we're going to let you go maybe make a mistake because you're going to fucking, yeah. Now you're going to do the right things.
And even get past the design runs. I mean, you can't get past those. Those are backbreakers from Minnesota.
Yeah.
But his ability just in the pocket finding throws, and here he is on 3rd down finding a shallow cross, a critical shallow cross that gets dropped, and you're like, and it was
Slayton.
Yeah.
Slayton drops it. Yeah.
So the whole time you felt this guy was in command, his decision making, the respect of his teammates. You listen to him afterwards. He sounds just like Eli. I mean, very.
That's what someone in the stream's been saying. Well, the sound of his voice, anyway.
And fun to watch. It was fun to watch their locker room afterwards, and certainly disappointing, I'm sure, for Minnesota, who's had a great year.
So I said I've seen it with McDaniel, Brian Daboll, Doug Peterson. They immediately, I saw it with Lincoln Riley at USC. They create an identity. It doesn't take that long to create an identity. Sometimes you have to clean a culture up, make some roster moves.
Sure.
But it doesn't take forever.
Right.
I can go back to your career. You can figure it out pretty.
It's immediate.
Harbaugh at Michigan, 5 wins to 10. They were physical the next year.
It's immediate.
My knock on Brandon Staley has been when you really need that identity is in crisis. Not against the bad team. So I went and looked at numbers. Second half this year, both offense and defense, they're poor. It's not a lack of talent. It's not a lack of weapons. I think often second halves, Niners this weekend, that's when the identity comes out. Guys, we're scuffing a little bit.
Yeah.
We lead. Let's put it away. Is it a fair criticism that this team's talented, but I don't see what are they? I just don't know.
Yeah, it's a good question. I think the first thing you'd say, and I don't know Brandon that well. I know a number of guys on that staff. When you hire coaches with a defensive background, I think there's an expectation of what you're wanting to get from that defense.
We raised this guy Flax.
I watched that game at home, and it was, a lot of times we're
Bubba
able to
Jack.
watch games, but you're in a green room. There's 6 screens, so you don't get a clean look at just one game, if you will. I watched that game just quietly looking at it, and after the first half, and you guys tell me, man, it looked like Jacksonville couldn't separate at all.
At all.
And I kept thinking to myself, who's going to make a play for Jacksonville? Who scares them? And I'll credit Doug and Trevor and that whole they're still a few players away from being the team they want to be. Right. The tight end scares you a little bit, Ingram.
Yeah.
Right. But it didn't. It just seemed like this was going to be a long. Not like we're gonna have trouble separating. Period. And then on the other side of it, I didn't see anything in their defense, Jacksonville, covering the pass or even defending the run for that matter. It was almost like routes on air for the Chargers. And I've never seen a game where all of a sudden the second half started, and I thought, what happened to what I just watched in the first half? It was very unusual. The momentum shifted. Obviously,
is it a schematic change? What is it?
Yeah, I don't know that I would have changed anything from what we were doing in the first half. I think we all wanted to see a little bit. The clock then becomes your friend. Let's run it, kick it, pound it, and they didn't make enough plays in the second half. The momentum shifted, and then it just kept going. And I've never seen a game that was so different between the first half and the second half. And I understand what you're saying. Sometimes it's frustrating to watch.
Go do what you do. Because I thought Kyle Shanahan, they had a bad late hit. The Seahawks took a lead. That's when you bring him in and go, fellas, okay, let's go back to what we are. We lost ourselves.
Yeah, here it is.
Yeah, and I just don't feel
I understand what you're saying.
Yeah, I don't feel like they have that.
Yeah, and look, that's a tough loss. You're flying back across the country and you're up 27-0, and it wasn't that they were just up 27-0. It was the way that they were up 27-0. I just felt like,
dominant.
Man, the young corner, Asante Samuel's son. I mean, he was leaning, sitting, hanging on routes, and I just thought, and then I kept thinking to myself, I don't think Jacksonville has because the announcers said it. They're sitting on everything. They've got to go buy him, and I thought they don't have the personnel to go buy him.
Right.
And so that's a problem then. Yeah. That was a tough game.
So going back to coaching, I remember when Josh Allen was in college, and people, Greg Cosell said, you need to look at this kid at Wyoming. And he gave me some numbers. So I went and watched Josh Allen against Oregon and Iowa, and he was talented and wildly erratic.
Right.
You saw it, but
right.
it was the arm strength was insane.
Right.
And so he comes into NFL, he's raw. And Daboll does what he's done with Daniel Jones. Cleans up the mess, gets him to hit more layups. All of a sudden, he's never going to be a 70% completion guy. He's got a lot of farb in him.
Yeah.
Unbelievably talented. Now Daboll's gone, and I'm watching him, and I'm thinking he's back to erratic decision-making. And I'm not knocking on Ken Dorsey or Sean McDermott, but this is the value of coaching. This team worries me. Sean, I feel like they're a boxer with no jab. It's all swinging for the knockout.
Well, look, I think they're fun to watch.
Oh, yeah.
And I think that, you know, watching that game, I thought Miami struggled in look, the difference obviously when you're playing your third string quarterback.
Right.
You know, they drop some balls. Too many times the receivers are catching balls, you know, cradling balls. And I know the weather's cold, but they're not, you know, catching them properly. I thought, man, there were a lot of clock problems this weekend. Period.
Now,
I mean,
do you think that's because it's a third string quarterback? Is that a fair?
Yeah, I think so. I think there's challenges, and look, I heard what Mike said, and he brought up that there was sometimes this happens. It used to be back in the day when the ball was close after a third down play.
I want to know more
you could
about
ask
this.
for a measurement. You get one all the
Oh,
time.
yeah, you ask for a measurement. Yeah, you just ask the ref, we want a measurement, and then you get to figure out what your play is.
I need a measurement here. It looks close.
Yeah, you just ask for a measurement.
30 seconds to...
Why can't they do that
But
anymore?
it allows you to digest, like,
Allows you to let it sink in that it's 4th and 1 or
where
it's
you
3rd
think
and
you
3
got a
or whatever.
first down,
Sometimes you
you're
think you
going
got
to
it.
a call sheet for a first down, and then last you hear it's 4th and 1. You're like, wait a minute, I want a measurement. You don't get those.
Nah,
now.
you can't do that.
I don't know why they stopped giving those out.
Did the NFL say, speed the game up?
They stopped giving those. They look at me like I'm crazy. I'm like, I used to get these measurements
All the time, yeah. It's all about enough commercials per hour or whatever. Yeah.
Because he doesn't know at the very end of a play if it's
You only have 30
first down
seconds.
or if it's 4th down.
Right.
That happened to them, and here it is 4th and 1, burning a timeout.
Right.
Baltimore yesterday, in a 2-minute drill, inside of a minute, they're huddling with no time.
I didn't get it at all.
I had no idea what was going
Now,
on.
that's a backup quarterback situation.
Yeah, but man, when are you ever putting a team in the huddle when you're south of a minute and the clock's
Yeah,
ticking
everyone should
and
know not to do
you
that.
Score like they did. I couldn't believe it, and the announcers said something, but they actually got into a huddle with a running clock underneath 40 seconds. I think
They must
I
have
think
thought
it
the clock was
38,
stopped or something. Yeah.
37. That was surprising. I'm sure John today will look at that and be like, that can't happen.
Can I ask you about, I am not a fan of, so the NFL has tweaked it and allows you to get behind somebody and push them for a first down. I saw it 8 times this week.
Yeah, it's kind of annoying.
I am not a fan. Now, Trevor Lawrence did it and it worked. Of the hike, lean over. Now,
All right, so you
Trevor's
ready?
6'6".
I'm going to give you the history of the hike, lean over.
Don't like it at all.
This is, no, listen, I love
Hike,
it.
lean over.
I love it. 1 yard line in versus a goal line gaps front where the pad level's low. Drew Brees, we were 4 or 5 for 5 over the career, but it's situational. At the 1 or in, goal line front, preferably a 6-2 front, and Drew would always just jump, push the ball over,
Just
and
stick
pull
the
it
arm
back.
over.
So
Yeah.
let's talk about that. Knowing we would call that, I'd run down to the official and say, hey, just so you know, we're going to place this ball over the goal line. I wanted his eyes there so he didn't miss it.
Okay. Oh.
All right. But it had to be at the 1, and it had to be versus a 6-2 goal line front.
This was 1.5.
Too far. First thing I said, too far.
It's too far away.
I looked at my wife. I said, it's way too far out to do that. Kareem Abdul-Jabbar doesn't score with that. So that it can only be almost inside the 1. You with me?
Yeah,
And
it's an arm's length.
Inside of the 1.
Take a look at Jacksonville's example. But the other thing that was unusual is I saw Baltimore trying to push. So if we were applying that up and over technique, you seat the ball, Drew would tell you there's a little delay, and then there's a vertical leap and an extension, and it comes right back. You cross the goal. So you have to be inside the 1.
Did you say 2 hands or 1?
Drew would have 2.
Okay, I like 2.
All right. So where that was run from was too far out, period.
Yeah.
When you watch Trevor's, all right, it was right at the 1. Now all of a sudden you saw, and then you saw the stature, that certainly helps. But we never looked at that like we were going to push the quarterback. So there are 2 things were going on there.
At one time.
I mean, is the quarterback, I'm going to guess the quarterback chose.
Man, where does the time go?
To do that on his own.
Okay.
Because if we're running this push, then we're going to seat the ball. We're going to find the soft spot and allow the second.
Huntley just decided to try to fucking Air Jordan that shit on his own.
That was the game.
And fucked him.
That was the game.
Oh yeah, 14-point swing.
That was the swing, and
just one little
as soon as they
attention to
ran it, I thought
detail.
He's too far away.
Yeah, it was supposed to be a low push. That's what Harbaugh said after the game. It was supposed to be a low push.
Yeah, so that makes sense because you wouldn't run the leap high from the 1.5. So low push, Pilot does his own thing. We're back to the backup quarterback.
Okay, so I want to pivot to tonight.
Backup quarterback didn't think it'd be a bad idea, but it was a bad idea.
Whenever there's a divorce, it can be in somebody's private life. I've had one. It could be football. Everybody always, this to blame, that to blame. And I'm guilty of this. I was a bully with Mike McCarthy. I said, Aaron's too good. McCarthy drives me nuts. I don't like him. And now we look, and Aaron, 3 straight years with LaFleur, at home at Lambeau, has struggled late in games. Outplayed by Goff, Garoppolo, Old Tom. Aaron's still great, but Mike's gone. Mike is 21-12 when Dak's healthy, and 4-1 with Cooper Rush. And I think clearly, if you look statistically, Dallas a good offense.
Let me get set. That would suck.
He's had to rebuild the O-line.
Sure.
They don't have a true dominant
Come on.
line.
Yeah.
And I'm guilty of this. I was pro-Aaron. McCarthy's lost. If Mike wins tonight, that's a little flex. That's a big game for Mike. That's a big game for Mike McCarthy tonight, I feel like. I don't think there'll be pressure, but maybe he's not, he's not Andy Reid. He's not you. But I think I've been guilty of this. We've been a little hard on Mike. There's something he did in Green Bay that he does in Dallas.
Something he's doing.
Formidable offense.
Something he's doing.
Little pass better than run.
He seems to be completely incompetent, but man, he's pretty lucky.
He's a real good.
He's like a lucky charm. Is he?
We always talk about bloodlines, and
is he, or you just being nice, Sean?
When you have a chance to work under
bloodlines
and the Holmgren, that's that family tree.
The Holmgren tree.
He's a tremendous worker.
Andy Reid, Holmgren,
I think
McCarthy,
a good friend and a respected coach.
McVay.
Always has his players prepared.
It's McVay in that tree.
So I think. Look, I think
the
they've
coaching
done a great job
tree.
this year. They went through the injury and had to play Rush. They weathered that, went 4-1.
Very well.
They're the better team tonight. Now,
it's looking like our last 3 games, D-Gens. $7 2K, 1650 Crazy 8s, and the 55-35K. We've had a big stack in this 55-35K pretty much the whole way. Top 10 stack.
Since Jimmy was there up in San Francisco, so that's not Mike's pressure. That just organizationally, the Cowboys are that team that so many people love watching. There's so many people that love the Cowboys. But if you don't love the Cowboys, it's not like, well, you don't like them. You hate the Cowboys, right?
Yeah, I hate them.
One or the other. And so
when they lose, here comes the avalanche.
Oh my gosh, yes. So I think Tampa's playing with a little bit of house money. We've talked about this. Division winners, 9-8, didn't play well throughout the course of the season. Yeah, struggling running the ball. They get their center back tonight. That's
Jensen.
Jensen. He's starting. He's coming back off the IR.
Didn't end up helping
They're
much.
Still going to struggle running, I think. But when they played this team week 1, which seems like an eternity ago, they ran the ball pretty well that night. That was the opening week of the season.
East King and the Crazy Eights.
A little better than they were 4 weeks ago or 3 weeks ago. The 2 hard games for me this weekend to handicap, I said, were yesterday's Giants-Vikings. I missed that. I had Minnesota winning.
Yeah.
And I picked a big number just to separate myself from the rest of this group, right? But I think tonight's the other game. All the other games I felt were maybe Jacksonville and Chargers, but tonight's a tough one to handicap because you got Brady at home, and you got Brady at home in Tampa, and Dallas. Now, I think Dallas playing poorly last week
helps.
I do. I think if you're Mike,
because it gets their heads screwed on straight.
You are on there, all week long.
Yeah, it's kind of true.
It was bad.
And much rather be embarrassed in that game than tonight's game.
Yeah.
So I think it'll be an exciting game. I have no idea, who's going to win. I think Dallas is the better team.
Yeah.
And we've seen that throughout the course of the season.
Maybe that's Mike McCarthy's thing. He always gets his teams to lose some stupid game, at the end of the regular season, because then he gets to fucking cuss him out all through the playoffs. He's like, what the fuck? I'm Mike McCarthy, motherfucker. You listen to me, etc., etc. And then he gets them to fucking be on top of their shit.
Hello and welcome to another edition of NFL Power Rankings, the podcast presented by Energizer. I'm Dan Hansis. That A came from Colleen Wolf. Hey, Connie.
Hi, hello.
Oh, no.
And welcome in.
Aunt Eleanor's here.
Oh my God, I had an Aunt Eleanor.
There you go. Had.
Yeah. No longer with us. Thanks, Dan.
Shout out to Aunt Eleanor and all the grace she brought to us. All right. It is divisional round weekend. I'm sure she did.
It is.
Supercard.
Supercard weekend, baby.
Super Wild Card weekend is in the rear view, and I must say, Colleen, before we take a look at the big board for the first time here, and we have now knocked it down from 32 to 14.
Do you feel lighter? Just
feel
in general?
lighter. I feel lighter. I feel like we're getting closer to the finish line, and I feel good about my rankings.
Yeah?
Let's take a look at the top 8, because what you'll notice here, Connie, is that, yes, I got the Niners locked at number 1.
Yeah.
Feeling great about that. Was a little bit nervous at halftime against Seattle, but then
much closer than I thought it was going to be.
25 straight points, said Dan. You got it right, Tugboat, keeping them at number 1. The Bills and Bengals, I just gave them a little, hey, wake up, guys, bump down one spot.
That's
especially
fair.
the Bills. I almost put Cincinnati ahead of Buffalo. Didn't. Kansas City gets that, hey, we on a bye week, and look at our biggest rivals in the AFC struggling against backup quarterbacks bump.
That's
so
the
they're up
Andy
to 2.
Reid bump after after the bye. They should call it the Reid.
So then you got the Eagles staying at 5, the Cowboys staying at 6, Giants up 4 to 7, and the Jaguars after that incredible rally hold at 8. And what I'm saying is, you're not seeing a ton of movement there other than the Giants, and that's because I feel good about where I had the rankings going in, and I didn't see much in the slate of games that really made me change how I feel. Let's start with the Cowboys.
I was gonna start there. I love that.
Because that would be the one where most people would be like, hey, why aren't they getting a bigger bump into the top 5? And I just wasn't ready to do that, Connie. As well as they played against Tampa, they did play.
All right,
the worst team
getting this food going.
Really made me change how I feel.
There's the rankings. Okay. He's got San Fran number 1. He has them higher than Kansas City. San Fran number 1, Kansas City 2, Buffalo 3, Cincinnati 4, Philly 5, Dallas 6, Giants 7, Jags 8. The Giants have been moving up. The Kansas City Chiefs moved up a couple spots for him. Buffalo and Cincinnati lost one. The rest of them have been there. He's had San Francisco ranked number 1 for a while.
Yeah, I love that. Because that would be the one where most people would be like, hey, why aren't they getting a bigger bump?
Because it's all this recency bias and all this, these Cowboy fans running rampant. It's the only reason why they're getting talked up as much as they are.
They did play arguably the worst team in the playoffs, certainly the only team with a losing record in the playoffs. But at the same time, yes, my eyes are open about the Cowboys potentially making noise in the divisional playoffs.
I was going to ask you if you second-guessed moving them or keeping them where they were after watching that game. Like, was there any point in the game where you were like, oh,
Here's the
I'm
thing.
getting closer?
Here's the thing, and I'll look at it from a conference standpoint. Obviously, the Niners are staying at 1. They deserve it. I already am kind of dinging your Eagles by virtue of just they're kind of off the grid right now. They got a banged-up quarterback, and that's part of my the reasoning. I have them down to 5 the last couple of weeks.
They'll prove you wrong this week, don't
And
they?
I'm sure they might. And I think the reason I parked them at 5 for that reason, because I just
Should be able to run back and forth and make this meal happen. I hope so anyway.
Cowboys are a team that I like better than the Eagles. I certainly think the Cowboys are a team that if they had the Eagles this weekend, I'd be thinking, ooh, that's a coin flip. And guess what? That's why they're 5 and 6.
I've been living in this place a long time, and there's a lot that I complain about and say that I don't like about it. But the like, I mean, maybe it's like this in every house. I don't know, because this is pretty much where I've been living. But the oven and the burners, like on the stovetop or whatever, like they heat up so fast. I don't know if it's like that everywhere, but for this house, the way it works or whatever, it's like fucking, you get ready to cook, you turn that shit on, and then 2 minutes later, it's like everything's heated up, ready to go.
Respect in this time of year, they get a little benefit of the bump.
That's fair.
We're all in here with these twos. I mean, it's actually kind of a close decision, but I don't know, not really.
What is the Niners' flaw? Tell me that.
I don't know, because what they're doing with Brock Purdy is really amazing, and they've won 11 straight games. They seem so well-rounded. I guess, like, honestly, I don't know. I have no idea
This would be the only thing I think someone that was doubting the Niners can say at this point.
Okay.
The rookie's gonna choke.
What if Brock Purdy is
Chokes.
playing, not the Seattle Seahawks, but a big-time opponent? Does he have the same level?
Does he choke?
When the rubber meets the road.
The rubber's gonna meet the road at some point. It's not gonna be so easy for him every game. What's gonna happen?
At this point, I think the coaching staff's proven. I think
That's exactly the thing that the people knocking the Niners would say.
Have shown that they can step up this time of year. You could still put a little bit of a question mark over Purdy, but at the same time, like, be careful with that, because
I think that they cruise to the championship game and then he gets nervous before the Super Bowl against the G-Men. And the G-Men make less mistakes and they win. Danny Dimes wins.
And that was my question last week when we did this show, was with Brock Purdy coming into the playoffs, how will he play in the spotlight? And the second half, no problem. And Kyle Shanahan does such a good job of putting him in a position to succeed, using Christian McCaffrey, using Deebo Samuel to play run action and everything else that, you see with these young quarterbacks who are inexperienced, or kind of it helps to camouflage any type of potential problems in an offense, just keeps it moving and keeps that confidence up, and Kyle Shanahan does it better than anyone.
Yep, I agree with you. I think that
Kyle Shanahan chokes, though. He's a choke artist.
More impressed by the scheme and the talent, and then a ton of respect to the Mr. His ability to do his job, basically. And you hear that in the quotes in and around the team. Like, these guys are not talking about Brock Purdy as a godlike figure who's playing the quarterback position at a level they've never seen. I think it's more like, we respect that this kid is doing exactly what we need from him. And it might not be flashy, but it is super effective. And for the record, when Jimmy G, what did he do to himself? How did he hurt himself? It feels like so long ago now.
It was...
How did he get hurt? His foot? I don't even know. What was it? I don't even know. I actually don't know. Foot. It was something to his foot.
Tackled, and he had a foot injury. And I dropped the Niners after that happened from 2 down to 7. And after Purdy stepped in right away and started
It's definitely his foot area.
High level, and the offense got better. They've been at 2-2-1-1-1-1 now since in the 6 weeks with Purdy, feeling good about where they are.
Yeah, that's right. Shanahan said that Jimmy G broke a few things.
A few things in his left foot. But remember,
broke a few things.
When it seemed like the Niners season was over, like maybe Jimmy G can come back, and maybe in the play. Jimmy G is not coming back. Even if he could come back, this is Purdy's offense now. I don't think there's any doubt.
I have some friends that are Niners fans, and I'm getting the same energy from them about Brock Purdy that I got from Eagles fans with Nick Foles on their run. There's a lot of shirts that say some similar types of mottos that were going around with Nick Foles.
Right.
So you can
Manhood related.
Maybe.
Perhaps. And
Farm
he has
related?
been farm related. You figure it out. You Google it. So we don't have to say anything else. So yeah, Chiefs 2, Bills at 3. Let's talk the Bills a little bit here in depth. Were you as alarmed as I was? Not just this game.
They started with the Cowboys at 6. Now they want to talk about the Bills at 3. Okay.
Against the Patriots, where there were a lot of leaks and the special teams brilliance covered it up. And then in the first round of the playoffs, just kind of sloppy.
Yeah, their issues with taking care of the ball just continue, and you can't do that in the playoffs. Like, they had 27 giveaways in the regular season. Only the Colts and the Texans had more than the Bills, and we just continue to see this theme. 2 first-half interceptions, and then Josh Allen gave up the scoop and score on the sack. So, I mean, better teams are going to make them pay for these turnovers, and a better team like the Bengals might do that. And I don't know if they are necessarily better because we never got to see that game fully play out this year. We only saw 9 minutes of it before the Damar Hamlin incident, but this is the game that we've kind of all been waiting to see. And when that game started, it looked like the Bengals were going to win it.
Yeah, and the Bills, they've taken care of business this season. They're now, they're 14-3 with the playoff win. And yet there have been stages in the year where you kind of are expecting them to be more dominant. Maybe they're not a dominant team. Maybe it's time for people like me and perhaps us to say, okay, despite them having this great season and being 2 wins.
Okay, we're going to be all in with Ducks again. We were just all in with Ducks in this tournament not too long ago.
And Josh Allen is a perfect example of
Trip Jacks.
gifted quarterback that could beat you in so many ways, but he's always going to offer up gifts to the other team, and their success and failure will be dictated by that other team's ability to take advantage of those mistakes. Like the Dolphins converted Allen's 3 turnovers into 18 points. And the only reason the Bills didn't go home is because the Dolphins stink. Like that version of the Dolphins was not a true playoff.
All right, East Jack here. We're all in against the Limpers.
To move on. It won't play against the Bengals. It won't play. And I'll say this, and you can check out the Around the NFL podcast, which Connie's on every Tuesday.
Great listen, guys.
On Thursday, we'll have an in-depth, thank yourself, in-depth preview on this matchup. But one of the things that jumps out to me, Bills, Bengals, 3-4 in the power rankings, is the Bengals offensive line is in shambles.
Yep.
Man, if Von Miller was still around, I would feel way better about the Bills taking control of the game at the line of scrimmage. We'll see how it goes from that standpoint.
Well, the Bengals, their offensive line is just self-destructing at the absolute worst possible time. This is what we saw with the Bengals all last season. They spent the offseason trying to prevent this from happening, and then they get to the playoffs, and now they're going to be down probably 3 starters. We don't really know yet about...
yeah, but they're all joking around the locker room about how they tried to improve the offensive line, and they did, and now their offensive line's hurt anyway, and we won last year, so we'll just win this year too. It'll be fine.
Dislocated kneecap week to week.
That doesn't sound great.
Sounds painful.
Yeah.
It does sound
Tape
painful.
it up and get him out there.
Like, Burrow was sacked a ton in that game. 4 times.
Wow, we're going to be all in on the bubble here.
Constantly under pressure, and he couldn't get... The receivers couldn't get separation. There was just not enough time for them to get down the field.
With the ace jack.
I don't think Joe Burrow threw a pass longer than 20 yards.
That's a problem. That's a major problem. The offensive line is something that could ruin their season. It didn't last year or the year before. Not only to ruin their season, Joe Burrow blew out his knee. So you always have to, on a hit, you always have to be concerned about how that can affect their entire operation. And yeah, I think I'm very, very fortunate. We're all fortunate because who needed another Lamar Jackson storylines around the Ravens? That the Ravens didn't get through that game and get to divisional round play. But at the same time, Ravens fans, they would have loved it.
Ravens fans would have liked it, yeah.
I don't know if
That's
Lamar
true.
Jackson would even wanted it, but Ravens
I don't
fans.
know what he wants right now.
Exactly. Nobody knows. But at the same time, let's just be fair and credit.
Wow, we actually win with the ace jack. Cool.
In their state, with their quarterback situation as unsettled as it is, they played better than Cincinnati on Sunday night. They had the Bengals' number, if not for Sam Hubbard's brilliance, going, 17.5 miles per hour on his 98-yard fumble return.
Wow.
Big time stuff there. So I like the Bengals. I like the Bills. Obviously, I like the Niners. I want you to tell me, Connie, do I have the top 5 right?
Well, so
I'm gonna put you on the spot here in real time. Connie's top 5. Here, I'm going to give you a pen
Okay, Niners.
and a card.
I would put Niners up top and one.
All right, so I
for
got that
sure.
right. I feel like that's
And
the
then
most important one.
So the Chiefs, it's kind of like these next 3: Chiefs, Bills, Bengals are tough.
Taking a walk.
Yeah, those three seem kind of tough.
I don't know why I'm doing this. This is your job. I'm just here to judge. But you know, I do like an exercise.
Yeah,
So I would probably put. This is so hard though.
This is great.
I think that I might put the Bengals a touch above the Bills
All right,
now.
put them in 2.
Do
you respect me now as a colleague?
Well, let's not go that far yet.
Okay.
Not yet.
But maybe the Eagles need to be higher.
All right, you want the Eagles at 3?
Maybe we put the Eagles at 1.
Oh, you want the Eagles at 1?
Just kidding. I mean, Jalen Hurts, come on. Let's
I feel
go.
like we could
Gotta
be here
see him.
another 6 hours before Colleen gets to her 15 here.
Okay, I think I would go Niners,
Yep.
Chiefs, then Bengals, Bills, Eagles.
And I have Niners, Chiefs, Bills, Bengals.
Yeah.
Eagles.
So I would just switch
Alright.
Bengals and Bills. But it's like so close. You want that back?
Yeah, I'll
Here,
take
there
the
you
10
go.
too. Thank you. Anybody else in the top 8 you want to talk about? You know who we should talk about? The G-Men. They had the biggest jump in the power rankings, up 4 spots to number 7. And
We didn't want to believe in them
no,
all
we
season
didn't.
long.
And you know what? That's not a shame on us situation. Sometimes a team changes. Sometimes a team kind of coalesces and becomes something great.
Basketball is back. With Sling TV, you can stream every national NBA game.
The team is coalesced.
At the perfect time.
At the perfect time.
To the credit of Brian Dable and the Giants, they were winning when they weren't a very good team. And that's what got them to the postseason and got them to the end of the season in playoff positioning. And then Connie, in the last couple weeks of the regular season, and obviously against the Vikings in Wild Card Weekend, that is an actual now good team.
You know,
go ahead.
it almost sounds like a power move.
A power move. Power moves presented by Energizer.
That's right. That's exactly what it is. Did you see what Giants Twitter put out of Daniel Jones wearing all of the chains with dimes on it, like a Kirk Cousins deal? I mean, it's great. I love petty Twitter.
Well, if you followed that at all, the Vikings had something very petty after barely winning on Christmas Eve, bragging that they beat
We're going with this?
New York teams and Buffalo. And it was like, all right, guys, let's check back into the playoffs and see how the Vikings are.
The 2 New York teams and Buffalo.
Yeah. Everybody knows. Do I need to? The 2 northern New Jersey teams and the team from Western New York, although the northern New Jersey teams go by the New York City moniker. Is that clear?
It's tough. I'm not gonna lie. I don't love it. But I do love that Brian Daboll is succeeding in this.
All in on the button.
Season as coach in the NFL. It's been lovely to see. Now it's probably time for them to go home this week against the Eagles.
Because this is where Connie's coming from. Tell me if I'm wrong. You're hoping, obviously, that your Eagles get healthy here, and Giants. But now you're worried about the Cowboys too, the other team that you hate, potentially shocking the world and beating San Francisco, and then all of a sudden you got the Cowboys on fire in the NFC title game, and I don't think you want anything. You don't want the NFC East around.
I don't.
Other than the Eagles, I get that.
But if the Eagles could be the ones to kill them off, then I'm totally here for
But
it.
here's the thing.
Love it.
This is very condescending.
Okay, Queen 7, you guys.
The Giants deserve.
We went with it on the button.
You know why?
They do.
You know why? Because Daniel Jones has made the leap.
Oh my God.
Daniel Jones is no longer a guy to be hidden in the offense. Daniel Jones is now the face of the offense with Saquon Barkley as the Robin to his Batman, which nobody saw coming. And you pair that with the Giants. Where are the Giants special? Okay, they are special at running back. When Danny Dimes is playing at this level, that's pretty special. And then that defensive line. Dexter Lawrence, who absolutely ruined Minnesota's season. Kayvon Thibodeau, who's really made strides as a rookie. He's becoming a player. Leonard Williams is a former All-Pro. These are guys that could give your boy Jalen Hurts a lot of trouble, especially if Jalen Hurts is hurt.
Yeah, I know. So that's why I'm sweating this a lot. I don't like the fact that the NFC East is this talented right now. And
They
Daniel
gone.
Jones, he's playing as good as he's played all season. And same with Dak Prescott right now. And so Daniel Jones, he played last week without turning the ball over. And then they have guys like Isaiah Hodgins?
Yeah.
Hodgins.
No name.
Isaiah Hodgins.
You got it.
Hodgins. It's not
They have
Hodgkins.
this no-name group of wide receivers. In fact, the most famous guy of their wide receiver group
It's their job to know.
is Kenny Galladay. And he's like
Come on,
basically
Chica.
a multi-millionaire blocker at this point. But these guys make plays week after week.
I'm gonna take a wild guess and say this chick doesn't know the first thing about football. She probably thinks they're out there dunking on each other or something. But
I can't wait to tell you you're wrong. I can't wait to see how this goes.
she has a fun personality.
Power rankings, if I'm wrong. But here's the thing.
Okay.
Grew up right on the border, northern New Jersey, over on the other side in New York. And I learned a thing or two, like following these
From the
Giants.
Cold Town.
The Cold Town. Following these Giants playoff runs. They take on a certain feel, the games, how they win the games. And I knew they were going to win that Viking game, just the vibe of the game. And that's going to be a dogfight against the Eagles.
Yeah, that's okay. I mean, Eli Manning in the building alone is going to give Philly the strength it needs to win.
I do love that Eli is fully expecting to get just verbally battered. All right, let's take a break.
All right, King Queen suited, right? We gotta go with this.
The teams were it didn't work out so well in Super Wild Card Weekend.
Right.
We'll be right back. The NFL Power Rankings, the podcast.
Maybe that's silly.
Welcome back to Power Rankings, presented by Energizer.
Still
Let's
going.
talk about the losers, teams 9 through 14. You know, they made it to the postseason, so that's great. They are winners in that regard, but their run ends now.
Are you going to give them participation trophies like 7-year-old soccer players?
Maybe they should. I mean, honestly, a lot of these teams put up a great fight. The Chargers, they completely imploded on themselves, which I didn't think it was going to happen again, but it did. So down 2 spots to 9.
Their offensive coordinator got.
That's a lot. So I'm sorry, Chargers fans. It's rough out there. The Vikings, they stay the same at 10 after their loss.
Do they have rankings for the rest of the teams?
No, don't worry about the up 3 spots because we went from 32 to 14.
Okay.
So these, just disregard. This is the rest of the rest.
Okay, so Ravens 11, Bucks 12, Seahawks 13, and then Dolphins, the last team, the false start team, I like to call them.
The false start
they
team,
are at 14.
Yeah, the delay of game timeout team. Why don't we start with the Chargers because there's no reason we shouldn't be talking about them. And all due respect to the Jags, who we didn't hit on the top of the show, but the Jaguars deserve a ton of credit for what they did, the comeback that they mounted.
Trevor Lawrence.
I mean, their last 5 drives, starting late in the second quarter, was 4 touchdowns and the winning field goal. So they didn't have a huge window to mount that amazing comeback, and yet they did everything they had to do. And on the Chargers side, Chargers gonna Charger, and you hate it, and I hate it. As a Jets fan, certain teams are snake bitten, it seems, and you would think that the players change, the coaches change, the management change, that the fan base will get a new fan experience, but the Bolts are just one of those teams where they just can't seem to shake the bad vibes.
I know. I mean, look, the Jags, Trevor Lawrence was a broken man to begin this game, and then he picked up the pieces, and it was almost like 2 minutes to go before the half. He was trying to get ahead of that halftime pep talk, like from Doug Peterson. He's like, all right, we're going to turn it around right now.
That was very important.
After the half, and completely snapped out of it. But my God, the
Table
way
change on the right.
The Chargers collapsed. I honestly, I could not believe this because watching this game, it felt like it was completely in the bag for the Chargers. I started making brownies at this point. I'm watching, but I'm starting to, like, my mind's starting to wander as I'm watching. Because it felt like this game was just so in hand. And then
Where are the brownies? Why didn't you bring them in?
I have basically almost finished all of them.
What kind of brownies?
They're special. Chocolate chips.
Could I give them to my children?
You could.
Okay.
That's why they're special. They're
I
not.
didn't know
They're,
what kind of special.
every special cookies, special brownies, anything I make, I just call it special.
Okay.
But Doug Peterson.
People listening know what
I just
trying
have
to
to.
figure out.
I like Doug Peterson.
Yes.
He's just like round of applause for Doug Peterson.
Yeah, you got to give Doug the
I love
love.
his play
You ran him
calling.
out of town in Philly, but you know.
I didn't want him to go.
You ran him out of town.
I'm a big fan of Doug Peterson. So him and his visor and
I think we all are.
majestic hair.
Do you know I would love to have Doug's hair.
It's great when it was like blowing wind.
I think we're all appreciative.
2 off the money in the tournament on the left.
Just because everyone was
18 off the money in the tournament on the right. We're getting close to 2 cashes
not
here.
just because of like how kind of it was almost disrespectful how he treated a job and the responsibility that comes with that job, but it was just like a waste of everyone's talents and considerable talents, and in the case of Trevor Lawrence, a generational talent. And to steer it back to the Chargers, it's like, man, there is a lot of debate about Justin Herbert and how great he is and who's better than him and who's he better than. But I kind of needed, if Justin Herbert's going to be spoken of as like his generation's Dan Marino, I kind of needed him to go win that game. And they didn't lose the game. I know Joe Lombardi, their offensive coordinator, got fired. They didn't lose the game because they got too conservative and just started handing the ball off a ton. Like Herbert had a lot of opportunities to kind of put that game away, and he couldn't do it. The play calling needs to be better. The whole scheme in Los Angeles needs to be better. But he takes a big part of the L in that game.
They couldn't run the ball even when they had a huge lead. Like
Right.
the play calling in general was very suspect.
Quarterback coach Shane Day also let go. Who else do we want to talk about? Let's talk about the Vikings.
Yes.
I mean, I got it. I got the Vikings right. I got to say.
Yeah.
I talked about it all year. I wasn't the only one that wasn't buying in on the Vikings, but I caught a lot of fire on Twitter when at the end of the regular season I had non-playoff teams like the Lions, for example, ahead of them, and I just never bought it. And that's why heading into Wild Card Weekend, I had the Vikings and Giants right next to each other because you knew that was going to come right down to the end because you knew those teams, despite one team being 13-4 and the other 9-6-1, were basically at the same level. And it turned out the other team with the worst record was better. I feel like we did watch the better team did advance, and Vikings fans have to once again put up with like just not just losing, but like cruel irony type losses that you go 11-0 in the regular season in one-score games, and then immediately once the playoffs start losing one-score games. That's very on brand for the Vikings. Speaking of snake-bitten franchise,
It is the Vikings. They have a lot of work to do in the offseason, but as a
on
whole,
one side of the ball,
on defense,
Yeah.
exactly. Like they need to do a tremendous amount of fixing. I mean, I know that they switched schemes this year. There was a lot of different changes, but I think overall, on the whole, having a new head coach in there with Kevin O'Connell as his first season in Minnesota as the head coach, like this was a good year for them. They won a division. Obviously, it was a down year for the Packers, but they had the Lions in there. Now they have to deal with the Lions going forward as well. So I think it's positive. It will be moving in the right direction, but once they get the defense fixed, then this will be a formidable team. You have Justin Jefferson. He's an unbelievable talent, and like honestly, that's all you need.
I think it's helpful sometimes when you have off seasons like this where you know very specifically what needs to improve. I know Cincinnati had that type of situation after Burrow's rookie year, and they really went after, we need another playmaker, and we need to address the offensive line, and those things got a lot better quickly. I think you're going to see Minnesota be very aggressive.
1 off the money on the left. We're jamming the button. If it folds around to me, we raise over here, getting close to the money. 3 people call. 15 off the money. I mean, I feel like I should just go all in. I have overs and a gut shot. What is this guy leading for? I mean, why do we always get in these spots on the bubble, you know? We really always get into these spots. Like, I have the overs and the gutty, and I have the fold equity, so I'm doing it. Like, that's just the way I play.
It's harder to say what their offseason looks like. The Ravens, obviously, we don't know
What? I have a straight. Holy shit, we hit a straight, you guys! We have fucking 75 bigs!
No-brainer, and yet when Melissa Stark on Sunday Night Football comes on the air before kickoff, that's different when she was talking to Johnny Harbaugh after the end of the first quarter, abolished the end of first quarter interview TV.
Gotta get rid of it.
No, but when Stark was on, it was a big Stark show. When Stark was on before kickoff, and she said that Lamar Jackson ruled himself out ahead of the playoffs.
Power move.
And that's a power move presented by Energizer. And then chose not to travel with the team to the playoffs.
Yes, I know.
And I'm like, whoa, that is a major, major red flag in terms of where he stands with the team.
I was thinking the same thing because it's not like he was just recently hurt and this would be a problem for him to fly. I don't know the inner workings of everything, but you would think that he would be there with the team.
Remember last week when we talked about the teams that we thought could make a big jump on this show come August when we come back? And I said the Jets.
Yeah.
They had to get a quarterback first, which they were going to get. Where do you think the Jets would be in, there are a lot of off-brand power rankings.
Okay.
Like, if you added Lamar to that Jet offense and defense, like, a lot of people would have the Jets potentially as a top 10 team. That's what Lamar would bring to a new team. And the Ravens, if they do move him, and I don't think they would unless he makes it clear to them that there's no way I want to be with you anymore. He's going to make another team a lot better, and it'll be a ton of buzz around wherever he lands for that team.
Also, think about how everything changed for that organization when Lamar got there, like specifically for John Harbaugh.
Yes.
Like there were so many uncertainties, especially at the quarterback position, and John Harbaugh basically built the offense around him and then built himself extra years in the position. So I just feel like there should be some room for the family.
All right, I like that.
You know?
Did you finish the movie yet? Did you finish Godfather yet?
No.
Christ, Helen. In fact, before we say
I
goodbye,
did finish Glass Onion though.
I want to check that out.
Okay.
So the Ravens, indecision at quarterback. The
Yes.
Bucks, indecision at quarterback. The Seahawks, unclear where they are at quarterback, although it looks like Geno wants back and they want Geno. And the Dolphins, they said that Tua's coming back next year, but we don't know what Tua's future is.
A lot of questions.
Question marks at quarterback will put you lower in a rankings exercise in professional football. Facts.
That makes sense.
All right, we'll be back next week with the Conference Championship edition of Power Rankings. It's just going to get shorter and shorter, the list, which is less work for us, which is a good thing for you.
We love it.
Till next week, heed the call.
Later.
Why pay more when you can get your favorite show?
Ollie, come on, bro. I got a boat.
are your thoughts on helping us with our NFL playoff programming games?
I'd say the key to success is having the NFL
3 off the money on the right.
stream live on Paramount Plus.
Let's bring on Nick Wright.
In the money on the left.
Had a funny wig on yesterday. I feel bad for Trevor Lawrence, buddy. That Trevor Lawrence thing's about to end. You do know that, right?
Oh, well, you don't have to feel badly for him. I mean, the guy beat, the media's favorite AFC West quarterback, Justin Herbert. I'm crazy. I prefer the guy who, has been to Super Bowls, won MVP. But man, oh man, Herbert's got that rocket arm, which they don't seem to let him use. Trevor had a wonderful season, and they're going to end the season this weekend, unfortunately, in Arrowhead. His career-long streak of never losing on a Saturday must come to an end. That happens. But it's a great year. Peterson did a great year. But yeah, Colin, I love that herd hierarchy, by the way. The Chiefs won, Niners too. There's someone on this network that picked before the year Chiefs-Niners Super Bowl.
I know.
Stuck by it the whole way.
Yeah.
I wonder who that is. Let me just take a sip of this coffee, see if you can think of it. I don't know.
You're so
Pretty
obnoxious.
Pretty good.
Okay.
Yeah.
So we liked the Cowboys last night. My theory's always been when a good quarterback has a stinker, they almost always bounce back. To be a pro athlete, you got to be driven and willful. And, Dak's a pro. Dak played with so much conviction last night.
Yep.
How confident should they be, though? Because the team they're playing next is not the team they played last night.
Well, listen, I think the Niners are a juggernaut. I think they're a buzzsaw. And so I think that there's, 30 teams would have trouble going into San Francisco with San Francisco playing as well as they are. So I think they could lose next week and still, it's not necessarily an indictment on them. But I want to talk about Dak for a moment. Because Dak was spectacular yesterday.
He was.
There's no denying it.
Yep.
There's no taking anything away from him. With that said, I just want everyone to understand that the barrier for entry for the great quarterback club is you have to be playing in the divisional round with regularity, and you occasionally have to get past it. We don't listen. He was awesome in a game I thought they would lose. And I know we'll talk Brady. He looked like, the great quarterback, and Brady looked nothing like that. I get all of it. But I feel like because Dak is talked about so often, it is often in the extremes, when the reality is winning a wild card round game against a sub-500 team is what you're supposed to do.
Right.
Dak did more than he was supposed to with how well he played. But for Dak Prescott, this was a game that, in my opinion, Colin, losing it would have been devastating to the franchise and to how we look at Dak. Winning it was what they needed to do. Now they play a game where if they find a way to win it, we can start to reevaluate Dak Prescott in a positive way. But beating the 8 and 9 Bucks in the wild card round, to me, is not a legacy or situation changer for Dak Prescott, despite the fact that he was excellent. He played almost a perfect football game.
Okay, I think Miami and the Raiders work for Brady. Many think he'll retire. I said, hey, take a deep breath. They won the division. He set the NFL record for completions. He had a defensive coach, and he's, the guy likes football. This is what he likes to do. Even his dad said he didn't want to retire. That was somebody else's call. What do you think's next for him?
Well, I think he's probably going to play, and I think Miami will probably be the spot. But, Colin, listen. Colin, I'm going to betray our friendship here very briefly. I hope you forgive me. America, Colin Cowherd was down bad yesterday. You know how I know it? Before this game even ended, he's texting me college football coach quotes. And I won't say who, but it was a college football coach quote, and I'm like, oh, man. My guy Cowherd is not dealing well with watching the end of Tom Brady.
Yeah.
And now I was scared. I am scarred, like many football fans, and I thought Tom Brady and the pixie dust were going to come into play, and we were going to see the best version of Brady we'd seen all year. Instead, Colin, in a league that is increasingly critical for your quarterback to at least be a little mobile.
Yeah.
You don't have to be Josh Allen. You don't have to be a great runner. But Joe Burrow can run enough to keep the defense honest. He can be mobile in the pocket. Brady looked like a relic of a time past. And he was missing passes. and I don't think all of a sudden he's going to get better at age 46. Listen, I was, some would say 7 years too early on this, but now I think it's safe to say the Tom Brady era is over. And I think we saw evidence of it all year, and I think he will continue to play at least for another season. But I don't think, I think the only team, Colin, that could win a Super Bowl with Brady at the quarterback is San Francisco. And I think San Francisco would rather stick with Brock Purdy.
Yeah.
And so I think he'll play, but I think that the Super Bowl he won against Mahomes with his first year in Tampa is going to be the last great playoff moment he has.
So you have been very accurate on Josh Allen. I admit that I am the great moments are so stupendous that I am sometimes seduced by Josh Allen because he's the only guy that can go toe-to-toe with Mahomes, and it's like they stand in the center of the ring and go Hagler-Hearns. It's like bang, bang, bang. Yep. And it's like, it's great American sports. It's Nadal and Federer, Djokovic in their prime. It's like, what am I watching? But the turnovers now are real. They're increasing. He's regressing. Like today.
They've been real all along, Colin. They've been real all along. And this, you at least were quicker on this than most. And America's not here to hear about me. They're here to talk about sports. I want to talk about myself for just a moment. I want apologies because I have been called a hater. People have said, oh, Nick doesn't really.
We're in the money now. I'm jamming these nines. It's a dicey spot.
Knows that Allen might be better than Mahomes, so he's protecting Mahomes. It was always nonsense. The idea that it was, we have two all-time great quarterbacks in this league, Mahomes and Allen, and it's tomato. No, it's not. We do not judge quarterbacks by purely what the upside is. We judge, if we did, then Jeff George
eats now. This guy's jamming 7 bigs. I mean, I'm just going to go all in again. There's 40K in the middle, and I think I have this guy beat a lot. The guy who jammed. This guy's disconnecting.
Their basement is actually fine. Josh Allen led the league this year in interceptions plus fumbles. He 32 times in 17 games threw a pick or fumbled the football.
That's big.
He 5 times against the Dolphins. He either threw a pick or fumbled the ball. The Dolphins were drawing dead to win that game.
He's back.
Josh Allen went
and he's gone.
Josh Allen, which
this guy's disconnecting now. What the hell? People are disconnecting?
Nadal, Federer. I would say Josh Allen is Nick Kyrgios, who, when he's playing his best, is as good as anybody, but at times plays like a maniac.
Yeah.
And he seems not to be able to help himself. And Colin, I can't help but notice. So Josh Allen was incredibly turnover prone. Brian Daboll.
All these people disconnecting.
He cleans it up and plays the best football of his life. Brian Daboll leaves, and the turnovers are all immediately back.
We have a set.
Daniel Jones is the most turnover-prone quarterback in
yes.
football. Brian Daboll gets there, and he cleans it up entirely.
I'm chip leader.
So right now, if you're the Buffalo Bills, it's weird to say, but one of your big concerns is my quarterback going to give it away? That is not the case for the Chiefs. That is not the case for the Bears.
Well, Mahomes throws turnovers sometimes too.
When you have, for the Eagles, and I think Allen's better than Hurts, but it's not the case for them either. They take care of the ball, and there was no reason to get into a shootout with Miami. They got into it because Josh Allen couldn't help himself, and so. I mean, we've only had evidence, Colin, since his first playoff game of his life when he threw the ball backwards behind his head with a minute left down 3. Yeah. At his core, it's who he is, and it always wants to come out.
Okay, so I'm a Lamar Jackson fan, but there is a Kawhi Leonard thing here that bothers me. When you're the star, I need communication. I need verbal. I need clarity. He's getting more mysterious. I do think Miami and the Jets aren't paying anybody right now. Sauce Gardner, their young receivers, the Hall, the running back from Iowa State.
Hall.
Yeah, yep. They're not paying anybody. They're going to go get a left tackle. I think Lamar works there. They give up first-round pick. They need a quarterback and a left tackle, so I think he fits places. And Baltimore's culture is so damn good. They're starting Pac-12 quarterbacks who weren't even stars in the Pac-12, and they're competitive. Their culture, their defense, their brain power, their toughness. Is Lamar movable? What do you make of this?
Well, no. So I listen. I think the divorce is looming. I think there's, and a month ago I said if Lamar doesn't play in the playoffs, I think he's played his last game with Baltimore. And now all signs are pointing towards that. Can I throw one really? I think immediately you're going to scoff at it.
Okay.
But it's an intriguing fake trade.
Sure.
Because the hardest part about trading Lamar is going to be the Ravens feel like we can win right now. We might have the best defense in the league. So are we really going to trade Lamar for the 4th pick of the draft plus other picks to Indy and have to kind of start over on that side of the ball? What about
He's king here.
1-for-1 Lamar for Justin Fields? So the Bears have more cap space than anyone in the league, and they need to spend it. The Ravens have built an offense that necessitates a mobile quarterback, and they don't.
We rivered the Jack. We may have just rivered his pair of 9s.
Justin Fields would be going into the 3rd year.
Hopefully we just beat his pair of 9s.
The Bears have the #1 pick of the draft that they could hold an auction for.
Oh, he rivered a better Jack. He had nothing.
That is, I know
that's so dumb.
Lamar to Atlanta, Lamar to Seattle, Lamar to New York, all those things. And those things to me are interesting.
Yeah.
But for the Ravens, you need to know who's playing quarterback for you next year. And you haven't built an offense that you can just be like, all right, we'll sign Jimmy G.
He's king again.
Offense needs a mobile quarterback.
Yeah.
Lamar for Justin Fields is to me an intriguing one that I think both teams have a long meeting about. That is the best one I can come up with.
It's not terrible. It's really not. You know, everybody scoffs at that stuff. You think Stafford was going to go to the Rams? Brady was going to go to Tampa? The new GMs in this league are young and deal makers.
Making deals.
NBA is the same thing. These guys now, you know, the old GMs, the Giants didn't even do trades before Jimmy Johnson. It's like, I don't think it's crazy at all. I think your point is Baltimore can't just bring in anybody. They're built for an athlete.
Can't bring in just anybody.
Can't.
Correct. You can't. It just, you have to spend your offseason building an entirely new offense. You've got, and by the way, I don't know if people
Come on,
have
East
looked
King.
at the free agent wide receivers this year. They don't exist. It's Juju Smith-Schuster. There's not a lot. It's not like you can just go out
Lose
and
the flip.
sign a great wide receiver this season. So I think it's but I don't think the idea that Baltimore is going to franchise tag Lamar and he's just going to sign it and play, I don't think that's going to happen. Yeah. I think Lamar has played his last down with the Ravens, and they're going to have to figure out where they're moving.
All right, Nick Wright, first things first, show's on fire, doing very, very well. Go look at that Harbaugh quote again and see if you've heard it. It's either me or Confucius, and I'm going to lean with me on
Listen, all right, so I didn't know you said the name. Let me just say this. It's funny how relationships work. I'm old enough to remember a long time ago, Jim Harbaugh, who I like, was quite rude to my dear friend Colin Cowherd. Yeah. And now he's announcing he's coming back to Michigan by using a Cowherdism. Don't try to out happy.
Right.
I mean, I saw it. I was like, you know what? That's from Cowherd. So I don't know if you get intellectual property rights on that or whatever, but I was happy for you. I was sad your guy Brady's done, but I'm happy for you otherwise. See you, buddy.
First things first, Chris Broussard, Kevin Wilds, Nick Wright, always good laughs and fun. Hi, everybody. Thanks for watching. Subscribe here to get the latest from the show.
When you stay at a Vrbo, you always get the whole home. Because is it really a vacation home if you have to share the house with the host? Only with Vrbo.
10 NFL seasons, playoffs, baby. He got the playoffs and beat Brady and Manning. Fox Sports.
Hi, Lando.
You were the quarterback for the Jets last playoff win. I remember him well. You know what game always sticks out to me, and this is so random. It's not the Brady Manning. It's coming out the San
The butt
Diego
fumble.
fog.
Oh, that was fun.
And it was low score. I don't know why that game. It was. Remember how foggy it was?
It was really foggy before the game, but you know what was interesting? That grass, that field, like everything there, smelled exactly like the Coliseum when we went out on the field for pregame and early outs and all that, and shorts and t-shirts. And then on the loudspeaker I hear testing, 1, 2, 3, San Diego Chargers. It's the same announcer from SC, from the Coliseum. I'm like, boys, we are good. We're winning today. You know, like it just gave me
And you did.
a little juice.
Yeah.
It was fun. That was nice.
So, listen, that's about as good as I've ever seen Dak. Now, now tell me
efficient.
this. When things go well, you know, they say in basketball, guy gets in his zone.
Streaky, yeah.
So, when I watched Dak last night, I was like, boy, he's moving. I love that when he moved left, he kept holding. Is it zone? Is it scheme? Is it like, why do quarterbacks get super hot for 3 hours?
I think some of it, like even when you watch that first touchdown pass, he knew the exact coverage. They had two seams kind of working up, both sides putting the middle safety in conflict, and he went longer than normal to the left. I'm throwing left with like two resets, and you see the safety in the middle of the field is just watching his eyes the whole way. And he's almost like resetting left to throw right, which is weird, but you could tell he just anticipated everything. He had answers for everything. He had a contingency plan. This is what we're expecting. If we don't get that, I'm going here with the football.
Okay.
And most of the time, it seemed like it was what he expected. Anything else, he was on such a hot streak that when he did roll out to his left and is backpedaling, ready to throw it away, he's so hot, it's like, oh, give me one more look. You know what I mean? And you could tell he was just in a groove where you're like, I ain't going to miss today, so just keep dialing him up.
I thought the back of the end zone throw.
Oof.
Now
that was
when
pretty.
You're hot.
That was pretty.
That's like a fall away jumper.
Oh, yeah.
When you're
I mean
that throw could
just
not have been too...
stroking the ball. It was awesome.
So when you get hot, like Dak was really in a groove, are you more prone to say, Mike, I want to do something?
I think it's more of you get in this flow state almost, and things are happening a little slower. You feel like you're in control and you're anticipating so well, whether it's the Rose Bowl game or one of those playoff games where you're just like, it's exactly what I expected. Here comes the guy on his break. There's the window. Boom. And you, bam, ball's there. All right, dial it up. And you're kind of looking at the coordinator like, let's go. We got it today, baby. Let's go, Sark. Let's go, Shoddy. Come on.
Let's go.
Keep them coming.
Right.
Keep them coming. Dial them up. You know, and you're hot. You know, so you don't want it to end. It's awesome.
So we were talking about this earlier that Jeremy Lin, you may have been in.
Yeah, I remember. Yeah, I remember.
He took the league
Lin
over
Sanity,
for 3
yeah.
weeks, right?
Yeah.
And there are these moments in time. Who was the guy you were talking about? J. Mac the Yankee.
Kevin Moss.
I remember the name. So guys come into baseball, football, and for 3 weeks they play out of their mind,
Sure.
and then they have like semi-redeemable careers or disappear. So you look at Brock Purdy, and you know college football pretty well. The one thing that jumps out to me is Iowa State literally plummeted.
Let's go, Remlon.
Like, are we looking at like a great player? Because Iowa State's got a good coach. How much of this is lightning in a bottle, or do you see stuff, Mark, with his feet that you're like, this will stick?
No, I think his mechanics are solid. I think some of the throws he'll fall off a little bit on, and he loses a little velocity on. I still think, you know, some of his deep balls can be a little bit better. He was definitely better this past game. But it's so hard to judge a guy like that based on the team, right? Like we saw Tua last year and versus this year with different wideouts, different personnel. It's so hard to put a stamp on it. Like, is this it forever? Is this sustainable? Is this, you know, can he keep this going? And so every week you're kind of, at least I am, watching and holding my breath like, oh, is he still going to do it? Or is he going to come back down to earth? Or is this really who he is? And so I think we just need a bigger sample size for a guy like that. But it's been fun to watch.
Sample size.
His emotions and stuff, like
He's
after the
really
play,
into it.
he's so calm, and then it like, just explodes, you know, like a stick of dynamite or something. This dude's just waiting. Boom, the big play happens, and you see him pumping his fist and rallying the guys up, and they love it. The guys gravitate towards the guy. So you can tell he's got it. He's got some moxie. He's got whatever it takes to grab their attention, or else you ain't fooling the dudes on that team. Like, that team is full of alphas. And this dude stepped in, and now he's the guy and owning it and grabbing the reins and the whole deal. That is more impressive to me sometimes than some of the throws and the execution on the field.
Well, by the way,
his demeanor.
Go back to your career. You had a great defense, a great run game, an experienced head coach, a very good left tackle, And they and very similar. It was a quarterback situation where they didn't ask you to carry the team, but they did ask you about 3 times a game to make a throw.
Oh, no doubt. And those windows are tight because you're going run, pass on a lot of those.
Right.
And it's 3rd and 10, it's 3rd and 12. So, you know, those are big 3rd down conversions. It feels like 4 completions in 1 because they're so tough.
So we were watching the Chargers game at our 99 club out in Manhattan Beach. J-Mac and I were. And the first half, I was sitting there and I'm like, I felt so bad for Trevor Lawrence.
I know.
And then I thought to myself, you only get about 5 minutes in the room at halftime. And Doug's a really good coach. But I thought, God, Doug's got to bring him down. And I've met Trevor one time, and I said this when I met him. He's such an he's such an adult. I was in an area where there were a bunch of people staring at him. He's just really a grown-up in the room. And I'm like, when I watched the second half, I'm like, boy, that personality helps. Have you ever had a game where you went into half and you had to forget the first half?
I mean, I want to say Buffalo at home my rookie year. I'm almost positive. I threw 5 interceptions. We rushed for like 200 yards and almost won the game in overtime with 5 picks. And it's almost, I mean, mathematically, it's almost impossible. Like the winning percentage was like 968 or whatever it was the other night for the Chargers. Like there's no way this team's coming back. You see the graph, you know, when you check your phone about the games and stuff, and it's like, you know, win percentage through the roof. So I remember being in that football game, and the craziest thing is like the first one was a tip ball. So like the most important thing I think for a quarterback is you got to get to the truth immediately. Because people say like, well, you got to have amnesia and just forget about it. Well, not necessarily true. You got to get to the truth of it, put it in its place, and then move on, right? And if you need the 30 seconds or 20 seconds or whatever to get a good yell out or, you know, scream in your helmet and just, whatever you have to get out, get it out. And then, okay, what happened? Bad read, bad throw, really good defensive play. Generally not a really good defensive play. Like, those happen rarely, right? Where a guy just makes a one-handed catch and whatever. But usually you probably underthrew it. Or you just forced the ball that wasn't the right read. There's another guy standing there wide open. Or a better option. Or throw it away, take a sack, whatever. So you have to categorize them immediately, I feel like. And then this is going to sound crazy, but if he's thrown 4, you can't be scared to throw 5. And that's how you have to attack the rest of the game. He totally did it, and that is not easy because you got to flip it in your head. And you got to flip it to the point where you're almost convincing yourself because everybody else is watching. As soon as you go in the tank, it's curtains for the whole team. Like, you can't even afford to let that happen because everybody's watching. You're the guy. You know what I mean? They walk in the room and you're head and shoulders like above everybody else. Everybody knows that's our quarterback. And he acted like in a really, really tough situation where a lot of guys would have folded up like a cheap suit.
Yeah. The over the course of, I was always a Lamar Jackson fan, so I doubted him out of college.
Yeah, are you saying Lamar to the Jets?
No, but it's interesting. So out of college, I didn't buy it, and then he came in week 11 rookie year. I think he went 6-1. Next year, you watch him and you're like, it's not pretty, but I went and watched him live. So I went. I think it was Chargers game or something. I want to go see him
at the Coliseum.
No, it was at the tiny place, the soccer stadium down in Lake Carson.
Okay. Yeah.
I wanted to see him live. I wanted to see him. He made a great throw to Mark Andrews. He made a lot of those throws. And then they played him again that year, and the Chargers beat him second time around. And I knew some people on the Chargers, and the feeling was the first time you face him, he's way faster and way better than you think, and then you get a read on him. Yeah. So, but I like him because he wins big games. And I've always been a fan of his leadership, intangibles. But there's a Kawhi Leonard thing going on I don't like. He's nonverbal. The communication's spotty. I want my quarterback of all positions talk, be up front. Yeah. I feel like there's a lot of, he didn't go to the Cincinnati game. Isn't that odd?
That was a little strange. I mean, I would have thought he would be up in the booth.
Right.
Like,
now, is there inflammation on the knee? He doesn't want to travel.
I guess. I mean, obviously for a flight, like you throw the game ready on it. You know, the ice compression sleeve and stuff.
You're a former quarterback. What does it look like to you?
That's strange because you feel like it's your family, like you're leaving your boys. Like those are, I don't know. It just feels.
Yeah, your guys.
It feels weird, and I just, for their sake, you know, I think you can kind of lose that locker room if you don't sign this guy back. Like if things don't come together properly for both sides, I think could be detrimental. And I mean, his offensive coordinator, Coach Roman's done a really good job with him, you know? So
no question.
These free agent things, it's always interesting because you go to a new system, you go somewhere else, and people try and piecemeal some plays for you, and you don't look the same because the environment's different, the way the coaching is different, and maybe not better or worse, but just different.
Yeah, good point.
And the result becomes different, and now you're like, maybe this guy's not so good. Maybe we overpaid for this guy. Maybe. And so, I don't know. But then you know, I'm talking out of both sides of my mouth. But on the other hand, it's Lamar Jackson.
Well, he wins 75% of his starts.
Just give him the damn ball and let him do what he does.
Yeah,
he's amazing. So, oof. It's so weird. It's so weird to see him, like, to think about him not being a Raven. Just think about him being in a Jets uniform. It just seems odd to me.
He fits culturally. So it's a run first, physical. I don't know. I just feel like
yeah, he doesn't have that like personality where he's very mild mannered. He's very quiet.
But
he's
Baltimore
reserved.
is a defensive culture. The
Yeah, and
quarterbacks have never been big talkers.
Yeah, and that's fine. I mean, everybody has their own style. You know, some guys are fiery. You know, like Phillip Rivers. Some guys are Peyton Manning and above it all and just really sharp. And you know, and other guys are like Lamar. I mean, Joe Flacco was very, you know, stoic. And I don't know. There's just a fine line.
Do we want to be
Stoic
comparing
and
people to
athletic. You
Flacco?
don't wanna look like you don't want to be there.
Final 95 players.
So,
Holy shit.
I don't want to see him anywhere else. That's just weird to me.
Yeah.
I think.
Hi, everybody. Thanks for watching. Subscribe here to get the latest from the show. Also, be sure to check out more of the best clips from The Herd or go watch a few segments from other shows on FS1.
Thanks for
Ooh. Ali, please, bro.
No need to pre-rinse. Cascade Platinum has scrubbing and rinsing built right in. Just scrape, load, and you're done.
Why call 2 men in a truck if you're like...
12-minute levels.
Hey, 60-minute fight today. All right, ready to go. Let's do one thing. Giants on 3. 1, 2, 3. Giants.
Playoffs here, baby. Let's go.
All we got to do is be us, right? Physicality and technique. That's all we need, right? Yep. That's all we need. It's on us. 60 minutes. Fight.
It's on us.
Let's go.
Make sure we do a great job ball security. The second quarterback. Make plays when we get the plays. And just do a great job, man. You got to start us off. You got to lead us. Matt, we put you in there, do your thing. Gary, we're never going to use it. But let's come out this game with a win. Like I said, you guys play off, man. Let's go get it done. Here we go. Backs on 3. 1, 2, 3.
It's a running backs.
Hey, we earned this right today, man. We put our ass up all season. We put ourselves to that grind. Let's go make that count today. We only get one chance, man. One chance. Go seize that.
Yes.
Hey, Giants on me. Giants on 3. 1, 2, 3.
Giants.
Jones over center this time.
Get out of here. Always when I'm eating is when you want to come hang out. Fuck off.
Left completes it up the left sideline. Slayton makes the catch and he's tackled at the Minnesota 43-yard line.
Fuck yeah, nice catch. Breida's doing stuff. Fake to Breida. See, they could have given it to Breida if they wanted to. Barkley scores, though. Who are we going to hand it to? Who are we going to hand it to? Who are we gonna hand it to? We got Barkley and Breida, and we got Danny Dimes running the ball, running the rock out there. Let's go. Let's go. Let's go, boy.
Well, it's good blocking up front, Bob, but patience by Saquon Barkley, letting every hat get up.
He's a patient runner. He's a patient runner. Look at him use his blocks. That's gorgeous. Gorgeous. Just like they drew it up. Beautiful run. Holy shit. What a run. What the fuck? How'd you do that, bro? Nice run, boy! Fuck yeah, look at all these people coming over to him. Man, they're a good team, these G-men. Like 7 different guys walked over to Saquon Barkley and fucking were like, yo, you're the big dog.
They tackle him back at the 31-yard line. They tried razzle dazzle.
We do no trick plays on our team.
Jackson stayed home.
No more, bro. No more, Dory.
No more.
Good job on the check. Good job on the check. Keep going, baby. Keep going. Good tackling. Good tackling.
Jones over center. Jones back to throw. At top. Zips it over the middle. Wide open is Slayton at the 40. Down the right sideline of midfield to the 40-yard line of the Vikings. Lowers his shoulder, and he's finally chased out of bounds at the Minnesota 32-yard line by Cameron Bynum. First and 10 at the 14. Tied at 7. Jones takes the snap, fires it deep into the end zone. Touchdown, Giants. Isaiah Hodgins.
Isaiah Hodgins, yeah! The fucking spoken one! Hodgins again, yeah! The Bills fucked up. They let Hodgins go. Just like we fucking talked about. It's just like we fucking talked about, boys. It's just like we talked about, boys. It's just like we talked about. Boys.
Great job, fellas. Giving us time. One play at a time, right? One play at a time. Good work.
3rd and 3 for the 47 of Minnesota.
Defense! Defense! Defense!
They send 2 receivers to the left. Jefferson split to the right, matched up by Jackson. Cousins takes the snap. He's looking right the whole way. Now he's under pressure. He's chased to his right. He throws it to the center.
Should I call?
As the Giants got tremendous pressure on Kirk Cousins, and the Vikings will have to punt the football away.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Let's go. Come on.
It's your turning life on the line, brother.
We don't know. They're not ready. We don't know.
We're running this shit. You checking, bro? Oh, he is going all in. All right, then. I feel beat.
So, Gano on to try a field goal.
Hey, it's the little things. The little things. Lock the in. Keep going, y'all. Hey, when we get down there, we gotta get such an urgency. Let's just lock in on the little things, the details, the details.
Hodgins to the near side right.
He's not wrong. It's the little things, bro.
Over center. 2nd down. Play fake. Jones rolls left, wide open for the touchdown is Bellinger.
Yeah! Touchdown, G-Men! Fuck yeah. Fuck yes! Everyone say the word fuck over and over again.
22 came in and took bait. 22 took the bait. Wide open. Good.
2nd and goal.
Fuck yeah.
Jefferson in the backfield. Cousins back.
Feels good to trick him.
One left corner of the end zone. Caught in the back of the end zone for a touchdown for Irv Smith. With
Leo, we solid. We straight. Come on. 60-minute game. We straight. Let's go. One more quarter. Gotta go win it right here. Gotta win one more quarter.
So it's 1st and goal at the 2.5. Barkley in a one-back set. Jones over center.
We need all of them. Go, Saquon. Saquon for the TD.
Jones takes the snap. Handoff Barkley. Hit and dives ahead. And is he in for the touchdown? Yes, touchdown Saquon Barkley.
There you go.
He's a dog. He's a dog.
The Giants have the lead with 7:47 to go in the ball game.
I wanted a degree, but 4 years to get one? No thanks. Then I found WGU. On average, WGU students finish their bachelor's in about 28 months. A university where I can get my degree faster? I choose WGU.
you get back out there and get another one now, okay? That's what we're probably gonna have to do. Let's go. Okay. You must stop. You're the closer, right? I'm calling you. I need you to pick up. All right, hello. All right, I'm here.
Vikings have 2 downs to make 8 yards from their own 48-yard line. 3rd and 8.
I hate spots like this, man. I almost just want to fold pre because I don't even want to fucking get involved.
Empty set. Cousins played a tough game tonight. Takes the snap. He's back to throw. Has time. Throws one to the right. Incomplete.
He broke it up.
For Osborne. And it was broken up on the play by Cordell Flott. Giant fans behind the bench here at USA Bank Stadium trying to get loud. Cook to the right of Cousins. Cousins calls out signals. Takes the snap. He's back to throw. He's under pressure. Got hit as he throws. Completes it to his right. But he's short of the first down as Hawkinson. He's wrapped up.
Half pot, 2 streets in a row for this guy.
They threw it short to Hawkinson, and the Giants rally to the ball, and Xavier McKinney makes the play of the ball game. And the New York Giants will go to the victory formation. And up next for Big Blue, a trip to Philadelphia to take on the Eagles in the divisional playoff round.
Hey, let's go Big Blue. We on to the next. Let's get it.
Let's get it.
On to the next, man.
Yeah, we got another game to play. Come on, bro.
But anything can happen, like we always say.
We're going to Disney World, bro. Pocket Kings, bro.
Let's do it.
Let's go.
I want you to be happy, okay? You have earned it. You went out there for 4 quarters and busted all of you, all right? There's power in team, man. There's power in organization. There's power. Physical game. They're all physical this time of year. They're all going to come down to what this came down to, okay? Consistency, passion, toughness, and most importantly, you made the plays you needed to make to win the game, okay? Everybody in this room. I am proud of everybody in this room, but that's what it takes. What does it take? Everybody. Where you at, Daniel? Let's come back ready to work. Giants on 3. 1, 2, 3. Giants.
Get the 3-bet through. Ooh. Final 72 players. Big increase in the blinds in 2 minutes here. Goes from big blind 6K to 8K. Ace queen now. This guy's been playing a lot of hands. This guy on the right. If he raises, I'm probably just going to go all in. Yeah, I mean, he's been playing so many hands. It's 37K in the middle. Normally we'd want to just flat here, but this guy's been playing so many hands, man. I think he'll call with a lot of worse stuff. He looks like a gambler. Oh my god, this guy's waking up with something in his big blind. Big moment here. Final 70 players. Well, that'll do it. Just gonna be a negative cooler for me again. Yep, we see it. Seems to be the running theme for a while now. Not a good day. Not a good day. 3 winning sessions in a row and then 2 losing sessions in a row. I don't know why it's not coming any easier. We're folding so many hands, and then we go with good hands and they just are sitting there with the better one. It's fucking crazy to me. We fold and we fold and we overfold and we overfold some more, and then we go with a hand and they just have the nuts. It's fucking crazy. Oh man, I really thought that was gonna go better. Alright y'all, thanks for hanging today. We're out of here for now. Maybe some grinding tomorrow, maybe a day off tomorrow, I'm not sure. We'll see. The Jaguars post-game vid. The Jags got it done, man. It was kind of a weird way for them to win the game, but starting off that slow and then coming back. But yeah, man, they got a chance against the Chiefs, I think. Alright y'all, I'm out of here. Peace out, you guys.